My parents turned my celebration into my sister's engagement party. I cut them off. Years later, I became CEO, and they came crawling back. They used my money to throw a party, then announced my sister's engagement instead of my promotion. What did I say next? It shattered the room. My name is Nancy Allen. I was born and raised in a tranquil suburb of Oregon. From the outside, my family appeared to be the ideal of middle-class American life. A house with a lavender-filled front yard, a spotless white picket fence, and pleasant family dinners under soft lighting. However, the inside was far from as nice as it appeared. My parents, Mark and Linda Allen, were firm believers in modern parenting techniques, and I was their firstborn. My father, a software engineer with a passion for math, had always wanted to have a bright, special child. My mother told her friends that she had read more than 40 books on child psychology before I was born. I was born into this world with tremendous expectations, monitored, measured, and experimented on like a test subject. But when I turned 3 and still couldn't count to 20, or write my name correctly, Mom's dismay was obvious. "Mark, I don't think she's capable of learning as quickly as we hoped," she said, her voice tinged with disappointment and trepidation. "We need to intervene early so we don't miss the golden stage." My father simply nodded slightly, but I recall how he looked at me that day, as if I were a math problem with the wrong answer, unworthy of further investigation. My younger sister Claire was born when I was 4 years old, and everything changed at home. Mom appeared to be another person. Every room in the house was packed with brain-boosting toys, emotion flashcards, and advanced learning tools often found in high educational institutions. I had clear memories of that afternoon. I was quietly building Lego blocks in the corner of the living room when Mom passed by, looked at me and said, "Claire is only 7 months old and already responding to 3-step sequences. You never mind. Keep playing." Claire received a musical high chair, Swedish cloth books, and a private monitor teacher before she turned 2. And me? I had pre-printed workbooks, a stubby pencil, and daily reminders that I needed to work harder to achieve. When I was 8, I finished second in the school-wide art competition. I brought my painting home, filled with excitement. Mom looked at it and said, "Huh. Well, Claire read an entire short story in English today." Dad didn't say anything because he was busy putting together a logic problem board for Claire downstairs. I've learned not to anticipate anything. No compliments, no incentives, and no proud expressions. I gradually became a shadow in my own family, ever present but never really seen. The breaking point came in the fall of the year I turned 12. I'd always had my own room, the upstairs one with the window facing the small woodland back our house, where morning light filtered through the drapes in gentle rays. I adored that room. It was the one place where I felt entirely myself. Claire barged in one evening, just as I was finishing up my schooling and about to hang a new drawing on the wall. "Mom says I'm moving up here. This room's bigger, and I need space for my new study corner." I looked at her and thought it was a joke. "No," I responded firmly. "This is my room." Claire shrugged and walked away. Everything had changed in less than 24 hours when I returned home from school. My possessions had been relocated to the smaller room near the laundry area. Claire's name now adorned the old room, which was outfitted with modern learning tools and a clean white study desk. I walked into the new room, which was small, cramped, and cold. The bed reclined against the wall. The desk was too small to hold my books and a lamp. I stood there with my hands clenched, sobbing silently. "Mom," I called. "Why would you do this? That was my room. I've had it since I was little." She didn't even turn around. "You're older now. You should learn to give way. Claire needs it more. Don't make a scene, Nancy." I did not respond. I stepped back in, shut the door, and sat on the edge of the bed. The light from the hallway filtered through the gap under the door, pale and odd. For the first time, I felt it clearly. Despite being the firstborn, I was regarded as an afterthought in that household. Claire remained the focal point of the Allen household by the time I was in my senior year of high school. She was now a top student at a prominent private high school, driven around in a brand new SUV and receiving private tutoring twice a week. And me? I still attended public school, walked to class every morning, and handled everything on my own, from academics to extracurricular activities. I've never complained. I'd become accustomed to being in the background. But I wasn't expecting the moment when every pretense of impartiality was shattered right at the dinner table. My grandparents, Arthur and Helen, paid us a visit that night. They were the only ones in the family who made me feel seen and heard. We were eating Mom's lasagna as Claire discussed her summer program plans at Stanford. "That's wonderful," Grandma Helen replied, turning to me. "And what about you, Nancy? Have you thought about college yet?" I looked up for the first time, hoping to contribute something of my own. "I applied to the University of Oregon and UC Davis. I just got accepted into Oregon's business program, partial scholarship. If I get more financial aid, then—" I hadn't even finished when Mom put down her fork and knife. The sound resonated strongly. "Nancy," she said, her voice straining, "your father and I have discussed it, and we are unable to provide additional tuition assistance this year." I blinked. Dad jumped in, as if rehearsed. "We need to prioritize Claire. She's been invited to an Ivy League prep program. It's a rare opportunity." My heart sank. "So all the college savings you said were for both of us are going to Claire?" Mom sighed, as if to state the obvious. "Claire has real potential. You, Nancy, might want to consider starting at community college and transferring. Or taking time to work. Isn't a bad option either." Not a bad option. It took me a second to realize they'd completely cut me off. The room went silent. No one spoke, save for the soft clink of Grandma Helen's spoon on her plate. "Linda," she said, her voice low but firm, "both girls are my granddaughters, and I can't sit here and watch one be cast aside." Mom pursed her lips. "Mom, this isn't—" "Yes, it is," Grandpa Arthur added. "It absolutely is our business." That night, as I was removing dishes from the kitchen, Grandma Helen approached and gently placed her hand on my shoulder. "You don't have to carry this burden anymore," I heard her say. "We'll pay for your college tuition. All of it, no loans needed." My eyes were crimson when I turned. "But that's too much money." "It's not too much when it's an investment in someone who tries." She smiled warmly. "You don't need favoritism to shine, Nancy. You've already done it on your own." That fall I moved into the dorms at the University of Oregon. The day I left home, Mom gave me a half-hearted hug at the door and said, "Be frugal. And don't expect anything from us." Claire didn't look up from her phone. I stepped out of that house carrying my bag across the front yard path, feeling as if I had opened a new door, one free of patronizing stares and stinging comparisons. College was a different world. I wasn't the typical youngster. No longer the specter of a self-proclaimed genius. I was Nancy Allen, a business student with a bright mind and a strong personality. Professors praised my strategic thinking. Friends approached me for help with assignments. Every weekend night I called my grandparents to keep them up to date on my progress. My parents didn't call. They didn't check in either. Surprisingly, I was not unhappy. I didn't need it any longer. I had stopped looking for validation in a place where it was never readily available. What I had now was genuine value, one that came from within. I began my final year of college with a level of certainty that I had never imagined. Late-night library study sessions, part-time shifts at a small downtown cafe where I studied how customers think, and hours spent studying every investment model I could find online helped me stand apart. Dr. Elgin, one of my finance instructors, suggested I apply for a competitive summer internship at Bradley and Lane Capital, a well-known investment firm in Seattle. I recall the first interview. A glass conference room, a beautiful wood table, and 3 managers seated across from me, each holding my resume. Zaylin, one of them, said, "What do you believe is the most important factor in developing an investment strategy?" I gave an answer. Understanding not just the data, but the psychology behind it. They exchanged glances and nods. I received the offer. From that summer forward, everything changed. After graduating with honors and having my study published in a financial magazine, I was offered a full-time position as a junior investment analyst at Bradley and Lane. I worked relentlessly, learning everything from risk studies and shareholder presentations to how to read between the lines on unpredictable market charts. 3 years later, when doing a standard assessment of a high-net-worth client portfolio, I discovered something concerning. A set of high-tech stocks in which our firm had made significant investments demonstrated signals of fake growth. The internal indications appeared to be especially robust when compared to the wider market. Most experts thought it had breakout potential. But I didn't. I spent 2 sleepless hours reading through every number, tracking back appendix reports, and eventually discovering the truth. Those businesses were inflating income through internal transactions, basically purchasing their own things to generate sales. If we did not withdraw in time, we would lose at least $32 million in customer assets. I couldn't be silent. That Monday morning, I entered the executive boardroom carrying a 42-page report and a risk simulation model. Nobody interrupted. When I finished, the CFO sat dumbfounded, then turned to the CEO and said, "She just saved the company." Within 3 days, the entire portfolio was reconstructed based on my proposal. And 6 months later, not only had we avoided a major loss, but the company recorded an 11.4% increase, the greatest in 7 years. I was promoted to lead investment strategist, but my journey didn't end there. I began using my after-hours time to create a risk score system based on market behavior, incorporating aspects such as consumer psychology, social media trends, and global political changes. It was the type of stuff the industry typically referred to as unquantifiable. I named it PRISM. Initially, PRISM was a personal project. However, after properly forecasting price fluctuations in 3 major stock groupings ahead of critical events, top management took notice. A year later, the method was fully integrated into the firm's fundamental strategy, allowing Bradley and Lane to outperform 2 of its main competitors in the sector. I still recall the day I was summoned to the senior boardroom. Richard Langley, the CEO, smiled at me once everyone had taken their seats. "Nancy," he responded, "we're creating an entirely new position, Chief Strategic Investment Officer, and no one is more deserving than you." I could barely breathe. Just 4 years ago, I was advised I should work for a time and figure things out later. That role was more than just a title. It was proof of everything I had conquered, from being the ignored child in my own home, to being the one at the helm of a multi-million-dollar company's boardroom. That evening, I did not celebrate with champagne or a party. I visited my grandparents' house, a simple red brick home filled with warmth. Grandma Helen was baking, and Grandpa Arthur was preparing tea. I placed the appointment letter on the table. They grinned at each other. "Little Nancy," Grandpa added, now leading the way. I looked at him, then at Grandma, the first person who told me I didn't have to be extraordinary to be worthwhile. For the first time, I did not require anyone's approval. I had already proven it to myself by silent fortitude, dogged determination, and unshakable faith. After accepting the role as Chief Strategic Investment Officer at Bradley and Lane, I knew I needed to document the event. Not with grandeur, but with a small, loving gathering of individuals who had supported me. My grandparents, a few close friends, and a couple of trustworthy co-workers. When I relayed the idea to my mother, she promptly suggested, "You should let us host it. Do it at home. Make it more intimate. The family can also reunite." I paused, but she added, "You only need to send the money for catering and decorations. I'll handle the guest list and everything else." I was skeptical, but I believed after all these years, this would be our chance to start anew. I transferred $3,500 to her account, and did not inquire further. A week later, when I arrived at the old house in Salem, where I'd grown up steadily sliding behind Claire's shadow, I never expected to walk into a brilliantly organized production. The mansion was more richly furnished than I had imagined. White orchids decorated the dining tables, silky golden ribbons wound up the staircase, and the aroma of great meals pervaded the environment. I noticed my grandparents at the small pub, speaking with a few family members. Claire climbed the steps in a gorgeous crimson satin gown, her face flawlessly made up. I didn't recognize the tall, polished man who was walking beside her. People gathered around, and just as I raised my glass to speak, my mother stood up, smiling. "Dear family," she said to you, "we're here today not just to reconnect, but to celebrate something truly special. Claire and her boyfriend Andrew are officially engaged." Cheers and applause erupted. I stood frozen. I turned to my mother. Her glance swept over me as if I were only another paid guest at a banquet. As I stepped forward to speak, my father grasped my wrist like a period at the end of a sentence. "Don't ruin this," he urged, his voice as sharp as steel. "If you make a scene now, don't expect anything else from this family. No contact, no inheritance, Nothing. I released his hand from mine, and took a deep breath. Part of me wanted to get away and let them drown in their own play. But the other side, which had spent too long in the shadows, refused to remain silent. I returned to the center of the room, raised my champagne glass and said, "Excuse me, everyone. May I have just a moment?" All eyes were on me, and Claire paused mid-step. My mother's brow furrowed. This gathering today, I continued softly but plainly, was planned to celebrate a major milestone in my life. I was recently named Chief Strategic Investment Officer at Bradley & Lane, a major financial firm in Seattle. I paused and searched the room. I'm the one who sent the money for this event. My mother agreed to organize it and never once mentioned it would be turned into an engagement party. Murmurs echoed across the room. My grandparents remained frozen, astounded. I'm not against Claire's engagement, I told her. What I can't stay silent about is the fact that my own family tried to erase me from my own moment. Just like they did all throughout my childhood. Andrew looked at Claire, perplexed. You told me this was just a family gathering. Claire's face turned red. Andrew, I just wanted to wait for the right time. By using your sister's money to stage your big reveal, he asked, his voice dropping. I came here expecting to feel welcomed, not to watch someone be pushed out of their own moment. He put down his glass and walked away. Claire chased him in vain. The room plunged into uncomfortable silence. My father stood there, outraged. You should know your place, Nancy. This is still... No, I interrupted. This is a place built on favoritism. It's not a home anymore. I turned to my grandparents. They hadn't moved. Grandma Helen's eyes sparkled, and Grandpa Arthur took my hand as I approached them. I don't need the rest of this family to know who I am. I walked out the same door I'd previously left silently. But this time, I held my head high. Andrew left the party without saying anything, leaving behind Claire's terrified visage and a perplexed family. She chased him to the porch, but the car door shut before she could speak. The Mercedes' tail lights faded behind the trees, leaving the room silent after it had previously been full with laughter. Claire returned, her tears quickly replaced by wrath. You've always been jealous of me. You can't stand seeing me happy, so you destroy everything. I stood still. I did not reply. For the first time, I wasn't hurt. I was just sick of hearing the same boring blame repeated like a broken record. Claire, Grandma Helen said, her voice calm but firm. You made your own choices. Don't blame the consequences on your sister. My mother raced forward, her face blanched with rage and embarrassment. Nancy, who do you think you are to humiliate your sister in front of our family? I don't need to think, I said quietly. I just told the truth. And I've stayed quiet long enough. My father grabbed my mother's hand and tried to hold her back, but his eyes were blazing. If you walk out of here today, he said in a cold tone, you're no longer part of this family. Don't expect an inheritance. Don't expect to ever call us again. As far as we're concerned, you never existed. I was about to speak when Grandpa Arthur, who had been silent the entire evening, stepped forward, his voice ringing out like a bronze bell in the quiet room. David, if you're going to cut Nancy out of this family, then it's time we clarify a few things. Grandma Helen walked beside him, holding his hand. My mother looked at them, as if she knew what was coming. We updated our will 3 months ago, she replied gently. The entire estate, the house, the savings, the investment shares, it's all going to Nancy. My mother let out a surprising gasp. What? We've seen enough, Grandpa Arthur said. Enough to know who lives by their values, and who lives off of being coddled. Claire is my biological daughter, my mother nearly yelled. Why her? Because she's the only one in this family who has never demanded anything, complained, or stepped on others to elevate herself, Grandma Helen explained, her voice trembling slightly, but her gaze steady. We don't reward favoritism or deceit. Claire burst into tears as her pride disintegrated. She ran up the stairs, her red dress bursting like a bleeding stroke on a collapsing canvas. My mother stood in the middle of the room, lips trembling. My father turned away silently. My pulse pounded as I grasped my purse and gazed at my grandparents. I never asked for this. I don't need the inheritance. We know, Grandpa Arthur said, smiling. And that's exactly why you deserve it more than anyone. I looked around the house, which had once been a wound, but is now a stage for the truth to be shown. The family rose from their seats one by one, averting my gaze as if they had just woken up from a bad dream. Nobody stopped me when I turned to leave. I went outside, the spring night breeze stroking my cheeks and carrying the familiar scent of apple blossoms from the backyard. I heard the door close behind me, but this time it did not crash shut. It was the culmination of years of endurance. On the walk back to my grandparents' house, Grandma Helen reached out and lovingly grasped my hand. "You don't have to fight to prove yourself anymore, Nancy," she once said to me. "Now you get to just be." I looked at her with stinging eyes. I'd never felt so calm. Not because of money. This is not due to recognition. However, for the first time I chose myself over gaining acceptance from those who never truly wanted to see me. 3 years have passed since that night, when I walked out of my parents' house for the last time, carrying the truth, agony, and power I had no idea I possessed. I never looked back. I've never felt the impulse to. Throughout those 3 years, I gave my everything to my work at Bradley and Lane. Every early morning before dawn, every tranquil night on the 19th floor, I was there. Fine-tuning strategy, updating the Prism algorithm, listening to the market, and leading my team beyond previously insurmountable obstacles. When Richard Langley, the existing CEO, announced his retirement, no one expected him to choose me as his replacement. But for me, it was not luck. It was the conclusion of every effort, sleepless night, and difficult decision I had ever faced. I was 30 years old when I was officially appointed CEO of Bradley and Lane Capital, making me the company's youngest female CEO in its 60-plus year history. The announcement happened in the main hall. Camera lights are flashing. Every seat was filled with shareholders. I came on stage not to wow, but to represent a new generation, one that does not have to be born into grandeur to make its mark. After the lecture, I took out my phone and called my grandparents. "I did it," I exclaimed, my voice full of enthusiasm. Grandpa Arthur laughed on the other end, and Grandma Helen spoke words that I will never forget. "You've always been worthy, Nancy. From day one." Meanwhile, 40 miles away in Salem, where I grew up, not much had changed. Claire was now 27. She no longer wore her engagement ring or had steady employment. Andrew left that night, and her life became a series of failed attempts. She dropped a fashion course because she felt under too much pressure. I attempted being a content creator but quit, because no one gets my style. I eventually moved back in with our parents, into the room she had taken from me. I haven't interacted with my parents since that night. My grandparents occasionally mention that they have inquired about me through shared relationships, but I don't care any longer. I've realized that not every relationship is meant to last, especially when it is founded on denial and selfishness. Every Sunday afternoon I visit my grandparents for dinner. We toast bread and pore through old photo albums that I assumed were lost forever. Grandma Helen still tells me modest anecdotes about my upbringing. Grandpa Arthur swears he doesn't remember them, so I have to repeat every detail. I once asked them whether they had any regrets about leaving everything to me. "We didn't leave because of what it was worth," Grandma stated. "We left it to the one who understood the value of choice, the one who chose integrity over convenience, silence when it mattered, and voice when it counted." I smiled because I recognized that the most valuable inheritance they had given me was faith, not assets. One spring afternoon, as I was leaving the office after a global strategy meeting, I observed someone waiting in the main lobby. I squinted and saw it was Claire. She appeared smaller, with an anxious expression, but she maintained her signature look, a luxury coat and polished heels. "I'm not here to apologize," Claire said hastily, like a barrier. I just want to know how you're doing so well without anyone lifting you up." I looked at her, neither angry nor pitying. "Because I once had nothing, Claire. And that's when I learned to stand on my own. That's something you've never had to do." Claire looked at me for a long time. She said nothing and began to walk away. I'm not convinced she'll ever change. But I know I will never be the sister who always gave in, endured, and remained silent to keep the peace. I strolled back to my workplace where my team was ready to cooperate and build something fresh. And I realized that no matter where the path leads, as long as you don't abandon yourself, the journey will always be worthwhile. My story is more than just about how I overcame parental bias. It displays the power of perseverance and inner worth. I was once ignored, pushed aside at my own celebration. But I chose to ascend out of honesty and respect, rather than anger. Today, I no longer seek affirmation from those who previously rejected me, because I have found a community of people who believe in me. Most importantly, I learned to believe in myself. What are your thoughts on Nancy's decision? Was she overly harsh, or was it exactly what she deserved given what she had gone through? Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. Husband cheated on me with my sister, but toxic family sided with her. Years passed, they contacted me, begging for a kidney to save my sister. You think family will always have your back? After my sister ruined my marriage, I faced the impossible choice of saving her, or letting her suffer. All was fine until about 8 months ago, when my sister, Emily, 28, a female, returned to our hometown after residing in Florida since she was 18. Her long-term lover dumped her and relocated to another city, leaving her impoverished. The circumstances surrounding their breakup remain mainly unknown. When my sister returned, she revealed that he had been cheating with men. I didn't know him very well, but that seemed far-fetched. I only met the guy 3 times because my sister would only come home for Christmas, and normally stayed for 3 to 4 days. He accompanied her twice during their 5-year relationship. I met him again 3 years ago, when my husband and I paid them a visit for a day, while on vacation. He didn't strike me as the type of guy who would have a double life and leave Emily with nothing. I tried to contact him once but was blocked, so I let it go. Emily went back in with my parents, Kelly, 55, a female, and Jimmy, 56, a man. For the first month she was here, she struggled to find a job, so I suggested that Ethan assist her. He is a higher up in his firm and assumed he would have some clout. He did, and she was able to secure a post in his department. This is a job within her field. My sister and I have never been particularly close. She is the golden child, at least according to our mother, and our father has no spine when it comes to her. It's not overtly clear, it's just a million subtle details. For example, when we turned 16, we both acquired automobiles, but mine was an 8-year-old Dodge Neon, and hers was a 2-year-old Mitsubishi Eclipse. Her dance rehearsals, costumes and contests have cost thousands of dollars over the years. Some of the competitions were 6 or 7 hours away, and they didn't blink an eye. Meanwhile, when I asked for $50 for a volleyball or basketball camp at our local college, they gave it to me, but you'd think I was asking them to build me my own arena. What annoyed me the most was when I was 17. I went out with my partner, lost track of time, and arrived 15 minutes after curfew. They stole my automobile for a month just for that. The following year, when my sister arrived home 2 hours late and smelling like pot, she received a nasty talking to. I wasn't really sad when she left for college and chose to stay in Florida. Despite this, she began spending more and more time at our place, which I felt was wonderful at first, because it seemed like she was trying to be more connected to me. Then I noticed that she and Ethan were becoming increasingly familiar. They would discuss seemingly anything at length. They developed their own inside jokes. If I tried to include myself, they would respond, "Just a work thing." When I asked my husband about it, he simply stated that they had a lot in common and were working on various projects together at work. The first major red flag was that, after approximately a month, she would be at our house when I returned home from work. Ethan and I have distinct work schedules. While he works 8 to 4:30, I work 10 to 7. This happened rather often. When I inquired about it, I was usually told, we had some work stuff to do. 2 months ago, I discovered something that made me question my own sanity. Every day before I leave for work, I make the bed. I always position the open side of the pillowcase toward the edge of the bed. When I arrived home that day, Emily had passed. She ate with us and then returned to my parents' place. As we climbed into bed, I noticed that 2 of the pillows had their cases turned towards the middle. I asked my hubby if he'd been in bed today. He looked surprised but responded, "No." "Why do you ask?" I responded, "The bed's not the same as I made it this morning." He said I must have been mistaken because no one was in the bed. I searched through his phone and laptop without his knowledge and discovered nothing. However, They worked together for 8 hours every day, 5 days a week, and then hung out after work. Why do they need to text? I felt as though I was losing my mind. 2 weeks ago, my folks invited us to dinner. Everything was going good until I noticed something. Ethan was only going by when Emily casually grabbed his arm. He looked at her, and she mumbled something. They pressed their foreheads together for only a second. Ethan jolted up and continued walking. Emily then simply looked at me, smiled, and returned to her task. I am not an idiot. I understand that this is a mountain of red flags. I really don't want to believe this. I've been in love with my hubby since I was 21. I planned a weekend trip to the city. I was going to ask him about things there. I hope this wasn't what I was thinking. Update 1. You survived, but my world has been decimated. We went on a weekend adventure. It was a lovely Friday night. We drank, danced, and were personal. We had further plans the next day, and I nearly said nothing. I thought he couldn't be doing both with her and with me. I was so incorrect. We were almost ready to start our Saturday, and I questioned him directly if he was having an affair with my sister. He teared up and answered, yes, he was. My heart sank. I asked him why. He apologized, saying he didn't want this to happen. They simply clicked, and before he knew it, they were kissing. Then more. I inquired whether he had been sleeping with her in our bed before I returned home from work. He simply turned his head in shame. I left. At that moment, all I had with me was my handbag, and I drove home alone. He took an Uber and arrived many hours later with my other belongings. He attempted to apologize, but I did not acknowledge him. Through my tears, he packed a bag and went to a motel. The following day, I informed my folks. They already knew. They apologized for what happened and informed me that Emily had departed last night and might not be back for a few days. I'm certain she went to stay with Ethan. That all occurred 3 months ago. Our divorce is almost finalized. Ethan found an apartment to rent right away, and Emily joined him. I am solely contacting him for our divorce. He originally told me I could only get the house and the savings. I believe this was guilt talking. Then, after a few days, he announced that we would have to split the house. I knew it was Emily in his ear. I had previously transferred everything from the savings account to a new one, so there was no fight. Just like that, 9 years of my existence had vanished. He has no idea what he's getting into. She is a narcissist, and will eventually discard him. Emily has been quite harsh throughout this. A few days after I found out, she mentioned me in a Facebook post. It was a selfie of her and him, with him kissing her cheek from behind. The caption said, "Feeling loved." It was terrible. I logged out of my account and deleted the app from my phone. She texted me about an hour later saying, "Sorry sis, I didn't mean to tag you. No hard feelings. I hope we can still be close. You'll meet your soulmate someday too." I blocked her. I blocked her on everything I could think of. My parents have not been much better. When I told them I was no longer going to contact Emily and Ethan, they tried to be sympathetic at first. My mother looked at me and said, "I'm sorry this happened. It shouldn't have happened this way, but your sister deserves to be happy too. You'll meet someone, and then we can put this all behind us." I became enraged and informed them about what Emily had tagged me in and the text she sent me. My mother replied, "Well, you shouldn't be on that stuff anyway." My father hasn't said anything this entire time. He just sits there. I once asked him what he thought, and he simply answered, "I agree with your mother," before walking out of the room. I'm also cutting off any communication with them. The house will be sold soon, and I'll be moving to a different state. I'm not informing my family where or when. I haven't told them this is my plan. I just finished all of them. I wish them the worst. Update 2. Hello everybody. I realize it's been 4 years since I last updated everyone, but we had a huge event occur. I'll start by providing an update on myself. I am recently engaged. It took a lot of treatment to get me back out there. I began dating right soon after settling in Minnesota. I went on a decent first date, and then discovered what an annoying ass he was. I swore off guys forever after that. That's when I went to therapy to go with the trauma of my husband and sister's betrayal, as well as my parents' desertion. After a difficult year, I met Austin, a 37-year-old man. Yes, he shares the same first name as my father. LOL. But Austin is beautiful. He is a chef. He and his fraternal twin brother Jack own and operate a successful restaurant and bar. I'm incredibly excited to start my future with Austin. Enough about me. Now I'd like to tell you about my family's audacity. I had no contact for almost 9 months after I left. I didn't tell them where I moved. I only told a few of my closest friends and cousins. One day I returned home to find a wedding invitation in the mail. The occasion was Ethan and Emily's wedding. The invitation had a disgusting photo of them cuddling in a sunflower field. There was also a letter from my parents. It basically read like this: "You need to forgive and put all of this behind us. We know things didn't go the best, but we're a family, and families work through problems." They also stated Emily wanted me to be a bridesmaid, just like she was for them. What is the actual F? That letter revived all kinds of old wounds. My therapist saw a significant increase in business as a result. Today I find it amusing, but later not so much. I did not reply at all. The only thing I did was figure out which members of my extended family informed my ex-family about my address, and cut them off as well. This takes us to the most recent drama. Last week, Ethan, of all people, visited my apartment. Austin and I do not live together yet, but that will change soon. Ethan looked nice. Too good, as if he was attempting to present his best. I asked him when he arrived. "What do you want?" He responded, "I just want to talk. I'm so sorry for what I did. Emily and I are divorcing. I figured out she was unfaithful our whole marriage. Surprise, surprise. I don't expect you to take me back, but we should talk and get some closure for both of our sakes." I gave a double blink. He'd lost his mind. I gave him a straight face and replied, "No, I give you no closure. You made your own bed. Did you really think that golden hoe of hers, that has had more visitors than the Holiday Inn, was suddenly going to put up a no vacancy sign, just because you put a ring on it? You're even dumber than I thought. I forgive nothing. I want nothing from you. I don't care. I'm better off now, and that will always be the case. You can go to hell." Then I turned and returned to my apartment, locking the door behind me. I immediately contacted my landlord, the loveliest old lady in the world. I've grown close to her over the last 4 years, and she knows about my former marriage. Ethan was still lurking in the corridor. A few minutes later, her 2 nephews, who help maintain the apartment grounds, arrived and informed Ethan that he was not welcome, and was on a forbidden list. If he returned, the police would be summoned for trespassing. I had hoped that was the last of it, but it wasn't. I now have a reasonably simple 9-to-5 work schedule, so I go to the restaurant practically every night Austin manages. I don't get in the way. I just hang there and take advantage of the few minutes he has available. I've made close friends with many of the staff, including many of Austin and Jack's family members, and it's truly the family setting I've always desired. I'm there the next night when Ethan walks in and sits down at my table. It was a slow Tuesday. Austin noticed and instantly walked over to check on me. He knew Ethan from the images I'd shown him. Ethan extended his hand to Austin. Austin just looked at it and asked, "Do you want me to kick him out?" I answered, "Not yet. I have a couple of questions." Ethan perked up as if he had won something. What a tool. I asked him to explain what happened between him and Emily. I'll admit it was just morbid curiosity. He informed us that she was having at least 2 affairs with married men. Old habits die hard, I suppose. It had been 2 years. "It was a tough time for me," he replied, his eyes rolling. I interrupted. "You are not that dumb though. Did you protect yourself, or did she get half of all your stuff?" With a smile, Ethan said, "I stuck it out almost another year with her so I could start stowing away savings and selling off some assets. In the end, she got a fraction of what she would have." "And what happened to her then?" I inquired. Ethan responded, "She had to move back in with your parents." Again, I was satisfied. "Yes, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. You can go now." "Austin, you heard her. Out of my restaurant." Ethan attempted to object. "No, I want to—" I interrupted him. "No forgiveness, no closure. I just wanted to know my loser sister was back living at home. Get out." Austin stood and pointed to the door. Ethan looked around and noticed that the bartender and 2 waitstaff members were glaring at him. He stood, tucked his tail and turned towards the door. Austin began, "And if you ever come back?" Ethan instantly said, Yeah, I know. Cops trespassing. After he left, practically everyone checked on me. It was both pleasant and embarrassing. My beloved future in-laws phoned me. They demanded that I stay with Austin for the next few days just to be safe. It was very sweet. I've never had a family that looked after me so well. I did not hear from Ethan again, and I pray I never will. Update 3. Hello everybody. I did not expect it to happen, but I have another update for you. First, let me introduce myself. I am a 41-year-old mother of 2 boys, ages 6 and 2. Austin and I are doing quite well. I now work as a part-time office manager for the restaurant, and Austin's cousin, Samaya, invested in the business, and we launched a second location 3 years ago. It's been a lot more work, but with the 3 of them remaining highly committed in both places, we're successful. Plus it allows each of them some personal time. It wasn't ideal, but I believe I became pregnant while living with Austin, after his parents demanded it following my previous posting. They now joke that they had always wanted to be grandparents, and it was all part of the plan. Now for an update. After the previous time Ethan found me, I figured it was only a matter of time before my parents or sister showed up. It didn't happen immediately. I relaxed a little since I felt I had a strong support structure in place, and I returned to social media. I maintained no touch with much of my family, including extended family, but I had no illusions that they would be unable to locate me if they tried. I did not receive my first message until after our first child was born. It was from my mother. She offered a half-hearted apology, mentioned forgiveness, and inquired about her grandchild. I was going to block her, but I felt the inference that my child was her grandchild offensive. My response was, "You do not have any grandchildren. I am not your daughter, and thus my children have no relation to you. If you want grandchildren, then you should encourage Emily to get out there and do what she does best." At that moment, I had blocked her. She created fresh accounts and attempted to contact me for a time, but I always denied or erased any requests or communications. This takes me to the recent drama. I was getting swamped with requests, texts, and other attempts to contact them. I read part of it, and it was a sob story about missing out on their grandchildren's lives and wanting to make amends. I honestly didn't care. I had no intention of including them in my life again. Then the most startling thing happened. Emily began reaching out to me. She wasn't saying much except that she really wanted to talk to me. After about 3 weeks, I consented to a Zoom meeting with just me and no kids. When it first started, people kept wanting to see the children. I was determined that it would not happen. They have 3 grandparents, Austin's mother, father, and grandmother. I was getting the impression that this was about something different. Emily looked dreadful, and my parents appeared old and worn. As we started talking, they all began apologizing for everything that had happened, even Emily. She admitted she was wrong to do what she did, and wished she could have her sister back. That was a ludicrous idea. Mom immediately took over, spewing her usual nonsense about being a family and looking out for one another. When she was finished, I simply looked at them and said, "Is that all you have? I'm going to leave." Then they yelled at me to wait, and the facade crumbled. The actual cause was soon to emerge. Apparently, Emily has been dealing with health challenges for the past few years. For whatever reason, her kidneys are failing, and she requires a transplant. That is why they were so persistent in contacting me. A family member is the most likely suitable match. I put it to them. "This is why you call me? You want me to save her after what she did? My husband wasn't enough. Now she needs a body part from me too?" My mother snapped. "Stop being like this. All of that was a long time ago." She began choking up and crying as she continued. "I get it. You hate us. But she is going to die if she doesn't get a transplant soon. Is that what you want? I know you think she wronged you in the worst way, but please, just this once, can we set that aside?" I became quiet. I wanted to see if they said anything else. At some point he began to speak. "Look, we're sorry for all that happened, but we have some pretty big problems. Between her medical bills and not being able to work, your mom and I are getting older and have our own problems. We've got a lot of issues. We need you to come back to Missouri and see if you are a match, but we also could use some help. Or we might lose the house." "So, you need my kidney and my money," I told you. "Don't put it like that," he said. Emily spoke up. "Please, just come home. I need my big sister. I don't want to die." Can you just come and see if you're a match? If you're not, we will never contact you again. I told them I'd think about it, do some research, and let them know tonight. Tomorrow I finished the call and proceeded to speak with my husband. He told me he supported me completely, no matter what I did, and then asked if we should all travel together, or if he should simply come. I said no to both. I was going on my own. Sure, here's the continuation, punctuated while leaving the original material intact. I informed my old family that I would receive lab results here in Minnesota, and if I was a match, I would come there and we could discuss everything else. Then, about a week later, I received the findings, and it appeared that Emily and I were an ideal fit. I agreed to return home to St. Charles. By the time I arrived, Emily had developed some problems and needed to be brought to the hospital. This got everyone off my back about meeting for dinner, because I had no intention of doing anything social with these people, especially because whenever they appeared to have a free minute, my parents would ask whether I had considered assisting them with their financial difficulties. They were able to stabilize Emily. I went to meet with the doctors who would perform the transplant. They began going over everything with me, and I expressed my want to have this chat with everyone. We all went into Emily's room. My folks were already present. The doctor started outlining the scenario. Emily had about 6 more months without a transplant. They went over the procedure with us all, and emphasized how perfect a match I was, how unlikely it was to find a more viable donor, and how important it was that we schedule the surgery as soon as possible. I stepped over to Emily and grasped her hand. I looked at her with deep brown eyes and replied, "Did you hear that? I'm a perfect match. Essentially, I'm the only person who can save you, and I'm not going to. You are the most vile, narcissistic piece of gutter trash I have ever known. I only came here so you would know the one person who could keep you alive is the one person you have wronged the most, and now you're paying for that with your life. You're going to die. You should make peace with that." Emily burst into tears, and my parents turned to confront me. The doctor and nurse stood there in complete disbelief. I turned to my parents and warned them, "Don't even talk to me, and don't you dare ever ask me for anything ever again. The only money I would ever spend on you would be for your funeral, under the stipulation that you be cremated and the ashes released to me, at which point I will promptly deposit your remains in the dirtiest john I can find." I left the room without looking back. I am back home, surrounded by my true family, and I couldn't be happier. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. I found out my parents will left everything to my lazy brother, despite my supporting them for years. They demanded money and smeared me online. My name is Jake, and any questions I had about my place in my family were eradicated the day I learned about the will. It wasn't even a dramatic sit-down in which my parents revealed the news. No, I discovered it purely by accident, by pure dumb luck. It happened a few months back when I was at their house, which I had been helping them pay for the past 5 years. I was in charge of the mortgage, food runs, and even house repairs, while my brother Eric did nothing. And by nothing, I mean nothing. No work, no obligations, just lying around, waiting for life to throw everything on a silver platter. My folks appeared to be more than willing to provide. That day, I was assisting my father with some paperwork because, as usual, neither of them could be bothered to figure out how to do things for themselves. He had requested me to scan some documents for him, legal and financial, and I didn't hesitate, until I saw it. There was the estate plan and last will and testament folder in the stack. I don't usually snoop, but curiosity got the better of me. After all, I had been the one to ensure they had a roof over their heads. It wasn't out of the ordinary to ponder how things were set up for the future. So I opened it. And that's when I noticed the words that made my stomach plummet. Everything, and I mean everything, was going to Eric. The house, their savings, and their property. There isn't a single mention of me, except from some general phrases like loving both of their sons equally. That is why they ensured that their golden child would inherit everything, while the son who kept them afloat received only a footnote. I felt foolish. Here I was, bending over backward for them, making sure their bills were paid on time, making sure they never went hungry, while they sat back and planned for a future in which I received nothing. And Eric. He wasn't simply lazy. He was entitled. He never raised a finger to assist them, never donated $1, yet he had persuaded them that he deserved everything. Perhaps because he was the younger son. Perhaps because they had always pampered him. Perhaps he understood just how to influence them. Whatever the reason, they'd made their decision. I sat there staring at the paper, my hands quivering with wrath and betrayal. How long did they plan this? Had they always planned for me to be their free financial safety net, offering nothing in return? Have they ever appreciated what I accomplished for them? I wasn't sure how long I'd been sitting there, but my father saw I wasn't scanning anything. "Hey, Jake, what's taking so long?" he inquired, going back into the room. I didn't even bother hiding the will. I raised it up and looked him in the eyes. "So this is how it is?" I inquired, my tone unnervingly calm. "Everything to Eric? After everything I've done for you?" My father's face paled for a second, but then he sighed, as if I were a small child having a tantrum. "Jake, it's not what you think." "Really?" I snapped. "Because it looks pretty damn clear to me. I've been paying your mortgage, helping with groceries, fixing the house up, while Eric does nothing, and you still decided he's the only one who matters?" Dad was embarrassed, but instead of explaining himself, he simply said, "It's complicated." That was it. There was no apology or attempt to defend it beyond those two worthless sentences. Just a poor apology and an eager expression, as if he was waiting for me to drop it and return to being their personal ATM. I should have gone out right then, but I wanted to hear from each of them. So I called out for my mother. When she came in and saw the will in my hands, she didn't respond well. She had the decency to appear guilty, but what she said made my fury boil. "Jake, honey, you don't need the inheritance," she whispered softly, like if she were doing me a favor. "You have a good job. You're independent. Eric, well, he struggles. We just want to make sure he's taken care of." That was the moment something inside of me shattered. They were not even ashamed. They understood exactly what they were doing, and they believed it was entirely right. They had spent years encouraging Eric's laziness, and now they planned to reward it by giving him everything while dismissing me as an afterthought. I took a long breath, tightened my jaw, and placed the will on the table. "Got it," I said, my voice strangely calm. "Glad to know where we stand." Then I turned and marched out of the house, disregarding their protests and slamming the door behind me. They had made a decision. Now it was time for me to make mine. I did not return to their place after that. I did not call. I did not check in. For the first time in years, I let them deal with their own dang problems. If they needed to mend something, they could figure it out. If they wanted groceries, they could make their own way to the store. Most importantly, what if the mortgage bill showed up? Well, I wasn't the one paying for it anymore. The hush lasted almost 2 weeks. At first, I guess they thought I was simply pouting and would crawl back like usual. Perhaps they expected me to calm down and apologize for questioning their choice. But as the days passed with no news from me, and, more significantly, no financial assistance, you could almost sense the change in their mood. Then, one afternoon, my phone vibrated. Dad messaged, "The property taxes are due." That was it. Number, "Hey, how have you been?" Number, "Sorry for what happened." Number, "We really appreciate everything you've done." Just a cold transactional message, as if I were still a walking ATM that they could access whenever they wanted. I stared at the computer for a time, almost amused by how predictable the results were. Did they truly believe they could just demand money like nothing had happened? That I would continue to serve as their financial safety net, even after they made it quite plain that I was disposable? I gently typed back, "I'm sure Eric will handle it, since the house is his and all." It took exactly 5 minutes until my mother called. I let it ring. Then another text came in. Mom messaged, "Jake, please don't be like this. We need to talk." Oh, now they wanted to speak. Now that their debts were stacking up, a reality was finally staring them in the face. I waited an hour before responding. "There's nothing to talk about. You made your choice. Now you can live with it." I figured it was the end of the day. I had made my position clear, and no part of me felt terrible about it. But then Eric decided to join in. His text arrived late that evening, and the moment I saw his name appear on my phone, I knew it was going to be something nasty. Sure enough, when I opened it, I was met with utter entitlement. Eric messaged, "Dude, why are you being such a drama queen? It's not a big deal, just help them out like you always do." I almost laughed. Is this not a significant deal? He actually seemed as if I had no right to be upset about this. I wrote back, "No, I think you've got it covered, since you're the favorite and all." Eric messaged, "Oh my God, are you seriously mad about the will? Grow up, man, it's just money." Oh, suddenly it was only about money. It didn't matter anymore now that he had the inheritance. The hypocrisy was astonishing. I shot back, Then you won't mind using some of that money to pay for the mortgage, right? Silence. A few minutes later, my mother texted me again, this time in full guilt trip mode. Mom messaged, Jake, we're your parents. Family takes care of each other. We did so much for you growing up, and now you're just abandoning us? I had to take a deep breath to keep from tossing my phone across the room. Abandoning them? I'd spent years ensuring that they never had to struggle, while they coddled and rewarded Eric's lazy behavior. And now that they'd had to face the repercussions of their own actions, I was the bad guy? I was not falling for it, not this time. I replied, you made it clear I wasn't part of the family when you left me out of the will. Now Eric can take care of you. I can imagine my mother gasping loudly. She had a knack for playing the victim, even when she was in the wrong. A few minutes later, my father sent another text, and this one made me furious. Dad messaged, we're not asking for much, just enough to cover the mortgage for a few more months until we figure things out. Don't be selfish. Selfish? The word caused my blood to boil. I'd been bailing them out for years, devoting my own money, time, and energy to make their lives easier. I had done all a good son should do. So, how did they repay me? I made sure I received nothing in exchange. And now that I've finally stood up for myself, I'm the one being selfish. I tightened my jaw, took a big breath, and texted back. Number, I'm done. Then I shut off the phone. They'd made their choice. They were now going to have to live with it. The stillness lasted one day. I knew my parents would not give up so quickly, but I wasn't prepared for what happened next. The next morning, I received a notification on my phone, a bank transfer request. I grimaced as I unlocked my phone to check. It was from my mother. She had genuinely asked me for money. As if I were an ATM. What is the amount? $3,500? I looked at it in surprise, partially chuckling at the arrogance. There's no message. There's no explanation. Just a cold, blatant demand for the precise amount required to cover their outstanding mortgage. They didn't even ask anymore. They just assumed I would give in. I declined without hesitation. Not even 5 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Mom. I let it ring. Then followed another text. Mom messaged, Jake, I know you saw the request. Why did you decline it? I took my time before responding. Because it's not my responsibility. Try Eric. Another call. Declined. Then another text. Mom messaged, we're going to lose the house if you don't help us. Oh, this was an emergency. After years of exploiting me as a walking wallet, they were finally facing the repercussions. I wrote back. Maybe you should have thought about that before deciding I didn't matter. A few seconds later, Dad joined in. He said, you're really going to let your parents become homeless? That one had me laughing out loud. The manipulation was so obvious it was almost comical. They weren't broke. They were not going to be put on the streets. They simply didn't want to go into their personal savings because they were accustomed to me covering everything. I disregarded them for the remainder of the day. That night, I received an SMS from Eric. Eric messaged, dude, just send them the money already. You're making this a bigger deal than it is. I clenched my jaw. Did this entitled little jerk really think he could lecture me? I wrote back. You mean the same money you're inheriting? Why don't you send it? His response came quickly. Eric messaged, you know I don't have that kind of cash right now, right? So now it's about affordability? He was fine with me draining my accounts, but whenever it was his turn, he had nothing to offer. I responded, guess you better figure it out then, bro. You're the one they chose. No response. I went to bed feeling strangely relieved, as if I had finally broken free from years of manipulation. However, the situation worsened the following day. I was at work when I received a call from my apartment's front desk. Receptionist. Hey, Jake, your parents are here. I almost dropped my phone. What? She paused before adding, they're saying it's an emergency, and that you won't answer their calls. Oh my God. They showed up at my flat solely because I stopped paying their bills. I took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of my nose. Please don't let them up. I'm not expecting them. There was an awkward moment. They're being kind of pushy. I clenched my jaw. I don't care. They can leave. I hung up and instantly received a text from Mom. Mom messaged, we downstairs. Open the door. No question. There's no explanation, just another demand. I didn't respond. Another text message from Mom. Jake, we're not leaving until you talk to us. I breathed sharply and stood up from my desk. They were not about to back down. Fine. I was about to teach them a lesson they would never forget. I snatched my keys and stormed downstairs, my blood seething. I was not scared. I was infuriated. The sheer chutzpah of these guys to walk up uninvited at my house and demand money as if I were their personal ATM. Not even a phone call beforehand. Not even a half-hearted apologies. Just a straight-up ambush. They actually thought they could corner me into submission, like if I were a naive child? I yanked the door open, and there they were. Mom, Dad, and, of course, Eric, all standing in a close formation, as if they were preparing to hold a family intervention. Mom had her arms crossed, her typical disappointed mother expression locked and loaded. Dad stood rigid, hands in his pockets, his face a mix of frustration and entitlement, as if he couldn't believe I was forcing him to do this in person. And Eric, the tiny leech, had the guts to appear bored. Like the entire scenario was only mildly inconvenient for him. As if he was not the cause of any of this. When Mom saw me, she went into full theatrical. Mom. Jake. Finally. We need to talk. I leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. Number you need to leave. She blinked, as if she was unable to absorb what I had just said. Excuse me? You heard me? My voice was calm, controlled, and firm. You don't get to just show up at my apartment demanding money. That's insane. Dad gave a quick scoff. Are you seriously going to let us lose the house over a petty grudge? I gave out a frigid laugh. A petty grudge? Oh, you mean the one where you judged I was good enough to pay your bills but not worthy of inclusion in your will? Is that a grudge? Mom gasped and clutched her chest, as if I had just hit her. Jake, that is not fair. We merely did what we believed was best for our family. I tilted my head. Best for the family? You mean the best for Eric? Simply say it. Silence. A prolonged, heavy silence. Eric, who had been unusually silent until now, finally spoke up. Look man, I don't want to get involved in this. I did not ask for anything. I turned to him, finally letting go. No, you simply sit back and accept all that is given to you. You are 28 years old, Eric. Get a damn job. His face grew crimson. What the hell, dude? I stepped closer. You've heard me. Do you want to inherit the house? Begin acting like a homeowner. Do you want to be the golden child? Begin paying their damn bills. I'm done being your personal banker. Eric averted his gaze, his attention drawn to the sidewalk. Mom took a deep breath and refocused her guilt trip. Jake, he's your brother. I nodded. Yep. And I've been there for him longer than you have. Dad's face clouded. You're being selfish? I laughed, a genuine laugh. Oh, that's rich coming from you. I gestured between them. You two agreed that Eric deserved everything, while I deserved nothing. And now when it's time to pay the price for your decision, you're attempting to coerce me into repairing it for you. Not happening. Mom's voice became sharper. We thought you'd be mature about this. I raised an eyebrow. Mature? You mean I should simply accept that I was betrayed and continue to pay your bills? Because, let's be honest, that's what you wanted. Dad stepped nearer, attempting to loom over me as he had when I was a child. We reared you, Jake. We provided you with food, clothing, and everything else you needed. The least you can do is help us right now. I looked him dead in the eyes. I already have. For years. You repaid me by cutting me out. Mom's lips twitched. We thought you'd understand. I exhaled and shook my head. Oh, I understand completely. I understand that I was never your family, but rather a paycheck. Silence. An oppressive and unmistakable silence. I turned to see Eric, who was still trying to be invisible. And you? What is your excuse? You had years to mature, organize your life, and contribute, but you didn't. You knew they'd take care of you. And when they're gone, you just expect me to step in, right? Eric eventually snapped. What would you like me to say, man? I did not ask for this. I nodded slowly. Right, you did not ask. You just benefited. His mouth opened and then closed. Nothing. He had nothing. Mom tried one final guilt trip. Jake, we are family. Family takes care of one another. I stared at her for a long time before responding. Exactly. So, why didn't you care for me? She froze. There are no words, no comebacks, nothing. I exhaled slowly, feeling lighter than I had in years. We're done here. I turned and walked back inside, shutting the door behind me. My phone buzzed before I even got back to my couch. Dad sent a new text. Wow. After everything we've done for you, are you really going to leave us? I smirked and typed back. Number, you abandoned me. I'm just now accepting it. I pressed send. Then I blocked their numbers. But I had no idea that blocking them would simply make matters worse. Things quickly spiraled out of control. Less than a day after blocking them, I began receiving posts on Facebook. My parents were never very tech-savvy, but they knew how to voice their problems online, especially when they felt self-righteous. At first, I assumed it was just my parents being dramatic. After all, that was their go-to move, blowing out family turmoil for everyone to see. But as I browsed through their feeds, I noticed it wasn't just about me no longer helping with bills. The posts were camouflaged as family affection, but they were carefully veiled attacks on me. Mom had posted something about how she didn't raise her son to be so selfish, and how true family helps each other no matter what. A number of her friends responded that I was a disappointment and so out of touch with what really matters. Then, Dad responded with his own post. So-called family members should never abandon you when you need them the most. We gave our children everything, and this is how they repay us? My son, who should be aiding us in our golden years, has decided to desert us. He tagged me and added the passive-aggressive "I hope you're happy" at the end. The real kicker, however, came from Eric. I should have known he'd join in on the drama. He published a post full of falsehoods. Some individuals believe that family is all about money. They do not realize that family is about love and sacrifice. I would do anything for my parents, but some individuals don't understand that. They're too caught up in themselves to know that true love is aiding those who reared you. He even made a disguised shot at me. I wish some people could understand what it truly means to be family. I love my parents and appreciate everything they've done for me. That was it. That was my breaking point. I sat there staring at the television, stunned. How had things come to this point? They flipped the script and made me the villain, the self-centered son who refused to support his sacrificial parents, the son who didn't appreciate all the love they gave me over the years. How could they? I had always been the one who worked hard, contributed, and never complained, and now, somehow, they had convinced themselves they were right, and they were telling everyone that I was the issue. I didn't want to react immediately. I took a step back, collected my thoughts, and waited a few hours to ensure that I wasn't acting out of rage. But when I thought about it, I decided I couldn't let them get away with it. If they were going to drag my name through the mud, I was going to correct the record. So I grabbed out my phone and began typing. I created my own Facebook account, which I kept for close friends and true family, and wrote a lengthy update. I was not interested in playing their game. I did not want to get mired down in petty back and forths. I wanted to tell the truth. This is what I wrote. I know I've been silent for the past several days, but I can't keep it up any longer. My relatives have been spreading false information about me online. They've painted me as the villain, the selfish person who refuses to assist my parents in their time of need. I'm here to set the record straight. I've always assisted my family. I've been helping with bills, paying for groceries, and supporting them in any way I can since I was able to find work. However, there comes a moment when you can no longer give without being respected. Over the years, I've seen my parents favor Eric by giving him everything: the house, the money, and the attention. Meanwhile, I was expected to continue providing without ever being treated as equal. I'm sure some of you are thinking, well, that's just how family works. But here's the truth. Family should be reciprocal. When I learned that my parents had left everything to Eric in their will, I recognized how one-sided our relationship had been. They did not give me a second thought. They've made it apparent that I'm only the one they can rely on when things go tough, not the one they truly want around unless it's convenient for them. For years, I've been responsible for paying for their lifestyle. I've paid for vacations, bills, and even assisted with things like house taxes. And for what? To be viewed as a backup plan? I am done. I am not merely a wallet from which they may withdraw money whenever they need it. I am a human being and deserve to be respected. I've earned the right to be treated like I'm important, not just when they need something from me. As for Eric, it is time for him to grow up. He's 28 years old and has never worked in his life. He has never taken responsibility for anything. My parents have been enabling him for so long that it's no surprise he's their favorite. But here's the thing, he's had plenty of time to sort his life out. And now, it is time for him to stand on his own 2 feet. Everyone who has been following this drama and supporting my parents has to understand something. Every tale has 2 sides. Indeed, family is vital. However, it's also about mutual respect. I've contributed enough for a lifetime, and I won't apologize for taking a step back. This is not me turning away from my family. This is my last decision to choose myself. And to my parents, I wish you the best, but I'm done being your doormat. When I hit the post, I felt a sense of relaxation. For the first time in my life, I was telling the world the truth. About my family, how they had used me for years, and how they had always expected me to be the one to save them, without ever considering what I needed. I wasn't going to let their story dominate my life anymore. The reactions were swift. Some people I hadn't spoken with in years came forward to show their support. A number of my cousins, acquaintances of my parents, and even some distant relatives liked the article and sent me private messages apologizing for what I had gone through. It felt liberating to finally have the truth out there, not buried beneath guilt trips and deceptive conduct. Then followed the backlash. My parents and Eric went crazy. Eric texted me, "You're a traitor? You really had to air all our business out like this? You have no respect for family." Dad called me and yelled into the phone, "You've ruined everything, Jake. You'll regret this. You'll regret cutting us off. You'll regret turning your back on your own family." But I did not regret it. Not for 1 second. I blocked them all. I was finished. And, for the first time in my life, I was free. Free of the toxic grasp they held on me for so long. As the days passed, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. I had had enough of being treated as less than. I was tired of always having to solve everyone else's problems. And now, I was finally free to live my life on my own terms. So no, I don't feel horrible about cutting them off. I deserved better. I still do. And from now on, I've decided to surround myself with people who value me for who I am, not for what I can offer them. It's time for me to go forward, for good. And I will. At Christmas dinner, my parents sat me at the kids' table, proving they saw me as less. Fed up, I left, ignoring their guilt-tripping messages. I had a feeling this Christmas dinner would be a fiasco from the moment I walked in. It's not like I didn't know what I was getting into, it's always the same. This year, I was determined to persevere in the face of challenges. Let me introduce myself. I am Maya, the youngest of 4 siblings. However, being the youngest has never meant anything nice or cute in my family. If anything, it has always been the reason people speak down to me. I'm used to it by this time. I'm 28, but to them, I'm still a baby. I don't have a partner or children like my older siblings, but I'm successful in other ways. I have a career I'm proud of, a small but devoted network of friends, and a sense of freedom others don't understand. Marriage and children have always been more important to them than anything else. Christmas dinner has always been a major event in our household. It's one of the rare times of year that we all get together at my parents' house, a large old Victorian home that has been in the family for generations. A house that appears great in family photos but is a pain to clean. I've always despised the location. It's cold and distant, much like my parents. But it is a custom, so I go every year, even though I would rather be somewhere else. I go because of family. I arrived just after everyone else. My oldest brother, Chris, had already arrived with his wife and 3 children, loudly setting up the table as if they owned the room. Then there was Amy, my sister, with her husband and their baby, always flawless, polished, and flaunting their ideal lifestyle. My parents were in the kitchen, scurrying around, pretending to have everything under control but still making everyone feel like they were 5 years old. As usual, I entered discreetly, hoping to escape the drama that was bound to ensue. When my mother spotted me, her face brightened up with that phony smile she always gave me, the one that made me feel like I wasn't really welcome, simply tolerated for the sake of the holidays. "Maya, sweetie," she said, giving me an embrace that seemed more compulsory than genuine. "I'm delighted you could make it. Grab a seat." I hardly had time to react when my father called from the other room, his voice booming with power, as if to remind everyone that he was still the man of the house. "Dinner's almost ready. Chris, Amy, please get the kids situated." I stood there for a time, not sure what to do. I wished to say something, but it was Christmas. I did not want to cause a scene, not yet. That's when my mother, in her subtle manner of making everything feel like a lesson, spoke again. "Maya, why don't you sit at the children's table? We've got a unique place for you among the cousins." I froze. I could not believe it. My mother, in her sweet syrupy tone, had just asked me to sit at the kids' table, which they set up every year with a mismatched assortment of chairs, paper plates, and half-hearted decorations. I looked across to the dining room. The adult table was nicely decorated, with exquisite china, wine glasses, and candles that gave the atmosphere an elegant, grown-up feel. My dad sat at the head of the table, looking as smug as usual, surrounded by my married siblings. There is no room for me, however. I returned my gaze to my mother, attempting to suppress the rage that was welling up within me. I could feel the familiar sting, the one I get whenever they try to remind me that I'm not good enough in their eyes. This wasn't the first time they'd made me feel small, but it was unique. This wasn't a casual remark or a side eye. This was deliberate. They knew exactly what they were doing. I attempted a smile, but it did not reach my eyes. "Okay, Mom." "Thank you," I responded, trying to keep my voice steady. She smiled as well, but her attitude indicated that she was unconcerned with how I felt. This was all about maintaining appearances and ensuring everything was flawless. I don't believe she recognized how much it hurt to be rejected like this. Without saying anything, I walked up to the children's table, my stomach churning with each step. It wasn't like I anticipated anything different, but for a little moment, I hoped they'd treat me like an adult. I sat in the small plastic chair, surrounded by children who were more concerned with their mashed potatoes than the awkward hush I sensed in the air. My cousins were in their own little universe and utterly ignored me. I looked at the plate in front of me. It was messy and unappetizing. It was as if they hadn't even tried to make it appear good. I swear I saw one of the toddlers slip a portion of broccoli beneath the table. I wanted to shout. That's when it struck me. This wasn't only about the table. This was not about tradition or the Christmas spirit. This was about them thinking I was less than. They didn't even bother to hide it anymore. And at that moment, something inside me snapped. I stood calmly, the weight of my decision weighing against me. I did not need to say anything. I didn't need to yell or cause a scene. I just grabbed my coat, slung it over my shoulder, and strode right to the door. As I opened it, my mother's voice rang out, almost late. "Where are you going, Maya?" she inquired, her tone tinged with bewilderment and annoyance. I did not glance back. "I'm leaving," I announced, my voice frigid. "Enjoy your dinner." The door banged behind me. The cold air hit me like a wave, but I didn't mind. My car was parked just down the street, and I had already left. My parents' panicked calls faded into the distance as I drove. For hours, I wandered aimlessly until I arrived at a quiet diner. Sitting alone in a booth, I ordered something warm, my hands still trembling from adrenaline. I couldn't remember the last time I felt so angry and relieved all at once. That's when my phone started exploding. Messages. I missed calls. As usual? I glanced at the screen. It was my family. Chris, Amy. Everyone, including my father, was phoning and messaging, but the one that stood out the most came from my mother. "Mom. Where are you? We need to talk. This is not humorous, Maya." I felt a smirk tug on my lips, the type that had been building all evening. I was not about to pick up. Not yet. The ball was now in my court. They had no idea what was coming. I put down my phone and sipped my coffee, watching the steam curl up into the air. What should I do next? That was the question. And believe me, they wouldn't like the answer. I waited in that diner for what seemed like an eternity, with my phone beeping every few minutes. The texts became more urgent, with each one attempting to get me back into their little game. Chris sent the first one. "Chris. Maya, this is not funny. Where are you now?" Then another from Amy. "Amy. Mom is freaking out. We simply want you back." Next came my father. "Dad. Come on, stop acting like a child. Get back here." I did not respond. I did not owe them an explanation. They had made their decision when they treated me as a second-class person at their special supper. All I wanted was to be treated like an adult, but they decided I was still a baby and needed to be hidden away with the toddlers. After about an hour, I picked up my phone to check my messages again. The tension was building, as if they were realizing I wasn't going to give up easily. My gut twisted when I saw my mother's text. "Mom. Maya, I do not understand why you are doing this. Your siblings are concerned, and it's destroying Christmas. Do not make this about you. You are being selfish." I stared at the message for a time, feeling a surge of rage rising again. Selfish? They were the ones acting selfishly. The entire night had been about their image and aspirations. I had only been a component in their flawless little puzzle. However, to her, I was the problem. Typical. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to laugh or cry at this point. Instead, I just blocked her number. She was not going to make me feel guilty, not this time. I took a deep breath and tried to focus on myself. This was not a spontaneous reaction. I had a plan. Every one of them had wronged me, and tonight I was going to make sure they understood how badly they had messed up. Later that evening, after finishing my lunch and the adrenaline had subsided a little, I decided it was time. I opened the family group chat, where they generally vent about everything and anything. There had already been 12 mails concerning me. "This is ridiculous. She's acting like a child. What's the big deal? We didn't mean it like that. I think she's just overreacting. I scrolled over them, my fingers itching. I knew I could simply ignore it. That would have been the easiest way out. But no. I needed them to feel it. I needed them to understand that how they treated me had consequences. I began typing slowly at first, but my words soon increased up speed. You guys don't get it, do you? You really don't. This isn't just about a seat at the table, it's about how you've treated me my entire life, like I'm not good enough, like I'm invisible unless you need something from me. I'm the only one who doesn't get praised for following the same script you all did: get married, have kids, play the game. But I've built my own life, and I'm doing just fine. So maybe it's time you all recognize that. I waited before sending, allowing the weight of my words to sink in. For the first time in my life, I felt in control of the situation. I stopped begging for their approval. I was not going to be their small project. I pressed send. It did not take long for the text to pour in. My phone buzzed repeatedly, each message more frantic than the last. The first one came from my father. Dad. This is crazy, Maya. You're being dramatic. Get over yourself. Amy swiftly followed. Amy. You can't just leave like that without causing everyone to be sad. What did you think would happen? Then Chris joined in. Chris. We did not do anything wrong, Maya. You need to calm yourself and return before you ruin everything with your fury. Each message landed harder than the last. They still didn't understand it. They were still trying to blame me, claiming that it was my fault that they treated me so badly. I did not respond. Instead, I did something I had been thinking about for a long time. I launched the Photos app on my phone and began scrolling. There it was. An old photo of our family from years ago, just before everything started to go apart. A great Christmas photograph, with everyone smiling and cheerful. Everyone but me. Of course, I was there, thrust into the image as an afterthought. But I knew the reality beneath their smiles. I understood what had been said. What was implied. All these years. I took that shot and promptly placed it on the family group chat. But this time, I included a caption. Here's to the perfect family, always making sure the youngest one knows their place. Then I shut off the phone. I let the silence settle about me, feeling liberated from their restraints. I had no idea what would happen next, and I didn't care. They pushed me too far. And now I was finished. I didn't check my phone for several hours. It was almost weird sitting there without the incessant buzzing and pinging of their urgent texts. The silence seemed strangely calming. For once, I wasn't the one attempting to please them. I stayed awake late, just thinking. I knew exactly what they'd be saying behind my back, even if they didn't have the courage to say it to my face. My siblings, particularly Chris, undoubtedly believed I was exaggerating, certain I was just being the drama queen of the family again. But I was not. I was finished performing the character they had written for me. What if they couldn't understand that? Well, I'd let them deal with the consequences. I eventually plugged in my phone to charge and sighed as I checked it again. The notifications were as relentless as I had expected. Dozens of missed calls, texts ranging from angry to apologetic, but they were all tinged with frustration. I scanned through them, reading their words with grim delight. They were unraveling. And I wasn't about to make it simple for them to put things back together. Mom sent the longest text. I don't know what's gotten into you, Maya. You're acting like this is about us when it's really about you. You can't just run away from your family like this. You're tearing us apart. Please come back. Christmas is ruined without you. This isn't who you are. There it was. Guilt trip. The attempt to make me the bad guy. They always made me feel like I was the one making trouble by demanding to be treated like an adult. Then came my father's message. This is childish. We need to talk about this when you calm down. And of course, Chris. If you think walking out of dinner was going to make a statement, you're wrong. You're making it worse. You owe us an apology. An apology? For what? For finally sticking up for myself? For demanding to be treated equally in a family that only respected me when it suited them? I was not sorry for anything. But then Amy left a message. It differed from the others. It was neither angry nor demanding. It was almost imploring. Maya, I know you're upset, and I understand why. But this isn't the way to fix things. You're my sister, and I love you, but you're pushing everyone away. Please just come home. We can talk about this. It's Christmas, for God's sake. I looked at her words for a while. I'd always been close to Amy. When I was a kid, she was the one who defended me when the others banded together against me. What about now? Now I was unsure whether I could ever trust her again. Not after everything she'd let go. Everything she had silently supported when she knew it was wrong. I took a deep breath while my thumb hovered over the screen. I wanted to respond. I wanted to reassure her that I wasn't being theatrical or making problems. That I was advocating for myself. I was tired of being treated as if I were the family's perpetual child. But I did not. Not yet. Instead, I typed a quick response. I'll think about it. I sent it and put down my phone, feeling a stab of remorse. But I shook it off. I knew I couldn't return to that table unless their perceptions of me shifted dramatically. And I wasn't going to let them brush it under the rug like it was nothing. The next morning, I received even more texts. Some were from family friends who wanted to know where I was. They were really worried, but I didn't want to explain myself to anyone who wasn't involved in the situation. And then there was a torrent of calls from my mother. But one message stood out. It came from Amy. Maya, I've been talking to Chris and Mom, and they're pretty upset. And honestly, so am I. We are a family, and you cannot simply distance yourself from us. If you don't return home soon, things will get worse. Please don't make this any more complicated than it needs to be. Increased pressure, increased manipulation, and I still didn't grasp what I was going through. They were not hearing me. They were not listening. I knew exactly what they were doing, what they have always done. They were attempting to guilt me into returning. Trying to make me feel like I was the source of all the problems, when, in fact, it was their inability to view me as anything other than the youngest kid that had been the problem all along. I grabbed up my phone, launched the group chat, and stared at the screen. My fingers paused over the keyboard as I considered what to say. I wanted to convey my point. To let them understand why I was fed up with their mistreatment of me. However, the fact was, I wasn't sure I was ready to return yet. Not until I knew they had changed. Not until I felt confident they recognized me for who I truly was. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was from my father. Maya, we need to discuss. You can't keep running away. You're going to regret this. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Same terms. Same deceptive guilt trip. I could feel the tension rising, as if the walls were closing in on me. But I did not answer. Not yet. The day dragged on, and with each hour, I felt the weight of their texts. Their calls. Their attempts to get me back into their orbit. Despite many phone notifications, I maintained my distance. I'd made my choice. And I was not going to let them bully me back into the character they had set me in. As the evening progressed, I found myself sitting alone, staring at the empty chair across from me. If I had gone back, I would have sat in this chair. A part of me, an old part, wanted to surrender. To go back. To make it nice. It was Christmas after all. It's time for family. To be united. However, I couldn't shake the idea that if I went back now, it would be like saying I was not worth fighting for. That all those years of being put aside were perfectly okay. That they were correct. That I was simply being dramatic. I considered the snapshot I had uploaded in the group conversation. The one where I was forced to grin and pushed to the side like an afterthought. That image had said what I needed to say. I wasn't only upset about tonight. I was outraged since this was how they treated me every year. Every birthday. Every holiday. Every family function, I was banished to the back seat and never allowed a voice. They expected me to simply accept it like I had in the past. But not this time. The phone rang again. This time, it was my mother. I paused, my finger hovering over the decline button. But something inside me urged me to pick up. Perhaps I was finally open to hearing what she had to say. Perhaps I was just curious how far they would go to make me feel bad. I took a deep breath and pushed the green button. Maya, my mother's voice filtered through, exhausted and frustrated. We need to talk. This has gone on long enough. I remained mute, letting the words hang in the air. She waited for me to reply, but I said nothing. Look, she added. We're family. You're making things more complicated than they need to be. I'm not sure what's gotten into you, but you're driving everyone away. Your father is upset. Chris is upset. Amy. She stopped, evidently struggling to find her words. I'm upset, Maya. I nearly laughed. Were they upset? After everything they had put me through, they had the arrogance to say this? I could feel the old rage rising up, but I swallowed it, not wanting to show her how much she still had control over me. I'm not pushing anyone away, Mom, I responded calmly but firmly. I just stopped playing your game. I am not going to sit at the kids' table, be treated as if I am invisible, and pretend everything is fine. She was silent for a moment. I could practically hear her analyzing what I said, trying to find out how to convert the conversation back into a guilt trip. You cannot just leave us waiting like this. Your father is attempting to make Christmas memorable. The entire family is here. It's not just about you, Maya, she eventually added, her tone almost imploring. You're breaking the family apart. You know, I've spent my whole life attempting to make everything work. Trying to fit into the mold that you all made for me. But no one ever saw me, did they? I responded. You did not want me as an adult, Mom. You wanted me to be a small kid forever. And tonight was the final straw. She was silent again, and for the first time, I could see she was listening to what I was saying. It was more than just a seat at the dinner table. It was about how I had been treated throughout my life. I'm sorry, Maya, she finally admitted. But her voice was faint and hesitant. I didn't know you felt that way. It took me a long time to realize it too, I said, relaxing my tone slightly. But I'm done pretending. There was a long pause, and I could feel the tension in the air, even through the phone. For the first time in my life, I felt understood. I felt in control of the situation, and it felt great. It felt empowering. Finally, she sighed. I understand. I honestly do. But I'm still your mother, and all I want is for us to be a family again. I let her words linger in the air for a time. There was a moment when I would have raced back to them, hoping to make everything right. But I was not that person anymore. I'd discovered the hard way that they wouldn't change unless I forced them to see me. To consider me an equal. I'll think about it, I replied, echoing my previous remark. But this time, things were different. It was not about me giving in. It was about taking my time. It was about them recognizing that I was more than simply an afterthought. That I was not going to allow them drag me back into their toxic environment without reform. All right, my mother murmured softly. I hope you return soon. I just want you to be happy. I hung up the phone and sat back, taking deep breaths. It was not over. It was not a neat and tidy resolution. However, for the first time in a long time, I felt in control of the situation. I was not going to let them walk all over me anymore. And perhaps, just maybe, they would finally see me for who I truly was. I set down my phone and glanced out the window, watching the snow fall softly in the darkness. I wasn't sure what the future held. But for the first time in years, I felt truly free. And what about Christmas? It was not ruined. Because for the first time in my life, I was going to take care of myself. The rest can wait. As I sat there, watching the snow fall softly outside, I couldn't help but wonder, did I do the correct thing? Or did I simply walk away from something that could have been fixed? At Christmas dinner, my parents sat me at the kids' table, proving they saw me as less. Fed up, I left, ignoring their guilt-tripping messages. I had a feeling this Christmas dinner would be a fiasco from the moment I walked in. It's not like I didn't know what I was getting into, it's always the same. This year, I was determined to persevere in the face of challenges. Let me introduce myself. I am Maya, the youngest of 4 siblings. However, being the youngest has never meant anything nice or cute in my family. If anything, it has always been the reason people speak down to me. I'm used to it by this time. I'm 28, but to them, I'm still a baby. I don't have a partner or children like my older siblings, but I'm successful in other ways. I have a career I'm proud of, a small but devoted network of friends, and a sense of freedom others don't understand. Marriage and children have always been more important to them than anything else. Christmas dinner has always been a major event in our household. It's one of the rare times of year that we all get together at my parents' house, a large old Victorian home that has been in the family for generations. A house that appears great in family photos but is a pain to clean. I've always despised the location. It's cold and distant, much like my parents. But it is a custom, so I go every year, even though I would rather be somewhere else. I go because of family. I arrived just after everyone else. My oldest brother, Chris, had already arrived with his wife and 3 children, loudly setting up the table as if they owned the room. Then there was Amy, my sister, with her husband and their baby, always flawless, polished, and flaunting their ideal lifestyle. My parents were in the kitchen, scurrying around, pretending to have everything under control but still making everyone feel like they were 5 years old. As usual, I entered discreetly, hoping to escape the drama that was bound to ensue. When my mother spotted me, her face brightened up with that phony smile she always gave me, the one that made me feel like I wasn't really welcome, simply tolerated for the sake of the holidays. Maya, sweetie, she said, giving me an embrace that seemed more compulsory than genuine. I'm delighted you could make it. Grab a seat. I hardly had time to react when my father called from the other room, his voice booming with power, as if to remind everyone that he was still the man of the house. Dinner's almost ready. Chris, Amy, please get the kids situated. I stood there for a time, not sure what to do. I wished to say something, but it was Christmas. I did not want to cause a scene, not yet. That's when my mother, in her subtle manner of making everything feel like a lesson, spoke again. Maya, why don't you sit at the children's table? We've got a unique place for you among the cousins. I froze. I could not believe it. My mother, in her sweet syrupy tone, had just asked me to sit at the kids' table, which they set up every year with a mismatched assortment of chairs, paper plates, and half-hearted decorations. I looked across to the dining room. The adult table was nicely decorated, with exquisite china, wine glasses, and candles that gave the atmosphere an elegant, grown-up feel. My dad sat at the head of the table, looking as smug as usual, surrounded by my married siblings. There is no room for me, however. I returned my gaze to my mother, attempting to suppress the rage that was welling up within me. I could feel the familiar sting, the one I get whenever they try to remind me that I'm not good enough in their eyes. This wasn't the first time they'd made me feel small, but it was unique. This wasn't a casual remark or a side-eye. This was deliberate. They knew exactly what they were doing. I attempted a smile, but it did not reach my eyes. Okay, Mom. Thank you, I responded, trying to keep my voice steady. She smiled as well, but her attitude indicated that she was unconcerned with how I felt. This was all about maintaining appearances and ensuring everything was flawless. I don't believe she recognized how much it hurt to be rejected like this. Without saying anything, I walked up to the children's table, my stomach churning with each step. It wasn't like I anticipated anything different, but for a little moment, I hoped they'd treat me like an adult. I sat in the small plastic chair, surrounded by children who were more concerned with their mashed potatoes than the awkward hush I sensed in the air. My cousins were in their own little universe and utterly ignored me. I looked at the plate in front of me, it was messy and unappetizing. It was as if they hadn't even tried to make it appear good. I swear I saw one of the toddlers slip a portion of broccoli beneath the table. I wanted to shout. That's when it struck me. This wasn't only about the table. This was not about tradition or the Christmas spirit. This was about them thinking I was less than. They didn't even bother to hide it anymore. And at that moment, something inside me snapped. I stood calmly, the weight of my decision weighing against me. I did not need to say anything. I didn't need to yell or cause a scene. I just grabbed my coat, slung it over my shoulder, and strode right to the door. As I opened it, my mother's voice rang out, almost late. "Where are you going, Maya?" she inquired, her tone tinged with bewilderment and annoyance. I did not glance back. "I'm leaving," I announced, my voice frigid. "Enjoy your dinner." The door banged behind me. The cold air hit me like a wave, but I didn't mind. My car was parked just down the street, and I had already left. My parents' panicked calls faded into the distance as I drove. For hours, I wandered aimlessly until I arrived at a quiet diner. Sitting alone in a booth, I ordered something warm, my hands still trembling from adrenaline. I couldn't remember the last time I felt so angry and relieved all at once. That's when my phone started exploding. Messages. I missed calls. As usual? I glanced at the screen. It was my family. Chris, Amy. Everyone, including my father, was phoning and messaging, but the one that stood out the most came from my mother. "Mom. Where are you? We need to talk. This is not humorous, Maya." I felt a smirk tug on my lips, the type that had been building all evening. I was not about to pick up. Not yet. The ball was now in my court. They had no idea what was coming. I put down my phone and sipped my coffee, watching the steam curl up into the air. What should I do next? That was the question. And believe me, they wouldn't like the answer. I waited in that diner for what seemed like an eternity, with my phone beeping every few minutes. The texts became more urgent, with each one attempting to get me back into their little game. Chris sent the first one. "Chris. Maya, this is not funny. Where are you now?" Then another from Amy. "Amy. Mom is freaking out. We simply want you back." Next came my father. "Dad. Come on, stop acting like a child. Get back here." I did not respond. I did not owe them an explanation. They had made their decision when they treated me as a second-class person at their special supper. All I wanted was to be treated like an adult, but they decided I was still a baby and needed to be hidden away with the toddlers. After about an hour, I picked up my phone to check my messages again. The tension was building, as if they were realizing I wasn't going to give up easily. My gut twisted when I saw my mother's text. Mom. Maya, I do not understand why you are doing this. Your siblings are concerned, and it's destroying Christmas. Do not make this about you. You are being selfish. I stared at the message for a time, feeling a surge of rage rising again. Selfish? They were the ones acting selfishly. The entire night had been about their image and aspirations. I had only been a component in their flawless little puzzle. However, to her, I was the problem. Typical. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to laugh or cry at this point. Instead, I just blocked her number. She was not going to make me feel guilty, not this time. I took a deep breath and tried to focus on myself. This was not a spontaneous reaction. I had a plan. Every one of them had wronged me, and tonight I was going to make sure they understood how badly they had messed up. Later that evening, after finishing my lunch and the adrenaline had subsided a little, I decided it was time. I opened the family group chat, where they generally vent about everything and anything. There had already been 12 mails concerning me. This is ridiculous. She's acting like a child. What's the big deal? We didn't mean it like that. I think she's just overreacting. I scrolled over them, my fingers itching. I knew I could simply ignore it. That would have been the easiest way out. But no. I needed them to feel it. I needed them to understand that how they treated me had consequences. I began typing slowly at first, but my words soon increased up speed. You guys don't get it, do you? You really don't. This isn't just about a seat at the table, it's about how you've treated me my entire life, like I'm not good enough, like I'm invisible unless you need something from me. I'm the only one who doesn't get praised for following the same script you all did, get married, have kids, play the game. But I've built my own life, and I'm doing just fine. So maybe it's time you all recognize that. I waited before sending, allowing the weight of my words to sink in. For the first time in my life, I felt in control of the situation. I stopped begging for their approval. I was not going to be their small project. I pressed send. It did not take long for the text to pour in. My phone buzzed repeatedly, each message more frantic than the last. The first one came from my father. Dad. This is crazy, Maya. You're being dramatic. Get over yourself. Amy swiftly followed. Amy. You can't just leave like that without causing everyone to be sad. What did you think would happen? Then Chris joined in. Chris. We did not do anything wrong, Maya. You need to calm yourself and return before you ruin everything with your fury. Each message landed harder than the last. They still didn't understand it. They were still trying to blame me, claiming that it was my fault that they treated me so badly. I did not respond. Instead, I did something I had been thinking about for a long time. I launched the Photos app on my phone and began scrolling. There it was. An old photo of our family from years ago, just before everything started to go apart. A great Christmas photograph, with everyone smiling and cheerful. Everyone but me. Of course, I was there, thrust into the image as an afterthought. But I knew the reality beneath their smiles. I understood what had been said. What was implied. All these years. I took that shot and promptly placed it on the family group chat. But this time, I included a caption. Here's to the perfect family, always making sure the youngest one knows their place. Then I shut off the phone. I let the silence settle about me, feeling liberated from their restraints. I had no idea what would happen next, and I didn't care. They pushed me too far. And now I was finished. I didn't check my phone for several hours. It was almost weird sitting there without the incessant buzzing and pinging of their urgent texts. The silence seemed strangely calming. For once, I wasn't the one attempting to please them. I stayed awake late, just thinking. I knew exactly what they'd be saying behind my back, even if they didn't have the courage to say it to my face. My siblings, particularly Chris, undoubtedly believed I was exaggerating, certain I was just being the drama queen of the family again. But I was not. I was finished performing the character they had written for me. What if they couldn't understand that? Well, I'd let them deal with the consequences. I eventually plugged in my phone to charge and sighed as I checked it again. The notifications were as relentless as I had expected. Dozens of missed calls, texts ranging from angry to apologetic, but they were all tinged with frustration. I scanned through them, reading their words with grim delight. They were unraveling. And I wasn't about to make it simple for them to put things back together. Mom sent the longest text. I don't know what's gotten into you, Maya. You're acting like this is about us when it's really about you. You can't just run away from your family like this. You're tearing us apart. Please come back. Christmas is ruined without you. This isn't who you are. There it was. Guilt trip. The attempt to make me the bad guy. They always made me feel like I was the one making trouble by demanding to be treated like an adult. Then came my father's message. This is childish. We need to talk about this when you calm down. And of course, Chris, if you think walking out of dinner was going to make a statement, you're wrong. You're making it worse. You owe us an apology. An apology? For what? For finally sticking up for myself? For demanding to be treated equally in a family that only respected me when it suited them? I was not sorry for anything. But then Amy left a message. It differed from the others. It was neither angry nor demanding. It was almost imploring. Maya, I know you're upset, and I understand why. But this isn't the way to fix things. You're my sister, and I love you, but you're pushing everyone away. Please just come home. We can talk about this. It's Christmas, for God's sake. I looked at her words for a while. I'd always been close to Amy. When I was a kid, she was the one who defended me when the others banded together against me. What about now? Now I was unsure whether I could ever trust her again. Not after everything she'd let go. Everything she had silently supported when she knew it was wrong. I took a deep breath while my thumb hovered over the screen. I wanted to respond. I wanted to reassure her that I wasn't being theatrical or making problems. That I was advocating for myself. I was tired of being treated as if I were the family's perpetual child, but I did not. Not yet. Instead, I typed a quick response. I'll think about it. I sent it and put down my phone, feeling a stab of remorse. But I shook it off. I knew I couldn't return to that table unless their perceptions of me shifted dramatically. And I wasn't going to let them brush it under the rug like it was nothing. The next morning, I received even more texts. Some were from family friends who wanted to know where I was. They were really worried, but I didn't want to explain myself to anyone who wasn't involved in the situation. And then there was a torrent of calls from my mother. But one message stood out. It came from Amy. Maya, I've been talking to Chris and Mom, and they're pretty upset. And honestly, so am I. We are a family, and you cannot simply distance yourself from us. If you don't return home soon, things will get worse. Please don't make this any more complicated than it needs to be. Increased pressure, increased manipulation, and I still didn't grasp what I was going through. They were not hearing me. They were not listening. I knew exactly what they were doing, what they have always done. They were attempting to guilt me into returning. Trying to make me feel like I was the source of all the problems, when, in fact, it was their inability to view me as anything other than the youngest kid that had been the problem all along. I grabbed up my phone, launched the group chat, and stared at the screen. My fingers paused over the keyboard as I considered what to say. I wanted to convey my point. To let them understand why I was fed up with their mistreatment of me. However, the fact was, I wasn't sure I was ready to return yet. Not until I knew they had changed. Not until I felt confident they recognized me for who I truly was. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was from my father. Maya, we need to discuss. You can't keep running away. You're going to regret this. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Same terms. Same deceptive guilt trip. I could feel the tension rising, as if the walls were closing in on me. But I did not answer. Not yet. The day dragged on, and with each hour, I felt the weight of their texts. Their calls. Their attempts to get me back into their orbit. Despite many phone notifications, I maintained my distance. I'd made my choice. And I was not going to let them bully me back into the character they had set me in. As the evening progressed, I found myself sitting alone, staring at the empty chair across from me. If I had gone back, I would have sat in this chair. A part of me, an old part, wanted to surrender. To go back. To make it nice. It was Christmas after all. It's time for family. To be united. However, I couldn't shake the idea that if I went back now, it would be like saying I was not worth fighting for. That all those years of being put aside were perfectly okay. That they were correct. That I was simply being dramatic. I considered the snapshot I had uploaded in the group conversation. The one where I was forced to grin and pushed to the side like an afterthought. That image had said what I needed to say. I wasn't only upset about tonight. I was outraged since this was how they treated me every year. Every birthday. Every holiday. Every family function, I was banished to the back seat and never allowed a voice. They expected me to simply accept it like I had in the past. But not this time. The phone rang again. This time, it was my mother. I paused, my finger hovering over the decline button. But something inside me urged me to pick up. Perhaps I was finally open to hearing what she had to say. Perhaps I was just curious how far they would go to make me feel bad. I took a deep breath and pushed the green button. Maya, my mother's voice filtered through, exhausted and frustrated. We need to talk. This has gone on long enough. I remained mute, letting the words hang in the air. She waited for me to reply, but I said nothing. Look, she added. We're family. You're making things more complicated than they need to be. I'm not sure what's gotten into you, but you're driving everyone away. Your father is upset. Chris is upset. Amy. She stopped, evidently struggling to find her words. I'm upset, Maya. I nearly laughed. Were they upset? After everything they had put me through, they had the arrogance to say this? I could feel the old rage rising up, but I swallowed it, not wanting to show her how much she still had control over me. I'm not pushing anyone away, Mom, I responded calmly but firmly. I just stopped playing your game. I am not going to sit at the kids' table, be treated as if I am invisible, and pretend everything is fine. She was silent for a moment. I could practically hear her analyzing what I said, trying to find out how to convert the conversation back into a guilt trip. You cannot just leave us waiting like this. Your father is attempting to make Christmas memorable. The entire family is here. It's not just about you, Maya, she eventually added, her tone almost imploring. You're breaking the family apart. You know, I've spent my whole life attempting to make everything work. Trying to fit into the mold that you all made for me. But no one ever saw me, did they? I responded. You did not want me as an adult, Mom. You wanted me to be a small kid forever. And tonight was the final straw. She was silent again, and for the first time, I could see she was listening to what I was saying. It was more than just a seat at the dinner table. It was about how I had been treated throughout my life. I'm sorry, Maya, she finally admitted. But her voice was faint and hesitant. I didn't know you felt that way. It took me a long time to realize it too, I said, relaxing my tone slightly. But I'm done pretending. There was a long pause, and I could feel the tension in the air, even through the phone. For the first time in my life, I felt understood. I felt in control of the situation, and it felt great. It felt empowering. Finally, she sighed. I understand. I honestly do. But I'm still your mother, and all I want is for us to be a family again. I let her words linger in the air for a time. There was a moment when I would have raced back to them, hoping to make everything right. But I was not that person anymore. I'd discovered the hard way that they wouldn't change unless I forced them to see me. To consider me an equal. I'll think about it, I replied, echoing my previous remark. But this time, things were different. It was not about me giving in. It was about taking my time. It was about them recognizing that I was more than simply an afterthought. That I was not going to allow them drag me back into their toxic environment without reform. All right, my mother murmured softly. I hope you return soon. I just want you to be happy. I hung up the phone and sat back, taking deep breaths. It was not over. It was not a neat and tidy resolution. However, for the first time in a long time, I felt in control of the situation. I was not going to let them walk all over me anymore. And perhaps, just maybe, they would finally see me for who I truly was. I set down my phone and glanced out the window, watching the snow fall softly in the darkness. I wasn't sure what the future held. But for the first time in years, I felt truly free. And what about Christmas? It was not ruined. Because for the first time in my life, I was going to take care of myself. The rest can wait. As I sat there, watching the snow fall softly outside, I couldn't help but wonder, did I do the correct thing? Or did I simply walk away from something that could have been fixed? My wife called me, just a roommate, dismissing our marriage. But when I discovered her cheating, I made her leave the house for good. Hello everyone, before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's simple, free, and allows us to keep bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. Okay, so 30 million, need to get this off my chest because things have completely gone wrong with my wife, Melissa, 28F. We've been married for 3 years and together for nearly 6. We first met in this bar through mutual friends. She wasn't supermodel hot, but she was obviously lovely and exuded a confident air that drew me in immediately. We hit it off, exchanged numbers, and began dating a few weeks later. The first couple years were actually pretty fantastic. We went on weekend getaways and met each other's families, as couples do. Her parents were a little standoffish, but whatever. We moved in together after a year, I proposed on our 2-year anniversary, and we married around 8 months later in a simple ceremony with family and close friends. I purchased a home around 6 months before the wedding. My name appears on everything since I paid the down payment with money I saved by working my ass off. For the first year of marriage, everything was well. We'd both come home from work, cook dinner together, and watch television, normal stuff. We discussed having children in a few years, but looking back, I noticed that things began to change around the 2nd year of our marriage. Melissa began to focus more on her work. She works in marketing and has started staying later at work, attending networking events, and spending less time at home. I was supportive because I thought it was good for her career. I took on extra domestic tasks so she could focus on her work. I also started paying most of the bills because she stated that she wanted to advance her job before focusing on money. It started out little, with her canceling our date evenings at the last minute due to work. She was constantly on her phone, even while we were meant to be spending time together. If I brought it up, she'd become defensive and suggest I wasn't supporting her profession. So I backed off. We stopped doing activities together on weekends. She was either too exhausted from work or had unexpected brunches and shopping outings with her pals, which I was not invited to. I began to feel as if we were simply existing in the same area without truly connecting. She told me a few months ago that her buddy group was planning a meal at a new restaurant downtown and invited me. I was genuinely surprised. She hadn't invited me to anything with her pals in months. I wasn't very excited because her buddies are largely marketing public relations professionals who only discuss work turmoil and gossip about people I don't know. But I assumed this was her way of including me more, so I went. We arrived at the restaurant and there were around 8 people in total, Melissa, me, and 6 of her friends. The room was crowded and noisy, and we ended up at this long table. I was around 3 seats away from Melissa, sandwiched between her buddy Taylor, who was chatting to someone else the entire time, and a guy I had never met before, who was addicted to his phone. Basically, I was simply sitting there sipping my soda, without participating in any conversation. No one spoke to me or even acknowledged my existence. To be honest, these things are rather usual. I was used to being the unseen husband by this point. I was spacing out, thinking about a job at work, when Melissa's friend Caitlin inquired, "So, how's married life treating you these days?" The way she stated it was strange, as if there was something underlying the question. That's when I focused on what Melissa was saying. Guys, I swear it felt like someone punched me in the stomach. Melissa snorted dismissively and replied, "Oh, please. He's just my roommate at this point. Only my roommate." I literally froze with my beer halfway to my mouth. Who is saying that about their husband? And the way she said it was not a joke. It was as if she were stating an obvious fact that everyone already knew. She even looked at me as she said it, noticing I was paying attention, but she didn't mind. What's worse? Her friends' reactions. They all laughed and nodded as if everything was perfectly normal. One of them even said, "Don't all husbands eventually become glorified roommates?" They all cracked up even more. All but one girl, Olivia. She's new to their friend group, I've only met her a few times. She did not laugh. Instead, she gave me a sympathetic gaze. At least one person in this group had a soul, I suppose. I can't remember the rest of the dinner talk. My brain was caught on loop, hearing my wife repeatedly refer to me as her roommate. I continued to eat and drink on autopilot, not saying anything but attempting to understand what had just transpired. The trouble is, she said it without looking at me. She didn't ask if I'd heard, and she didn't care, as if I wasn't even a factor in her life worth considering. Melissa was speaking about trivial topics on the way home, appearing entirely normal, while I sat there feeling as if my entire marriage had been nuked. I scarcely answered, only offering one-word answers and nods. When we arrived home, she plopped down on the couch and scrolled through Instagram like nothing had happened, as if she hadn't just completely degraded our entire relationship in front of all her pals. I stood there for a minute, waiting for her to say something, recognize what she said, apologize, anything. But nah. Nothing. That's when it occurred to me, perhaps this wasn't just a random comment. Maybe this is how she sees me? Just a man who stays in the same house and pays his bills. Not her spouse, not her partner, only her roommate. I couldn't keep it in anymore. "So, am I really just your roommate now?" I inquired, attempting to seem casual despite my feelings. Melissa looked up from her phone, angry to be interrupted. "What are you talking about? At dinner, you told your friends I'm just your roommate at this point." She rolled her eyes and returned to scrolling. "Oh my God, it was just a joke, don't be so sensitive, that's just how we talk sometimes." "Didn't sound like a joke," I said. "Well, it was," she retorted. "You're seriously overreacting. Can we not do this right now? I'm tired. And that was all. No apologies. There's no explanation. Not even acknowledging that it might have harmed me. Simply disregarding my feelings and making it appear as if I was at blame for being sad. I didn't want to exacerbate the situation because I was still trying to process everything. Plus, I wanted to consider how to approach this. But one thing was clear, something was badly wrong in our relationship, and I couldn't deny it any longer. The next morning, I followed my usual routine on autopilot. Melissa was hurrying around as usual, barely addressing me, except to inquire whether I had seen her phone charger. It was just another routine day for her. As I drove to work, I kept revisiting that moment from supper in my thoughts. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I've worked hard for years to construct a life with this woman. I purchased the house we live in. I pay the majority of the bills. I've been assisting her career by taking on additional domestic tasks. I've been the one who has put the most effort into our connection. Meanwhile, she has been doing what? Going out with pals? Working late? Paying little attention to me? And this is how she views me? Just a guy who happens to reside in the same house? By the time I arrived at work, I had made a decision. If Melissa prefers a roommate above a husband, she will get one. During my lunch break, I opened a new bank account and transferred the majority of our money from our joint account to it. I only left enough to meet my portion of the bills for the month, not a penny more. I used to pay 80% of everything because I earned more. But roommates split the bill 50-50, right? When I went home that evening, I didn't ask Melissa about her day as I usually would. I did not inform her about my. I simply said hey, and went directly to the spare room where I keep my gaming gear. Usually, I'd wait for her to complete work before we decided on dinner. But not tonight. I ordered a pizza just for myself. When it arrived, I took a few slices and returned to my game. Melissa entered the room a few minutes later, bewildered. "Did you order pizza? Where's mine?" I shrugged, still staring at my tablet. "Oh, I just ordered for myself. Figured you'd get something if you were hungry." She waited there for a second, hoping for a more detailed explanation. When I said nothing else, she just murmured, "Okay," and exited the room. A bit later, I heard her in the kitchen preparing something. That marked the beginning of what I now call Operation Roommate. Over the next few weeks, I gradually changed how I interacted with Melissa. I stopped texting her during the day to check in. I stopped getting groceries for her. I stopped washing her clothes with mine. I stopped asking whether she needed anything when I went shopping. I stopped telling her when I was going out or when I would return home. I stopped cooking dinner for both of us. Essentially, I stopped doing all the husband's things and began acting like we were just two people sharing a shared space, like housemates. Melissa didn't appear to notice right away. Or if she did, she said nothing. She still went out a lot. Still working late. Even when she was at home, she was glued to her phone. However, after approximately a week, things began to alter. One night, she came home, opened the fridge, and gave me an irritated expression. Melissa's buddy was the only one who appeared uncomfortable when Melissa introduced me as her roommate at supper. "Hey, Jake, right?" she said, walking over. "Melissa's husband?" I nodded. "Yeah, hey, Olivia." She grinned, surprised. "I remember your name. Good memory. Didn't know you came here every morning. Their coffee is better than the office stuff." There was an awkward moment. I could sense she wanted to say something but was unsure whether she should. Finally, she stated, "I've been trying to contact out. Melissa's comments at the dinner a few weeks earlier were inappropriate. I simply wanted you to know that not everyone felt it was hilarious. I was surprised that someone acknowledged it. Thanks, I appreciate that. Are you all okay?" "I mean, it's not my business." I shrugged. "We're figuring things out." No way was I going to put my marital issues on someone I barely knew, even if she appeared pleasant. Olivia nodded. "Well, I hope everything works out. For what it's worth, I think you seem like a gentleman." This made me grin for the first time in weeks. "Thanks, Olivia." We ended up sitting together for about 15 minutes, just talking, and it turns out she's actually pretty cool. She works as a physical therapist, arrived to the city about 6 months ago, and met Melissa and her group through a common friend. She was easy to talk to, and it felt good to have a real conversation with someone who actually cared about what I had to say. She hesitated before saying, "Look, I know this might be weird, but if you ever need someone to talk to, here's my number." She scrawled it on a napkin and gave it to me. I honestly felt it was a bit strange, like crossing a line. I didn't know precisely what her aim was, but I thought I could use some aid. It also appeared like she was just being polite. "Thanks," I replied, slipping it into my pocket. I might take you up on that. A few days later, I was having an especially frustrating day. Melissa had become increasingly irritated by the roommate situation, grumbling about having to contribute more to bills and calling me juvenile. Then, I discovered that someone had used our joint credit card, which I believed had been revoked but evidently wasn't, to purchase a $500 purse. 3 guesses who? I was sitting in my car in the office parking lot, angry, when I remembered Olivia's phone number and decided to call her. Perhaps she knew what Melissa was doing. So I messaged her. "Hey, this is Jake. Is the offer to chat still open?" She replied almost instantly. "Absolutely. Is everything okay? We met for coffee after work." I didn't intend to dump everything on her, but staring into her huge, warm eyes, it all came out. The roommate joke, how Melissa had been distant for months, and how I'd initiated Operation Roommate. All of it. Olivia simply listened, asking occasional questions rather than passing judgment. When I finished, she sighed. "I don't know Melissa very well, but based on what I've seen in the group, she talks about you differently when you aren't present." My stomach plummeted. "How come?" Olivia expressed discomfort, saying, "She complains a lot and says you're boring. She feels stuck." Wow. I wasn't sure what else to say. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything." "No, I appreciate your honesty. Seriously." Before we went, she touched my arm. "Jake, you deserve someone who's proud to be with you, not someone who treats you like an inconvenience." That hit me hard, because she was correct. For the first time, I saw Olivia. Not simply as Melissa's friend. Not just as someone who happens to be present. But as someone who observed me, who saw the cracks before I even acknowledged they existed. We began messaging after that. It was just regular conversation, how the day went, little annoyances, inside jokes, but it seemed different. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't just talking to fill the silence. Someone wanted to hear what I had to say. No sighing. No eye rolls. Just a real chat with someone who cares. And man, I didn't realize how much I missed it till I got it back. Of course, Melissa didn't notice. She was too caught up in her own world, going out many nights a week with business pals, getting home late, and smelling like cologne that wasn't mine. I was not foolish. I knew where this was going, but I wanted proof before making my next step. Now, let me be clear. I'm not the suspicious kind. Really, I am not. I've been cheated on before, back in college, and I promised myself I wouldn't be that anxious partner who constantly checks phones. However, there is a distinction between being paranoid and just connecting obvious dots. Melissa was displaying all the traditional signs. Staying out late. She is being clandestine with her phone. I suddenly made new work buddies that I had never met before. Getting suited for office meetings. The cologne fragrance. I mean, come on. I needed to know for sure. The setup first, I attempted a straightforward approach. "So, who is this new work friend you have been spending so much time with?" I asked casually one morning. Melissa barely glanced up from her phone. "What?" "Oh, simply members of the marketing staff. No one is interesting. Seems like you're with them a lot lately." She rolled her eyes. "What are you doing with my schedule now?" She then smirked and created air quotes with her fingers. "I thought we were only roommates." I merely shrugged and walked away. "Just making conversation," I said. It was clear that the straight approach would not work. So I made a decision that some people may condemn me for. But, whatever. I purchased an AirTag. If you're unfamiliar with the term, it refers to a little tracking gadget manufactured by Apple. You're intended to use it to find your keys or baggage, but people also use it for other purposes. I waited for a morning when Melissa was still asleep. Her automobile keys were on the counter, as usual. I quickly took them, inserted the AirTag into a little compartment in the center console, where she stores spare cash and receipts, and returned the keys. The whole thing took about 30 seconds. The truth comes out. Melissa texted the next day, stating she'd be working late again and asked not to wait. The timing was ideal for testing my new setup. Around 6 p.m., I launched the Find My app on my phone to verify the AirTag's location. It showed that her automobile was on the move. I watched her drive, not toward her downtown workplace. But I'm going to a luxury apartment complex on the city's north side. Her automobile came to a stop about 6:45 p.m. My heart pounded. Part of me hoped for an innocent explanation, like a friend living there or a work event, but deep down I knew. I watched her movements for 3 days and discovered a clear pattern. Tuesday, she told me she was having dinner with coworkers. Her car was at the same apartment complex from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Thursday, She said she had a client meeting. Car was at the apartment complex from 6:30 p.m. to nearly midnight. Throughout all of this, I texted Olivia, not telling her what I was doing, but screaming about Melissa's blatant lies. Olivia was supportive but cautious. "Are you certain you want to know?" she texted. "Sometimes, finding out only makes things worse." "I need to know," I told him. "I'm tired of being played for a fool." The following Tuesday, when Melissa stated she had another late meeting, I told her I was going to grab drinks with some guys from work and wouldn't be home till late, which was obviously a lie. Instead, I parked down the street from the apartment complex and waited. Melissa's car arrived at 6:30 p.m., and I watched as she parked, checked her cosmetics in the mirror, got out, and walked to one of the buildings, typing a code at the door and entering. I sat there for maybe 15 minutes, debating what to do next. Part of me wanted to storm in, catch them in the act, and make a big scene, but what would that accomplish? More drama? No thanks. Instead, I took pictures of her car in the lot and the building she entered, then took a deep breath and drove home. Melissa was cheating on me, and now I had all the proof I needed. The question was, what was I going to do about it? I called Olivia on the way home, and when she answered, I simply stated, "You were right about everything." "Oh, Jake," she whispered softly. "I am so sorry. What are you planning to do?" "I don't know yet," I told her. "But I'm done being just her roommate." I slept in the spare room that night, and Melissa didn't notice I wasn't in our bed when she arrived home after midnight. The following day, I called in ill to work because I couldn't concentrate on spreadsheets and meetings when my marriage was collapsing. I spent the morning researching divorce lawyers and found one with positive reviews who could see me that afternoon. When I got down with him, I explained everything: the roommate comment, the infidelity, the housing issue, and our money. "So, what am I looking at here?" I inquired after explaining everything. The lawyer leaned back in his chair and said, "Well, you're in a fairly solid legal position. The house is in your name, and you owned it before marriage, therefore it is probably protected. Having no children simplifies things. Virginia is not a no-fault state, thus her adultery could benefit you. The important question is, how contentious do you want this to be?" I considered it. "I don't want drama. I just want out." The lawyer smirked. "You're a smart man. Those who want vengeance end up paying me a lot more money." He then gave me a knowing glance. "Let's start drafting the paperwork. Meanwhile, document everything. Her absences, evidence of the affair, and financial documents. And don't tell her you're filing until we're prepared." I paid his retainer and departed feeling lighter, as if I'd finally taken control of the problem. When I arrived home, Olivia texted me. "How are you doing?" I proposed we meet for coffee, and she accepted. We met at a quiet small area a few towns away, where Melissa's pals wouldn't notice us. Olivia looked troubled when she saw me. "You look exhausted," she remarked. "Haven't been sleeping much," I admitted, absently stirring my coffee. "I met with a divorce lawyer today." Her eyes widened. "Wow, that was fast." "Once I learned for certain about the cheating, it wasn't a difficult decision. Our marriage has been dead for several months." She nodded. "I understand, but it's still a big step." She reached across the table and squeezed my hand, a swift, encouraging gesture that seemed more genuine than any contact I'd had from Melissa in months. "What happens now?" she asked. "A lawyer is preparing the papers. I am gathering evidence. Then I serve her and ask her to go." "She's not going to like that." I shrugged. "Tough." She should have considered that before cheating on me. We talked for nearly 2 hours, not only about the divorce but about everything: our careers, kids, favorite movies, and vacation adventures. It was so easy to chat to Olivia. There was no judgment, no stress, just two individuals who were truly interested in what the other had to say. When we eventually said our goodbyes, she hugged me and whispered, "You'll be fine, Jake." Better than okay. For the first time in weeks, I truly believed it. Over the next few days, I kept gathering evidence, taking screenshots of our bank statements proving I paid for everything, downloading records of Melissa's credit card charges, fancy restaurants I never went to, hotel charges on nights she was supposed to be with friends, and backing up her AirTag location history. Put everything in a folder for my lawyer, Richard. Melissa, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned, continuing with her usual schedule of getting home late, barely speaking to me, and spending weekends with friends. The arrogance of it all only increased my determination. Olivia and I texted every day at that time. Nothing untoward happened, and I was not going to be a cheater like Melissa. What about Olivia? She was the first person in a long time who genuinely cared about me. And I wasn't going to be a cheater, but we were definitely getting closer. She told me about her previous relationships, her difficult family, and I opened up about things I hadn't told anyone in years. She made me laugh when I didn't think I could, and I thought it was nice to have someone supportive through all of this. The divorce papers were ready a week later, and the lawyer suggested that Melissa be served unexpectedly, preferably with a witness present. "You want someone there who can verify how it went down," he told me. "Especially if she gets emotional or makes threats." Oh, without thinking twice, I requested Olivia to be my witness. She consented quickly. "I'll be there," she texted, "whatever you need." I chose the date for Friday night, knowing Melissa would be home. It was time to end this farce of a marriage once and for all. Friday arrived faster than I expected, and I spent the morning going over the plan with the lawyer, making sure I understood exactly what to say and how to handle various circumstances. He handed me the divorce papers in a manila envelope that felt far too light for something so significant. Olivia sent me supportive texts throughout the day. "You can do this. Stay strong. I'll be there." Simple words, but they were helpful. We decided to meet at a coffee shop near my house at 6 p.m. Melissa normally arrived home around 7 p.m. on Fridays, when she wasn't going straight to her jerk's place, and the plan was for Olivia to come over around 6:30, after which we'd wait for Melissa together. We remained there for a while, not really drinking our coffees, just passing the time, and at 6:25, we drove to my house. Olivia's automobile was far finer than I expected, a luxury SUV that must have cost a fortune. We came into the house, and I paused for a moment. It seemed strange having Olivia, Melissa's old friend, in our space. Except it wasn't our space anymore, and Olivia wasn't Melissa's friend anymore. I gave her a quick tour, pointing out different objects to break the stillness. She grinned, that little knowing smile. "You don't have to give me the real estate agent walkthrough, Jake. I'm only here for moral support." I chuckled and rubbed the back of my neck. "Yeah, guess I'm just not accustomed to, someone truly wants to be here." She angled her head, as if she were reading between the lines, and then, as we came to a halt in the living room, she reached out and adjusted my shirt collar, smoothing it down with a slight touch as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I froze. But the way she did it, so familiar and casual, made my gut knot. It had been a long time since someone touched me with affection rather than obligation. "There," she whispered, her fingertips lingering for just a second too long before she stepped back. "You're all set." I gulped and tried to ignore the heat rising up my neck. Thanks." She just smirked and plopped down on the couch, as if she had always belonged there. "Anytime." And just like that, I started seeing Olivia in a way I hadn't before. Around 7:10, I heard Melissa's car pull into the driveway. Olivia and I were sitting in the living room, the divorce papers neatly put out on the coffee table waiting. Everything was in place. The front door opened, and Melissa walked in as casually as ever, taking a few steps before she noticed us. Then halted, her eyes shifting from me to Olivia and back again. "What is going on?" she asked, her tone already defensive. "Why is she here?" I stood up and said, "We need to talk, Melissa." Her gaze clouded as she glanced at Olivia once more. "Why is she here for that? This is our house." "She's here as a witness," I added, picking up the envelope and allowing her to sense the gravity of the situation before passing it over. Melissa folded her arms. "A witness to what?" I handed her the paperwork and said, "I'm filing for divorce." The way her expression plummeted was priceless, as if her brain had short-circuited and was fumbling for an answer. "Divorce?" she echoed. She scoffed, as if grasping at straws. "Are you serious? Are you over your little roommate tantrum?" "No," I answered, unshaken. "Because you're cheating on me, and have been for months." She gave out a sharp, forced laugh. "That's ridiculous. I am not cheating on you." "Don't," I interrupted her performance. "I know about the guy at the Parkview Apartments. I know how frequently you're there." Her face lost its color. "Did you follow me?" "What the hell, Jake?" I shook my head, amused by how fast she transferred the blame. "I didn't need to." I tapped my phone. "I have weeks of proof. Every late night. Every business function. Every ladies' night out. All leading to the same place." Her eyes shifted to Olivia, then back to me, and her shock turned into rage. "Did you trace me? That is crazy." She then pointed toward Olivia, spitting the words as if they would burn. "So you brought her here for this?" She had been yearning for this moment since the day she met you. Olivia did not react. She did not have to. I wasn't going to let Melissa change the script. "Olivia has nothing to do with this," I said with confidence. "This is about you, Your choices, and the fact that you got caught. Melissa's arms tightened across her chest, shifting gears. So I botched up. Jake, sometimes people make mistakes. That doesn't mean we throw everything away. Her voice softened and her gaze focused on mine. We can repair this. Counseling, a fresh start, I'll stop seeing him. Let's talk about it alone. She gave Olivia a stare as if she could remove her from the room. That was when I twisted the knife. I leaned back and gave her the same blank stare she'd given me so many times. Why are you upset anyway? I inquired, my tone tinged with contempt. I'm just your roommate, right? That's what you wanted. She scoffed and rolled her eyes, as if I were the one being ridiculous. That? You're still mad about that, Jake? It was a joke. I nodded as if I had finally understood her argument. Oh, right. It was a joke. Hilarious. I tilted my head. Wait, so you do joke about replacing your husband with another guy? Just checking. Her jaw tightened, but I was not finished. You were right though, I said, my voice silky. We're just roommates, and since I'm the one paying the majority of the rent, I motioned toward the door. Yeah, I'm going to need you to pack up and get the hell out of my house. She totally lost it. I started crying, screaming, throwing things, the works. He called me every name in the book, then went begging, and then back to fury. Classic manipulative tactics may have worked on me in the past, but not longer. Where am I supposed to go? She asked repeatedly, as if it were my responsibility to fix. I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe your boyfriend's place. You seem to spend enough time there already. That just made her angrier. She eventually stormed out, slamming the door so forcefully that a picture tumbled from the wall. Olivia assisted me in cleaning up the mess Melissa had left behind. That went about as well as expected, I said, attempting a joke. Olivia offered me a compassionate grin. You did great. Stood your ground. Melissa returned the next day with her friend Taylor, intending to simply move back in like nothing had happened. I'd replaced the locks. They were stuck outside, calling my phone and knocking on the door. I didn't respond, instead texting her that she could come grab her belongings on Saturday, when I'd have my brother with me. That Saturday was tense. My brother Mike arrived early, which was fortunate given that Melissa arrived with Taylor and her father. When I confided in my husband about a deeply personal part of my past, his reaction was completely unexpected. Throwaway account. So, I, F23, and my husband, M28, have been together for 5 years now, married for 2. He works in IT and is the only one working while I'm studying economy and work part-time on weekends, so we both contribute to the household. We've always been a very happy couple. Everyone seemed to be a little jealous of our connection as we were always also best friends. He's a very sweet, hard-working man who seems to love me and wants me to feel secure, sometimes in ways that I don't agree with, like putting down other women for looking a certain way. And I've talked about it to him, but he doesn't seem to know what the big problem is, not sure if that's relevant. Tito. Rape. I've been raped when I was in high school, before we knew each other, by a classmate on a school trip. We barely knew each other, but one night he got into the women's bathroom when everyone was outside, besides me, and raped me and strangled me really badly so I couldn't run away. After that, I went to the police, but nothing happens. The police dismissed it because they didn't believe me and said I couldn't just decide to ruin someone's life one day because of a whim. I still did have strangulation marks though. I recently decided to tell my husband everything since I finally got the courage and stopped being ashamed. Thank you, RI2X chromosomes. I sat him down yesterday and told him everything. After that, he put his face in his hands and then slapped me really hard. I could feel my tooth had been chipped. He then stood up, packed some of his clothes and left. I was crying the whole time and he only told me to shut the fuck up. I don't really know what to do. I didn't call him or anyone else. It's already morning but he hasn't come back. Any help would be appreciated on how to proceed. Edit. Thank you for all the advice and, honestly, I'm kinda torn up on how to proceed with this entire situation. I'm happy that a few people from my country have spoken up specifically so that they could help me since my knowledge of law is limited. Never thought I'd end up in a situation like this. Now I know it's better safe than sorry. I'm probably gonna post a separate update when the situation becomes clearer, but now I'm staying with my family temporarily since I don't have much money to my name. Thank you for anyone that's concerned about me. I honestly felt immensely happy reading that so many people care for a random stranger on the internet. Stay safe, people. Update. Since my update post has been removed. Hi. So over a week ago I posted about my husband slapping me after you know what. If anyone wants to read the post, it's still up apparently. It's gonna be a long and messy update since I'm really tired and want to write my thoughts down quickly. So, oh boy, the whole thing is just a big mess. Let me start with that first. After I wrote the Reddit post somewhere in the morning, the day after it happened and my husband left, I packed some of my stuff and left. Fortunately, none of my valuable things were there. The computer and apartment were his, and for those of you who were curious, no, we don't have kids. So that was the easiest part. I waited a few hours for a train and just went straight to my family house where my parents and older brother live with his wife. I told them everything that happened and that I had no idea why he could have done that since he was always sympathetic with me when it was getting hard, though never to this extent. My brother's wife works in court and knows quite a few people, so she said she would help me resolve this. I feel like she was fuming the most out of all of them. She's truly a great person. 2 days later, we all decided to go back to the apartment to get the rest of my stuff. Yes, 5 people went to get a suitcase or 2 of clothes lol. He was not home and it seemed like he did not come back once after he left, which was weird. All the time, I was so nervous he would come back, my hands were shaking. I had to go to the toilet, because I could feel some things wanted to be freed really bad, to which my brother said, "Don't flush it, he deserves a last present." And so I did. I'm a petty bitch and so is my brother, guess we really are family after all. But man, did that feel satisfying? I feel gross writing about it though lol. My university is going to be fully online this year, which is my last year of uni, so I don't have to go back to the city anymore, at least before graduation, and I can stay with my family for however long I want to. My uni also helped me get a therapist which I'm meeting, through Skype, in a few days, so that's quite exciting, because I'm very eager to go guilt-free and finally feel relieved. As for my marriage, he finally did call me after about 5 days I think and was asking where I went. I told him to not worry about it since I'm gonna file for divorce and hope he's not gonna cause trouble. I managed to keep cool while talking to him and I'm so proud of myself. Guys! He started crying and saying that hitting me was a mistake and he's very sorry for disrespecting me like this. I told him I don't care because there was no reason for him to lay a finger on me. I also asked him why he'd do this, to which he replied something along the lines of, "I don't know, I suddenly got very angry and was frustrated that you didn't tell me before that you'd slept with someone else. I hope you've caught it," because he said slept with. Right then I was so done, I started half yelling half talking through the phone. I told him, why would that even matter? I'm married to you, and apparently, he asked me at the beginning of our relationship if I'd slept with anyone else before and answered him with no. Now I'm mad, so I yelled I was fucking raped, sex does not equal rape, you shithead. And added that my lawyer will probably be contacting him very soon, so it's best for him to not call me at all and be compliant. He tried to backfire saying that it was not the main reason, but I just put my phone down. Some of you have suggested that he might have thought that I was a pure teenager when he started hitting up on me, and I didn't want to believe it because he was never really religious or anything. But here we fucking go. I'm also wondering what other reason he tried to come up with to ease things up. I also got my tooth fixed at the dentist's. I was able to visit the next day somehow and it's now like new. The dentist asked me how it happened because it was in a really bad state. I told him I was hit, while not thinking anything about it. He kinda gasped at that moment and I said I was sorry for saying something so unnecessary. Afterwards, he told me he used better materials and I didn't have to pay him for them, only for the service, and wished me luck. I was kinda embarrassed, but honestly, I was so done with it, and the amount of support I got from my family, Reddit, and even the dentist guy was immeasurable. I stopped feeling sad about everything. I didn't take it to the police yet. I don't know if I will honestly, because I really don't want to think about him ever again and the whole situation is so exhausting. I will though, be divorcing him very soon and possibly getting a restraining order. I don't know how it all works yet, but my brother's wife has my back, so I believe it'll all go well. Thank you to everyone for any advice and my fellow Polish Redditors who happens to find this post and came with some specific tips on what I could do, hence why I'm getting a therapist for free. Take care and stay safe. Am I the asshole for refusing to move in with my boyfriend to care for my 16-year-old cat in his final months? Throw away, and I'm on mobile, sorry for the format. I've been dating my 24F boyfriend, 26M, for a bit over a year now, and he really wants me to move in with him. The problem? My cat. My cat is 16, and dying. The vet says it would be unwise to hope for anything past 6 months. I've had this cat since I was a child, he was there for me through everything. There are a few reasons I don't want to move. 1. Moving is really stressful for cats, and I don't want to cause any unneeded stress for my old boy. 2. My boyfriend has a fairly energetic Rottweiler. My cat has never been good with dogs, almost killed when he was 2 years old, We had to amputate his leg and it was so badly crushed and injured. I understand my boyfriend wants me to be close to him, I want that too, but is it really so much to ask for a few months for my cat to pass away? It hurts me so much that he keeps calling me unfair and not committed in this relationship I am. But my longest friend is dying, and I want him to be comfortable. He doesn't seem to grasp how important my cat is to me. He has never liked cats, and even made the joke, when he's gone I will finally be your number one man. I don't know how to handle this at all. Any advice is welcome. Comments. Comment 1. If he has a dog, how can he not understand what it's like to love an animal? Oop. He doesn't think cats actually have emotions or something. He's one of those people who thinks cats are evil and dogs are a saving grace, which was fine before. I understand not liking cats is almost as common as liking them. Comment 2. Je comprends qu'il pourrait ne pas aimer le chat lui-même mais pas pourquoi il ne comprend pas comment vous vous sentez à propos du chat. Comment 3. I don't think it's unreasonable. After 16 years the cat is part of the family. Of course you want to make his passing as easy and safe as possible. If he doesn't get it, frankly he sounds like a tool. Update, 1 day later. First off, let me say I'm still shaking, so if this is a rambled mess I am sorry. All your kind words from yesterday made me cry, thank you all so much. I thought I would give some backstory to how my BF and I met. It was through a support group, as I mentioned. Growing up, until age 7, I had a very abusive dad. When I was 7 he tried to kill my mother and I. Luckily the cops intervened and they took him away. My mom charged him and he got put away. When the trial was done, we moved, and my mom gave me Moo, don't judge the name, I was 8, from a local shelter. I didn't fit in at the new school, and Moo was the best thing in my life. Back to the support group. I shared my story, and my BF confronted me after saying he also had abusive parents growing up, and we bonded over our similar situations. I didn't realize how much control he had over me until recently. He convinced me to stop seeing my therapist. We also stopped going to group. He used to tell me what to wear, how to style my hair, it's very curly, and recently I've been straightening it because he would always say it looked better. A few hours ago, I invited him over for lunch and to talk. Luckily, Moo was in my room sleeping. I told him what you guys said, saying that if it was his dog he would be upset. He blew up. He told me that wasn't the point. The point was I wasn't committed to him, or didn't care about us. He started throwing things, a glass, some books I had lying about, and some picture frames. It was terrifying. I had never seen him this angry before, and I just reverted back to what I used to do as a kid. Curl up, cover yourself as much as you can, stay quiet. Bless my roommate, who came home during this fit. She had brought the security guard because as she was walking in she heard the shouting, items breaking. My BF was escorted out. As he left I just screamed, "Don't come back. I hope it sticks." I've blocked his number, and my landlady has been notified not to let him in, as have the guards. Next step is neighbors. I don't really know what to do from here. I emailed my therapist, hopefully she will let me come back. My mom is on the way over right now, and my roommate is with me too. I'm so terrified. I didn't realize how much control he had over me. I thought all his early behavior was just because he had clingy issues from his own upbringing. I'm going to have a bath, relax, let my hair go curly again, and cuddle my baby. I'm really glad Moo was in my room. Thank you all for the help. I didn't think any of this was wrong until you guys brought it up. I still love him, and feel bad for him. He had a shit upbringing too, and I'm sure he's messed up from it, but I'm going to try to move on. After my cat dies, I'm going to move out from this place, to somewhere he doesn't know about. Thank you all again. Edit for everyone who wants to see Moo. Copy from another comment. I don't want to be identified in case anyone I know or in the future knows finds this. That's why I made a throwaway, as I do have a regular Reddit account. Imagine this. A pretty big tomcat, mainly white with 3 huge black spots on his back, leg, and side of his head. Minus the back right leg, and yellow eyes. An 8-year-old me thought he looked like a cow, and cows moo, hence the name Moo. He's pretty derpy, but he's mine. Edit 2. Moved to tears again by all your comments. Thank you. I'm going to log off this account now, and hopefully never have a reason to use it again. Thank you all so much for the help, I love you all. Comments. Comment 1. As distressing as it must have been for you, I'm so glad he finally showed his true colors, but even more so that you were brave enough to end things for good. You're a strong woman, and getting back to therapy will make you stronger and more aware of the intentions of any future abusers who may want to prey on you because of what you've been through. BW. Curly hair is gorgeous. Seriously, wear your curls with pride. Comment 2. Sorry you had to find out he sucks that way up. Stick to your guns and don't let him back in, he is controlling and most likely could have become physical if not for your roommate coming. Don't let the sob stories from him get to you. Comment 3. Yep, he was trying to separate OP from Moo because they always try to take away our support systems. He couldn't stand that there was anything you loved more than him. Good riddance and stay strong, OP. Comment 4. I'm pretty sure this comment will get lost among the others, but maybe you'll see it, and I think you need all the support right now, no matter how small. I'm sure it's hard to let him go and you still love him. It's not like you can fall out of love in a matter of seconds. But please stay strong and don't take him back under any circumstances. I'm sure you already know this, as you seem like an extremely bright and sensible lady, just maybe you need to read this in a weaker moment. Surround yourself with all the support you can, family, friends, therapy, take legal action if needed. I don't care how shit his upbringing was. It might be a reason to be abusive, but never an excuse. Don't let history repeat itself. Take care, cuddle your buddy. Oop. Thank you, my mom got here a while ago and she said the same thing. Don't end up like she did. It's scary how I almost went into the same cycle. I love him, but some of the things he screamed at me, I hate that cat, I'll kill him, amongst others, scared me. I could never expose my cat to that. I won't go back to someone who would hurt something so close to me. Update commenting in Aboru and the other sub, 6.5 years later. Hi everyone. This is kinda crazy. I was on my regular Reddit account, I am an avid follower of this subreddit, when I saw my own post on here. I thought I would give some updates. Moo died around 4 months after this post. He was put down, since his quality of life was declining rapidly, and while he could have lived maybe another 3 or 4 months, I didn't want that for him. He was in the last stages of kidney disease, and needed so many drugs of subcutaneous hydration to just keep him going. I miss him every single day. I still have his ashes with me, and I make sure to keep him in a sunbeam on the window. That was his favorite thing. Regarding my ex, the embarrassing part of it is, I still felt so badly for him for so long. I saw a comment on the original post that said it sounded like I was just looking for validation that his behavior wasn't okay, and I think that's true. Besides controlling my hair, he also pretty much decided everything in our relationship. What we did together, what we ate, shows we watched. It seemed so small at the time, that he never wanted to go to the places I picked or listen to the music I liked. He always had a reason at first, but then eventually it was just because he didn't want to do those things. And for some reason I let that happen. I did try to go back to that therapist and the group, but even after I told her and them what happened, I felt unsafe being there. For the first few months, he would stake out my apartment, and I couldn't trust he wasn't also following me to therapy. Maybe stake out isn't the right word, but he would leave letters and packages and stuff outside my building, so I knew he was there. Could be there at any time. Cops were not helpful since he never made himself known to me, although my roommate swears she saw him a couple times across the street. Basically just said to be careful. My therapist and I moved to phone calls, for a while. I don't know if this will surprise anyone, but turns out XBF was into the no sugar. A lot of our fights I now think he was high for at least some of them, especially the last blow up. He ended up getting in a fight with some dudes at a bar and he was fucked up when booked. This was probably about a month or so after Moo died. I broke my lease, which my roommate, who I am still friends with, was really nice about. I moved back in with my mom, lives in a different town, for a few months, before finding another job just one town over from her. This was her suggestion. She wanted to keep an eye on me and make sure I didn't let him back into my life. She was and is my rock to this day. He got out after only a few months for good behavior, and while he didn't know where I lived, I am extremely thankful for my mom. There are times when I would hear that his experience changed him, via PPL I knew, and I would think, maybe he has changed. I was so lonely without Moo. My mom nipped those in the bud every time. She would ask me things like, even if you go back, what then? You get married and have kids? Do you think he would be a good father? It was sobering to think of what I experienced as a child being continued. Eventually I steeled myself with the help of a new therapist, suggested from my old one, and worked on my self-confidence a lot. About what I deserve. When COVID hit, I had a lot of time to kind of break down parts of my life I didn't before. I have tried being in relationships since, but there was this underlying feeling of stress in each one. About 2 years ago I figured out I think I am asexual. Sex was always so uncomfortable for me, even when it was physically enjoyable I never really wanted the act. I just assumed this was trauma and fear of intimacy. That is what most people and therapists had told me. I am currently in a relationship with a lovely person, NB, and we are both asexual. We do kiss, but we rarely ever move beyond that. With them, there is no expectation for more. They are also from a less than happy childhood. They were in the foster system, but that isn't my story to share, so I won't. Just know that I am happy. We have been together for a year, and they are so considerate and kind. They bring me flowers at least once a month, they make sure I can express myself, they encourage my interests and actually want to hear about them. Most of all, they love my curly hair, and they love cats. I never adopted another cat after Moo Moo. I think I was terrified for a long time that if I did, they could be used against me. My partner has 2 cats, who I love. We are currently trying to work out moving in together. My place has a better location, but theirs is larger. We've decided to try and find a completely new place together that we can both agree on, but the process for rentals right now is horrid. There have been 2 places so far that we applied to and didn't get. Anyway, my life is going great. I still have lots of trauma that I live with, but I know I can get back up when I fall. I have people I love, who also love me. I probably won't respond to any comments, and I'll most likely delete this account in a few days. I don't need it anymore. But before I did, I thought leaving one last update was called for. Thank you for all your kind words, and helping me find confidence to get out of that relationship. Much love to everyone. I let my unemployed sister stay for free, but after getting engaged, she blocked me, so I canceled my deal to help her fiancé with rent. All of this began around 2 weeks ago, when my sister's boyfriend proposed to her and invited her to move in with him. Then, earlier this week, she arranged an engagement party without inviting me. Things had already become strained between us, but this was the tipping point for me. We had a tremendous quarrel when I questioned her about not inviting me, especially because I had supported her and allowed her to live with me rent-free for the previous year. She informed me that an idiot like me was no help in the first place, and that she didn't want to remain in touch with me any longer since she had had enough of me. Of course, it was completely ungrateful and disrespectful. So I called off my little deal with her guy. Now she's constantly apologizing, but I don't need it. I wouldn't have had any second thoughts if it hadn't been for my mother. For perspective, Janet, my sister, lost her job as a copywriter after her firm announced major layoffs. She tried freelancing for a while, but it didn't pay well, and she eventually couldn't afford rent. She was kicked out of her flat and had to come to me. Previously, she and I had an acceptable relationship. We weren't particularly close, but I let her move in because I felt sorry for her. She was definitely going through a difficult time, and she needed all the aid she could get. Our mother lives far away with our brother, so she couldn't help, and I was Janet's only family member nearby. For the past year, I've let her remain with me without paying rent because my husband and I make enough money to cover it. She not only did not pay rent, but she also made no effort to help with home tasks or finances. We treated her like a child, and this is how she decided to repay me. Naturally, I was angry. I could tell she was doing better in the final few months since she began to spend more time with her pals. Despite this, she refused to take a job. She was either depleting her savings or spending the money our mother sent her as an allowance until she found something worth her time. I felt it was odd for a woman in her mid-20s to live like that. Since she was clearly no longer battling mentally, I began urging her to look for work. That led to a lot of arguments since she wanted me to get off her back and stop bothering her, whereas I thought she was wasting money. Our relationship deteriorated over time because she refused to listen to my advice, despite the fact that it was sound. Then last month, I discovered that I was pregnant. My husband and I decided she couldn't live with us any longer since it would be too much work, and we wanted to convert her room into a nursery. Fortunately, we did not need to have that conversation with her. Just a few days after I found out I was pregnant, Janet's boyfriend Caleb approached me and said he wanted help choosing a ring because he was about to propose. They had been together for 4 years. He had supported her through thick and thin, and he was a decent man. Janet hadn't moved in with him earlier because they worked in the same department and were laid off at the same time. He'd had a difficult year as well. However, a few months ago, he found a new job. He told me that during the first several months of the engagement, he wanted to live with his parents. Once he found an apartment he liked and saved enough money, he would move in and invite Janet to join him. His funds had suffered significantly because he was no longer living rent-free with his parents, as Janet did. Since I really wanted Janet to move out, I proposed that he find an apartment first, move in, and then propose. After that, he could invite Janet to live with him. That way, everything would go well. He was concerned about the expenses, but I promised him that I would pay Janet's half of the rent for the first few months until she found work. I devised this strategy because I desperately needed to leave the house before my second trimester began. Maybe it was a little sly, but I didn't want to jeopardize my already poor relationship with Janet by bringing up the unpleasant topic of her staying with us. This manner, everyone benefited, so I didn't give it much thought. Within a few weeks, Caleb had secured an apartment, and he and I had reached an agreement. Everything went precisely as I expected. Janet moved out just a few days after her engagement. However, once she had a ring on her finger and a place to stay, her attitude toward me shifted dramatically. I could sense something was wrong. Even then, I never dreamed she'd exclude me from her engagement party after everything I'd done for her. When I challenged her about it, she called me a fool and claimed that I had not been helpful at all. She stated that I had only put pressure on her in recent months, causing her undue anxiety, and that she was relieved to be gone. She wanted nothing to do with me anymore, so she blocked me. I was obviously irritated, so I called Caleb and informed him that I was canceling our little deal. Janet was obviously ungrateful, and I didn't need to worry about her anymore. She is an adult lady who can manage herself. She is not my child, so I do not have to feel terrible about this. This put Caleb in a difficult situation as well, but I couldn't care less at the time because I was so upset. A few days later, Janet unblocked me and began apologizing. Then, yesterday, my mother called and told me I was being really unreasonable. She claimed that what I had done was useless and weird. She informed me there was no need to manipulate Janet and Caleb only to get Janet out of my house. I could have simply sat her down and had an honest chat with her. Everything would have been plain. Perhaps I agree with that. I don't believe my mother was absolutely wrong. But, in my defense, Janet had already been quite difficult to cope with for the previous few months. I didn't want to add to my stress by attempting to have that talk since I knew Janet wouldn't take it well unless she already had somewhere to go. My mother also said that by pulling out of the transaction, I was causing unneeded difficulties for Caleb, who was absolutely blameless in the issue. However, I couldn't get myself to care about it either. My mother also stated it was embarrassing for our family, and I suppose she's correct. That is why I have been thinking about it so much. I'm torn. I don't want to back out of the transaction since that would make me a big jerk. But at the same time, I really don't want to help Janet, especially after what she said to me. She basically called me a stupid after I had done so much for her in the previous year. I'm in a huge quandary right now and desperately need some decent guidance. Am I wrong for pulling out of the deal and causing problems for my sister and her fiancé? Update 1. Thank you to everyone who reacted to my post. After much consideration, I decided to discuss it with Caleb. He is the one person I owe an explanation to in this situation. After all, he did everything I asked of him because he trusted me, and I don't want to leave him in a difficult situation. I informed him that I would continue to assist him financially, but that if Janet finds work, I would like all of the money returned. This is just a one-time favor for Janet, and I don't want to engage with her again. Even this contact was exclusively between Caleb and me. I didn't want him caught in the crossfire between Janet and myself. As I have stated, Caleb is a truly kind guy, and I don't think it's fair to leave him hanging, especially considering his financial position. He appeared relieved when I spoke with him on the phone. He informed me that he understood how furious I was, but he was grateful that I did not back out of the transaction, which would have left him in a terrible situation. He also encouraged me to make amends with Janet. But that's where I draw the line. I don't want anything to do with my family right now, including my mother. While my mother had a good point about how I could have simply spoken to Janet, told her the truth about my pregnancy, and asked her to leave, she fails to recognize that I had previously tried to be polite to Janet for a long period. Janet made things exceedingly difficult for me. Let's not forget that my mother was helping her by sending her a monthly allowance, despite my repeated warnings that this was preventing Janet from becoming independent. I cautioned her that her actions would ensure Janet never got a job or got back on her feet, but she ignored me. So I think I'm really a fool. Because, at the end of the day, I feel used by my family. Janet clearly utilized me for a rent-free place to live without contributing monetarily or assisting with tasks. My mother practically used me to support Janet while disregarding my sentiments. If she cared, she would have heeded my advice and encouraged Janet to seek a job rather than providing her with free money. She was not even enthusiastic about my pregnancy. Instead, she was more concerned with Janet's condition and did not congratulate me. Anyway, the basic line is that, while I feel horrible about what's going on with my family, I'm not going to let it interfere with my life. I'm embarking on a new path as a mother, and I'd like to start on a positive one. I do not want any negativity in my life at the moment. As a result, I have chosen to cut off all communication with my mother and sister. I'm not going to lie, it will be difficult. Aside from them, I just have my in-laws for my family. My father died in an accident when I was 7 years old, and his parents died shortly after that. We don't have much contact with his family, and I'm not close to any of my other relatives. It used to be just my mother, Janet, and I against the world. Janet and I had a close relationship as children. However, as we grew older, we became further apart. Recently, I believed we were reuniting, but then something happened. Now I think I'd be better off without them. Even though I'll be lonely, at least I won't be stressed. And even if I don't have my family with me, I have my husband, which is enough for me. Update 2. It's been 5 weeks since my last update, and my mother unexpectedly showed up today. I had the day off, so I spent it at home. I heard the doorbell ring just as I was about to leave work. I looked outside and saw my mother standing there. I was surprised because she normally prefers to stay in her hometown and dislikes traveling or spending overnight anywhere. She finds it unpleasant. Her last visit was short for one day to attend Janet's engagement party. She flew back home the next morning, so we didn't even get to meet. This time, she said that she had come because Janet wanted her to meet Caleb's parents in a more intimate environment, so they had a family meal. She'd traveled in just for it. Now that she knew I was pregnant, I suppose she felt compelled to pay me a visit rather than go immediately. She had been attempting to contact me on a regular basis over the last few weeks, but I had ignored her. However, now that she was standing directly outside my door, I couldn't pretend I hadn't heard the phone ring or that I was preoccupied. I had no choice but to let her inside. When we started talking, she apologized for her prior actions. However, she also felt that my behaviors were weird and needless. She said it was very typical of me to go behind someone's back and create plans only to get them out of my house when I could have had an honest chat with them. I had to explain to her that Janet and I had been having troubles for months and that I did not want to further the situation. Even then, I was trying to be a better person by avoiding drama. I had gone out of my way to assist Janet so that she did not find up in a situation where she had nowhere else to turn. That is why I had to take such precautions. She would have understood why I did this if she had checked on me as often as she did Janet. Clearly, she had no concept what things were like from my perspective. I did tell her that she was correct, as I had previously, and stated that despite our frequent fighting, I should have just informed Janet that I was pregnant and requested her to leave her room. She probably would have taken it well, and if she didn't, I should have taken my chances rather than gone out of my way to construct a living environment that favored her in order to prevent conflicts or drama, like a fool. At that time, my mother had the foresight not to say anything else and left it at that. She then moved the subject to my pregnancy, and we talked about it for a while. However, I was already getting irritated, so I was extremely dry with her. After a while, she assured me she understood why I was still unhappy with her, and that I had every right to be. However, she was the baby's grandmother and desperately wanted things to return to normal. She asked me to stop ignoring her because she wanted to stay in touch and see how my pregnancy was going. I told her I'd think about it, but right now, I just needed some space. She eventually left, and that was all. I'm not sure what to make of this conversation, but at least we got it out of the way. I'm not sure if I'll respond when she starts texting and calling again, but I might try. At the very least, I am not as upset as I was before, which is an improvement. Update 3. Hello, it's been 3 weeks since my previous update. My mother has consistently tried to contact me. I've been responding to her texts and returning her calls on and off, whenever I feel like it. I rarely answer, but I'm not entirely ignoring her like I used to. I'm still unhappy with how things turned out for my family, so I'm taking my time. She'll have to cope with it if she wants to maintain touch with her granddaughter, at least until the next grandchild arrives, if you get what I mean. Anyway, I believe the situation with my mother has marginally improved. However, my status with Janet has remained largely unchanged. We remain emotionally detached and refuse to interact with one another. I have not spoken to her since my last conversation with Caleb. Caleb did inform me that Janet has finally found work and will begin repaying me within the next few weeks. It's a relief because I had almost given up hope of seeing my money again. I'm not sure why it took her so long to get back on her feet, but I'm relieved it's finally happening. It's for her own good, and honestly, I'm just relieved that I won't have to get involved in this mess anymore. My baby is my primary priority right now. The pregnancy is going well, albeit morning sickness has already set in, which has been the most difficult challenge so far. Aside from that, I am quite delighted to become a mother. My husband, aware that I do not have a good relationship with my family right now, has gone above and above to keep me happy and distracted. His family has been tremendously supportive, particularly my mother-in-law. I consider myself really fortunate to have such a supportive mother-in-law. She has been coming over very frequently, taking care of me, making sure I don't overwork myself, and has even begun cooking for us. I can't begin to express how beneficial that has been. It makes me sad that my mother isn't doing anything for me other than attempting to stay in touch. But I suppose that's simply how she is. If Janet had been pregnant, I'm very sure my mother would have flown in and moved in with her. In that sense, I'm grateful that I'm not Janet, because I doubt I would have been able to compromise my privacy in that way. Update 4. Hello, it's been 2 weeks since my last report, and today I received my first payment from Janet. She messaged me that she had received her first paycheck a few days earlier and that she felt it was right to begin repaying me for all of the help and support I had provided her over the previous year when she was struggling. She also apologized for her past behavior and expressed her desire that we could become friends again eventually. I felt awkward and emotional after reading that. I thanked her and told her I desired the same thing, and that was all. There are still more payments to make, but I hope she does not send any more emotional messages like this. Honestly, they just make me feel horrible about everything that happened, which I don't need right now. I simply want to be happy. I want to appreciate this period in my life. I do not wish to linger on the past. Speaking of which, as my pregnancy is advancing, my mother called me earlier this week to see how I felt about her visiting every other weekend. She said she could take the bus and travel on alternating weekends to see me and help me. Flights would be prohibitively expensive for frequent travel, so the bus would have to suffice. It's only a 6-hour drive from her home to mine, so she claimed it wouldn't be too difficult. I considered it, but ultimately declined. First and foremost, no matter how much she wants to come see me and help, I know it would be extremely uncomfortable for her to travel in that manner owing to her back and knee problems. That's why she doesn't travel often, and when she does, she takes flights, even if they're only 45 minutes. I don't want to cause her any discomfort. That was one of my reasons for saying no. The other reason is that, while I appreciate the invitation, I know that if she comes over, she will want to remain with me now that I am pregnant. She usually stays in hotels because she enjoys the luxury, and it makes her trips feel like vacations. However, the situation has altered. I know she'll want to stay at my place, but I don't want to give up my privacy, especially with the baby on the way. Both my spouse and I work hard, and we rarely have time to see each other throughout the week. I'm attempting to finish up all of my work before leaving on maternity leave, and he's working extra hours for a raise. Weekends are all we have, and I do not want to waste them. However, I knew my mother really wanted to see me, so I devised another plan. I informed her that she could visit us on the last weekend of each month. My mother would no longer have to fly every other weekend and would be able to spend more time with us. We decided on this arrangement because it seemed to work for both of us. My husband and I would still have to miss one of our weekends, but since my mother was making an effort, I was willing to compromise. My mother-in-law agreed with this approach because, at the end of the day, family is vital. And, as much as I tried to hide it, it was clear that I missed being on good terms with my family. Of course, what had happened was unacceptable, and I had every right to be furious. But if they were making an attempt and I wanted to give them another chance, that was excellent for me as well. So, I believe it's a terrific idea, and I truly hope I can work things out with my mother. My sister's condition is still unresolved, but I don't mind. She appears to be doing well for herself, at least, I hope so, and I am too. Right now, these minor variances don't bother me. I just want to make sure the future is a positive one. Honestly, the only thing that matters to me right now is my baby. I'm going to do whatever makes me happy because, if I'm happy, my baby is happy, or so I've heard. LOL. Update 5. Hello, it's been a few months since my previous post, and I finally have time to write because I've been busy with my baby for the past few weeks. I had my baby 3 weeks ago, and she is a complete joy. She's brought everyone together, and I couldn't be happier. My mother and I continued with the arrangement we established in my previous report. She started visiting me on the final weekend of each month. However, in the days running up to my due date, she stayed with me, which was quite pleasant. She sincerely apologized to me. She recognized that she had not been a good mother to me and that she sincerely wanted to make amends, not just for her grandson, but because it was the proper thing to do. She also informed me that she loves Janet and me equally, but that in the last year, she had been a little biased because Janet had been struggling. Perhaps that's why she asked me to be gentler with her. However, she was unaware that she was treating me unfairly. She apologized for this as well. A long time has passed, and I have resolved to forgive her. We've agreed to work on our relationship and try to improve. Janet had been paying me back in installments, and she made her final payment last month. In the midst of it all, she hadn't sent any more emotional texts than she had the first time. However, after completing her final payment, she contacted me to express her want to discuss and work things out between us. She wished to apologize for what she had done. So I decided to invite her over. When she arrived, she very much broke down and apologized. She stated that she had been in a tough emotional state, which caused her to act out. She assured me that she, not I, had been the fool. She claimed she had been ungrateful and that I did not deserve anything that had transpired. She was overjoyed that I had agreed to talk to her. So, Janet and I have agreed to try to restore our relationship. Perhaps, in time, we will be as close as we were as children. Janet has been coming frequently since my daughter was born, and my daughter adores her Aunt Janet. This makes me happy. As I mentioned earlier, my baby has actually brought everyone together. Her birth seems to have healed everything. Almost everyone was there for me while I was in labor. In the delivery room, I had my husband, his family, and my own. That day will remain the most memorable of my life. My wife cheated, got pregnant, demanded divorce and alimony. I exposed her to her church, ruining her reputation and getting her expelled. Hello everyone, before we start today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's simple, free, and allows us to keep bringing you great content. Your support means everything to us. Let's keep this channel growing together. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. So, since some of you have requested the complete tale, I guess I should start at the beginning. This is going to be long, but whatever. For the first 4 years of our marriage, my wife, I'll call her Jen, and I felt we were doing well. We met back in college. She was gorgeous as hell and seemed interested in my goals rather than just seeking a party person. I was working on my business degree while she studied education. We hit it off immediately. Following graduation, I embarked on my own consulting business. The first couple of years were sheer hell, working 80+ hour weeks, worrying about earning rent, the whole thing. But Jen was quite supportive back then. She would deliver me energy drinks at 2 a.m., give me encouraging speeches when clients ignored me while I was coding, all that girlfriend of the year stuff. She even recommended putting her teaching career on hold to help me build something amazing. It struck me as the most selfless act I'd ever witnessed. Looking back, I should have noticed the red flag waving directly in my face. We moved into a great house in a good neighborhood after my business started producing excellent money. Jen became obsessively connected with a local church. She began leading women's clubs, arranging charity activities, continuously posting Bible verses on Instagram, and preaching about family values and marriage sanctity. However, by the 4th year, things began to feel off. At first, there were little issues. She stopped inquiring about my day. Conversations that used to flow naturally were scripted, as if she was simply checking off boxes rather than genuinely listening. I'd ask easy questions like, "How was Bible study? Who showed up?" And she'd give vague, clipped responses, as if she was eager to shift the subject. What really surprised me was her sudden interest in our finances. Previously, she was pleased with having access to the credit cards and never inquired about the business. She suddenly wanted to know specific numbers. How much did we make last quarter? What's the business valued at now? Do we have assets I don't know about? At first, I assumed she was simply showing an interest, perhaps wanting to get further involved. Then I observed her taking pictures of the financial statements I had left out. One night, I discovered her looking through my office files while I was sleeping. "Just organizing," she said, although I noticed her reviewing documents on her phone. Things were gradually escalating, and I could feel the tension between us increasing by the day. Then her routine changed. Her routine became strange. Random late nights, weekend getaways that didn't add together. She'd leave the house wearing one clothing and return in another, dismissing it with a casual, "Oh, I spilled something." I noted one night how we hadn't spent much time together lately and how she seemed different. She rolled her eyes. "You're imagining things," she stated firmly, without looking at me. Then she suddenly became quite protective of her phone. She bought new, sexier clothes, but I never saw her wear them. She'd come back with claims that didn't fit, such as referencing restaurants in cities she'd never been to or having receipts for only one hotel room when she claimed to have gone with 4 ladies. I did not want to believe it. I assumed I was just worried as a result of my excessive workload. Then, one night, she arrived home late. Her hair was a little disheveled. Her makeup was smudgier than usual. And there was a faint, strange aroma on her, something harsh, like perfume. I didn't have any cologne. I asked casually at first. "Long night?" She hardly glanced at me as she kicked off her heels. "Yeah, Bible study ran late. Then we grabbed dinner. You know how it is." Except, I didn't. Bible study used to stop at 8 p.m., but suddenly she was walking in after midnight as if it were usual. "Smells like someone spilled cologne on you," I commented, watching her reaction. That's when her posture shifted, not guilty, but protective. She scoffed and crossed her arms. "You're seriously paying attention now? Maybe if you weren't always at the office, you'd actually know what's going on in my life." That was not an answer, it was a deflection. And it worked just as she intended, shifting the blame onto me. I could have pushed, but I did not. Because I already knew how this would turn out. If I accused her, she'd cry, alter the story, and blame me for being paranoid and inattentive. I wasn't going to let her distort the narrative, so I got smart about it. I began monitoring credit card statements. I checked her location history after she left her iPad unlocked. Pro tip: women never sign out of their accounts. And, sure enough, every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, she spent exactly 2 to 3 hours at a different address in town. An apartment complex. On Thursday, I decided to leave work early. I parked across from the complex and waited. Sure enough, at 2 p.m., Jen drew back sharply. 10 minutes later, he parked next to her. Tall dude. Gym bro type. One of those tribal tattoos on his arm, so cliché. I snapped photos of them walking in together, all touchy-feely. Sitting in my car, seething, I saw my wife, the lady around whom I had constructed my entire world, walk into another man's apartment with the same flirtatious enthusiasm she used to have with me. My mind was screaming at me to storm up there and tear down the door. But I forced myself to stay put. Rage is loud. But what about revenge? Revenge is quiet. When she returned 2 hours later, I shot additional photos. I watched them kiss as if they had all the time in the world, and right then, something in me turned off. No more doubts. I had lost the woman I loved. The guy's name was Eric. I discovered this through her text conversations when she left her phone to shower one night. He worked at her church, possibly as a youth pastor. The irony was too thick. But I did not confront her immediately. Instead, I obtained more proof, including screenshots of texts, further images of their meetings, and hotel receipts from her purse. I even recorded a phone call in which she told Eric that she was about to leave me and that they would finally be together. The most painful thing, however, was not just the dishonesty. It was discovering how long she'd been plotting my ruin. I reviewed her texts with Eric, and what I saw made me literally nauseous. This wasn't a random event, she had been planning for months. I'm waiting for the right moment. He's too busy with work to notice anything. Once I file, I'll push for alimony. He won't see it coming. She wasn't simply going to leave me. She was using me to fund her new life. She and her boyfriend chuckled about how she'd make a nice landing while leaving me high and dry. That's when I realized she wasn't simply walking away. I was making certain she left with nothing. I met with my business accountant after hours and kept it casual. Thinking about restructuring a few things, I reported. Over the next several weeks, I made certain financial decisions, including prepaying my office lease for a year, paying down business debts faster, and shifting my salary so that more money stayed in the firm rather than displaying as personal income. I invested in new equipment which I knew I'd need soon but didn't technically need right now. On paper, it appeared like my business was controlling cash flow. Nothing suspicious, just routine operations that, strangely, made me appear a lot less liquid. At the same time, I created a second personal account with another bank and began moving tiny amounts. Nothing crazy, just enough to make a cushion that she wouldn't have access to. Everything was legal and properly documented. I wasn't hiding money. I was simply making sure she didn't get more than she deserved. And then, unexpectedly, she did me a favor. On a random Tuesday, she decided to blow it all up herself. When I got home from work, she was sitting on our couch with this bizarre, pleased expression on her face. "Mike," she said in a phony kind tone. "We need to talk." I knew what was about to happen but pretended not to know. "What's up?" "I'm pregnant." We hadn't been dating in months, so unless she was carrying baby Jesus 2.0, this wasn't mine. Before I could respond, she twisted the knife. "But it's not yours. I've been seeing someone else. I want a divorce." She stated it as if she were ordering takeout. There is no guilt. Without hesitation. 5 years of marriage, thrown away like an expired coupon. I could feel the wrath rising beneath my skin, and my hands flexed at my sides. Every instinct told me to throw the entire folder of evidence in her face, drag her through the mud right then and there. But then it struck me. It was perfect. She had no idea. No idea I already knew. No idea I had been observing, documenting, and waiting. She believed she was in control. She believed she was the one who ended things. I gave a lazy smirk. I noticed the spark of confusion in her eyes. She was waiting for me to explode, beg, and ask who. But I sat there, quiet as always. She doubled down. "And just so you know, you'll still be paying me alimony. I gave up my career for you, so you owe me." I locked eyes with her. "Jen," I commented. Did you really think I wouldn't know about Eric? Her face lost its color. I chuckled. Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? 2 to 3 hours. Same apartment complex. Same parking spot. You didn't even try to mix it up. You really thought I was that stupid? She stiffened, her jaw tightened. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, come on. I leaned back and stretched my arms across the back of the couch as if I had all the time in the world. Bible study runs late, huh? That must be one hell of a lesson plan if it requires lingerie in a hotel room, I told myself. And Eric, real winner you picked there. Youth pastor, huh? Wonder how his congregation would feel about him knocking up a married woman while preaching family values. She was now completely panicked. She sat up taller, her gaze darting around as if she were looking for an exit. How long were you going to play with me, Jen? I inquired, tilting my head. You and your little boy toy were waiting for the right moment, right? Planning to milk me dry before you ran off together? What was it you said? He won't see it coming? Her mouth opened and closed like a fish panting for oxygen. I did not let her recover. I stood up. Let me make something very clear. You are not walking away from this as the winner. You are not taking a damn thing from me that I don't let you have. She attempted to recover, disguising her dread with false assurance. It's the law, Mike. You can fight it all you want, but you'll lose. I gave her the smuggest smile I'd ever given someone in my life. If you say so, I answered simply. She felt she was hitting me with the ultimate power move. But, honestly, she saved me the work. All I had to do was smile and make her believe she was in control. Meanwhile, I had already moved 5 steps ahead. The next 2 weeks were bizarre. Jen moved out practically immediately, straight into Eric's place. She filed for divorce, claiming irreconcilable differences. Fancy legalese for I want to bang other dudes without feeling bad about it. I met with a group of lawyers. The first 3 essentially informed me I was screwed. No-fault divorce state was their favorite phrase. Apparently, the fact that my wife was banging the youth pastor and was knocked up by him didn't matter in court. But I kept seeking until I found an attorney, let's call him Paul, who didn't sugarcoat the situation. Look, man, I'm not going to lie to you, he told you. You're probably going to have to pay her something, but we can try to minimize the damage. I then showed Paul my financial statements. He raised an eyebrow. Interesting timing on some of these business expenses and restructuring, he commented, looking at me. He didn't say anything else. He couldn't legally advise me to hide assets, but I could sense he knew what I'd done. Well, this might help reduce the alimony calculation somewhat, but in this state, you're still looking at significant payments. That is when the wheels started turning. The courts may not care about her cheating, but her holier-than-thou church cronies will. I chose to remain cool during the divorce proceedings. Let her believe she was winning. Give her only enough rope to hang herself. Court day was weird. I arrived in my nicest suit. Jen arrived with her pricey lawyer, dressed modestly, as if she were auditioning for Sister Wives. It was almost funny how false the act was. Before we even started, the judge appeared to be extremely bored. Jen's lawyer spoke first, spewing rubbish about how she gave up her bright profession to support me, how she managed our home while I established my business, and how she deserved compensation for her contributions to the marriage. Then it was our turn. My lawyer provided the evidence, her adultery, the pregnancy, and the fact that she was already living with Eric. Her attorney stood up. Your Honor, let's not forget that we are in a no-fault state. He stated it so smugly, as if those 3 words erased everything she had accomplished. While my client deeply regrets that her marriage did not work out, the law is clear. Marital misconduct is not a factor in determining spousal support. What is relevant is the financial disparity between these 2 parties. Hearing how carelessly they discarded all she had done made me want to tear the entire courtroom apart. She cheated. She lied. She became pregnant with another man's child. And I was still supposed to pay her for leaving me. My lawyer pushed back, setting out all of the information again, highlighting how she wasn't simply leaving a marriage, but also establishing a financial safety net while living with someone else. But the judge only sighed, waiting for us to finish. When it was time for the ruling, he cleared his throat and lowered the hammer. While the court acknowledges Mr. Walker's concerns regarding his wife's infidelity, the law in this state is clear. Spousal misconduct is not a factor in determining alimony. Jen sneered at me from across the room. The judge proceeded. Given Mrs. Walker's financial dependence during the marriage and her current unemployment status, the court finds that she is entitled to spousal support. Mr. Walker will pay $4,500 monthly for a period of 4 years or until Mrs. Walker remarries. $4,500 every month for 4 years, To the woman who cheated on me while carrying another man's child. I felt as if I were taking wild medicines. But fortunately, my financial decisions had paid off. Sort of. Rather than being left with a $6,000 monthly payment, the judge reduced it to $4,500. Not ideal, but better than nothing. What is the best part? Jen and her lawyer had no idea about the money I still had tucked away. Or that my business would miraculously recover once this was all over. Jen couldn't help but appear smug as we walked out of court. Told you, she said quietly as we passed. Should have just agreed to my terms from the beginning. Then she had the audacity to phone Eric right in front of me. Baby, it's done, we won, she giggled like a teen. He has to pay. I told you the judge wouldn't care about the other stuff. I said nothing. Just watched her walk away, believing she had pulled off the ultimate deception. But the game was only getting started. I paid the first alimony check on time. I did not complain. Did not raise a fuss. Even sent a courteous email. Payment sent, please confirm the receipt? Jen appeared surprised. She undoubtedly expected me to be bitter, fight, and give her more ammunition. Instead, I played the ideal ex-husband, polite, timely with payments, aloof but not aggressive. She had no idea what was coming. Jen was more than simply a Harvest Community Church member. She was also their poster child. She led the women's ministry. She organized marriage retreats. She stood on stage throughout services, discussing God's plan for holy matrimony. Her father was a deacon. Her mother ran Sunday school. The entire family portrayed a wonderful Christian image. And I knew they'd throw her under the bus the moment they discovered who she truly was. I had collected everything. DNA testing results. Time-stamped images of her and Eric. Provide screenshots of their explicit texts. Hotel receipts. She even recorded herself insulting her religious mates for being uptight prudes. That one was especially juicy. I put everything in a neat professional folder and attached a cover letter that was really courteous and formal. To the elders at Harvest Community Church, I regret bringing this to your attention, but as a fellow Christian, I believe it is my responsibility. My ex-wife, Jennifer Walker, who oversees multiple ministries in your church, has been engaging in behavior that defies your church's principles. I've given documentation of her infidelity, which began during our marriage and resulted in a pregnancy that isn't mine, as proved by DNA testing. Jennifer is now living with this man and receiving considerable alimony from me. I'm sharing this not out of spite, but out of concern for the integrity of your ministry. Respectfully, Michael Walker. I dropped off the box early Sunday morning, when no one was present. Then I returned home and waited for the storm to hit. The Sunday after I sent my small care box, my phone blew up. Text messages from common church friends. Dude, WTF did you do? Pastor just called an emergency elder meeting before service. Jen is losing it. I simply turned off my phone and went back to sleep. It felt fantastic, not going to lie. Later that afternoon, I received a voicemail from Jen. She was shouting so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. You absolute piece of, how could you do this to me? They kicked me out of the women's ministry. My dad won't even look at me. You've ruined everything. I deleted it without phoning back. I don't need that negativity in my life. More messages arrived throughout the week, each more urgent than the last. Her church friends ignored her. Her parents were taking time to pray about the matter, which is church talk for we're disappointed in you. The Christian school where she volunteered begged her not to return. Even Eric was getting cold feet. Apparently, he did not sign up for all of this turmoil. He thought he was receiving a lovely woman and a solid alimony payment. Instead, he became a social outcast, with a baby on the way and a lot of baggage. By Friday, he had kicked her out of his flat. So much for pure love, right? Jen was summoned to a formal disciplinary hearing with the church elders 1 week after I dropped my evidence. I know because she called me, sobbing. Mike, please, they're going to publicly discipline me, she screamed. Do you know what that means? They'll announce it to the entire congregation. Everyone will know. They already know, Jen, I replied bluntly. That's kind of how church gossip works. My dad might lose his position over this. My family has been at Harvest for 3 generations. Should have thought about that before you fucked the youth pastor. She fell silent for a second. Then, in a soft voice, he's not talking to me anymore. Who? Your dad? No. Eric. He said this is too much drama, that I misled him about the divorce being clean and simple. I couldn't help laughing. So your soulmate bailed the second things got tough? Shocking. I have nowhere to go, Mike. My parents won't let me stay with them. None of my friends are returning my calls. Sounds like a personal problem. Can I come home? Just until I figure things out. This woman has an incredible amount of courage. It's not your home anymore, Jen. You gave that up when you decided to cheat. She began crying again, big, theatrical sobs. What am I supposed to do? Get a hotel. You've got alimony money coming in, figure it out. Then I hung up. Cold? Maybe. But after what she pulled, my sympathy tank was completely empty. The church hearing took place Wednesday night. By Thursday morning, the news had spread throughout the neighborhood. Jen had been formally identified as an adulteress and dismissed from all church responsibilities. The preacher even preached an entire sermon about the sacredness of marriage and the consequences of sin, never mentioning Jen specifically but making it abundantly clear who he was referring to. Her parents took a break from church leadership. Her sister postponed her wedding, which was due to take place at harvest. The entire family was essentially in exile. And Eric. He'd already requested a transfer to another church site in a faraway state, leaving Jen pregnant and alone. I remained on the sidelines throughout. I did not have to lift a finger. The community she admired most had done all of the difficult lifting for me. Small religious communities are tied to everything. Jen's church collapse set off a chain reaction that I could not have predicted better. First, the private Christian school where she worked part-time experienced budget constraints and canceled her position. The principal couldn't even look her in the eyes when he told her. Then, her volunteer gigs began to dry up. The Crisis Pregnancy Center, where she counseled young women, determined that her current circumstances made her a bad role model. The organization where she conducted donation drives informed her that they are restructuring their volunteer program. Every aspect of her identity was gradually chipped away. And I just kept paying the alimony check every month, on schedule. 3 weeks after the church controversy surfaced, I received a text from our former neighbor. Jen's living in her car in the Walmart parking lot. I did not respond. But later that night, I drove past. Sure enough, Hero Honda was parked in the far corner of the lot. I could see her silhouette in the driver's seat, lit by her phone screen. The following day, she called me again. I lost my job, she explained. Her voice was flat, no tears this time, just a hollow defeat. That sucks. The baby's due in 5 months. No one will hire me. My parents still won't talk to me. I said nothing. I've been sleeping in my car, she eventually acknowledged. I can't afford both a car payment and an apartment on just the alimony. Sounds like poor financial planning. She breathed sharply. Is this what you wanted? To see me completely destroyed? I considered it for a second. You know what? Yeah. Pretty much. I was stupid. I made a mistake. I never meant to hurt you. I shut her off. I don't care. She swallowed back a sob. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I smirked. Cool, good luck with your new life. And that's when I decided to play my last card. It's time to terminate this on my terms. Actually, I added, keeping my tone casual. I might have a solution that works for both of us. What kind of solution? Jen inquired, suddenly attentive. I could almost sense the anguish in her voice. I'm getting tired of writing these monthly checks, I added casually. And my business is expanding. I'm looking at opening an office in Singapore. Might move there for a while? What does that have to do with me? Well, international alimony enforcement is complicated. I waited to let it sink in. And I've been talking to a new lawyer who thinks we might have grounds to revisit the settlement, based on some creative interpretations of the law. Of course, that was complete crap. But Jen didn't realize it, and she was in no position to dispute me. What are you saying? She inquired. Her voice sounded panicked. I'm saying I'd like to buy you out. One lump sum payment instead of monthly alimony for the next 4 years. She remained silent as she considered the situation. How much? She finally inquired. $90,000. Cash. Tax-free. You sign a document releasing me from all future obligations, and the money's yours today. Jen had no idea I could afford that lump sum simply. The actions I made earlier had saved a large portion of my money, and my business was already recovering. She and her lawyer never discovered half of what I had. To her, $90,000 felt like a lifeline, but in reality, it was less than half of what I'd give her over the entire alimony period. A huge reduction. However, for someone living in their car, pregnant and broke, that probably sounded like winning the lottery. I don't know, she said. My lawyer said. Your lawyer isn't sleeping in a Walmart parking lot, I told him. And this offer expires in 24 hours. After that, I start the process to challenge the alimony ruling, and you get nothing while we battle it out in court for the next year or two. More silence. I could almost hear the wheels moving in her mind. Can I think about it? Sure, you've got until this time tomorrow. Then, I'm moving forward with the challenge. I hung up without waiting for an answer. She called again 2 hours later. I'll take it, she replied gently. Smart choice. I'll have the paperwork ready in the morning. Meet me at my lawyer's office at 9 a.m. Mike. Her voice sounded tiny. Thank you? I nearly laughed. Don't thank me, Jen. This isn't mercy. It's business. The following morning, she arrived at the lawyer's office looking like pure hell. She had dark circles under her eyes, her hair was unkempt, and she was dressed in the same clothes I had seen through the car window. My lawyer had the documentation ready, a full release of all future alimony obligations in exchange for a one-time payment. I had already prepared the cashier's check. Jen had barely read the contracts before signing. When my lawyer slid the check across the table, her hands trembled as she took it. So, that's it? She inquired. We're done? I nodded. Completely done. I don't ever want to hear from you again. She appeared to want to say something more, but instead she simply nodded and walked out. As the door shut behind her, my lawyer shook his head. You know, most guys in your position wouldn't have offered her anything. I informed him, it was worth 90 grand to be free of her forever. And I intended it. The monthly payments didn't damage me financially, but they were a continual reminder of how she had duped me. I was now entirely cut loose. I'm free to move on, without her shadow hanging over me. Besides, I knew Jen. She'd spend that money in 6 months, tops. Then she would have nothing. No alimony. No job prospects. No backup plan. Meanwhile, I would be establishing my empire, living my best life, and never looking back. Around 6 months later, I ran into her at a gas station. It wasn't planned, just one of those random occurrences. She appeared harsh. Still pregnant, or possibly pregnant again. I didn't ask or care. She was driving a beat-up old Civic, not the lovely automobile she had during our marriage. When she spotted me filling up my new BMW, she froze, like a deer in headlights. I nodded to her simply to be polite. She walked over with hesitation. There was awkward pause, and she said, "How are you?" I shrugged. "Business is good, life is good." She nodded and looked down at her feet. That's good." More uneasy silence. "The money's gone," she finally said. "I had to pay off debt, and the rest went to rent and food." I simply gazed at her. "Not my problem." "I know. I don't know why I'm telling you this." I finished pumping gasoline. "Well, good luck with everything." I began to get back into my car, but she spoke again. "I'm sorry, Mike, for everything. I really am." I gazed at her for a long time. Was it satisfying to watch her like this? Honestly, not as much as I expected. I didn't feel bad for her though. Too little, too late, Jen. Then I got into my car and drove away. Have not seen her since. Things for me have been going great. I met this lovely woman, she is incredible. She has her own marketing agency, works hard, plays hard, and does not play games or pull any BS. We moved in together 3 months ago. There's no urgency to marry again. Once bitten, twice shy and all that. But really, I could see it happening with her someday. She's the real deal. I tried not to get involved in Jen's affairs, but knowledge spreads quickly in a small town like this. Furthermore, we still have some mutual acquaintances who periodically send information my way. How much did I give her? $90,000. Gone in 4 months. Apparently, she used some to pay off credit card debt I had no idea about, bought a cheap apartment, and blew away the rest trying to maintain her lifestyle rather than adapting to her new circumstances. Jen's style is classic. I was never able to budget effectively. She had the baby, a boy. Eric is legally obligated to pay child support, but from what I've heard, he's a deadbeat who consistently falls behind. As previously said, he relocated to Ohio and has little to no contact with the child. I guess his call to youth ministry didn't extend to his own children. Shocking. Jen attempted to continue her teaching career, but her reputation followed her. She refused to attend any Christian school. She lacked current experience, which public schools preferred. Last I heard, she was working in a call center, earning little more than the minimum wage. What is the actual karma? What happened to her family? Her parents eventually forgiven her after 8 months of avoiding her, but their relationship is still tense. They occasionally assist with the infant, but they are constantly making comments about horrible life choices and dealing with the consequences. Her sister keeps her distance, clearly concerned that Jen's reputation may impact her own standing in the church. Jen attempted to rejoin the church community, but it did not go well. Although she can attend services, she is barred from all leadership positions indefinitely. She sits in the back and exits immediately after the service ends. No longer women's ministry, no more marital retreats, no change in social position. The ultimate irony. A common friend informed me that she has been telling people she made a mistake and should have worked on her marriage. Too late. As for me, I am doing better than ever. Business is thriving, the relationship is stable. I'm finally doing things I never had time for. I received my pilot's license. I took up mountain riding. I've even begun learning guitar. Lesson learned? Sometimes the worst things that happen to you result in the best version of your life. You simply have to be willing to burn the bridges that must be burned, and never look back. So I suppose that's it. I probably won't post an update on this whole situation because, honestly, I'm not thinking about Jen much these days. I have better things to focus on. Oh, and one last thought for anyone going through something similar: record everything. Capture screenshots. Save text. Gather evidence. It may not be useful in court, no-fault divorce laws and all, but knowledge is power. And you never know when you might need that power. Goodbye, Reddit. My parents wanted me to have a secret wedding to avoid hurting my selfish sister, but I refused and cut ties with them. I, 27, female, recently got engaged to my longtime boyfriend Jonathan, and I couldn't be happier. I told my parents last week, and while they sounded thrilled and congratulated me, I had a feeling something was off. But I didn't think much about it. They called yesterday to say they'd be able to attend for no more than an hour. Furthermore, they required that I marry in secret and keep the news from everyone. I couldn't believe what they were asking me to do until they explained the rationale. My younger sister Kelly, 24, female, is a brat. I know people say this about their sisters when they're younger, but we're both adults, and she's still a spoiled brat. We had not spoken in the past 3 years. She couldn't abide anyone else being the center of attention, even for a second, and my parents did nothing to discourage her attention-seeking behavior. I ultimately cut her off when, on my 25th birthday, she got drunk and made a scene in front of all my friends. I could not have invited her, but my parents persuaded me, and it was easier to give in than to argue with them. She screamed at me about how I was a loser and would always be, and how I could never compare to her. She did this in front of all of my friends, and if they hadn't intervened, she would have thrown her drink in my face. That was the last time we communicated before I blocked her on all of my social media accounts and stopped contacting her. My parents weren't happy, but I couldn't take it any longer. I had spent my entire youth trying to get others to notice me, but Kelly made sure that didn't happen. I was done living under her shadow. I had already moved out of my parents' house, so I was able to cut her off, and that was the last I heard from her. My parents attempted to persuade me to attend her wedding last year, but I wasn't interested at all. I'm glad I didn't go since the guy she was marrying, the alleged love of her life, was my high school lover. He dumped me the night before prom after Kelly asked him out. She seemed to be completely innocent, but I knew the truth. I cried for hours about it. Kelly disliked me. But, yes, that was Kelly. She recently divorced her husband after he cheated on her with his secretary for about 3 months. For the time being, everything is kept under wraps, but people will ultimately find out. She had an expensive wedding, which my parents paid for, something they will never do for me. My parents now want me to make my wedding low-key since they don't want to disturb my sister's peace at such a tough moment in her life. My father even refused to walk me down the aisle because he wanted to be present for Kelly and proposed that we postpone the wedding. I couldn't believe what they were asking of me, and I still don't. They just kept going on about how I should keep my wedding a secret for Kelly's sake and avoid making a big deal out of it so as not to hurt her. I was speechless, so I hung up without saying anything. Honestly, I had nothing to say to them. I suppose I should have known that when it came down to it, my parents would always choose Kelly above me. I just couldn't believe my parents weren't there for me on what should have been the happiest day of my life. It's been a few days since I last spoke with my parents, and they've been texting and calling me non-stop, begging me to stop sending wedding invites to our family. They were scared that if I sent them out, my sister would find out about my wedding, and they did not want her to be hurt. I finally broke down and contacted them back to inform them that they were not welcome to my wedding either. I told them I was tired of being their second choice and that I no longer wanted them in my life. Needless to say, they did not take it well. My mother instantly began recounting all of the things they had done for me, reminding me that I owed them. So I told her that they had just done the bare minimum for me while consistently going above and beyond for Kelly. They never truly cared about me, and they never will, not in the same way that they cared about Kelly. I eventually accepted it. I assured them that no matter what, I was still going to send out invites to all of our family in a few days, and there was nothing they could say or do to stop it. The argument escalated from there. My parents began speaking negative things about me, emphasizing that they were correct in supporting Kelly since I was a waste of time and money. They even claimed I should have been booted out of high school for trying to steal Kelly's boyfriend. Yes, that is the tale Kelly told them. They then threatened to spread the word about what a terrible person I was, accusing me of rubbing Kelly's wedding in her face. They promised me that they would do everything in their power to prevent people from attending my wedding. Have I gone too far? Am I the bad one for not inviting them? They reacted horribly, yet they are still my parents. Update 1. It's been a few days since I spoke with my parents. I awoke this morning to a text from Kelly asking to meet me. Obviously, I'm skeptical about what this implies, especially because we haven't spoken in 3 years and this is an unusual moment for her to seek out. I texted her back, explaining that I was extremely busy and couldn't see her, and that whatever she needed to say could be communicated via text. But she insisted on talking in person. I'm pretty perplexed right now. Update 2. I did meet her. I know most people told me not to, but I couldn't ignore it. And honestly, I'm glad I went. She has changed. A lot. Like, seriously. She started by apologizing to me, and I could tell she really meant it. There were tears in her eyes. She claimed she sincerely apologized for what she had done to me and hoped she could take it all back. It was surreal. I never expected to hear those remarks from Kelly of all people. In addition, I had a better understanding of my parents. Apparently, they were the ones who instilled in Kelly the belief that she needed to outperform me in every aspect if she wanted to be their favorite. She clarified that this was not an apology for what she had done, but rather an explanation. And it really did explain a lot of things. My parents informed her that the boy I was dating was too good to be with me and needed someone better, like her. That's why she pursued him in the first place. I was devastated to discover that I had been blaming my sister for everything that had gone wrong between me and my parents, when it was actually the other way around. My parents had wrecked not only my childhood self-esteem, but also the potential for a healthy relationship between my sister and myself. Both of us ended up crying at the cafe. It was a little awkward, but well worth it. We hugged it out. And now she's a bridesmaid too. She was quite grateful since it would take her mind off the divorce and everything else. I can't wait to see how my folks respond to this. Update 3. I'm a married woman. I realize this update is long overdue, but I've been so busy with the wedding that I couldn't find time to publish. The wedding was all Jonathan and I had hoped for, and I could not have been happier. And no, my parents did not attend. However, they attempted to ruin it by informing all of my relatives that I was a terrible guy and that this marriage was a ruse to bring my sister down. Fortunately, I didn't have to say anything in my defense because Kelly had already cleared everything up. She made a big post and shared it on social media for all of our relatives to see. She described how our parents were to blame for constantly putting us against each other, resulting in this nasty rivalry between us. Of course, Mom and Dad were upset, but there wasn't much they could do but yell at us over the phone, since both of us had already cut off contact with them. So our relatives did come to our wedding. In fact, many of them assured us we had made the proper decision by removing our parents from our life. Most of them had done the same, because what my parents did was genuinely wrong. Kelly and I are gently rebuilding our friendship and making up for missed time. Jonathan, who has been my rock through everything, is likewise delighted now. I don't talk to my parents anymore since they'd never miss an occasion to criticize him either. Basically, we're all better off now that we're not talking to my toxic parents, and I am glad I chopped them off. They do not deserve me. They do not deserve Kelly. I'm finally pleased now. Comments from others. NTA, your parents are insane. I can't believe somebody would put their own girls through this. Seriously, this was messed up. I feel sorry for both you and your sister. Your folks really are the worst. It's good for you that you avoided interaction. OP and Kelly deserve better. Best wishes to you and Jonathan. Wow, that was something. I remember a friend whose parents were continually putting her and her brother against one another. Even they ended up excluding their parents from their lives. This should be a message to all toxic parents. Do not force your children to compete. NTA. I hope you and Kelly are happy right now, OP. You should explore treatment to undo who knows how many years of damage. Good luck to you and Jonathan. Sending you tons of love. I love cooking, But my wife always criticizes my food and eats frozen meals. When I stopped cooking, she got angry and manipulated me. I, 39 million, have been married to my wife, Jennifer, 37 feet, for 8 years. We have 2 children. I work full-time, and Jennifer is a SAHM. She's a fantastic mother, but she refuses to cook, which is fine. I love cooking. My father was a chef, and I worked as a line cook for years. Cooking is my passion. Everyone loves my food, except Jennifer. She constantly criticizes it. Too salty. Too much pepper. Undercooked. She never appreciates the effort I put in, and worst of all, after complaining, she'll heat up some disgusting microwave meal like a Hot Pocket. Last Wednesday, I made Salisbury steaks with mushroom gravy, cream cheese mashed potatoes, and roasted asparagus. When I placed her plate in front of her, she grimaced, took the tiniest bite, then made a dramatic gagging sound, threw her fork down, and went to heat up a microwave burrito. I was livid but said nothing in front of our kids. The next day, I made teriyaki bowls with broccoli. When Jennifer sat down expecting her plate, I simply told her, "I'm done cooking for you." She was shocked. I told her it was a waste of food and effort since she clearly hates my cooking. Jennifer was furious. She said I should try harder, but I think she should just stick to her beloved microwave meals. Did I escalate things too much? Update, February 27, 2025. I didn't expect to update, but things have escalated in ways I never imagined. After refusing to cook for Jennifer, the tension in our house became unbearable. At first, she thought I was bluffing. She would sit at the dinner table, waiting for her plate, only to realize I had only prepared meals for myself and the kids. She would get up, furious, slamming cabinets and muttering under her breath as she made herself a sad frozen meal. Then the real games began. Jennifer started making passive-aggressive comments in front of the kids. "I guess your dad doesn't love me enough to cook for me anymore." Or, when I made a particularly delicious meal, "Wow, I wish I had a husband who actually cared about my tastes." She even went so far as to tell my oldest son that I was being mean to her. "Mommy doesn't get dinner because Daddy decided he doesn't care about her anymore." That one made me see red. I sat her down and told her to stop manipulating the kids, but she played innocent. "I'm just telling them the truth. You refuse to cook for me, so now I don't eat." The next week, I caught her throwing away an entire tray of food I made for the kids while they were in the other room. When I confronted her, she shrugged. "Maybe you should have cooked it better." That was the breaking point. I started noticing patterns I hadn't seen before. It wasn't just my cooking, Jennifer was critical of everything I did. When I walked slightly pigeon-toed, a condition I've had since childhood, she rolled her eyes and said, "Why don't you just walk normally?" When I decorated my home office, she constantly wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Why do you like such ugly colors?" When I did laundry, she hovered behind me, correcting every little thing, this from a woman who once destroyed a $1,500 suit of mine because she thought bleach was a universal stain remover. I started keeping track of the criticisms. In 1 week, she made over 50 negative comments about things I did. So, I finally sat her down to talk. I told her I was exhausted by her constant negativity, that I couldn't keep living like this, and that she needed to show me basic respect. She laughed. Not an uncomfortable chuckle, a full mocking laugh. "Oh please, you're so dramatic." Then she did something that chilled me to the bone. She smirked and said, "If you were a better husband, maybe I wouldn't be so critical." I realized right then, I didn't love her anymore. The resentment had been growing for years, but that smirk? That smug dismissal of all my concerns. That was the final nail in the coffin. I took the next few days to reflect. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that Jennifer had been tearing me down for years. The cooking was just the most obvious example. I made my decision. 2 days later, after the kids were asleep, I calmly told her that I wanted a divorce. She flipped. First, she acted like I was joking. Then she got angry. "You can't be serious. Over cooking?" I told her it wasn't just cooking, it was everything. The constant belittling, the gaslighting, the manipulation. I told her I didn't want to spend the rest of my life walking on eggshells around my own wife. Then she went nuclear. She screamed that I was abandoning her, that I was ruining our family over stupid food. She called me selfish, accused me of being a bad father, and then, just to twist the knife, she grabbed the plate of dinner I had just made and threw it against the wall. I stayed calm. I told her I had already spoken to a lawyer and that I wasn't changing my mind. That night, she slept in the guest room. The next day, she tried to act like nothing had happened, but I stayed firm. I'm filing the papers next week. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know this. I refuse to spend another decade being disrespected in my own home. For the first time in years, I feel like I can breathe. Final edit. I won't be reading any more messages from the parody community that has been sending me hateful DMs. I have too much to deal with: child custody, asset division, and most of all, preparing my children for what's coming. Thank you to everyone who offered support. This isn't how I expected my life to go, but I finally feel like I'm making the right choice. And for those wondering, yes, I will continue cooking for my kids. At least someone in the house appreciates good food. My sister-in-law's husband revealed that she had cheated and that her daughter was not his biological child during the welcome party for the new family member. After years of attempting to grow our family, my husband Brian, 40, and I, 39, recently adopted a 10-year-old girl named Stee. She is truly amazing, full of inquiry, kindness, and a quiet strength that inspires me. The entire process was difficult and emotional, but from the moment we met her, we knew she was the missing piece. We were excited to provide her with a caring home and grateful to have her in our lives. To officially welcome her, we hosted a small party for close family and friends. We were ecstatic, and because this was such a significant occasion for our family, we wanted to make the day extra special for Stee. We went all out with decorations, balloons, banners, and more, even ordering a cake with her name on it. We wanted to make sure Stee felt appreciated, accepted, and loved. We invited our entire family, including my sister-in-law Betty, 35, her daughter Violet, 7, and her husband Zane, 35, who is also my cousin. Betty is well known for indulging Violet so much that she is referred to as the family princess. Betty has always been very attached to Violet, lavishing her with care and making sure she is the star of family gatherings. She enjoys bragging about Violet's accomplishments, no matter how modest, and frequently advises that Violet be the focal point of our gatherings. Betty frequently becomes visibly sad when Violet is not the focus of attention, so we've all learned to show Violet some extra love to keep Betty happy. When I told Betty about our adoption and Stee's welcoming celebration, she was quite annoyed. Instead of praising us, she said something like, "So Violet won't be the only family princess now," before abruptly changing the subject. It was a bizarre response, but I assumed it was just jealousy that will pass. However, over the next 2 weeks, Betty began making small remarks that made me anxious. She'd say things like, "It'll be difficult for Violet to share the spotlight," or "Not every kid knows how to be around a real princess." It felt like she was implying that Stee didn't quite measure up to Violet. I decided to let it go, figuring Betty just needed time to adjust to the fact that Violet was no longer the only grandchild. I considered holding a more low-key celebration, but I ultimately decided it was more important to make Stee feel unique and included. Finally, the big day arrived, and everything was just perfect. The decorations were stunning, and our home was filled with family and friends eager to meet Stee. Brian and I were overjoyed to see her so happy and relaxed around everyone. It felt like a fresh start for us all. When Betty, Zane, and Violet arrived, I instantly noticed Betty's awkwardness. She forced a grin, avoided eye contact, and stared at the decor with disappointment. In contrast, Zane was ecstatic to meet his niece. Despite Betty's unusual behavior, I attempted to maintain a pleasant attitude and focus on ensuring Stee's enjoyment. Betty's actions grew more noticeable as the celebration progressed. Whenever someone complimented Stee, she'd respond with something about Violet. For example, if someone admired Stee's politeness, Betty would respond by reminding everyone how nice Violet had always been. If someone complimented Stee's clothing, Betty would proudly proclaim that Violet had been dressing like a little princess since she was a newborn. It was unrelenting. She would not allow Stee to have her moment in the spotlight. The worst part was when I noticed Betty gathered with a few others in a corner. I could hear fragments of their conversation, and it was evident she was talking about us. Betty was saying things like, "Some folks just do not know how to raise a true princess," and "It takes a special kind of parent to really nurture a child." It hurt to think that Betty would go to such lengths to undermine our efforts to make Stee feel loved and included. Just as I was about to face her, something unexpected occurred. Zane, who had been relatively quiet all night, suddenly rose up and requested everyone's attention. I was taken aback. I expected he'd make a toast or say something good about Stee. Instead, he released a bombshell that had everyone dumbfounded. Zane delivered devastating news in a calm but strong tone. He revealed that he had learned Betty had cheated on him years before with one of his buddies. After considerable investigation, he discovered that Violet is not his biological daughter. He added that he had just recently accepted this and had been suffering with it for some time, but after witnessing Betty's behavior at the party, he felt compelled to speak up. He said that he was going to file for divorce and split, but he would still be there for Violet if she wanted him in her life. The room became utterly silent. Betty's face turned pale, and she was left speechless. She stood there motionless, as if she didn't understand what had happened. After a moment, she turned and fled out of the room, her face a mix of amazement and panic. Zane quickly followed, leaving everyone stunned. The rest of the party went silent, but we were able to refocus on Sty and enjoy the night. I felt a sense of comfort as I saw her grin, blissfully unaware of the familial drama that had just occurred. Despite everything, she had a terrific day, and it felt like our little family was finally coming together in the way I had always wanted. Betty has not contacted anyone since that night, and the family is torn over what happened. Some believe Zane did the right thing by standing up for himself and confronting Betty, particularly given her actions at the party. Others believe he should have kept it more private. A few family members have even indicated that I should not have had such a large welcoming party, given Betty's view of Violet as the family princess. They suggest that my actions may have prompted Betty's outburst and the subsequent family conflict. This entire affair has left me feeling torn. On the one hand, I planned the celebration to honor Sty and express her affection. On the other hand, I can't help but wonder whether I should have anticipated Betty's reaction and been more mindful of her feelings for Violet. I'm conflicted because I don't believe I should have to tone down a celebration for Sty simply to make someone else feel better. Sty deserves all of the joy, and we will not apologize for it. However, Brian and I have stated unequivocally that we will not fund her legal bills or anything else, and we intend to stay to that position. Now we're attempting to figure out how to deal with Betty's demands. Part of me wants to explain why we aren't paying and establish hard boundaries. Betty's marital problems are not our responsibility, and it is inappropriate for her to blame us. But another part of me believes it would be best to ignore her and concentrate on our family, allowing Betty to solve her own mess. Our top priority is Steve's pleasure. Hello everyone, I'm here with another update on what's been happening since my last post. Things have definitely picked up. Sty is doing wonderful and adjusting well at home, but I've noticed she's been a little quieter lately, which has me concerned. Zane recently reached out to us. He has been trying to digest everything that has transpired, but he wanted us to know he has our back and is concerned about Steve. That meant a lot, especially given the havoc Betty had created. Betty then escalated the situation by openly accusing Zane of being a poor father on social media, claiming he was leaving Violet during this difficult time. It was startling and only added gasoline to the family conflict. Many people defended Zane, which was encouraging, but it also demonstrates how far Betty has fallen. She even felt compelled to encourage both Zane and Sty. Brian and I decided to step in. We talked to Zane and agreed that he should take measures to clear the air concerning Violet and Betty. He deserves to tell his story and shield his kid from the consequences of Betty's conduct. In the midst of all this upheaval, it tears my heart to see Sty retreat. She is beginning to believe it is her fault, that if she had not entered our lives, Betty and Zane would not be experiencing these difficulties. It is difficult to watch her struggle with such intense emotions. Brian and I are doing our best to tell her that none of this is her fault and that our feelings for her remain unchanged. As we work through this difficult circumstance, I sincerely hope Betty understands the repercussions of her actions. For the time being, our first concern is Steve's health and ensuring that she feels safe and loved in our house. For the time being, our first concern is Steve's health and ensuring that she feels safe and loved in our house. Post 3. It's been approximately 4 months since my last post, and it appears that Betty is still dealing with her drama, as things are just growing worse by the day. So, remember how she accused Zane of being a bad dad? Yeah, about that. She stated he was leaving Violet during this hard moment. It was completely ludicrous, especially given she was the one who dropped Violet off at his apartment and then abandoned her. Yes, Betty just left Violet on Zane's doorway and vanished. Betty went completely offline for a few days after leaving Violet with Zane. Everyone was naturally concerned about what she would do next. Zane was panicking, nervous and frantic as he tried to contact her and find out where she had gone. He was concerned about her mental health and what it meant for Violet, who was still adjusting to everything that had transpired. Betty reappeared unexpectedly. Kind of. She sent an SMS that shocked us all. She was on vacation with the man she had an affair with and claimed she had run out of money. She asked Zane for money to help pay her trip, stating that she was having a good time but needed some financial assistance. We couldn't believe it. The audacity. It was astonishing that she had the audacity to beg for money while she was enjoying pleasure. Zane was furious when he read the message. He couldn't understand how she could forsake their child and then ask for money for a trip. It simply demonstrated how careless and inconsiderate she was towards her family. When Zane mentioned her message, it was clear she was in denial. She tried to act the victim, saying things like, "We don't understand how difficult this is for her." It was silly. She'd made her decisions, and now she's distorting the story to portray herself as the martyr. Zane didn't hold back. He informed her she was being selfish and irresponsible, and urged her to prioritize Violet's well-being before her own desires. He also indicated that he was speaking with a lawyer concerning custody and child support. This was a significant step for him, and he realized he needed to make a stance. The more they talked about it, the clearer it became that he needed to create boundaries to guarantee Violet had a stable environment going forward. Zane made it plain that he was not going to let Betty's erratic conduct interfere with Violet's life anymore. It was difficult for him, though. He wanted to give Betty a chance at being a decent parent, but her actions showed she was uninterested. She seemed more concerned with her own image and wants than with Violet's needs. On the other hand, Zane adored Violet and would go to any length for her, but he felt pressured by his family to consider Betty's views. He realized he couldn't put Violet's safety at risk merely to keep things running well with Betty or anyone else. During a family meeting, Zane was able to open out about his situation. He explained how difficult it was to accept everything and how he was attempting to be the father Violet needed. The chat provided some clarity for the family, and they began to comprehend how serious the situation was with everything going on. It felt like we were all bracing for the next big shock. Betty's unpredictable behavior put everyone on edge, and we couldn't help but wonder how far she would go to maintain the upper hand in the situation. Zane ultimately decided to proceed with the custody process. He thought it was the greatest option to provide Violet a stable home away from the havoc Betty was causing in their life. It was a difficult decision for him, but he knew it needed to be made. As we worked to disentangle this complicated family drama, it became evident that Betty was fully responsible for her conduct. She was the one who caused the problem and made the decisions that led us here. While we all hoped she would eventually realize her faults and seek assistance, we couldn't allow her to dictate how we moved ahead as a family. Stie has been a lot quieter since the family drama started. She appeared enthusiastic about her new life at first, but the tension with Betty and the pandemonium surrounding Zane had a bad effect on her. She fears she may have caused the problems between Zane and Betty. It kills my heart to see her like this. We have tried to convince her that none of this is her fault and that our feelings for her have not altered. We want her to feel safe and comfortable despite the commotion around her. Hopefully, Betty will come to her senses and stop subjecting the entire family to her drama. Update 4. Hi everyone, I haven't posted in a long time. I'm back with another update, and things have taken a severe turn. It's been a roller coaster, but I'm relieved to say that Zane has officially earned custody of Violet after everything he's been through with Betty. This feels like a tremendous win for him and, more crucially, Violet. I won't get into the legal technicalities because, frankly, I don't understand anything, but the main point is that Zane has Violet's custody. Let's look into what's going on with Betty. She has been losing control since the ruling. Instead of taking a step back and reflecting on her decisions, she has embraced the victim mindset. It's actually quite bizarre to behold. She has been shouting on social media about how unfair the court was and how Zane manipulated everything to take Violet away from her. It's as if she's in her own little world, with her as the main character, and it's just insane. She has even attempted to rally family members behind her cause, believing that if she can get enough support, everything is possible. Spoiler alert, it did not work at all. Most of us have just chosen to ignore her. Please, we are over her drama and do not want to be dragged back into it. It feels wonderful to have taken that decision as a family. One especially embarrassing moment occurred when Betty showed up uninvited to a family gathering. She barged in and demanded to speak with Zane. The tension rose as she began ranting about how unfairly she was being handled. Instead of getting caught up in her craziness, Zane politely requested her to leave. It was a watershed moment for him, and the rest of us stood with him, supporting him. Betty's behavior has remained relatively consistent since then. She lashes out, seeks sympathy, and then withdraws into her own mess. Each time she does this, she distances herself further from her family. We can all see the pattern. She thrives on attention and drama, but we are no longer providing her with either. Zane has remained focused on Violet and her needs. He understands that engaging in theatrics will throw all he is striving to construct for their daughter off balance. Instead, he has worked tirelessly to establish a caring and supportive environment for Violet, which is exactly what she requires after everything that has occurred. Betty's attempts to elicit a rise out of Zane have completely failed. She has been sending urgent texts and blogging about how cruelly she has been treated, but it is clear that her family has opted to simply ignore her. It's almost comical to watch her collapse while we focus on creating a safe atmosphere for Violet. Violet is doing quite well considering everything that has occurred. Zane is ensuring that her needs are addressed and that she feels safe at home. The contrast between Betty's chaotic existence and the steadiness Zane provides is remarkable. It's wonderful to see Violet thrive in her new surroundings. Betty's downward spiral has led her to isolate herself even further. She has lost connection with friends and relatives who are tired of her drama, and it is difficult to see someone you once cared about struggle in a similar way. But we all know she needs to accept responsibility for her actions, and we will not allow her mayhem to interrupt our lives any longer. So that's the current position. Zane now has custody of Violet, and as Betty continues to lose it, we are all focused on providing a loving and stable environment for her kid. Sadie is finally feeling better following her custody struggle with Betty. Sadie was at first unhappy and concerned that she was causing issues for the family, but now that Zane has custody of Violet and things have cooled down, she feels more secure. We have worked hard to provide a caring and joyful atmosphere for her. She is becoming more interested in family activities and talking up about her emotions. It is wonderful to see her smile and hear her joy again. Sty has also stepped up as Violet's big sister, helping her feel more connected to the family. Their friendship is growing deeper, and it's wonderful to see them support each other every day. Sty is learning that it's all right to be happy even when things are difficult. We are committed to ensuring she feels loved and happy, and it is evident that she is beginning to accept her new existence. Update 5. Hello everyone, it's been 6 months since the last update, and I'm here with another one, hopefully the last. Okay, let us get right into it. Betty was extremely distressed over the custody judgment. She was venting on social media, hoping for sympathy from anyone who would listen. It was clear she was struggling with losing custody in her upcoming divorce from Zane. Then, out of the blue, she contacted us and requested a meeting. We were all hesitant at first, given what had happened. Meeting her felt like a horrible idea, but after discussing it as a family, we decided to give her a chance. We thought it was critical to hear her perspective. Zane agreed to meet her, but made it plain he would not be drawn back into her chaos. We chose a cafe for the meeting. Betty immediately got in once we sat down. She began talking about how she couldn't bear the notion of losing her daughter. She continued saying she was going to change, that she was committed to being a better mother, and that she recognized how her actions had affected Violet. During the conversation, Betty became upset and shed some tears. She spoke of loneliness and how everything had pushed her to her limits. She continually stated that she did not want to lose either Violet or Zane. Zane was upfront with her, stating that he could no longer trust her. He highlighted that Violet's well-being was his #1 priority. She tried to persuade him they could work things out, but it was evident he had already made up his mind. He thought that the only way to protect himself and Violet was to move forward with the divorce. That is when it struck her. She had not only lost custody of her daughter, but also her final chance to save her marriage. Betty's voice grew noticeably quieter following our meeting. It seems that the truth of her situation was now setting in. The weight of her decisions weighed hard on her, and while it was a difficult revelation to swallow, I hoped it would inspire her to make serious changes. I wanted to believe she could stand up for Violet, but there was still distrust among us. Only time would tell if this new perspective was a passing fad or if she was actually committed to making an impact. In the following weeks, we noticed some changes in Betty. She began reaching out more, inquiring about Violet and expressing a desire to become more active. Zane, however wary, decided to give her some room to demonstrate her seriousness. He wasn't ready to accept her back into their lives right away, but he recognized that Violet deserved to have her mother around if Betty was truly committed to making great changes. We were all apprehensive, but we also had a glimmer of optimism that Betty was genuinely attempting to change her life. Violet, for her part, appeared a little bewildered. She periodically inquired about her mother and how she was doing. Zane answered intelligently, making sure to confirm Violet's feelings without setting her expectations too high. Zane once sat down with Violet and had an open chat about her mother. He said that Betty was working on making improvements, but they might take some time to become obvious. Violet missed her mother despite everything that had happened, and it hurt my heart to see her struggle with this. As the weeks passed, we noticed some positive changes in Betty. She started attending to therapy and tried to put her life back on track. She even contacted several family members in an attempt to restore the relationship she had separated herself from. While she impressed me, I couldn't help but feel suspicious. Zane, on the other hand, was primarily concerned with providing Violet with a stable home. He was really stepping up as a father, spending meaningful time with her and ensuring she felt loved and safe. They began a new pattern consisting of family dinners, game evenings, and weekend outings. It was wonderful to see Violet begin to relax and appreciate the good things in life again. Her current circumstance was vastly different from the chaos of the past, and it gave us all hope. However, Betty's path was not without difficulties. There were instances when she reverted to her old habits. She once sent Zane an irregular text in which she expressed her dissatisfaction with their visitation plans. It seemed like a step backward, and Zane had to tell her that he was doing his best to balance her needs and Violet's. When that happened, we could see Zane's stress level rise again. He was working hard to improve Violet's circumstances, and Betty's actions appeared to be undermining that stability. He took a step back, reminding himself not to get caught up in her drama and instead focus on what was best for their kid. Despite the ups and downs, Zane remained steadfast in his devotion. Violet's well-being remains his #1 priority. I admire his determination and how he has reclaimed control of their life after so much turmoil. It has not been easy for him, but he has shown great strength. Violet appears to be adjusting fairly well. Sure, she still worries about her mother, but she's learning that it's good to have fun even when things are bad. It's so lovely to see her laughing and playing again. We are all doing our best to create good memories with her, and it is clear that she is responding favorably. Betty's adventure, on the other hand, is a little more exciting. Some days, she demonstrates genuine potential, such as when she contacts Violet to inquire about her welfare. It appears like she is attempting to move her focus away from her own problems and toward her kid, which is a positive indicator. Still, we all know she has a long way to go before she can be a reliable presence in Violet's life. Betty recently indicated a desire to be more connected with Violet, and she appeared sincere about it. It marked a significant departure from her previous behavior, in which she frequently prioritized her personal wants. Zane is still being cautious, but has agreed to allow her some visitation time, based on her commitment to make meaningful changes. Betty appears to be making an honest effort, and it's difficult not to be optimistic about her future change. I want to believe she can be the mother Violet requires and deserves, but we're all trying to keep our expectations under control. And what about Stee? She's doing fantastic. She's an amazing angel. She has been there for Violet during this time, and everyone in the family adores her. After my father passed, my family grew distant due to our spoiled sister. Now, as I help my brother with medical bills, she demands a house. I, 36F, have 2 siblings, my brother Damon, 34M, and my sister Nancy, 28F. Simply put, Nancy was and always has been the golden kid, particularly in my mother's eyes. Dad had some wisdom. He'd periodically urge Nancy to cut it out, but he gave her far more liberty than Damon or me. Mom. Forget it. She would let Nancy get away with anything. Nancy was what my parents affectionately referred to as a surprise. She arrived considerably later than Damon and me, and I really feel the age difference contributed significantly to the special treatment. She has been handled differently since she was able to walk and talk. It's tough to pinpoint exactly how it manifested, but it was everywhere. More attention, a larger presence, constant praise, basically more of everything great. What if she misbehaved? No consequences. Mom would laugh it off like it was the cutest thing in the world. Growing up in the shadow of a beloved brother is an especially terrible experience. It reduces your self-worth. You continuously feel inadequate, as if you're always in second place, or, in my case, third. You begin to believe that no matter how hard you work, you will never be as excellent as others. The most hurtful component was Mom's outright reluctance to admit the bias. If Nancy said something cruel, and trust me, she had a skill for it, Mom would ignore our injured sentiments, stating we were overly sensitive or Nancy was joking. However, it was never a joke. You could see it in Nancy's eyes, in the small, satisfied grin she'd give. She relished making us feel small. I recall a period when I was approximately 12. I received new clothing, which I was quite excited about. Nancy took one look at me and exclaimed, "It makes you look even wider than usual." Mom just laughed and said, "Oh Nancy, don't be silly." But I felt my face boil with humiliation. It was a consistent pattern. Our family seemed divided into 2 teams. Mom and Nancy against the world, and Dad, Damon, and me, who were constantly on the defensive. Even Dad wasn't a dependable teammate. He would frequently flip sides, presumably to keep the peace. So, what types of activities did Nancy do? It was a relentless assault of vitriol directed at anything and everything, my appearance, Damon's job goals, our life choices. Nothing was off bounds. She had a flair for identifying and exploiting your insecurities. The Thanksgiving situation with Damon is an excellent illustration. He was enthusiastically expressing his literary degree, his love of reading, and his desire to write. Nancy casually referred to him as an unemployed burden at the dinner table, in front of the entire extended family. The hush that ensued was deafening. Dad grumbled something about Nancy being out of line, but Mom simply smiled indulgently. Another day, after a particularly demanding week at work, I was complaining to Nancy about how fatigued I was. She pounced on that, starting into a rant about how I looked extremely haggard and how my long hours meant I'd never find a guy. She said, and I remember the exact words because they stung so badly, "You look like you haven't slept in days," and honestly, no guy wants a workaholic hag who looks like she's aged 10 years in the past too. I went utterly silent for several weeks following that. I couldn't force myself to speak to her. It wasn't only us. She treated friends, extended family, and strangers with the same casual disrespect. Anyone other than Mom was fair game. Damon and I rightly harbored considerable hatred. We despised Nancy's brutality, but we despised Mom much more for allowing it. I recall having a particularly intense debate with Damon during which I stated that we despised her for it, referring to Mom's unflinching support for Nancy's behavior. I know it seems harsh, but it's the honest truth about how we felt. I believe Nancy's physical attractiveness contributed to her difficulty coping. She appeared conventionally attractive. I know it sounds petty to admit, but it is relevant. It is simpler to disregard insults from someone you consider equal, or even someone you regard as inferior to you. However, when someone who is commonly regarded as gorgeous tells you that you are not, it is taken more seriously. It plants the seed of doubt in your mind. I began to question my own appearance and worth. Looking back, with the advantage of hindsight and therapy, I believe Nancy's relentless urge to criticize others stemmed from her own deep-seated insecurity. She did not follow a traditional career path. She dabbled in freelance graphic design, but it was more of a pastime than a profession. She depended greatly on our parents, both financially and emotionally. Perhaps she belittled others to compensate for her own perceived flaws. Damon and I tried to disregard her words. Until we were 25, things changed radically. Our father died 8 years ago, and he was, in many ways, the glue that held our fragmented family together, despite his own role in the imbalance. He wasn't ideal. He certainly tolerated Nancy's behavior more than he should have. But he was the one who periodically attempted to mediate, to smooth things over, to keep some sort of order. His death devastated their fragile connection. After he left, Damon and I began to move apart from Mom and Nancy. It began slowly, with fewer phone calls and visits. We'd still see them at big family gatherings, the rare holiday, and maybe Christmas, but only on special occasions, if we felt like it. If we wanted to, we could make that phrase our motto. Then it became an intentional decision. We actively began avoiding them. A wall, as I've learned to call it, had formed between us and them. Honestly, I liked the wall. It provided a much-needed barrier, reducing exposure to Nancy's attacks and witnessing Mom's angry enabling. Initially, following Dad's illness and final death, we made real attempts to retain communication. We felt obligated, I think. But those attempts were really strained. Each phone contact and visit felt forced and unpleasant. During those brief contacts, Mom would almost always say or do something that reinforced our need for distance. She'd make some lovely remarks about Nancy's non-existent successes or discreetly critique our decisions, reminding us of why we were pulling away in the first place. One especially embarrassing Christmas meal, Mom spent the entire evening extolling Nancy's creative talent, displaying some very horrible drawings Nancy had allegedly done for a large client, who turned out to be a distant cousin. Meanwhile, she entirely overlooked Damon's recent promotion and my successful completion of a large assignment at work. It was a vivid reminder of the dynamic we were attempting to avoid. Damon and I eventually started making excuses, which became more complicated. We were overloaded with work. We had prior engagements. We were coming down with something, anything to avoid spending time with them. We understood that the emotional cost of those contacts far exceeded any felt familial obligation. Damon and I shared a tacit, unspoken agreement. We both acknowledged the dysfunction and implicitly agreed that distance was the best option. It wasn't that we didn't want to visit after Dad died, rather, we opted not to. It was not about insulting his memory. It was about safeguarding our own mental and emotional health. Crucially, Mom and Nancy made no meaningful effort to keep communication. They weren't continually phoning, pleading with us to come. The decision to drift away was mutual and unspoken. We were all financially stable, so there was no practical reason for frequent interaction. It was just easier to maintain different orbits. Silence was a relief. Damon suffered a serious accident a few years back and shattered his ankle. He was between jobs at the time and devoted all of his efforts and resources to the establishment of an online magazine. Money was scarce, and medical expenses were building up. As the CFO of a successful company, I volunteered to assist him in covering the bills. He originally refused, being the fiercely independent individual that he is, but I persisted. I didn't want him to spend his savings just as his magazine was ready to launch. I covered everything: his medication, the considerable physiotherapy he required, and even the cost of a full-time nurse to help him recuperate. To me, it was an obvious choice. It wasn't about the money. It was about supporting my brother, whom I actually cared about and wanted to succeed. It was an expression of sibling love and support. This gesture of charity, however, unintentionally established a hazardous precedent in the minds of Nancy and my mother. A few weeks later, Nancy called me and left me stunned. It was so bold and weird that I immediately assumed she was joking. She told me she wanted to acquire a penthouse apartment. Not just any apartment, but a penthouse, and she required my financial assistance. She defended her ridiculous request by claiming that she was embarrassed to still be living with her mother at the age of 28, and that since I had helped Damon, it was only fair that I also aid her. She carelessly forgot to disclose that she only had enough money to pay for half of the cost of this luxurious apartment. My instant reaction was a mix of disbelief and boiling rage. We rarely talked, and when we did, it was generally interrupted by Nancy's insults and hostility. And now, out of nowhere, she is asking for a large sum of money. It was surreal. We had not had a genuine, meaningful chat in years. The last time we spoke, she was busy criticizing my life choices, doubting my career, and making snarky remarks about my appearance. The audacity was amazing. I sought to understand her career, or lack thereof. She billed herself as a freelance graphic designer, although it was more of a casual pastime than a legitimate profession. She had no formal education, no degree, and no portfolio to speak of. She'd made a couple of posters for Dad's firm years ago, but they hadn't been utilized. She pretended to have a list of exclusive clients, but they were mostly family friends drawn in by Mom's constant push. It was certainly not a career that would allow me to afford a penthouse. So I gave a solid no. I told her straight out that I was not going to support her expensive lifestyle. I suggested, perhaps a little harshly, that she consider finding a real job if she wanted to purchase such pleasures. I know it wasn't the most polite response, but I was honestly taken aback by her entitlement. She took my refusal poorly, as one would expect. She went on a furious diatribe, accusing me of bias towards Damon. She screamed about how I had readily assisted him with his medical expenditures and how it was my responsibility as the eldest sibling to support her too. She entirely ignored the reality that Damon's predicament was an actual emergency, whereas hers was a self-induced craving for luxury. I tried to be calm, but my patience was getting thin. I reiterated my refusal, emphasizing that I was not a bank and was not obligated to pay her unreasonable goals. I was so disgusted by her entitlement and complete lack of self-awareness. It was as if she truly believed she deserved this penthouse simply because she was my sister. The talk quickly turned into a full-fledged dispute, with Nancy's voice reaching near hysterical levels. Finally, I said no one, and hung up the phone. I couldn't take another second of her screeching. She phoned back several times, but I ignored every call. I was finished. It was quite evident that our relationship, or whatever pretense of a relationship we had, was entirely transactional for her. She only contacted me when she wanted something, with no consideration for my sentiments or the years of awkward quiet between us. It was completely exhausting. Unsurprisingly, the drama did not end with Nancy's rage. My mother called me next, and the talk was much more aggravating. She began with a whining, passive-aggressive tone, complaining about how unfair I was to Nancy and accused me of playing favorites. She claimed I owed them anything because of my upbringing. Then she revealed an important detail. Nancy had approached our uncle, Dad's brother, who had taken over the family business, before coming to me. He had rightly turned down her plea. This exposed the extent of their desperation, and the fact that I was their second option further increased my rage. A little background: I purposely chose a career path outside of the family business. I did not want to be involved, neither did Damon. To be honest, Nancy didn't either, until it was convenient for her to pretend differently. After Dad died, his brother took over the company, and Mom lived comfortably on Dad's shares, which had been legally transferred to her as part of his will. Mom then admitted that their financial condition was fragile, owing to Nancy's lavish spending habits. She claimed that providing Nancy the money for the penthouse would make things easier for her in the future, implying that she wanted me to subsidize Nancy's lifestyle so she didn't have to. She then used the standard guilt trip, threatening no contact if I refused to comply with their requests. This was simply ludicrous, given that we were already in a position of very little interaction. I politely pointed out the contradiction, telling her that it wasn't my concern and that Nancy could get a job or stay with her until she was 35, for all I cared. My wrath, which had been building for years, suddenly erupted. I let loose a flood of pent-up rage. I told her she had no right to accuse me of favoritism because she had been doing it my entire life. I reminded her that Damon and I had made peace with her obvious preference years ago, when we accepted the truth of our broken family dynamic. I clearly explained that I owed them nothing, that I had my own life, obligations, and objectives. She responded with more ranting, accusing me of being ungrateful and disrespectful. She screamed that she never wanted to speak with me again. I chuckled. Because, really, what difference would it make? We scarcely spoke as things were. I mentioned my approaching wedding, emphasizing that I did not need her presence in my life. Then I hung off the phone and blocked her and Nancy on every platform possible. An important detail I didn't mention earlier: I should probably clarify that I am engaged to a beautiful, supportive man named Andrew, 37M. We've been together for nearly 5 years, and he's been quite understanding of the nuances of my familial situation. Initially, I considered bringing Mom and Nancy to the wedding solely out of obligation, a desire to keep some sort of family peace. But what happens following that explosive phone call? That thought went totally. However, the aftermath of the confrontation was not as simple as I had anticipated. Mom, unable to reach me directly, messaged Andrew via social media. She poured out her highly biased version of events, expressing her profound disappointment in me and announcing that she would permanently cut me off. Despite knowing I was right, I felt a little guilty. It's a bizarre, irrational feeling, that societal indoctrination that tells you that family is everything, regardless of how bad the connection is. Furthermore, Andrew first hesitated to grasp the situation properly. He is from a close-knit, caring, and supporting family. He had no idea that his mother and sister could be so cruel. He originally felt pity for Mom and Nancy, seeing them as the victimized parties. He couldn't fully realize the severity of the malfunction. This caused a temporary but major strain between us. I felt myself having to justify my conduct, explaining the situation's history once more. So, Reddit, AITA. I honestly don't believe I am, but I'm interested in hearing your thoughts. And thank you for reading this entire long narrative. Update 1. Fortunately, the encouragement I received online from strangers on Reddit who had read earlier sections of this story was quite affirming. Their remarks, shared experiences, and unflinching support all helped to alleviate those niggling doubts. They reminded me that I wasn't alone, that my emotions were genuine, and that I had every right to defend myself from toxic people, even if they were family members. Damon, as always, reiterated what the online trolls were saying. He reminded me of innumerable examples of Mom and Nancy's manipulative conduct, constant negativity, and complete lack of empathy. He acknowledged my feelings and assured me that I wasn't being unreasonable or overreacting. He, too, had been through it. He understood. A crucial turning point. The most significant turning point, however, was when Damon sat down with Andrew and described the problem from his perspective. He gave specific examples, went over the history of the family dynamic, and built a vivid picture of the emotional toll it had on both of us. Hearing it from Damon, who had seen the dysfunction personally, made all the difference. Andrew's opinion changed almost fast. He finally understood. He saw the problem for what it was. A toxic, extremely unhealthy familial dynamic that I needed to get away from. He apologized for his initial concerns, confessing that his own happy family experiences had blinded him to the reality of my circumstance. He even stated that his own parents would never behave in such a manner. From that point forward, Dad became my loyal supporter, totally backing my decision to cut ties with Mom and Nancy. Taking action, so we took action. We stopped them, Mr. Damon, Andrew, all of us, on all platforms. Update 2, just as I thought it was over? Just as I thought the drama was done, it took another unexpected turn. My uncle, Dad's brother, who had taken over the family business, contacted me and Damon about an urgent situation. He sounded quite anxious. Nearly frantic. He informed us that Mom was preparing to transfer a significant percentage of her company shares to Nancy. And not just any shares. She meant to offer Nancy voting shares, giving her enormous authority over the company. His reaction was quick. He thought it was a completely bad idea. A recipe for calamity. He understood, as we all did, that Nancy was completely incompetent in business. She had no experience. Complete lack of comprehension. She has absolutely no interest in anything other than her own superficial desires. Giving her vote rights in the corporation was, in his opinion, a terrible blunder that may destroy the entire operation. He stated that while Mom theoretically had voting authority, she had always deferred to his judgment. She had never interfered with the operation of the firm, trusting him to make wise decisions. He was really concerned that if Nancy took control, things would change. He saw continuous debates, power struggles, and potentially dangerous judgments motivated by Nancy's desires and Mom's blind favoritism. He plainly indicated that he did not want to be in ongoing disputes with them over every area of the firm. A difficult realization, Damon and I became instantly alarmed. We understood that the company's success was critical, not just for our uncle, but for the livelihoods of many people. We also experienced a sense of obligation. A lasting commitment to our father's legacy. So we arrived at a difficult decision. We couldn't just stand there and watch this unfold. We felt a moral obligation to intervene and try to avert what we perceived as an imminent calamity. We agreed to speak with our mother, despite our damaged relationship and the recent heated incident. We also felt a special obligation to our uncle, who had been so supportive and kind to us following Dad's death. He had, as I previously stated, watched out for us, and we couldn't in good conscience leave him to cope with this potential disaster on his own. We were concerned about the company's future, and we felt compelled to safeguard it, even if it meant confronting Mom and Nancy again. Update 3, the confrontation. We braced ourselves and went to see Mom, well expecting that Nancy would be there, and that her presence would make the conversation exponentially more difficult. We knew it would be unpleasant, but we believed it was necessary. As expected, Nancy was perched behind Mom like a deadly bird. We jumped right into the subject, expressing our strong objection to the plan to give Nancy voting shares. We labeled it an utterly ridiculous concept without holding back. Mom originally used a technique of stony silence, refusing to acknowledge our presence or worries. She completely ignored us as if we were not present in the room. Then she changed tactics, stating that we had no right to meddle in her decision and that she had no desire to engage with us. Nancy, predictably, screamed about how we were envious of her, how we had never taken the opportunity to be part of the family business, and how we were acting as if we owned the establishment. Her voice rose to a fever pitch, and her face distorted with wrath. It was an extremely unpleasant and stressful scene. I anxiously tried to argue with Mom, appealing to her sense of logic and accountability. I informed her, on several occasions, that Dad had expressly specified that he did not want any of his children involved in the day-to-day operations of the company. He had implicitly trusted his brother, our uncle, and wanted to prevent any future family squabbles or court battles. I highlighted that I had consciously selected a different career path based on Dad's intentions, out of respect for his vision. I begged her, virtually pleading with her, to reconsider her choice. To consider the probable repercussions. The harm she could cause, on the corporation, on our uncle, and on everyone who relied on the business for a living. Throughout my attempts at a calm discussion, Nancy continued to scream allegations of envy, hatred, and interference. She even threatened to call the police on us, as if we were trespassers. Intruders. In our mother's home. It was an insane display of entitlement and wrath. Nancy was probably afraid. She knew deep down that her financial security, her entire lifestyle, depended on Mom's continuing control over the corporation. She was terrified at the possibility of losing that stability and having to rely only on herself. Also, I believe Mom's silence during Nancy's outburst was purposeful, aimed to make me feel horrible, as if I was attacking her. Finally, after what seemed like an age, Mom quieted everyone. She told us, in a cold, dismissive tone, that we had been extremely disrespectful and offensive, and she instructed us to go. She stated she would consider what we had said and notify our uncle of her decision. Nancy, of course, remained at her side. Damon and I departed. We had done our best. We had made our point plainly and forcefully. We had appealed to Mom's sense of reason. To her devotion to Dad's wishes. To express her concern about the company's future. But we didn't know if it had made an impact. We hoped she'd reconsider. But we were ready for the worst. That night, I spoke with Andrew, describing the events. I assured him that even if things didn't go our way, at least we tried. Update 4. Surprising results. 2 painful weeks passed. Then, our uncle phoned us again with fantastic news. He informed us that, after great thought, Mom had decided not to give Nancy voting rights in the company. Instead, she planned to transfer preferred shares to her, which would give Nancy with a steady income but no control over the company's activities. It was a huge relief. Nancy's probable mismanagement did not pose a threat to the organization for the time being. Our uncle could continue to manage it successfully without the constant danger of interruption. Most significantly, Damon and I maintained no contact with Mom and Nancy. This was the ultimate victory. The entire scenario had been extremely distressing. It seemed weird to have to intervene in a situation that was officially not our immediate issue. However, we felt ethically bound to intervene. To defend our uncle. To respect our father's desires, and to secure the company's future. Edit. Addressing a key assumption. I should clarify something. to answer any potential questions or misconceptions. After reading earlier postings, some people concluded that Dad had abandoned us, his other children, with nothing. That is simply not true. He did leave us assets independent from the company's shares. I had not previously highlighted such assets because I did not believe they were directly related to the underlying dispute, which revolved around Nancy's entitlement and Mom's enabling behavior. To clarify, yes, we did inherit other things. Dad wasn't completely ignorant of Nancy's shortcomings. He was not, as I previously stated, in the same boat as my mother. He had a soft spot for her and indulged her more than he should have. I prefer not to focus on the bad features of his personality. I hope to remember him warmly. The essential issue is that we were never financially dependent on Mom or Nancy. We had our own resources. We have our own careers. We live our own lives. Update 5. The final fallout. So here we are, months later. The no contact order remains firmly in force, and it has been gloriously peaceful. My wedding is only a week away. The invites have long already been sent out. And, obviously, Mom and Nancy were not on the guest list. Our relatives, with whom we still communicate, have kept us up to date on the situation. Mom and Nancy appear to be in a complete meltdown. They found out about the wedding from our uncle, who was, of course, invited. They've been aggressively attempting to sabotage the event by contacting other family members, discouraging them from attending, spreading lies and distortions about me, and portraying themselves as innocent victims. It's pitiful, predictable, and completely unsurprising. A prime illustration of their deceitful, attention-seeking behavior. They cannot bear the thought of me being happy. Of carrying on with my life without them. Breaking the cycle, my relationship with Andrew is diametrically opposed to the one I had growing up. He is loving, kind, supportive, honest. He taught me that family should not be conditional. Remember the harsh, cutting remarks Nancy used to fling at me? How could she predict I'd end up a jobless, lonely, workaholic hag? Well, the joke is on her. I am none of those things. I'm happy. I am successful. And I am going to marry the love of my life. And Damon, he is proving all of his critics wrong, including those who discounted his love of reading. I discovered that my stepdaughter had been manipulated by her biological father into investing her tuition money in a fake startup project. "Why don't you just disappear?" my stepdaughter said during a fight. Her mother joined in. "We'd be better off without you." I didn't say anything, I had just packed my suitcases. This morning, my phone exploded with 13 missed calls. Something seemed strange when I strolled into our living room. The house was abnormally silent, but that wasn't all. My gaze swept over the room, attempting to determine what was wrong. Then it struck me. All of our family photos looked different. I took a step closer to the enormous frame above the fireplace, which was from our trip to Yellowstone last year. The photo was present, but I wasn't. Every photo of me had been painstakingly erased, creating embarrassing gaps in family memories spanning the previous 3 years. I was standing there, my coffee cup becoming cold, when I heard Stella's upstairs door softly close. My stepdaughter's footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. She had obviously seen I was awake. After a brief pause, she walked down, phone in hand, purposefully avoiding eye contact as she headed toward the kitchen. "Morning," I said, my tone calm. The hush that followed was thick with intention. 3 years. That was how long I'd been in Stella's life. 3 years of gradually establishing trust, of movie nights and math homework assistance, of attempting to be present without going too far. At the age of 16, she began to drift away. I expected ordinary teenage rebellion, but this seemed different. It began last week, when I offered to assist her with her chemistry project. She'd been grappling with the subject, and I figured it didn't matter what I thought. Her remark was like a slap. "Stop pretending you care about my grades. You're not my real dad." I'd heard variants of that before, but something about her tone was different, sharp and intentional. My wife Delilah was in the kitchen and must have heard, but she did not say anything. That quiet felt like taking sides. The tension grew over the week. Small things. Dishes left in the sink, with pointed looks. Doors close a little too harshly. Conversations halted when I entered the rooms. Delilah also became distant, avoiding my attempts to clarify what was going on. "She's just being a teenager, Thomas. Don't make it about you." But everything burst last night. Stella was texting during supper, which goes against our customary norms. When I gently reminded her, she threw down her phone. "God, why are you always policing everything I do? Why can't you just leave me alone?" "Stella," I said. "I'm just trying to..." "To what? Play dad?" I already have one. She stood up, the chair scratching against the floor. Why don't you just disappear? Nobody asked you to try so hard. It's pathetic. I looked at Delilah, not sure what I was expecting. Support? Mediation? Instead, she placed her fork down and calmly murmured, maybe we'd all be better off if you did. The words hung in the air, like smoke. 3 years of memories flew through my mind. The day Stella first laughed at one of my dad jokes, the night she called me in tears after her first boyfriend broke up with her, and Delilah's proud smile when Stella requested me, not her mother, to help her pick out her prom outfit. I stood up slowly, my food half finished. Okay, I replied simply. Okay, what? Stella demanded. But something flickered in her eyes. Uncertainty, perhaps. If that's how you both feel, okay? I strolled upstairs to our bedroom and took out my old duffel bag. I could hear them whispering downstairs, but no one came up while I gathered enough clothes for a few days. I saw that my hands were not shaking. I felt strangely relaxed. Stella had already left, most likely to her room, when I arrived. Delilah stood at the kitchen doorway, arms crossed. So you're just leaving? That's your solution? You said you'd be better off, I responded, looking for my keys and wallet. I'm respecting that. That's not, I didn't mean. She paused. Pride, wrath, or something else kept her from saying what she wanted to say. I took up my purse. I'll be at Ryan's. I'll figure out something more permanent soon. I hesitated at the doorway. You know, when Stella said those things before, it hurt. But hearing you agree? That broke something, Del. I drove to Ryan's apartment in solitude. He looked at me and immediately set up his guest room. That's the type of friend he is. I turned off my phone and took a sleeping pill from my emergency travel box. This morning, I awoke to find sunlight flowing through unfamiliar drapes. When I eventually turned on my phone, it was filled with notifications. 13 missed calls, 8 from Delilah, 3 from Stella, and 2 from Quinn, my sister. 27 text messages, 4 voicemails, I have not listened to them yet. I'm sitting in Ryan's guest room, watching the morning traffic below, and thinking about the empty places in our family portraits. Maybe they were always there, but I didn't want to see them. My phone vibrates again. It's Stella. After everything that has transpired, I find myself staring at her name on the screen, wondering what is so necessary right now. But I am not ready. Not yet. Walking away isn't always the hardest part, it's deciding whether to walk back. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who left positive comments on my previous post. I did not expect such a large response. To answer the most common questions, yes, I have read the messages. No, I have not responded to any of them yet. And yes, I am still at Ryan's. This morning began like the others, me pretending to focus on work while glancing at my phone, debating if I should break the stillness. Then Ryan dropped a bomb during breakfast. Miles is back in town, he announced, sliding his phone across the table. On Facebook, there was a photo of Stella's biological father posted at a local restaurant. 2 weeks ago? The same Miles who hasn't paid child support for 3 years. The same Miles who had missed Stella's last 4 birthdays. Suddenly, everything made sense. I scrolled through my messages again. Delilah's communications have evolved, from angry to, very mature, Thomas. Instead of talking, run away. To the concerned, please let us know you're fine. To something more complicated. Her most recent read, there's something you need to know. It's Stella, please call. Quinn arrived about lunchtime, ready with coffee and that no-nonsense expression she gives when she's about to meddle in my affairs. You look like hell, she said, sliding into Ryan's couch. Thanks. Always good to see you too, sis. She did not smile. I ran into Stella at the mall yesterday. That caught my interest. How is she? Meeting Miles. For coffee? She didn't see me, Quinn said, observing my reaction closely. She looked hopeful. You know that look she gets, like when she's trying not to get too excited about something? I understood exactly what she meant. It's the same expression Stella had when she was accepted to the summer camp last year, as if she was terrified to believe something good was happening. Did you know he's been messaging her for months? Quinn asked. Promising to make things right this time? My stomach turned. I checked Stella's Instagram, which I rarely do. Her most recent post was a snapshot of her and Miles. Caption. Real family time. Her friends' replies were loaded with heart emoticons, and none of them were aware of the background. Ryan, who had been quietly listening, eventually piped up. Remember what happened last time he showed up? Stella was 13. I remembered. Miles had arrived with huge promises, stayed for 2 weeks, and then vanished again. Stella remained in bed for several days afterward. Delilah and I spent months regaining her trust and assuring her that she was enough. That she deserved more. As if on cue, my phone lit up with a text message from Delilah. He's asking her to move in with him. She's actually considering it. Please, Thomas. I know you're angry with me, but she needs you. I began typing multiple responses. I deleted them all. What could I possibly say? Sorry, you told me to disappear, but now you need me to reappear? The entire event seemed like a terrible joke. Then followed another notification. Stella's latest Instagram post, a photo of college brochures scattered across her bed. The headline reads, "Big change is coming. Sometimes you have to choose your real path." Miles said those precise words 3 years ago, right before he traveled across the country to pursue his true passion and stopped returning Stella's calls. Quinn must have noticed something on my face. "What are you thinking?" I glanced at my phone, reading Delilah's message. Then I quietly said, "I'm thinking about the day I married Delilah. Remember what Stella said in her speech? How sometimes family finds you when you're not looking for it." Quinn nodded. "And now," I sighed. "Now she's posting about her real family and her real path while Miles plays Father of the Year. He's got her convinced." My phone began to ring, and I came to a stop. Unknown number. "Thomas, this is Miss Anderson from Riverside High. I'm Stella's guidance counselor. I know this is unusual, but I need to speak with you about some concerning changes in Stella's academic plans and recent behavior. Would you be able to come in tomorrow morning?" I consented to the meeting, my thoughts racing. Stella had maintained straight A's since freshman year, anxious to attend a good institution. What might have changed? Quinn and Ryan both looked at me expectantly as I hung up. "So?" Quinn asked. "I think it's time to stop being silent." I took up my phone and eventually opened Stella's voicemail. Her voice was low, unlike her normal assurance. "I know you probably hate me now, and I get it. I need to tell you something. About why I said those things. About Miles. Please call me back." Something in her voice reminded me of the 13-year-old girl who would check the mailbox every day, hoping for a letter that never arrived. I have a meeting with the guidance counselor tomorrow at 9 o'clock. After that, I believe it is time for some honest conversations. Because disappearing occasionally allows you to view things more clearly from a distance. The school's number is still shown on my screen. Next to it is a text notification from Miles to our family group chat, which I am still a part of. Great news! Big announcement at dinner tomorrow night. I have a feeling I know what the announcement will be. And I will not let history repeat itself. Update 2. I spent the last hour figuring out how to write this update. The meeting with Miss Anderson showed something I had not expected. And what happened next? Well, let me start at the beginning. I arrived at Riverside High early and observed students rushing to the first period. A couple of Stella's classmates knew me, and their quick glances and murmurs informed me that stories about my absence had already circulated. Miss Anderson did not waste time after I sat down. "Stella submitted paperwork to withdraw from her advanced placement classes yesterday," she explained, sliding a form across her desk. "She's also dropping out of the French club and student council." When I asked why, she said she's transferring schools next semester. My chest tightened. Stella battled hard to get into these programs. She had been counting on extracurricular activities to help her college applications. "There's more," Miss Anderson added. "Last week, she asked me to send her transcripts to 3 different schools. All in California." She halted and attentively observed me. "The same city where Miles recently purchased property." That's when things started falling into place. I brought out my phone and showed her Miles' huge announcement text. "Let me guess. He's opening a new business out there." She nodded. Stella mentioned something about a startup. Said her father needs family investors to get it off the ground. The usual, nauseous feeling returned. The same one I received 3 years ago, when Miles persuaded Delilah to lend him money for a sure-thing business endeavor. We never saw the money again. I left the school and drove directly to our house. Delilah's automobile was in the driveway. I could see her pacing in the kitchen with a phone to her ear. She saw me and ran to answer the door before I could knock. "He asked her for money," she replied promptly. "Her college fund. He's been filling her head with promises about this tech startup. Saying that if she invests now, she'll make enough to pay for any college she wants." "Where is she?" "Coffee with Miles." Again. Delilah's voice broke. I tried telling her it's a scam, but she accused me of being jealous, that he's finally stepping up. She said at least he believes in her dreams. I sat down at the kitchen counter, the identical location where everything collapsed a week ago. Why didn't you tell me he was back? I tried to handle it myself. She exhaled. I wondered if I could keep them apart. She shook her head. Then you and Stella got into an argument and she said terrible things, and I just panicked. I sided with her because I was terrified not to. She'd go all in for him. Before I could react, the front door opened. Stella walked in. She froze when she saw me. She looked different. Makeup applied carefully. Stella was dressed in an expensive jacket Miles had most likely purchased for her. But her eyes were crimson. "What are you doing here?" she asked. However, her voice lacked its typical sharpness. "Are you dropping your AP courses, really?" I kept my tone gentle. "What happened to Stanford?" "Plans change," she murmured, avoiding my gaze. "Dad says." "Miles says," I said gently. Something flickered on her face. "He has connections out there. The startup is guaranteed to." As if the classic car dealership were guaranteed? Or a food truck franchise? I took out my laptop and opened the documents that I had spent the morning gathering. I did some digging. Want to know Miles' current company registration status, or his credit report? Or about the 3 ongoing cases from his previous guaranteed investment opportunity? Stella's hands trembled as she grabbed the laptop. With each click and document, the careful facade cracked a little more. When she reached the lawsuit filed by his prior stepdaughter's grandmother to collect college funds he had borrowed, the first tear flowed. "He said..." She swallowed hard. "He said he had changed. He wants to make up for lost time. That we could be a true family if..." She paused and looked up at me. "A photo album. He stated I needed to prove I was choosing him. That you were the reason he remained away. You took his place." "Oh, sweetie," Delilah approached, but Stella stepped back. "I knew," she said quietly. "I guess I knew. But I desperately wanted to believe." Her phone vibrated. Miles sent another SMS. She stared at it for a long time before shutting it off entirely. "I have to go," she murmured quickly, rushing for the stairs. I need to think." We let her leave. Sometimes the most generous thing you can do is provide space. Hours have passed. Delilah and I talked, truly talked, for the first time in weeks. Regarding worries and blunders. About Stella, Miles. About us. Around midnight, I was preparing to return to Ryan's when my phone lit up with a text from Stella. "I messed up. Everything's messed up. Can we talk? I mean, really talk? Not about Miles or money or anything, just, remember when we used to have ice cream after my dancing classes and you'd let me rant about school drama? Could we do that? I know I don't deserve it, but I'm composing this from my car, which is parked outside our local ice cream shop. It's supposedly closed, but the owner recognizes us. We have been coming here for 3 years. He is staying open late just for us. Stella just arrived in her mother's automobile. She's sitting there, probably gathering up the nerve to enter. Exactly as I am. Sometimes the most difficult conversations begin with the slightest steps. Or, in this case, mint chocolate chip ice cream at midnight. Final update. That night in the ice cream shop altered everything. Stella spoke for hours. About Miles' manipulation. Her anxieties and guilt. But it was something she said in passing that piqued my interest. Miles had asked Jessica to get her friend's parents to invest in his firm as well. Something clicked. I remembered the lawsuits I'd discovered, a pattern of targeting families through their children. The rage I'd been hiding now had a purpose. "You know," I explained carefully. "What he's doing isn't simply ethically wrong. It is illegal." Stella glanced up from her melting ice cream. "What do you mean?" I described securities fraud and unlawful investment techniques. Her eyes widened as she took out her phone and showed me the group conversations where Miles was directly soliciting investments from children. That night, after sending Stella off, I made some phone calls. Quinn has a friend in the SEC. Ryan knows someone in the district attorney's office. By the morning, I had a plan. Miles didn't see it coming. He was too preoccupied with his big announcement dinner, where he intended to persuade Stella to hand over her education fund. He had also invited the parents of some of her friends, adding to the list of prospective targets. The dinner was held at an expensive restaurant. Miles was in his element, discussing Silicon Valley connections and assured profits. I waited for the appetizers to arrive before rising up. "Before we continue," I said, "there are some people who'd like to join us." On cue, 2 federal agents and a state investigator entered. Miles' face changed from confident to confused. to terrified, in seconds. Miles was operating more than one fraud, it seems out. The detectives discovered 7 different fraudulent schemes in 3 jurisdictions. Every time he reconnected with Stella over the years, he would set up new victims. The classic automobile dealership that cost Delilah her funds was part of a broader scam scheme. The food truck franchise follows the same pattern. But here's the beautiful part. He'd gotten sloppy this time. He had documented everything in texts and emails to Stella, believing she would never turn against him. When she forwarded the messages to the investigators, his fate was sealed. Are the parents present at the dinner? They wore wires. Every promise, lie, and illegal investment pitch was recorded. Miles tried to run, knocking over a waiter before sprinting for the door. He took 3 steps before being stopped by security. As they led him away, he gave Stella that manipulative puppy dog expression that she had fallen for so many times. This is all a misunderstanding, sweetie. Tell them. I am your father. Stella stood up, shoulders straight. My father's right here, she said, taking my hand. And he just watched you get exactly what you deserve. The aftermath was intense. News coverage, victim statements, more families are coming forward. The investigators discovered over $2.3 million in stolen funds. Miles estimates 15 to 20 years. His startup consisted solely of a website and some stolen photos of a real tech company's office. But the true victory was not witnessing Miles' arrest. It was the brief moments that followed. Stella placed all of her photos with Miles in a box and donated them to the prosecution. Evidence, she said, with a hint of her old smile. She reapplied to her AP courses. In light of the circumstances, the school was understanding. Instead of being angry, her friends' parents formed a support group for families impacted by similar scams. Something good came from something bad. Stella asked me last night for help with her college essays. I have a pretty unique story now, she explained. How many people can write about bringing down their biological father's fraudulent empire? Delilah and I are in counseling. There is trust to rebuild and wounds to heal. But watching her meticulously place my photos back in the family albums and straighten each one, that expressed more than words could. Stella came down early this morning for breakfast. She carried an envelope with her. I found this in my room, she explained, passing it across the table. Miles asked me to send it last week. It is investment documentation for his startup. I figured you would want to add it to the evidence file. I stared at the envelope, then at her. Do you want to deliver it to the investigators together? She grinned, the genuine, unrestrained smile I had missed. Can we get ice cream afterwards? Some may argue that the vengeance was excessively severe. Whatever happens, that family is still family. However, a real family does not strive to take your future. A real family will protect you. Even if it means shielding you from other relatives. Miles' sentencing date is next month. Stella plans to read a victim impact statement. She spent weeks working on it, painstakingly rewriting each word. She requested me to review it yesterday. It needs a good ending, she went on. Something that shows I'm not just his victim anymore. I believe she's already found that ending. It's in the way she holds her head up right now. In how she assists other children in identifying similar schemes. In the college brochures on her desk. Her actual route. Not the one Miles attempted to sell her. Moving on sometimes entails ensuring that the past does not harm others. And sometimes, the finest retribution isn't simply watching someone face consequences, it is thriving despite them. We are having a family meal tonight. Only the 3 of us. Stella's making her famous pasta sauce, which she learnt while watching cooking videos with me during lockdown. Normal, boring, and wonderful. Things related to the family. Miles will have plenty of time to ponder about these things from his cell. My sister thought she needed to go to the ER for her period. What began as a simple babysitting job turned into a scary situation. Original post, August 22, 2024. Okay, so I, 19M, am babysitting my little sister, 15F, while our parents are on a trip internationally. It's like a completely different time zone and the signal sucks. They get home in like 6 days. But we are both pretty self-sufficient and felt like it would be fine, and my parents left us food and money and stuff. We've been Gucci for a whole week so far. Anyway, this morning she got her period while we were just sitting playing video games and she got blood all over the couch, so I paused the game while she took care of it and put on a tampon and didn't make a big deal of it. I was trying to be nice because I know it can make girls cranky and it hurts and stuff, so I got snacks and a blanket and whatever and we kept playing. Well, like maybe 40 minutes later she freaked out because she bled on the couch again and I'm like, did you put the thing on wrong or what? So she changed again and I even helped her clean the blood off the couch this time and I figured she'd use a bigger feminine thing. NBD. Well, like 30 minutes after we start playing again she pauses and goes to the bathroom and I hear her scream so I run over there thinking there's a spider or something but she came out holding like this chunk. It was like a chunk of blood. But looking at it I'm like shit maybe that's an organ? Like is that your kidney? But she was like no it's a clot. And she was freaking out about it. Which yeah it was gross, it was like the size of a hacky sack. So I'm like okay well go flush your clothes. Anyway she cleans herself up but then she said she doesn't want to play anymore and I'm like okay. So she spent an hour on the couch with her face all scrunched up doing yoga breathing and telling me her cramps were the worst ever, so I gave her Tylenol but she wouldn't take it because she said she feels like she's gonna throw up. I brought her water and juice and warmed up that gel thing you stick on your stomach you know. So I was trying to help. Well then she says oh no, and she gets up and goes to the bathroom and as she's walking she's got blood going down her leg. She yelled for me from the bathroom and I went in there and she's sitting there and I hear this plopping sound and there's more of those chunks. Like maybe 2 of them? And she says, I think we need to go to the ER. I'm like why? And she tells me this is more blood than she's ever had and she doesn't feel good. But periods are supposed to suck, right? And she wouldn't take the Tylenol either so she didn't really try to manage it at home. So then she started yelling at me telling me I have to take her because she can't drive but I'm pretty sure our parents will kill me if I take her to the ER for her period. Is that a thing? She's sitting in the shower now because she said she thought the warm water would feel good and she was sick of bleeding on stuff and it's more comfortable than the toilet. I asked her if she just needs a bigger tampad and she told me to STFU so she's not even communicating with me at this point. I've asked her a few times if she's okay there and she tells me I'm bleeding out Mason, what do you think? So like she's not unconscious. IDK, I don't know anything about this but I also know she hates blood and flips out about any minor cut too. Is going to the ER because of a period a thing? Can you bleed too much? I thought there was only a certain amount of blood in the vagina every month. I feel like she'd be more comfortable at home anyway if she'd just take the Tylenol. IDK what to do? My sister is like average teenage girl height, pretty skinny because she's a ballerina and doesn't eat meat. She takes Accutane for her pimples. I'm not sure if there's other stuff that's important. She's had her period for like a year now I'm pretty sure. Maybe more. She takes Flintstone gummy vitamins sometimes, like the ones in the purple jar. And she's obsessed with Celsius energy drinks. She wears contacts and she had her wisdom teeth removed 2 months ago. IDK I want her to be okay and stuff but I'm not sure there is a good choice. Help? Relevant comments. Is there any chance of pregnancy miscarriage? I mean I don't think so. She doesn't have a boyfriend and when I asked she told me to fuck off so probably not. Tampons or pads? I asked and she said she was using a tampon first but after that she used both to prevent leaks. So both I guess. She said always with wings and Tampax Sport. Commenter, Doc. If she's saturating more than 1 tampon in an hour she should be seen. OOP, she said she was soaking both of them so I guess we are going. Mini updates and comments. 30 minutes later. OOP, okay. She's throwing some extra clothes and shit in a bag. I'm trying to think what my mom would do so I brought water bottles, sunscreen and snacks. And something to do. Commenter, well, you don't need sunscreen at the hospital. Extra clothes, maybe a water bottle, snacks are good, insurance card, and call your parents. Didn't they leave another adult's number for you to call in an emergency? Do you have another relative? OOP, oh shit yeah, I gotta tell my parents. Fuck. I mean no they didn't but I think it's because I'm an adult. Any other adults? OOP, all our relatives live on the other side of the country. But like she has friends and they have moms? But she wasn't into the idea of asking them. Commenter, let this be a lesson to you. If a woman says this is wrong, this doesn't seem normal, about her own body, try listening to her and not making her jump through hoops convincing you something is wrong while you ask the internet for advice. Just listen to her. OP. Yeah I was being a dick. The sunscreen. Yeah lol I didn't think about the fact that it's inside just like my mom always yelling about sunscreen. OOP is encouraged to bring a comfort item for his sister. Okay, this makes me feel good because I packed her Squishmallow and I was kind of afraid to tell her I did that in case she thought it was embarrassing or gross. I sent my mom a text. 1 hour later, in response to someone telling him to bring a bowl in case she vomits. Nah FR, I wish I would have read this BC she threw up in the car twice. She told me to stop driving like Stevie Wonder and I swear I was laughing so hard I almost had to pull over. Commenter, it sounds like she is really comfortable with you. I mean, she let you help her clean up and showed you clots. And you didn't get all, "You, I'm a guy, don't show me." Frankly, you're acting better than my husband would when it comes to helping. He'd never look at my blood or think about bringing snacks. So you are doing pretty good, and she might not feel she needs another female. OP. I mean, if I acted grossed out, she'd tell me to grow up, lol. My sister doesn't deal with stupid dudes. But yeah, we're close and it's just blood, so? About 2 hours after OG post, "Okay, we got here." She threw up a couple times in the car, but she said she's good now. We walked in and she was like dripping down her leg again, and they saw that at the desk and maybe how fucking freaked I looked, lol, and took her back pretty much right away. Commenter. Adding to this, because questions about her sexual history and habits are definitely going to be asked, big bro, make it clear to her that if she wants you to leave, you will. If she wants you to stay, I would make it clear to her that you're not going to snitch on her about anything she says. If it's something that needs to be brought up to your parents, the docs can do that. It's not your job to tell your parents her answers. If you can't make her that promise, tell her you can't be in the room. OP. Nah, I'm not saying shit if I find anything out. She caught me smoking weed on the roof 2 years ago and still hasn't ratted, lol. About 1 hour 10 minutes later, 3 from OG post. Okay, so she's getting Zofran and fluids and they're gonna do an ultrasound in the room here. So far we know she's not pregnant, and her labs weren't great. Hemoglobin was 6.8. Editor's note, that's not good. Normal for women is 12. 16, see here? That's basically the one I remember. She said to tell everyone thank you for the advice and stuff. She also said she feels okay, just really tired. Commenter, the tube sounds like a catheter. They may want a clean urine sample. The excessive bleeding can contaminate a urine sample and affect certain test results. OP. Oh, yeah, okay. They said they wanted a urine sample, but I was thinking, why can't she just pee in a cup? About 1 hour, 20 minutes later. Alright, the ultrasound was normal. She's being admitted. They want to test her for bleeding and clotting disorders now, and they're going to give her some blood. They asked if I know my blood type, which I don't, but I'm not sure why it matters. Sister is B+ though. Commenter 1, I mean, tampad's a good way of saying tampon or pad. Commenter 2, I agree, this is a useful neologism, OP. Thanks. OOP, see, I'm not a dumbass, I'm just inventing new terms. Commenter, you have properly unmounted your foot, so don't be afraid to ask questions now. It's much better to ask questions so you don't have to worry or freak out about things you don't know or don't understand, than to drive yourself mad with worry about something that might not warrant that worry or leaves you with unanswered questions. Best of luck to you and your sis. Was she happy you packed her squishmallow? OP, yeah, she's sleeping on the squishmallow like a pillow run and told me it's the only reason she forgives me, lol. That's a good idea though, when she wakes up I'll ask her. Commenter. If she gets admitted, you may want to consider making a trip home to pick up any comfort items either of you two need, like a book, laptop or blanket. But only if your sister feels comfortable with that. OP, so she packed clothes and I packed her squishmallow and our switches so we would have stuff to do. But she didn't even want me to get up to go pee, so I don't think she wants me to leave, lol. She's asleep now though. Commenter, definitely not the worst way to have to spend time in a hospital, lol. Hope she turns out okay. Though I'm extremely curious about what the root cause is, and if you both feel comfortable sharing, I'd love to know. OOP. Yeah, she said she doesn't care as long as I don't post any pics of her because she said she looks like 2024 Amanda Bynes and Britney Spears combined, lol. Commenter, for future reference, you can call your doctor's office, or an advice nurse, with stuff like this. They will ask you a bunch of questions about what's going on and tell you what to do. OOP, yeah, I was googling do you go to the ER for a bad period, and that's how I found the subreddit, lol, but if something ever happens again that's probably a better bet. 7 hours later, about 12 from OG post. We both slept. Got a hold of our parents, my mom is looking for flights back home. Sister is feeling a lot better at this point. They gave her medicine to stop the bleeding. I wasn't expecting this to blow up the way it did, so there's no way I'll be able to answer everyone. She's doing okay though. Should know more about the CT soon. Commenter. Mate, I grew up with a shitty big brother, and even now as adults I know he couldn't do half the job you've done of taking care of your little sis. You have restored my faith in humanity, and big bros. Glad to see the night was uneventful and that you got hold of your parents. And whatever you do, don't forget to reapply your sunscreen often. OOP, man, she changed my name in her phone to SPF, I'm never living this shit down, lol. 1.5 hours later, 13.5 from OG post. Alright, her vitals now are 101/65 and 80. So better, 6 hours later, 19 from OG post. CT was good too. They're pretty sure she has a blood disorder, they're just waiting on the results of it. I guess when she had her wisdom teeth out she bled more than she was supposed to, but I didn't know that before. So yeah, just waiting on that for now, but they don't think the issue is her uterus or whatever. Commenter, just wanted to also mention that I think your post has become the #1 post to have ever been on with the most engagement ever. OOP, JFC, I'm kind of embarrassed LOL. I'm glad this is anonymous. 8 hours later, 27 hours from OG post. Alright, I'm gonna try here instead of a post and hopefully be more covert LOL, but could someone that knows about it tell me about type 2 von Willebrand's? Like the blood disorder? Because the internet says everything from like it's mild to it's life-threatening and I just want to know more about it and like how it affects day-to-day life and stuff. I appreciate the help with my sister before too. It's cool you guys just do this. Comments on another sub. OOP. Yeah, it got scary fast, it was crazy, but like no one has ever brought up taking her to the ER for it before, so IDK I thought maybe she was scared because our mom wasn't there to make her feel better and I don't know anything about it. Update 1. Same post. Probably late August 23rd, the following day from OG post. Update. Alright, so I guess I was posting updates in the comments, but it's better here. Anyway, so, my sister is okay. She had some scans that were all fine and they don't think she has fibroids or tumors or anything like that. She's feeling a little better but still staying here at least another day. Our mom and dad are flying home tomorrow now. My mom was pissed I texted her instead of calling at first LOL. Already had someone try to find me on Insta, so like if you know me or her, no you don't LOL. She doesn't want this going around school or whatever, so don't do it for at least 3 years LOL. She's cool with me updating through without her name or whatever. Also our parents don't know about this either. IDK I feel like we should wait until it's been a few years to tell them too so they don't kill me lol. She's gonna hold this shit over my head forever lol. Anyway, they think she has a blood disorder that makes her not clot right. I'm not 100% sure how it works because she had big clots. But they said they're pretty sure that's what's going on because her PTT took longer than normal to clot. They're waiting on von Willebrand, SP, testing to come back, but they think she has type 2 probably. Gonna Google that tonight BCIDK what that is, and I've never heard of it, so I guess if any of the doctors know what that is or if this sounds like it LMK. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this to blow up like this lol. I thought this was just like doctors answering questions like a helpline. But my sister said thank you for everyone telling me to take her and she's okay. Update 2. Same post, probably same day as previous update. Or soon after update again. They confirmed it's von Willebrand, IDK if I'll ever spell that right. Anyway, it's genetic I guess, so they want me to get tested too, but like obviously I've never had periods and I've never had surgery, so it wouldn't be as obvious. There's still more testing, like more specific to the type. But anyway, sister is good and we have an answer. She's gonna talk to a hematologist next week about what that means and stuff. Update 3, same post. August 29th, 2024, 1 week from OG post. New update. So if I also have von Willebrand's. So does our mom. I've always bruised a lot and got super bad nosebleeds, but like I was also a dumbass kid teen who thought life was an audition for Jackass, so I didn't think it was weird lol. Anyway, we're all about to be real familiar with hematology and my mom is pissed she's been told some women just bleed more her whole life lol. Guess my mom and sister weren't just exaggerating when they would say they were bleeding out. So yeah, IG, if you're a girl reading this and you bleed as much as my sister, you should see a doctor. Hopefully no one gets gaslit like my mom did, but yeah. Here's a public apology for being ignorant on what y'all actually go through BC. I thought you could only bleed so much a month, fully willing to admit how fucking stupid that was lol. OOP's second post, August 29th, 2024, same day as update 3. Hi, so it's me again, 19M, apparently not that smart, questioning my career goals as a teacher. Anyway, my sister was on her period and thought she needed to go to the ER and she actually did. I've got another question now, but first, thank you to everyone who answered my first post and educated me because she was in rough shape. Except for the girl who suggested drinking whole milk, even I'm not that fucking stupid WTF. Anyway. My sister has von Willebrand's disease, type 2. My mom and I also have it apparently. My mom just got gaslit for years about how much she bled and it took my sister almost dying for us to all get diagnosed like TF. Anyway, I play in a recreational rugby league. Gonna have to pay dues soon and I don't want to be out the money if I'm gonna get told I shouldn't play anymore, because it's a contact sport, but I don't see a hematologist for 5 weeks since I'm not urgent lol. So was wondering if any of the doctors know if I'm gonna get told I probably shouldn't play rugby anymore. I also like rock climbing. Is that gonna be out? Should I learn chess or crochet or something? LOL. Thanks again. Relevant comments. Commenter. If you aren't confirmed yet, don't play contact sports right now until at least you get testing. Read that paper as it has a decent list of other sports activities you can do more safely. You do not need to live in a bubble. OOP. Okay. Yeah, it's confirmed I have it, but I don't know the types and letters and stuff. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna go learn how to play snooker then LOL. Thanks commenter. I'm a lurker here because I'm not a doctor. But I am a teacher, and I do remember your post. Teaching is a lovely career, and the profession would benefit from someone as compassionate as you. OP. LOL. One thing is for sure, no students will get sunburned on my watch. Commenter. Thank you so much for this update. Not only is it interesting, but it furthers all of our professional knowledge base when we are able to hear how things turned out. Good luck to you and your family. And I'm glad that your mom's medical issues have finally been validated. That's huge. OP. Oh yeah, I mean she's in her 40s. She'll kill me if I say exactly how old though lol. So like I can't believe she's been suffering for 30-something years. She said she's about to write a big "I told you so" to every doctor who ever told her to get used to it. Commenter. Dead serious, no pun intended. You should take up comedy. The ones that are the funniest are the ones that don't understand how funny they are. I'm glad your sister is okay and I hope you're good too. Oh yeah, I'm totally good. Thanks man. Showed this to my sister and she said, tell them you're already insufferable as it is, the last thing you need is an audience. Savage. LOL. Commenter. You'll know more after your consultation. There are different types of von Willebrands, so what applies to your sister and your mom will not necessarily apply to you. I'm glad you guys got to the bottom of it and I'm extremely disheartened to hear that your mother was gaslit her entire life about her symptoms. There's not really an excuse from the medical community for that, and I'm sorry. OOP. Hey, thanks. It's good to know it might not be the same. Honestly, I'm surprised I made it this far without my brain bleeding because I was the poster child for ADHD LOL. One more sunscreen comment. My dads have been calling me banana boats since they got back. RIP any game I had LOL. Final fun comment. Commenter, please accept this version of an award because there's no way I'm paying for them through here, but dude, the sunscreen. I feel like this should be as well known on Reddit as the poop knife. OOP, IDK what a poop knife is, but I'm honored LOL. I discovered a secret warning from my boyfriend's ex and the terrifying truth was revealed. Original post, August 27, 2024 throwaway account because I don't want my boyfriend to find this. I posted this elsewhere but thought this subreddit could help too. I, 28F, and my BF, 30M, who we'll call Steve, have been together for 2 years and have been living together for 8 months. I was cleaning our apartment when I found a note in the back of a cabinet. For context's sake, I'll copy it below. Dear Steve's future girlfriend, I know it's you reading this because he'd never clean back here. I'm putting this here because I'm leaving him soon and want to warn you about him. He will not clean. He will not listen. He will make everything feel like it's your fault. It's not your fault, he's just an incompetent man. I'm leaving him, I suggest you do the same. Best wishes Natalia. Name changed. I read the note and brought it to show to him and hear his response. He immediately ripped it up and said not to listen to it, that she was crazy and untrustworthy. I told him that the fact that he hasn't found it in the 5 years since they broke up is a red flag to me because it does mean he's never cleaned back there and that he has been cleaning less and less since I moved in. He told me that it wasn't a problem before the note, this is just his ex continuing to manipulate and ruin his life and I was letting it work. We continued to argue along the same lines and I eventually left to spend the night at a friend's place. Steve has been a great boyfriend so far. He gets along with my family. He has given me gifts and flowers and always tells me how much he loves me. He's not wrong that the cleaning hasn't really been brought up before. The note made me realize it had been less and less and that we needed to have a full conversation. He texted me afterwards saying he's sorry that I felt like I had to leave but that it's an asshole move for me to take a note over our 2-year relationship and to leave him and our pets alone. I don't know what to do or what to believe right now. I'm contemplating trying to find and reach out to Natalia. Her name in real life is pretty unique so I think I could find her. Steve thinks I should come back home and let it go, that his past should affect our future. I feel like I could be the asshole because everything Steve has said about Natalia does make it sound like she was manipulative and petty throughout their relationship, but I don't know what to trust. Edit. I realized I didn't clarify enough about the points, especially the cleaning. Thought I'd add it here. When we moved in together 8 months ago, the cleaning was 50/50ths. Since then he's been doing things less and less and I'd say it's at like 70/30ths. Maybe 60/40ths if he listens to me right away. It depends on the week. I have to remind him to do things like bring his plates to the sink or take out the trash, and I didn't have to before. The dishes will pile up unless I do them, to the point he's had leftover food mold on the plates. I'm not a confrontational person, so I was just asking him to fix it when it came up. The note made me reflect on it more and try to have an actual full conversation, and I will say I didn't feel listened to when I talked to him about it. I tried to use the note to start a conversation about cleaning, and he got so stuck on that I was listening to his ex instead of him, that he wouldn't listen to what I think are valid concerns. He thinks I'm letting the note have confirmation bias, so no matter what he says I'll think he's in the wrong. Also, I didn't leave him permanently. This all happened yesterday and I only spent one night at a friend's because I didn't feel like our conversation was going anywhere last night and he wouldn't let me sleep until I let it go. I'm going back today and wanted to get advice and feedback before I do. Edit 2. I appreciate all these comments with advice. I'm heading back to our place now. My plan is to first apologize for immediately bringing him the note without thinking of his feelings and validate that it's hard to have an ex's message found. That being said, you're all right that I've been letting the cleaning stuff get away. I don't want to be in a relationship where I have to ask him repeatedly to clean. It was pointed out to me that he should have cleaned the shelves during his move from his ex's place. The fact that it hasn't been touched in 5 years is forcing me to take it seriously. I don't want to throw away 2 years, so I'm going to ask him to come up with some clear cleaning expectations with me and designated chores. I will make it clear that cleaning is absolutely a deal breaker for me. It's his decision on how he wants to respond. I'll try to update you all. Again, thank you so much for the advice. Update. I followed your advice from the last post and tried to have a calm discussion with Steve. When I apologized for confronting him with the note, he seemed to take that as an admission of guilt and refused to listen to anything else. I had come up with a list of specific instances of not cleaning like many of you suggested, and he said I was using lists just like his manipulative ex did. So yeah, the crazy ex thing you all said was a red flag was definitely true. When I realized the conversation wasn't going anywhere, he even tried to block me from leaving. That's when I knew it was done and left immediately. 2 years down the drain, but I'm glad I had the wake-up call before it was too late. I will let him cool off and then will ask my brother to come with me to grab my things while he's not there. He has a strict work schedule, so I think it'll work out. I am planning on leaving a note there, but probably a little longer with the advice to not show it to him. I'm leaving it in the exact same place, so if he doesn't learn his lesson about cleaning, it'll come to haunt him. All he has to do is clean. The biggest surprise out of all of this is that I didn't reach out to Natalia, she reached out to me. Apparently he borrowed his friend's phone to call her screaming that she's ruining his life still. The fact that she blocked him and he still had her number memorized just further confirms he was the crazy ex, not her. Natalia found me on social media and wanted to make sure I was okay and was especially concerned that he'd gaslight me like he tried with her. I thanked her for leaving me the note and saving me time. We scheduled coffee for Thursday afternoon. I wanted to thank you all again for the advice, especially the person who posted the Love is Respect website. I took the healthy relationship quiz after our conversation and it wasn't great. You called out how he was weaning me into an unhealthy relationship so well. For now, my friend said I can stay until I find a new place. I have emergency savings and a decent job, so I'm in a privileged place when it comes to this messy breakup and I'm just trying to feel grateful for that. Just posted my final update separately. Thank you all for everything. Relevant comments. Commenter. So, what is your experience with #2 and #3 of Natalia's notes? Did you see some truth in her words there with your own past experiences with Steve? OOP, he does listen to me, I think, like when he gets me flowers, he knows my favorite. We have some hobbies in common and love to talk about them. I feel like the most he's not listened to is in this situation because he refused to get past the fact that I'm listening to his ex over him. That being said, since we moved in together, I do feel like he's putting in less effort when it comes to starting conversations or initiating quality time to #3. This is hard for me to answer. I think I can be a people pleaser and tend to think things are my fault anyway, but he's never directly said that's your fault when it comes to conflict. OOP responds to the issues she has with her boyfriend's cleaning after showing him the note. OP, thank you for your feedback. I'm looking for a balanced perspective, so I appreciate this comment. I did have an issue with his lack of cleaning and have asked him repeatedly to clean up after himself and it hasn't really improved. I agree that I should have sat down to have this full conversation about it earlier instead of using this note to do so. I'm questioning our relationship based on his response to the note, not the note itself, as he raised his voice a bit. Also, other people commented about the letting me go to sleep thing and I'm now also realizing that's not okay. I'm not sure what to do. I will go back to our place in an hour and am trying to come up with ideas for the conversation. I agree I should apologize for immediately bringing him the note and trying to talk about the cleaning instead of comforting him that someone in his past was playing games. Update, August 28, 2024. As you can tell by my original post, I like to do things right away. It was definitely a mistake to bring him the note right away, but doing the things I did this morning right away was not a mistake as it allowed me to save my pets. First, I want to respond to the comments saying I broke up a 2-year relationship over a note and chores. No, I broke up a 2-year relationship because when I tried to come up with solutions to an unequal situation, his response was to yell and try to convince me there was no problem except me. The final straw was when he physically blocked me from leaving the house after he was screaming at me. That is not okay and no one should stay with a man who responds to conflict like that. The actual update. I wound up texting the post to Natalia last night and she thought it was great. She, like some of you, asked me about the pets. For context, one of the things Steve and I connected on was our love for little creatures. It's why I thought he was such a great guy, because if he could take such intricate care of his lizard, he could do the same with me. I was very wrong. He has one lizard he bought before me and then we bought 2 frogs together. I have a snake I brought with me when I moved in. I was planning on waiting until he cooled down to go grab my things and the frogs and snake, thinking he would never hurt them, but Natalia changed my mind. She said he could get destructive when he's mad and was concerned about the safety of my little guys. I immediately knew I couldn't wait until later this week and reached out for a meeting with the landlord early this morning. I wound up FaceTiming with Natalia last night and we had a long discussion. Natalia is a lawyer and told me that in our state, landlords are required to let me get out of the lease I signed in cases of domestic violence. She also told me that his yelling, gaslighting and refusing to let me leave are all types of abuse. It's definitely hard for me to sit with that. But the Love is Respect relationship quiz helped me also realize that a bit more last night. Apparently his constant messaging and control over what I wore and when were signs of abuse too. Anyway, this morning Natalia volunteered to come talk to the landlord with me alongside my brother. As soon as he heard the word lawyer, he was on top of it and said I could break the lease, but would still have to pay for all of August even though I'm leaving 3 days early. I felt like that was fair. He also messaged Steve to say the apartment needed to be empty for emergency maintenance all day today so I could pack my things. Steve messaged back that he was at work all day and wouldn't be home until 6 p.m. When I got into the apartment, it was a mess. He had broken my dishes that I had brought with me on the ground and left the shards laying about. My clothes were ripped up and scattered around our room. It was disgusting and heartbreaking. He left his lizard alone, but opened the tank doors for our frogs and my snake. Luckily the frogs were still chilling in their enclosure, but my snake had gotten loose. This made me the most mad, as she could have gotten cut on the broken plates. I feel so fortunate that she was just hiding in the closet corner and I was able to pack her up safely in her enclosure again. All my things are packed and I'm writing this as my brother drives me back to my friend's house right now. Natalia told me that she actually left 3 notes, one in the cabinet, one on the underside of the vacuum, and one in the crumb catcher of the toaster. While we were there we checked to see if the notes were still there. The one on the vacuum was, but it looks like Steve did clean out the crumb catcher at least once in the past 5 years. He never told me he had already found a note in our conversations, so it caught me by surprise. Natalia and I left the vacuum note as is and replaced the cabinet one. I wasn't comfortable leaving my name on a new note, so my addition was a handout on healthy versus unhealthy relationships and a QR code to the quiz that woke me up. I'll put it in the comments. I'm not sure if I can have an outside link. Natalia said if he didn't find the notes in those 5 years, especially after the move, he probably won't find them again. I'm inclined to agree, especially given he did find one but then didn't even clean the rest of the house to see if there was any more. Steve doesn't make sense to me and seeing the state of the apartment really woke me up to the fact that I have no idea who he is. The Steve I knew would never put animals in danger, but I don't think I really ever knew Steve. To the people saying it's pathetic that I broke up my relationship because of chores and Reddit, I encourage you to reflect on the subtle ways that abuse starts. This Reddit thread woke me up to it and gave me the resources to get out safely before it got any worse. I also made an appointment for a therapist. I'm very lucky that my job has good insurance, so I should be able to work through this relationship, and I'm hoping to focus on boundaries and my people-pleasing habits, so I never find myself in this situation again. To the people wishing that Natalia and I would get together, we had a good laugh about it. Natalia is engaged to a wonderful man who cleans, listens and reflects. She said there's a phenomenon that when people break up with their awful ex, their soulmate can quickly follow. I'm hoping that's true. Regardless, I do think I got a good friend out of this, especially since Natalia is a snake mom too. This is my final update. I hope if you learn anything from my experience, it's that abuse doesn't start right away. First there's love bombing, gifts, and pretty words. And then slowly, they test how much you'll put up with. You should never have to put up with anything, especially moldy freaking plates. TLDR, after ending things due to his behavior, Steve destroyed our apartment and let my snake loose, but I was able to get off the lease and get my things with Natalia's help. Now I'm safe and am looking for a new place to live. Relevant comments. Commenter. Natalia received the assignment Demonstrate Sisterhood and aced the test. I am so sorry that Steve proved all of us, including Natalia, right on how crappy he is. Can you go after him for the destruction of property? OP. Honestly, I just want to put this behind me. Most of the clothes were ones he bought me. I thought they were sweet gifts, but looking back on it, I'm realizing he pushed my style out for the one he prefers. He liked to dress me exactly the way he wanted, so I'm okay leaving the clothes behind. I can get new dishes and new clothes that fit me. I have my pets and that's all that matters to me. Commenter, the Steve I knew would never put animals in danger, but I don't think I really ever knew Steve. That really freaks me the fuck out in these posts. The idea that you can know someone enough to start working on a life together but not actually know them. It makes me wonder what % of abusers masking do it specifically on purpose to trap someone, and what % just happen to have nothing trigger their worst instincts, behaviors. It's hard to imagine the bulk of stealth abusers being patient masterminds working a long con. Commenter, but it looks like Steve did clean out the crumb catcher at least once in the past 5 years. Steve probably didn't have a choice for that one. The paper and crumbs mix would have started smoking at some point. OOP on her snake. OOP, a western hognose, she's the cutest. Her name is Raspberry because she's pinkish in color. My wife cheated with my stepbrother, got pregnant, and I told her parents. Now she's cut off from her inheritance. I, 34M, and my wife, 29F, have been married for 2 years. Our relationship has been rather ordinary. We met at a work event many years ago, became friends for a few years, then realized we had feelings for one another and began dating. We dated for 3 years before I asked her to marry me, so we've been together for about 6 years. We never had any issues, either while courting or after we married. She is gorgeous, intelligent, and a wonderful partner for me. I have done my best to be a good husband to her, and we are happy together. Around 6 months ago, my stepbrother Darren, 28M, was sacked from his work. Instead of looking for another career, he opted to spend some time traveling and finding himself. Darren has always been unpredictable and spontaneous. My parents had a difficult time convincing him to go to college and earn a degree. He is constantly full of wacky ideas that he needs to be talked out of, but being dismissed from his job because he was intoxicated during a business meeting is serious. Despite his history, he resolved to quit drinking. Despite my fears that he would abandon this project halfway through, I attempted to be supportive for my father's sake. My parents divorced while I was a child, and my father married Darren's mother when I was a teenager. So when Darren asked if he could stay at my house for a few weeks to tour New York, I wasn't sure how to say no. I was suspicious and unwilling to do it, but when my father and stepmother urged me to let him stay, I couldn't say no. I questioned my wife and she said she was fine with it, so I grudgingly gave in. Darren came to live with us 2 months ago. I made it clear that he could not bring anyone into the flat, and that even if he could leave and return anytime he pleased, it should not disrupt our sleep. Surprisingly, he agreed with all of my rules. For the first few days, he stayed out virtually all night, and I even saw him arrive as late as 7 a.m., when I was already up and preparing for work. Aside from that, he was fairly polite, having supper with me and my wife at our home and even cooking for us on a few occasions. I was pleasantly surprised. This was not the Darren I'd known my entire life. My wife and I had scheduled a weekend trip to Vegas the second weekend Darren was staying with us because I had worked there. We told Darren to take care of the place until we returned. Everything was planned, but my wife developed a severe stomach flu at the last minute. It was Thursday night and we were meant to leave the next morning. We were both really unhappy, but we assumed she would go if she felt better. Unfortunately, her illness worsened the next morning, and by the time we were scheduled to depart, she was too ill to travel. I tried to reschedule my job commitment and postpone our trip, but it was too late, and I needed to travel. I felt terrible about leaving her in that state, but I knew Darren would be there in case her health worsened. He offered to stay at home and cook her meals as well. I vowed to return as early as possible on Saturday morning and then left. Looking back, I can't believe I didn't see that coming. So I went to Vegas by myself, returned the next day, and found that my wife was doing better. I didn't think much of it at the time, but after that weekend, I noticed Darren was home more frequently than usual. Previously he went out every day, but now he hasn't left the flat in several days. I asked whether everything was fine, and he just shrugged, claiming he was trying to save his money. I didn't think much of it at first, but as time passed, I began to notice more things that stood out. When I returned from work one day, I discovered that my wife had already arrived home. Apparently, she had taken a half day off due to a headache and forgot to notify me. Another day, I arrived home early and noticed Darren and my wife entering the house together. They stated that they had just met outside the building. This could just be a coincidence, but I had a horrible feeling about it. I had never questioned my wife's devotion before, and while Darren was a messy person, I didn't think he could do something so heinous as that. Still, I couldn't ignore the impression that something was off. I knew I couldn't accuse them of anything without evidence, and doing so would cause upheaval in my family, which I wasn't prepared to cope with. So I took a straightforward approach. I asked Darren how long he planned on staying with us. I reminded him that while it was fantastic to have him around, he should think about his future moves. Thankfully, he caught the message and stated he'd be leaving within a week. My wife was in the room during the chat, but she said nothing, which made me uneasy. Darren moved out, and I attempted to ignore my misgivings, concentrating on my marriage rather than worrying about the worst-case situation. Things improved after he departed, and I began to believe I had been overly paranoid. I was mortified to think that my wife would do something like that, especially because she had been the perfect spouse all these years. However, around 2 weeks ago, something happened. We discovered that my wife was pregnant, 2 months to be exact. You probably know where this is headed. When Darren moved in with us 2 months ago, I felt sick to my stomach. I'll offer you some context. I am a few years older than my wife, as I previously stated. By the time I was 30, I was ready to settle down and establish my own family. When my wife and I first started dating, I knew she was the one for me and wanted to marry her. However, she believed she was too young to have children and wanted to wait a few years before making that decision. Though it wasn't what I desired, I approved of her choice. We always took precautions since we decided to wait until she was 30 to start looking for children. My wife always insisted we be very careful since her body reacts poorly to hormonal birth control and she is not on any tablets. I also always utilized protection. Accidents do happen, of course, but I could not get over the sense that something was off. I felt the timing to be unsettling. She said she wanted to keep the baby, that although this was unplanned, it was a good thing and we ought to be glad. Long since I had desired children, under different conditions I would have been ecstatic, but instead I was in excruciating pain. Though I attempted to seem content to my wife, I don't think I have ever felt worse. Uncertain of what to do, I wanted no one to criticize me, thus I couldn't talk to any of my friends about it. Nevertheless, I couldn't get rid of the bad ideas and emotions. I knew I couldn't continue living in total anguish after about 1 week. I had to face my bride. I knew this would have a terrible effect on our marriage, and should I turn out to be mistaken, she might never pardon me. But I kept thinking of the worst. The prospect of her carrying the baby of my stepbrother made me sick. After our first visit, completed several blood tests and procedures, all I could feel was total devastation. I decided to talk to her as I could no longer handle it and got ready for the worst. I told her I had to talk to her about something quite crucial about a week ago during supper. She wanted to know straight away. Though afraid, I aimed to be as direct as I could. I apologized for feeling this way, but I questioned her whether she actually carried my child. My question seemed to her startled. Her whole face flushed red, and she began shouting, accusing me of being a monster for questioning her and committing something so terrible. She said she had never strayed from me. She wondered where all this was coming from, and I told her it was too much of a coincidence she was 2 months pregnant, the same length of time Darren had left. She became much more irate as a result and began yelling even more. Seeing the situation becoming bad, I tried to cool her down and get her to pay attention to me. I told her it hurt for me to live with these uncertainties. I told her about the events that occurred during Darren's stay, wishing I had no harbors of uncertainty and felt something was off. She seemed to relax a little and assured me she knew I had questions, but she also advised me to believe her and our marriage would be stronger. Though I felt awful, I told her I wished I could just ignore these ideas. Having attempted, I wanted a paternity test following the birth if there was really nothing to worry about. I even said I knew how tough this must be for her, but I had to be sure for my own peace of mind. She seemed to be really more extreme than I had expected, so clearly I didn't expect her to be entirely cool with this and felt she might flare out a little. If she was angry before, the reference to a paternity test sent her off. She said I was nasty and she couldn't believe I would force her to go through something so embarrassing over my crazy thoughts. Though I attempted to remain cool, really seeing her so against the concept made me feel as though my suspicions were vindicated and I started to get enraged. I told her this was an ultimatum, that if she disagreed, I doubted we could be together. She admitted she needed time to consider it, and this seemed to help her somewhat relax. That evening we slept in different rooms. We said nothing to one another the next morning before reporting to work. I fantasized the worst-case scenario as the truth all day. The remainder of the week reflected that. She would ignore me and arrive home late at night. She grew upset every time I tried to chat to her, so I finally gave up. I had no notion she was merely deciding on her next action. When I got up in the morning last Thursday, I discovered she had not returned home the evening before. She never responded when I texted her many times. I had to report to work, but I was so agitated that I couldn't concentrate and so left early for home. I waited hours for her, but I grew rather concerned when she still hadn't returned home by 9 p.m. and would not answer my calls. Not sure what else to do, I asked her assistant at work about her. My surprise was that she hadn't been to work and had taken 2 personal days. Her assistant expressed amazement at my ignorance of this. I was somewhat concerned at that point and phoned some of her friends to see whether she was with any of them. I started picturing the worst when all of them claimed they hadn't heard from her. I fretted about her leaving me or about something happening to her. I asked my mother-in-law, Mil, a last resort, whether she was with her. She wasn't, but upon learning my wife had vanished for 2 days, my Mil started to get really concerned. She promised to try to get to her and let me know whether there was any update. Should she still be inaccessible, we agreed to phone 911. I was completely terrified in the next half hour, but suddenly my wife called. She stated she was absolutely fine, wanted some time to sort things out, and that I had no need to stress her out for no cause or involve her mother. She sounded even angry, very apathetic. I became enraged when she showed no regard for freaking me out, but I calmed down and asked her where she was and when she was returning. She hung up, then declared she would be returning early the next morning. Frayed and somewhat angry, I went to bed. I considered spending some time apart from her. I had no idea what lay ahead of me. The next morning she woke me up and seemed especially content. She stated she was fixing a problem, when I asked her where she had been the day before. Trust me when I say I spent weeks considering every conceivable scenario that might go wrong. What she said next was crazier than anything I could have imagined. She explained that this pregnancy was killing our marriage and causing foolish questions in my head, hence she decided to rescue our marriage by means of an abortion. She met my eyes squarely and stated, now I had no reason to question her loyalty, we could start our marriage anew. I looked astounded. I had never used that word and really meant it before in my life. I simply asked her if she was kidding after just staring at her. She stated she was totally serious and hoped I could unwind now and stop allowing stupid worries to disturb me anymore. That served as my breaking point. After several more minutes of staring at her, I stood up and departed. Spending another second with her worried me that I would have some kind of mental collapse. She started to follow me, but if she wanted peace, I advised her to avoid me. I guess my tone was severe enough to stop her. I phoned my attorney on the way out of the building to let her know I was divorcing my wife and needed to start the process immediately. I also scheduled a meeting for the following morning and advised her we had to make sure my wife missed a penny of my money. Though I had no idea exactly how things would turn out, I knew what I had to do. I asked Darren where he was when I phoned. He claimed to be in Atlanta, someplace. I asked him not to waste my time. Simply admit that they had slept together. I was divorcing my wife. He said nothing for a few minutes, then simply apologized to me. That helped me too. I understood there was nothing else to say. For the evening I checked into a hotel and got ready for what I knew was in store. I woke up the next morning, headed straight to my attorney, and gave her all the specifics, the infidelity, the abortion, everything. She claimed that we did have a shot, even though it's tough to have a clean divorce with no alimony unless both sides come to a mutual understanding, as my wife has a high-paying job of her own and is most certainly the one at fault here. Really, I was more concerned with the cause than with the money. With this woman I was finished. She could be very frigid, which astounded me. It seemed like I had lived all these years among strangers. The person I loved and married would not be able to do anything this crazy. She had slept with my stepbrother, but there was still a possibility she was pregnant with my baby. Now we would never know. Changing my plans to suit her wants, and doing everything I could to be a decent husband, after almost 6 years in this marriage, this is what I received. Inquiring whether she was at work, I phoned her assistant. She became. I urged her not to tell my wife I phoned and lied about arranging a surprise for her. I then headed home, loaded as many of her items as I could into 3 suitcases, and arranged them in the hall. Changing our locks and phoning a locksmith came next. I wanted no sight of her. I wanted her out of my house, gone. Not wanting to be home when she got back, I then stuffed some of my own items in an overnight bag and headed back to my hotel. It was almost 5 p.m. by the time everything was finished, and I was worn out, physical and psychological. I slept on the bed and nodded out as soon as I got to my motel. My phone rang when I woke up. In fact, it was my wife, but I chose to treat her with the same indifference that she had shown me the day she obtained the abortion behind my back. She persisted in phoning, and I ignored a million books that she recommended. Regarding all that, I had nothing to say to her. She stopped at last after over an hour of unrelenting calls. She had apparently given up, but then I received a text from Darren stating she had contacted him and inquired as to whether I had spoken with him. It was finished, he informed her. I knew everything. Again over text, he apologized. I couldn't care less. Not texting him either, I started considering what to do next. The following phase was where I might have gone a little too far, but I was devastated and embarrassed. What else to do eluded me. One thing you should know about my wife is that she is from a quite traditional Southern background. They do things a particular way over there, and since we were married, she has been under pressure to have children. I had been on her side at every family gathering for years, helping to back our slow approach. I never once said that her desire to wait was the sole reason we weren't trying for children. I knew that her family would not be very happy if they discovered she had an abortion and cheated. I thus decided to phone my mother-in-law and simply be petty once in a lifetime. I gently went over everything with her and advised her that I was divorcing her daughter for betraying my confidence. She first doubted me and sounded embarrassed. About the abortion, I could show her the positive pregnancy test and the doctor's notes from our first appointment. Darren had previously acknowledged the affair. She may have her daughter clarify the rest. My wife was blowing up my phone in no time, exactly as I had anticipated. I tried to wait it out, but I ultimately picked up when she wouldn't stop after an hour and a half of unrelenting calling. Her answer was as predicted. She screamed I was ruining her life for no reason and she had nowhere to stay for the evening. She was beyond enraged. I informed her she was welcome to check into any hotel of her choice, but not to irritate me. I disregarded her attempts to prod me. She would be hearing from my lawyer shortly, and any correspondence from now on would go via our lawyers, I advised her. I also assured her that I would pack and deliver everything she desired wherever. She then told me she could forget about ever inheriting a cent from her parents since her parents were quite enraged with her and declared she was no longer welcome in their family. From my in-laws, this was surprising. Although I expected them to be enraged, I did not believe they would act in this extreme manner. I obviously told my wife none of this. Rather, I advised her she should have considered this before turning around behind my back and that none of my concern was what her parents chose to do. Saying I shouldn't have dragged her parents into our marital troubles since now her life was shattered and she had nobody left, she labeled me immature and petty. I hung up on her and replied I couldn't care less. She then started texting me endlessly, calling every name under the sun, threatening to steal every dollar I had and cause me to repent everything. My father-in-law called me as well. He apologized to me for what his daughter had done, he was embarrassed of her. Hoping this would teach her a lesson, he informed me they were done letting her get away with anything. I was more than glad to provide him with the doctor's reports he requested. That was a couple hours ago, and my wife keeps contacting me. I'm thinking about just blocking her. But somewhere in the back of my mind there is a niggling voice reminding me I might have gone too far and ought to have kept this between the two of us. Although I absolutely have second thoughts about the divorce and I don't regret shutting her out of my apartment. I realize what a major blow it is to her to be cut off from her parents. Am I the asshole for telling my in-laws about my wife's adultery and abortion? Update 1. I want to thank everyone who helped me. Those of you who shared your own tales made me feel far less alone than I was feeling and also helped me relax about my response. Working through the divorce has not been simple. She is determined about receiving alimony and won't help me. We all know how complicated divorces can go, thus we have been trying to come to an understanding between us and avoid going to court. Unfortunately, it looks like she is handling this as an assault against her ego and does not give practicalities any thought. I am quite happy I had the wisdom to evict her from the apartment before she could get the pregnancy test and ultrasonic records, which I currently have with me. I have also discussed the overall matter with Darren. Though I am furious with him, he claims he will help and even testify if he has to. He has also blocked my wife on all conceivable platforms and avoided all interaction with her. He has apologized for what he did, not that his apology counts to me, but at least he isn't repeating her error as she did. Curiosity drove me to ask him specifics about the affair. He claimed it began the weekend I visited Paris and persisted for as long as he remained here. Reportedly, they also met a few times after he moved out. Regarding her pregnancy or abortion, he claimed he knew nothing. Though I am furious with him, I do need him to respond appropriately should things get that far off. Knowing that he depends on my dad financially, his funds have gone out, I also realize the only reason he is suddenly so thoughtful of my needs is clearly, my dad will be cut off completely should he exacerbate the problem in any form. According to my dad, Darren's lack of immediate cutoff is just a result of our maybe need for him should the divorce get messy. It hasn't been easy. I'm trying as hard as I can not let me snap at him. Apart from that, I have moved into my apartment, otherwise, there is not any more positive news as yet. I cannot pretend to be sympathetic. I know exactly where she is. I am not likely to lose this flat as I have owned it for considerably longer than my marriage has lasted. For now, just that is all. I am preparing for the divorce to get more ugly. I have no other option. Once things calm down enough, I'll attempt to let you know people. Update 2. I am formally divorcing you people. My last update was 6 months ago, hence I have been really busy. Things have advanced with the divorce since then. Originally challenging, my wife changed her behavior following multiple pre-trial hearings, depositions, and settlement negotiations. It became evident that if we let this go to trial, it would only end badly for her. Darren answered under oath. Already, we had proof of her pregnancy. For her statement, we called in our OB/GYN, she supported us on everything. Especially exposing were the depositions. My wife had to respond to some difficult questions under oath, and her behavior, along with tail contradictions, only worked against her. Darren's deposition validated our suspicions. Although his apologies meant nothing to me, it was an important piece of proof. On his phone they also foolishly snapped some images in private situations during the encounter. She could not later on ignore the reality. We traveled to settlement conferences following the depositions. These were uncomfortable, but given her high-paying work and the strong proof of her infidelity, my wife's lawyers seemed to understand that pursuing alimony wouldn't be successful. Her requests for alimony clearly wouldn't stand up in court. While we were ready to resolve things amicably, I wasn't going to be taken advantage of. My wife gave up at last. She committed herself to not claiming any alimony. Given her efforts during our marriage, the settlement also guaranteed that she would not get any more than what we decided upon. This was fair. I'm happy the last decision was taken without calling for a pointless trial that would have simply sapped my funds and time. She will have her own stuff. We have fairly split our shared assets. The settlement guarantees our ability to go on free from more entanglement. Though I am glad everything is over now, I cannot help but feel as though all of this has been a great waste of my time, not only the divorce, but the entire marriage. I find it hard to believe I squandered time and effort and strayed from my intentions to start a family for someone who would not hesitate to toss it all aside for basically nothing. I appreciate your support and counsel all around. It has been really helpful at this difficult period. If someone else is experiencing something like this, keep strong and rely on your support system. Things will improve. Update 3. Although I'm not sure whether anyone is still interested, I wrote in this subreddit at the start of the year and it has been a few months since my last update. I heard from my dad a few hours ago. Not expecting much, I picked up and was genuinely perplexed about how to respond when he told me. Darren and my ex-wife apparently are seeing one other once more. I hadn't heard from any of them and didn't realize Darren came to the city after finding employment here. I suppose it was sufficient to reignite their love and she apparently forgot all the slights she had aimed at him during the divorce. I get turned off. I feel duped and that someone made a fool of me. According to my dad, he has made it abundantly evident to Darren and my stepmother that he wants nothing to do with him going forward. At least, having my old dad by my side feels great. Still, that is that. I don't think I will have any more updates for you folks as I hope I won't hear anything about this anymore. My mother's fiancé stole my $7,000 college savings, and my family used my dad's inheritance without telling me. My grandparents on my mother's side are making me a lot of hate after my mother and her fiancé were detained. I had good cause to call the cops on them, hence this happened. My mother and I never got along, particularly given that my dad died 10 years ago. Right now I'm 17. In a few months I should be beginning college. I realized I would have to work for myself and create my own plans since, sadly, I knew my mother would never have any money saved away for me. I started working at 14 years old. After school, I would work part-time. For 4 years, I had been saving to have at least some money left aside. I would also save it as I usually get cash from my relatives on my birthdays as presents and occasionally on holidays. I was really glad to have almost $7,000 saved thus far. Of course, it was all in cash, and I kept it carefully stashed in a small wooden box my father had fashioned for me in a little nook of my cupboard. My mother never let me open a bank account, Hence that was out of the question as I never had one. I never told my mother or anybody else about the money, hence I'm not sure how anyone came upon it. Still, a few days ago I discovered the box was absolutely empty. When I approached my mother about it, she informed me her fiancé had taken the money to put toward his new property. Finding out what had transpired sent me totally insane. My mom and her fiancé were on one side of the great argument raging in the home while I was on another. Ultimately though, I am just 17 and they are in power right now, so I had to compromise. This was my life, hence the only thing I could do was walk up to my room, shut myself in, and spend hours crying as I would have to start over yet once more. Before college, I wasn't even sure if I could save enough money for anything. I felt so demoralized and totally lost. That day I formed my mental picture. Since it cannot go unpacked, I was planning to exact revenge on them. Though it was a really large choice, fortunately I was able to extract revenge exactly 3 days later. They have now been arrested and are paying for the crime they did. My sole issue with this whole situation is that my always on my side grandparents are now against me and it just doesn't make sense anymore. For the past 2 years, my mother's fiancé, I'll call him Rob, has been in my life. I have despised every single second of it since he is simply among the most horrible persons I have ever known. I would even consider him to be abusive. Clearly vocally and emotionally rather than physically. Usually my mother takes the most of it, but sometimes he loses his patience with me too and says anything that comes to mind. He curses me out, tries his very best to make me cry like my mother, and becomes even more enraged when he discovers I don't care. This causes him to lose even more control of his tongue and what he says. My mother never bothers to defend me. After my dad went away, my mother did not date anyone for the first couple of years. Then she met Rob later. He was polite and reasonable for the first few months, but he began displaying his actual colors after their first major argument. 6 months into their marriage, he had moved in with us and begun controlling my mother. He could hardly hang on any work and was a deadbeat, no-good imbecile. Contextually, he is in his mid to late 30s and still depends on his parents for money sometimes since he has utterly poor financial sense and wastes more money than he makes. He borrows money from his parents when he is battling with my mother. When he's not, he's comfortable enough leeching off her. The unfortunate thing is that my mother is not quite rich. She brings home a reasonable amount but not enough to maintain Rob's ostentatious lifestyle. She is a floor supervisor at our neighborhood grocery. Still, I never let it start to trouble me. I always aim to be as self-sufficient as I can. From the age of 14, I have refrained from asking my mother anything except for basics. Not even would I ask her to pay for those once I started working part-time. I really rely on her for shelter and food. I never ask her to buy me anything. That's all. I know that even expecting that is somewhat stupid, thus I do not expect her to do anything more for me. From the start, she has made it rather evident that she despises me. She never really treated me well even as a little child, and I always felt as though she didn't even want me. That impression developed into a belief as I grew older. At least earlier, I had my dad to have my back and stand up to my mother anytime she would get too mad at me. But I was on my own once he went away, and that is how it has been for the last few years. Things grew worse when Rob arrived, but I always comforted myself by reminding myself that shortly I would be off to college and wouldn't have to worry about any of this. That feels dark and improbable right now. I stayed in my room and did nothing for the 3 days my money was taken away because I was so depressed. We moved into our new house the day I found out all my money had been seized. I did all the required work, but I avoided talking to either of the two persons living with me. They seemed no worse for it either. My mother instructed me to get ready for the evening housewarming party on the 3rd day. Having had my money snatched from me, I started yelling at her and told her I wouldn't be doing anything of the such. Their sole means of purchasing this mansion had been the money they pilfered from me. That particularly infuriated my mother. Referring to the fact she had raised me, she advised me to be glad for them now that we were finally living in our own house and not a rented property and should just suck it up and let things go since I owe them for life anyhow. Which is not even logical since she was legally obligated to do it and it is not like she gave me any great favor. Regarding the house, it was very large for the 3 of us anyway. I knew they had purchased this house specifically to wow everyone with their elegant address and large residence. That day I was quite agitated and chose to phone the parents of my father. Something I had never done before. It was complicated as my paternal grandparents had cut off contact with our family when my dad died. I suppose it hurt too much for them to keep in touch. They cut ties and we stopped having speaking terms. I'm not sure why, but I still had their numbers, so as a last resort I chose to phone them since my mother's grandparents, with whom I had a stronger relationship, were really somewhat neutral in this regard. I told my mother's parents about the day my money was taken, expecting they would speak with her and assist in resolving things for me. On the plus side, we would at last have a place of our own and wouldn't have to worry about rent. They just stated they were delighted my mother could purchase a new house. They advised me to hunt the silver lining. Their response seemed strange to me since, up to now, they had always understood me. Though they would silently support me, they never challenged my mother. This time was different and I couldn't make sense of it. I avoided them once more since I was also furious with them. That same day, when my mother advised me to swallow it, I made contact with my paternal grandparents in search of a different answer, one that may provide some future hope. It was only a gut feeling. Luckily they answered the call, and I told them everything right away. I said I knew they were hurt and didn't want to keep in touch, but because this was an emergency and I thought my dad would have wanted them to help me should he still be alive. I told them my mother had grabbed all of my savings, which I had been saving for over a few years to cover college. I suddenly had no idea whether that was even possible anymore. After listening to me, my grandfather started something that baffled me. He informed me that evidently my dad left a college fund for me, so he didn't know why I had to save money separately. That news surprised me as my mother had never mentioned a college fund and I never asked her since I figured she hadn't saved any money for me. Knowing his death was very certain, I had totally forgotten what my dad might have done for me before he died. He passed really young, hence I assumed he might not have had time to arrange for me. I was astounded when my grandparents told me this. Furious and annoyed as well, I asked them whether they had any documentation or evidence I might use against my mother. They promised to hunt for something and call me later. I stayed in my room attempting to fit everything together for several hours. I came to see that Rob and my mother had clearly teamed together and pilfers my college money to purchase this mansion. From what I knew, my mother did not make enough money to buy the house. Regarding Rob, he had not worked anywhere for the past 3 months, thus I strongly questioned whether he could afford a residence of this kind. I would then report them to the police. I simply needed something to validate this. My grandparents finally contacted me after waiting for a few hours and supplied pictures of some documents my mother had actually signed saying she would use the money my father left her to pay for my college tuition and guarantee I had a comfortable life. She had done everything but guarantee that my life was comfortable, so I literally laughed out loud when I read it. She indeed went out of her way to make my life more unpleasant. Still, Mother had signed those papers, and it infuriated me that my grandparents had never mentioned it until after my dad died. They had simply left me behind, and my mother had not really been there for me. Though I believe it was all a show, my mother and grandparents tried to be there for me. My dad's parents were too consumed in their own loss to give me any thought. My grandparents gave a somewhat poor response when I inquired why they had never shown me these papers prior. At the time, I was too young anyhow. They told me they had sort of forgotten about it when my dad died. And once I grew older, we were not on speaking terms anymore, and it had escaped their thoughts since they too were getting older. I just let it go since I couldn't dispute that. Once I received the evidence, I phoned a friend whose dad was on the force and explained I needed his assistance. So in the evening, just as the housewarming party was getting underway, my friend's father arrived with another cop and a lawyer to arrest my mom and her fiancé. Their commitment had been obviously breached, and the problem was not only that promise breaking. My mother had essentially opened herself to a lawsuit by straying from what she had promised, therefore breaching the terms of the agreement she had signed all those years ago. My mother and Rob were finally arrested while I was showing the party attendees everything. That felt, in my life, the most vindicated I had ever experienced. Like several of their ex-co-workers and friends, almost everyone they had planned to wow was appalled as they watched them being revealed and hauled away under handcuffs. They continued to glare at me as if I had done something wrong, too proud and arrogant even then. When their daughter was being brought away in handcuffs, my mother's grandparents were also at the party and became quite irate and avoided talking to me following the event. I was by myself in the house once everyone had departed and had no idea what to do. Though they had been arrested, they would most likely be released on bail in a few hours, hence I was devastated. Furthermore, it would take months to prove everything even if I intended to charge them. Even then, should they be able to turn things around for themselves, they had a great possibility of being let off the hook. I wouldn't get back the money meant for me till then. There was just no knowing what would happen. I would still be losing out no matter what. The names on the deed were Rob's and Mom's, not mine, hence I cannot precisely sell the house either. I would have to battle the matter with a lawyer even if I wanted to formally compel her to sell the house and pay me the money. Now, since my friend and his father kindly offered to help to organize everything, I was free from concern about the expense of that. They reassured me I should not worry about it as they know what I'm going through and live close by. Now though, I'm not sure what to do. Worse, the few people I had on my side are no longer in contact with me. Because they think I have been unappreciative, my mother's grandparents expressed no desire in talking with me. They stated they knew I didn't get along with my mother, but sending her to jail for something like this didn't sit right with them given all she had done for me. Their lack of desire for any interaction with me truly set me off. I feel totally alone right now. Although right now I may have defeated Rob and my mother, over time I feel like I have lost far more. I simply feel very powerless right now and am not sure what to do. Am I the asshole for having my mother and her fiancé jailed for pilfering my cash to cover their new property purchase? Update 1. Hi there, out of the house Rob and my mother bought. I have moved. I reported them to the police 1 week ago, hence this is why. They were let go after 48 hours of custody and returned home. I opted to depart right away upon learning they would be returning as I wanted no confrontation. I stepped out when they came in as I had already packed my belongings. Though I didn't want to interact with them, they urged me to stop and chat. I left just as fast as I could. Having previously phoned a taxi, I got in and proceeded straight to my friend's house, where I have spent the past 3 days. For record's sake, this is the same friend whose dad assisted with the lawyer and arrest. Now the lawyer, the father of my friend, and I are collaborating daily to find out how to finish things up as fast as feasible. I am somewhat desperate at this moment, thus I am ready to get to a compromise. In a few days we have scheduled a meeting for their attorney, them, and a court-appointed mediator. The negotiations will show how things go. Should they reject my terms, we will have to bring this before court, which could take some time. Though I want it to be fair, I am trying my best to reach a resolution. I want the money I need to complete my schooling. For now, my friend's father has informed me I should expect financial aid from them. But, I am reluctant to take financial support from anyone else since it seems odd. Regarding my grandparents, none has contacted me yet. Clearly, my father's parents and my mother's grandparents stopped talking to me straight after they emailed me pictures of the paperwork. Apart from that, we haven't interacted thus far. I have gathered those records from them personally to provide some concrete evidence as well. They were fairly indifferent about the whole situation even when I walked over to pick those records from them. Though they wished me the best, they did not offer to assist me or even extend an invitation for me to perhaps visit or perhaps interview. Since their behavior has been truly unusual for me to cope with, I really have no idea what's going on with them. So far, things have been somewhat disappointing. Nevertheless, I only hope I can overcome this fast so I may begin college. To be honest, right now I am only going by that. Of course, my friends are being rather helpful, which I truly appreciate because right now I have no family to talk of. Only these folks are really concerned about me. Update 2. Hi. Thus right now I'm not sure what to say as there has been an exciting development. What I discovered is terrible, hence I am literally shivering with rage. Once more, this is somewhat dubious, but my mother showed screenshots, thus I'm not sure what to believe. What happened was that today, just a few hours ago, my mother emailed me. There were just 2 days left until our mediation appointment. She said she really ought to talk to me. She couldn't get to me since I had blocked her everywhere else, but she opened a new email account and sent me something that truly screwed everything I knew to be true. I will hence not waste time. I will just get right to the point. Against me, my whole family plotted. Indeed, the reason all of my grandparents have been so strange throughout the process is that they have all been in on from the start. Not only had my mother squandered the money left to me by my father for herself, but all of them had taken their fair share and kept their lips closed in return. Because she had dirt on them, I at last know why my maternal grandparents were offended that I had reported my mother to the police and why they always seemed to be worried for me but never really stood up for me when it came to her. I also now understand why my paternal grandparents had never even bothered to notify me that these signed papers my mother had left existed until I asked them. My mother emailed me evidence of each of their having been in on this. She spoke with them when I was maybe 14 or 15 years old. She fortunately had all of this on file since they were stupid enough to have these email exchanges. She forwarded me screenshots of these emails. Since I got her arrested, my mother advised me it was only right that I bring these individuals into the matter as well, since it wouldn't be fair for her to be punished when they had all collaborated against me to hide the money and use it for themselves. My dad left a lot of money for me, and all these people, including his attorney, thought it would be better for them to keep it from me and spend it for themselves. This is still unbelievable to me. Over and over I've been reading that email, trying to make sense of it since it seems ridiculous that all these people, including my dad's own parents, were against me. It's really rather shockingly amazing. Their conscience had finally checked in and they had a change of heart, Therefore the sole reason they had notified me about the papers my mother had signed and given me the evidence recently. When I phoned them to get aid, they chose to tell me the truth since they understood what they were doing was wrong. Although my mother and her parents had persuaded them not to tell me the truth as it would also bring them down, they had been intending to do this way earlier. Although they had assured me they would not come to tell me everything, if I ever asked they would most certainly be honest. All of this came to light when I inquired whether there was anything they could do to assist. They chose to offer me those records as evidence. Though it makes me happy they decided to assist me back then, it does not clear them. It also clarifies their strange and distant behavior even after helping me out, because they were guilty. They are truly ashamed, which they should be, yet they still cannot own what they did. Right now though, my brain is simply not working as it should. I just know how to handle any of this. I have no idea what to believe in. Since it's so vast and practically driving me crazy, I haven't even told my friend about what I discovered. All at once I feel deceived, hurt and enraged. Right now I have no idea what to do with these feelings. Given this is a significant development and we will most certainly bring this up during the discussions, I clearly have to discuss this with my attorney. Forgetting that she would also be losing out on a lot of things because of this process, my mother tried to flip the tide against the ones who exposed her. She told me all of this. And I'm happy she did, as I believe I should have known that other than a small number of people, nobody has my back on this planet. I guess this is how it is since I cannot rely on anyone. Right now, the only thing left to do is inform my friend so he may notify his father. Then we can all get down with my lawyer and discuss what to do about this and forward direction. Still, I am most sure I will be attending college this year. I am not wavering. I have made my mind. I'm ready to ask the dad of a friend for assistance. Right now, I guess I will ask him to be a co-signer on my loan application. I am not asking him to pay my college tuition right now. Update 3. Hi, so we met with the mediator today and, as I mentioned, I very definitely mentioned what my mother had told me in the email. She basically came clean about everything she had done, and now she will have to pay for the money she and the rest of my family have pilfers from me. She also claimed though, that some of the money went toward my upbringing, so we shouldn't hold it against her and shouldn't expect her to reimburse any of the sum taken. I do not buy it though. My grandparents have to do as well. They stole not only that money, but also my hopes and aspirations. I want them to give it back to me so I may have a dignified life. I am not going to be reliant anymore. My friend's dad and my attorney told me that although these kinds of things are not unusual, they do not diminish the cunning and repulsive nature of it. Like me, they were enraged and properly so. They promised me they would make sure I wouldn't have to rely on anybody else for money my entire life. After my dad died, the type of money they pilfers would have made me comfortable for every single year of my life. Although he had done all the necessary steps to ensure I led a contented life, my family found it unacceptable. They just were selfish, hence they had to be taken away from me. Not that will fly with me anymore. After our conversation, my attorney and I agreed we were going for the throat. Particularly on my dime, there is no need for us to back off and let them have themselves. Though things were somewhat harsh there, one thing is certain. We will be meeting once more, and this time my grandparents, all of them, will be present as obviously they have also been involved in this. Things might go to court, but I'm going to deal with a student loan till then. I will ensure I get my justice. More than justice, I have to retrieve from them, money taken from me. Since the money was meant for me just and nobody else, all of them had to reimburse me. Although my mother agreed differently, they also betrayed their pledge to my father, to keep me safe and content. I never want to see them once more since they are all failures. My jealous stepsister disclosed her pregnancy at my anniversary party, then accused me of poisoning her meals the next day. I'm 30F, wed to Brian, 32M, a really great man. At least until lately, our 7 years together have been peaceful. We have been married for 5 and life has been lovely. My family has always been somewhat complicated. When I was 10 years old, my parents split. My mother fled and since then we have not spoken at all. When I was 15, my dad, 55M, drew Diane, 50F. She entered the family with her 28F daughter Melissa. Mostly since Melissa was constantly envious of me, we were never close. She simply made matters worse as she disliked my wonderful relationship with my dad, who has always preferred me. Melissa has always shown a little entitlement and spoiling. Diane cuddles her. She has always sided with Melissa no matter how often there has been dispute or argument. Although my dad attempts to remain impartial, it is clear he is closer to me and has caused many issues over the years. Melissa appears to be carrying this chip on her shoulder on the way our dad treats us differently. To complicate matters, Diane and my dad's son Peter, 14M, is my half-brother. Though the family relationships are equally complex, he is a wonderful child. Though Melissa is an adult now and should be able to manage things better, her dad loves him too, and Melissa always feels that she has been pushed to the side. Still, I am a successful business owner, which has simply accentuated the distance separating Melissa from me. She has always been jealous of my connection with our dad and my job. She is a low-level marketing assistant who regularly laments how unfair life is, how she does not have the same chances, etc. I have tried to be encouraging, but it is difficult when she is constantly negative and seeks means of dragging me down. She recently began dating James, 35M, a decent-looking man, but now I'm doubting everything. Even from our early years, Melissa and I never truly got along. Though I suppose it's not unusual for step-siblings to experience some conflict, ours felt to be on a different level. Melissa obviously objected to me from the beginning because of the relationship I had with our dad. She always considered me as competition, hence it was aggravating as I actually wanted a sisterly relationship with her. But it became abundantly evident over time that this was not going to happen. The favoritism of my dad proved unhelpful. He has never hesitated to share with anyone who would listen. He has always been pleased with my successes. Melissa, on the other hand, seemed to be more of a letdown in his eyes, which widened our gulf. Every time something went wrong in her life, she would find a way to point the finger at me or say I had it simpler since our dad loved me more. To be very honest, it was draining. And Diane? No matter what, Melissa's constant cheerleader has been her. Diane would defend Melissa even if she obviously made mistakes. Diane and my dad have had a lot of conflict as well, but he has never been one to squarely face it. To my annoyance, he simply aims to maintain peace, which sometimes means allowing things to lapse. Melissa's jealousy evolved over years into something more poisonous. She usually attempts to minimize my achievements as she has never been happy about any of them. She hardly noticed it when I married Brian and focused entirely on how unfair it was and how alone she was. She laughed at my company when I first started it, stating I only got where I am due to our dad's support. She seems unable to accept my success or happiness, which makes any type of meaningful connection unattainable for us. Notwithstanding all this, I have attempted to keep the peace. I try to include her in activities, hoping it would strengthen our relationship. I do not go out of my way to rub her triumphs in her face. Still, it's never enough. She finds a means to turn whatever I do into something negative no matter what. Since I desire things could be different, it's draining and truly upsetting. My battle with infertility has been among the most agonizing events in my life. Brian and I resolved 3 years ago that we were ready to begin a family. Though our enthusiasm and optimism were high, things didn't go as expected. We visited a reproductive doctor following a year of trying without success, and there we received the news that I have a disorder severely impairing spontaneous conception. Nothing worked, medications, therapies, even IVF that we tried. Every failed effort felt like a kick to the belly and severely affected both of us emotionally. Particularly since we had always imagined a large family, we were heartbroken. Our relationship has suffered much from it. There were times when I felt totally hopeless and the tension and disappointment were intolerable. Melissa's family is among those who know about our hardships. They were all really encouraging. Though he has never been very good with emotional matters, my dad attempted to be there for me in his own manner. Diane offered to assist with all we needed and was more involved. Melissa first appeared to be empathetic, but that was fleeting. She began making tiny digs and remarks with great depth not long ago. She once asked me casually how fortunate I was to be able to concentrate on my profession free from child responsibility. Especially from someone who understood how much I wanted to be a mother. It burned so badly. She seemed to be enjoying my suffering, which more than I could express hurts. Dealing with infertility is difficult enough without someone in your own family rubbing slaves in the wound. Almost as if she were mocking me, Melissa would also mention her own aspirations for children one day. She would discuss how simple she would find it when the time came. How she would have no trouble getting pregnant, and how she was in no hurry as she had all the time in the world. Knowing what I was going through, I couldn't understand why she would say such things. Which were terrible. To be honest, Melissa has always been rather the drama queen. She is single, a low-level marketing assistant, and she regularly grumbles about how her life has not turned out the way she intended. She has always been the kind of person that seeks attention, even if it means blatantly falsifying stories or exaggerating to get it. I can't count the times she has pretended to be unwell. Only the next day when something exciting comes up she suddenly recovers. She recently began seeing James, 35M, and initially I thought it would be great for her. Exactly what Melissa needs: kind, successful, grounded. He seemed to be a decent man. But as their relationship developed, I began to see some warning signals. Melissa has been pushing James to relocate more quickly than he is comfortable with. First of all, given her past of wanting things for the wrong reasons, her discussion of marriage and children after just a few months of dating seems a tad hurried. Melissa has always had a great need to stay up with me, more like to surpass me. She seems to be unhappy only until she feels as though she is one-upping me in some form. Whether it's with our professions, our relationships, or now considering a family, I have seen it time and time again. It's draining. At one point I'm not sure what more I could do to maintain calm. She has also been known to embellish events seeking compassion. She would make up stories about how harsh her professors were or pretend to have injuries to get out of gym class when she was younger. It's always something, and today it looks like that behavior has persisted into her adult life. She talks endlessly about how demanding her work is, how she feels underappreciated, and how everyone is out to get her. Particularly when you know someone is not being really honest, it can be difficult to sympathize with someone who is constantly acting the victim. James strikes me as a fine man, but I worry about him becoming sucked into Melissa's web. Unlike us, he doesn't know her, hence I worry he could not see the warning signals until it's too late. Still, I'm not very inclined to meddle at the same time. I simply hope things don't spiral out of hand for Melissa's sake as much as for his. Imagine yourself last weekend. Fast forward. Celebrating our 5th wedding anniversary, Brian and I also had an opportunity to let others know my company is growing. We agreed to have a large dinner party inviting close relatives, friends, and some business contacts. Particularly considering all Brian and I have gone through lately, I wanted tonight to be memorable. I spent weeks organizing every element, selecting the ideal cuisine, contracting a professional catering company, and even installing some subdued CCTV cameras for security needs. We just had a couple break-ins in the area, hence I wanted not to take any chances. Everything was supposed to be flawless, and I was eager to tell everyone we know our great news. My parents, Diane, Melissa, Peter, and a handful of our closest friends and business colleagues were on the guest list. Given our past, I was a little dubious about inviting Melissa, but I decided it was the proper thing to do. Moreover, I considered perhaps this would be a chance for us to at last get along, even for one evening. The day the party was scheduled arrived, and I wanted things to go without a hitch so everyone might enjoy themselves. Together, Brian and I checked to ensure every element was flawless. The caterers came early, and we laid a lovely table including candles and flowers. I even bought some pricey wine knowing our visitors would enjoy it. Everyone arriving felt as though all the effort had paid off. Starting with champagne and appetizers, we kicked things off and generally everyone seemed to be having fun. Melissa was also being quite friendly, which I interpreted as encouraging. Thinking perhaps, just maybe, things were looking good, I began to unwind and really appreciate the evening. Until dessert, everything was running perfectly. The caterers presented a beautiful cake, and we were about to make our major business expansion news when Melissa abruptly got up. She blurted out that she had some news of her own instead of the toast or anything I had assumed she would bring. Glancing around the room with this haughtiness, she declared, "I'm pregnant, 3 months along. I pledge you could have heard a pin drop." Everyone, including her boyfriend James, who seemed totally blindsided, was shocked. He glanced at her as though he cannot believe what he was hearing. The range of feelings I experienced at that moment, shock, hurt, anger, all of which struck me simultaneously, is difficult for me to even start to explain. Though I have always wanted to make that kind of announcement myself, given all Brian and I have gone through with infertility, I realized that time might never happen. And here was Melissa, grabbing our evening to deliver her bombshell, knowing of my difficulties. Some of our visitors had pitying stares, and that made me wish to vanish. Still, I kept my cool rather than setting out a scene. Though I was dying within, I smiled broadly and complimented her. Although Brian's hand under the table allowed me to relax, I knew he was equally unhappy as I was. Originally scheduled this evening to honor our successes, today it became a celebration of Melissa's pregnancy. I said my congrats, then excused myself and vanished to the bathroom to cool off. I needed 1 minute to collect my ideas and stop the tears from flowing. She stole it entirely from us. It was meant to be our night. Given what we have gone through, I found it incomprehensible why she would act so carelessly. Still, this was Melissa, always seeking to be the center of attention, regardless of cost. Brian and I were still contemplating what had transpired early the next morning. We tried to concentrate on the positives, that is, the nice comments from our friends and the way the business news had been received. But it was difficult to move past the hurt and irritation. Though I hadn't expected to hear from Melissa very soon, there was a loud bang at the door as we were seated for breakfast. When I opened it, Melissa was standing there glaringly angry. Hurrying into the living room, she passed me without waiting. She started a frenzy before I could ask what was going on, charging me for spiking the food at the party to make her sick. She insisted she had been throwing up all night and morning and felt I had done something out of jealousy over her pregnancy. I was totally surprised. Spiking the food? What I was listening to astounded me. She was told that was absurd, that we had professionally catered meals, and that there was no way anything could have been changed. She wouldn't pay attention though. She said that I had to have done something and insisted on seeing the party CCTV footage to clear my name. Melissa was not having it when Brian entered the room trying to cool her down. She was yelling, screaming all kinds of crazy charges, and really I had no idea what to say. That she would even consider me capable of something so sinister infuriated and wounded me. The whole matter is becoming rapidly more dangerous. Should I fail to present Melissa the tape right then and there, Melissa threatened to call the police and press charges. She was behaving totally illogically, and I had no idea what to do. Though another part of me wanted to show her the film merely to shut her down and establish I had done nothing wrong, part of me wanted to throw her out of the house. She wasn't having it when Brian tried to reason with her, saying that perhaps she was simply suffering morning sickness. Nothing we said would make her change her mind. She was sure I had done anything to compromise her pregnancy. Just wanted it to stop. I felt as though I was in some kind of twisted dream. A few more minutes of yelling and accusations later, I at last consented to show her the CCTV film. I thought that was the only approach to persuade her to cool off and leave our peace intact. I called up the recordings from the previous evening and Brian and I guided her to the room housing the film. I kept looking at Melissa as we watched the video, expecting for her to see how ludicrous her charges were. The film captured everything: guests arriving, supper being presented and everyone having fun. Nothing out of the usual, no odd behavior, and most definitely no proof I had touched the food. Melissa doubled down nevertheless, instead of retreating. She began dissecting every minute detail in the video, alleging that certain attendees appeared uneasy or that perhaps the caterers had done at my request was wrong. She was clearly not going to let this go. She was grabbing at straws. She then turned to me out of nowhere and declared, if I didn't confess to what I'd done, she would take this to the next level. She was discussing urgent charges, visiting law enforcement and even suing me for what she claimed to have been an attempt to damage her unborn child. Never had I seen her like this before. So enraged, so resolved to have me the villain in her narrative. When Brian tried to step in once more, implying that Melissa might be simply overwhelmed with all that was happening in her life, she was not having it. She was dead focused on having me pay for something I had not even done. I didn't understand why she seemed to be on a mission to ruin me. I became stuck. She would assume I was hiding something if I hadn't shown her the footage, but even with it, she wasn't happy. I had no idea what else I could do to prove my innocence, and the idea of her dragging this out in front of courts or the police horrified me. I simply wanted the whole thing to stop. I was totally lost. I'm thus left wondering, Reddit, how I should address this. Should I keep trying to reason with Melissa, or should I enable her to forward with her threats and handle the consequences? All of this baffles and hurts me greatly. I have no idea what to do. Update 1. Hey Reddit, thanks for the guidance and encouragement. Things have turned wild, and I have to tell what happened next. I chose to attentively check the CCTV footage following Melissa's tantrum to be sure I had not missed anything. Though I expected nothing, I was driven to clear my name and put this entire disaster behind me. Something struck my eye as I was viewing the footage. James, Melissa's boyfriend, stood close to the drink table during the party. It was delicate, but when Melissa turned away, I saw him slide something into her drink. What the fuck was happening? Several times I watched the video to be sure I wasn't seeing things, but it was obvious. James had clearly placed something in her drink. I started to shock. What had he done? Explain why. Though I knew I had to face him about it, I also realized this would cause even more upheaval. I requested James to visit when I phoned him. Though he sounded tense, he agreed. I wasted no time when he got here. Showing him the video, I insisted on an explanation. At first he tried to deny it. But when he realized there was no going around it, he finally admitted. James owned up to having tainted Melissa's drink with Plan B. She had been pressuring him to have a baby, he said, and he wasn't ready for that kind of dedication. Melissa reportedly had been lying to him about using birth control, and he freaked out upon learning of it. In a flash of fear, he dropped the pill into her drink, trying to stop the pregnancy without facing her squarely. I said nothing at all. Her boyfriend drugged her to stop her from becoming pregnant. For actual? James confessed, and I had no idea what to do going forward. Furious, outraged, and even a little afraid of what this would imply for all the people involved. Though I knew it would destroy Melissa, I realized I couldn't keep this to myself. She deserved the truth. I urged Melissa to come over when I phoned her. She was still furious when she got there, most likely anticipating another argument about the meal. But her face went white when I told her what James had done. She first just stared shocked at me without saying anything. She first tried to dispute it, claiming I must have somehow edited the recording, when I showed her the video. But the data was clearly there, and finally she had to confront reality. She moved from denial to rage when it sank her at last. She began yelling at James, calling him every name found in a book. She was tossing stuff and blaming him for destroying her life, so it was a full-fledged tantrum. Then in the middle of her tirade, she blurted out something even more startling. She acknowledged her lying about her pregnancy. Fearful James was about to leave, she claimed she made up the pregnancy to try to trap him back into her house. She reasoned that he would have to commit totally if he thought she was expecting his child. I stood absolutely stunned. Here I was believing she was really pregnant and that she had told me at my party out of some sick craving for attention, but it was all a lie, a hopeless, pitiful attempt to control James. And now her lie had exploded in front of her in the worst conceivable manner. Then Melissa turned on me and started accusing me of destroying everything. She said she could have maintained the lie and things would have been better if I hadn't shown her the video. It still astounded me. Even after all she had done, she was still working to twist events to make me the bad guy. My dad and Diane arrived in the thick of this turmoil as if things couldn't get bad. Melissa apparently had called them on her way over, screaming about how I was out to get her, so they came over to cool things up. Still, they strolled in exactly as Melissa was heading off on James. Things were anarchy. Diane launched Melissa's defense right away, asking what I had done to irritate her daughter. Diane would not hear me trying to explain everything. James spiking the drink. Melissa lying about the pregnancy. Saying I had always been jealous and was only searching for a means to destroy Melissa's life. She accused me of setting her up. My dad, on the other hand, first said nothing. After seeing the tape and listening to James, he turned to Melissa with an expression I had never seen before. Not even does disappointment start to cover it. She had done, lying about something as significant as a pregnancy, controlling everyone around her, and then turning on me for revealing the truth, something he couldn't believe. My dad backed me in a dispute with Melissa for the first time. He advised her to accept accountability for her behavior as what she did was unacceptable. Of course, Melissa did not respond particularly well. She began to cry, claiming that she is always the one blamed while I am treated like the golden kid and that no one else ever supports her. Diane took great offense at my dad for not standing up for Melissa. She charged him with deserting their family and enabling me to turn him against them. With Melissa screaming in the background, the whole event descended into a protracted quarrel between my dad and Diane. It was a horrible catastrophe. All I wanted was everyone to go. They finally did. Melissa was still sobbing and Diane glared at me like I was the devil when my dad advised Melissa and Diane to head home and cool off. I was utterly exhausted. All I wanted was a decent anniversary party and business news, and suddenly this catastrophe had my family in disarray. Right now I'm at a complete loss, hence I could really appreciate some guidance on how to handle this. Update 2. Good Reddit, I'm back offering more updates. Since that turbulent day, things have become convoluted, and I am still trying to make sense of it all. Word got around among our relatives and friends once the dust settled from the major disclosure on James spiking Melissa's drink. Though you know how these things go, people talk, I did not want it. Concerned about the situation, business associates and a few close friends contacted me. While some were encouraging, others seemed concerned about how this mistake may damage my company's standing. Given something as serious as accusations of spiking cocktails and lying about a pregnancy, I suppose that makes sense. No one wants to be connected with scandal. Though within I was slightly panicking, I told them everything was under control. Having this drama leak into my work life is the last thing I need. Regarding Melissa, her standing has suffered greatly. Those who attended the party, especially those who personally heard her announcement, are now challenging all she says. She has been avoiding social media, which is unusual for her. Some of her shared acquaintances have also distanced themselves. She enjoys the attention normally, but right now it seems as though she is hiding. Regarding family dynamics, things have become even more convoluted. James split from Melissa soon after everything became clear. Unable to handle the aftermath, he was naturally enraged over being controlled. Naturally, Melissa blames me for the breakup. She says they would still be together if I hadn't showed her the film. Classic Melissa, dodging accountability instead of assigning guilt. About the whole thing, my dad is truly conflicted. Though Melissa's behavior calls for a soft spot for him usually, this time he seems to be questioning it. I never would have imagined him saying that, but he has been discussing severing relations with her. It has severely damaged his relationship with Diane, who is still protecting Melissa. Things between them are, at least, tense, and I worry it may cause further major problems in their marriage. Given all that has transpired, I have been giving legal action against James. Great thought. Though it was under Plan B, what he did, spiking Melissa's drink, was utterly out of line. Speaking with a lawyer, they advised me that things may get complicated even though they stated I have a case should I wish to file charges. Given the whole affair has gone public, James might countersue for slander, particularly now. It's a lot to consider and I'm not sure if the extra stress is worth it. Melissa has been flitting about threats of a lawsuit against me for emotional suffering at the same time. She is claiming great mental trauma from my showing of the CCTV footage and revealing of her lies. Although it's ridiculous, the attorney encouraged me to treat it seriously should she choose to act. If it comes to a countersuit, we are looking at possibilities. But to be honest, the thought of attending court over this makes me ill. I simply want this dream to fade. To aggravate things, Diane is entirely on Melissa's side. Just ridiculous is her insistence on my dad acting legally against me. Though it's driving a gulf between him and Diane, my dad is happily not entertained by that thought. More frequently staying at our house, he is trying to avoid the stress at home. Though I hate to see him trapped in the middle, I have no idea how to correct it. I am currently attempting to concentrate on safeguarding my company and myself. Just in case things get more intense, I have added more security devices at home and at the office. I have also begun recording everything, every contact, every threat. So I have evidence should this go before court. Although it seems overkill, I would much prefer to be safe than regret. Edit 1. To try to save what remains of our family, my dad advised family therapy. He is eager to mend things with Diane and, I believe, still harboring hope that we may somehow mend our connection with Melissa. Though I realized how much the concept meant to him, I wasn't excited about it. I consented nevertheless. Diane grudgingly consented as well, although Melissa first flatly objected. She finally agreed to one session, simply to hear everyone out, after some persuasion though. The session turned out clearly as a fiasco. The therapist tried to mediate, but Melissa was antagonistic from the time we arrived. She spent much of the time portraying the victim, blaming me for destroying her life and asserting that I had always been envious of her. She maintained that James and her would be happy and planning their future together if I hadn't intervened. It was all about how I had exposed her and about how unfair it was that she was the one suffering as a result. Diane was not improved either. She blamed me for boiling the pot and generating all this turmoil, shielding Melissa at every turn. She even had the gall to advise me to have handled things privately and kept silent about the CCTV evidence to spare Melissa from humiliation. What I was hearing astounded me. I was supposed to simply let Melissa carry on with her lies and manipulation to keep the peace. Although my dad attempted to be impartial, he once lost his cool. Melissa was advised by him to own her behavior and cease attributing her troubles to others. Diane interpreted that as a betrayal, and the two of them descended into a shouting war. The therapist sought control, but it was too late. Melissa bolted, screaming that she was done with all of us, and Diane trailed her out. My dad was seated there looking disappointed at the end of the session. He said he didn't know what else to do and that perhaps it was time to realize things wouldn't get better. He apologized to me. Seeing him so distraught broke my heart and made me understand that this could be beyond save. For Melissa, things have only gotten worse following the catastrophic therapy session. She lost her job, according to what I heard via common friends. She seems to have had unpredictable behavior, missing work or arriving late. At last her manager had enough and let her leave. Though I'm not surprised, it is nevertheless depressing to see her descend this way. She has also been disseminating online rumors about me. She has been tweeting accusing me of ruining her life and turning our family against her. She even made ludicrous hints suggesting I edited the footage to make James seem bad. Although most people who know the whole truth are not purchasing it, some seem to be devouring it. It hurts, and it makes me wonder whether I should have kept things private, even though I know that would have only served to hasten the unavoidable. My dad is bordering on insane with concern. Melissa has not responded when he tried getting in touch. Naturally upset with him for not supporting Melissa more, Diane blames him for driving her away. Their marriage might not survive this. Things between them are precariously hanging. Diane's hard set against my dad's even talking about stopping Melissa's financial support, expecting it will drive her to get her life together. I am at the very end of it. Though it's not that easy, I have thought about totally severing relations to Melissa. She is still family, and despite all, I find myself thinking about her always. I cannot, however, continue to let her pull everyone else down. I have begun researching legal choices to guard against the falsehoods she is disseminating online. Though my attorney is counseled to write a cease and desist letter, I am unsure. Though I can't allow her to keep lying about me, I also don't want to let things get much more escalated. Update 3. 6 months later. Hey Reddit. After everything fell apart 6 months ago, I at last have some excellent news to report. Following all the tension, turmoil, and emotional roller coasters, something wonderful happened. I discovered I'm pregnant. And it occurred organically, against all chances, not through IVF or any other procedure. Though Brian and I are over the moon, given everything that has transpired with Melissa, we have been careful about who we inform. We agreed to keep it under wraps until I reached into my second trimester. We at last had something to celebrate after years of heartache and disappointment, but concurrently we harbored an underlying anxiety about Melissa's reaction should she find out. Since the whole episode with James, she has been out of control. The last thing we wanted was for her to find a means of ruining this for us too. We have kept the pregnancy under wraps, only informing a small number of close friends and intimate relatives. When we told Dad, he was overjoyed and has been quite helpful. Diane, on the other hand, responded somewhat inconsistently. She seemed a little aloof as well as pleased for us. She still finds it difficult to deal with everything that transpired with Melissa, so it is influencing her attitude to my news. Though there is conflict, Brian and I are emphasizing the good. We have begun organizing the nursery and creating baby arrival plans. At last, being in this place after all we have gone through relieves us. Though I'm trying to be hopeful, I can't say the anxiety of anything going wrong has totally vanished. We knew it would be difficult as we neared the time to tell the rest of the family about the pregnancy. We made a conscious choice not to invite Melissa, even though we wanted to arrange a small private party with just our closest family members, my dad, Diane, Peter, and some friends. We felt leaving her out of it was safer and less taxing after all that had transpired. The day of the conference arrived and I felt both anxious and thrilled. After everyone had finished our modest supper, Brian and I got up to make our announcement. As I told everyone the news, my heart was pounding, but the response was just what we could have asked for. Peter was delighted at the prospect of being an uncle, while my dad was ecstatic and leaped to hug us both. Though I could see she was holding back a little, even Diane grinned and congratulated us despite her recent distancing. Diane inquired whether we had told Melissa, and there was a period of awkwardness following the initial enthusiasm. Everyone in the room was clearly tense, waiting for my response. We hadn't told her yet, I said, and with everything that has transpired, we weren't sure how to approach it. Diane appeared torn while my dad nodded in comprehension. She pulled back, most likely thinking it wasn't the proper time, even though I wanted her to offer Melissa over. With everyone toasting to the new family addition, we ended the evening on a positive note. It seemed like a turning point, as though perhaps we were at last past all the drama and suffering. The news got out the following day. Although we hadn't yet put anything on social media, in our family word of mouth travels quickly. Not long after, I began receiving texts from friends and relatives all wishing well. I knew it was just a matter of time before Melissa found out, even as I was savoring the optimism and trying to keep focused on the happiness of the moment. Later on that evening, sure enough, my dad called. He seemed tense and mentioned Melissa had learned about the pregnancy through common connections. She was enraged, he said, outraged that we hadn't informed her straight and that she had to learn through someone else. He cautioned me that she might show up at our place. He was right. Melissa showed up at our house that very night, exactly as my dad had cautioned. As Brian and I were relaxing from the day and savoring a quiet moment together, we heard pounding on the front door. I recognized it even before I unlocked the door. Melissa looked angry, almost unhinged as I let her in. She launched her tirade without wasting any time. She stated it was obvious I was trying to eradicate her from the family and accused me of purposefully keeping her off the announcement. She continued on about how unjust it was, how she had gone through so much, and how I was rubbing my pregnancy in her face. She wasn't having any of it when I attempted to remain cool and explain that we had kept the pregnancy under wraps for a purpose and that we were going to inform her once we were ready. She persisted in saying that I had done this to pay her back off for what James had done. Sadly, she was essentially rewriting history to present herself as the victim, therefore painting a picture of nothing new. The exchange descended rapidly into a yelling match. As the baby's aunt, she insisted she had a right to be involved and asked to be a part of her life. But considering all that has happened, Brian and I had already decided to create some strict limits. We explained to her that although we wouldn't cut her off entirely, we wanted time and space to concentrate on our new family free from continual upheaval. She finally lost it entirely at that. Melissa began yelling that we were isolating her, that we were attempting to take away the only family she had left, and that she would make our lives terrible if we allowed her to participate. Brian intervened, reminding her she should go and that should she keep threatening us, we would discuss obtaining a restraining order. She hurled herself and slammed the door behind her. Having to threaten legal action against my own stepsister merely to preserve the peace in my family astounded me. Melissa's reaction made Brian and I realize we had to make some difficult choices. We filled my dad in on what had transpired when we spoke. Though I could see he was very depressed by the whole situation, he was not surprised. Although he has always strived to keep the family together, he also acknowledged that this time things had gone too far. My dad totally approved of our choice to impose limits on Melissa. He even advised us to think about temporarily cutting off our interaction with her until she receives the care she obviously requires. Diane, though, told a different tale. She contacted me, obviously disturbed when she learned what had transpired. Saying Melissa was only going through a difficult period and that cutting her off would only make things worse, she begged me to rethink. Diane didn't seem to get my explanation, that we were merely establishing limits for our own sanity rather than cutting her off entirely. She insisted that families should stick together no matter what, but I believe she is in denial about the harm Melissa's behavior has caused. Ultimately, Brian and I agreed to carry out our strategy. Melissa is only involved in our life when absolutely required. We are keeping minimum touch with her. At our house, we have also added more security devices in case she attempts another wild pull-off. Though I wanted things to be, I have to give my expanding family's safety and well-being top priority. Regarding my dad and Diane, their relationship is now considerably more tense. My dad has been spending more time away from home, lodging with friends or visiting our house. Diane is still trying to keep everything together, but I can tell the tension is wearing her down as well. Though I'm not sure what will happen with them, I hope they can sort things out without totally separating themselves. Right now, I'm mostly concentrating on my pregnancy and getting ready for our baby to arrive. Though it's difficult when it feels like everything is precariously balanced, I'm trying to remain upbeat and keep the drama at a distance. I simply want to savor this period without thinking about the next family catastrophe just waiting around. Update 4. 1 year later. Hey Reddit. It's been a year since my previous update, and I'm glad life has turned around much needed. Few months back, Brian and I welcomed a healthy baby daughter into the world. Emily is absolutely flawless, we called her. Given all the tension I had during my pregnancy, it was great relief when the birth went well and Emily and I were both healthy. Brian has been a really outstanding parent. He is hands-on with everything from late-night feeds to diaper changes and utterly smitten with Emily. It has deepened our relationship even more, and I would most want to have him at my side. About the rest of the family, things have been challenging but under control. With the continuous drama involving Melissa and Diane, my dad has been a loving grandpa visiting our house practically daily to see Emily. Diane has been trying to be more involved, to her credit. She's been trying to be a good grandma, and I'm trying to meet her halfway to help to keep the peace even if there is still some friction between us. Turning to Melissa's issue. Following the conflict a year ago, we stayed away as scheduled. Melissa first found it difficult. She kept snapping out on social media and made a few more attempts to get up unannounced. But some months ago something changed. Unbelievably, Diane persuaded Melissa to begin treatment. Though I had low expectations from it, Melissa seems to be at last making some development. My dad claims Melissa has been routinely attending treatment and has even begun to admit some of her prior actions. She contacted me a few weeks ago to really apologize rather than to assign blame or accusations. Though it was a brief note, it seemed honest. She said she was working on herself and realized she had been acting out of envy and hurt. She stated she hoped we might have a relationship eventually, even if it would take time, not asking for forgiveness. Though I was careful to reply, finally I responded briefly thanking her for getting in touch. I told her I'm willing to restore our connection, but it would have to be slow and under my terms. She has thus so far shown respect, more than I would have expected. Melissa seems to be doing well generally and also started a new career. She's not returning to her former self, but she is displaying maturity that I really never would have expected. Though still on guard, I am gently hopeful. Though I'm not ready to let her back into my life completely and trust won't be established overnight, I'm hoping this could be the beginning of something wonderful. I suppose that is it. I appreciate all of your support and counsel throughout the past year. Though it's been an unusual road, I'm glad to have somewhere to share it all. If something noteworthy occurs, I will keep you informed. But for now I'm simply looking forward to savoring life with my small family and seeing where the future leads us. Am I the asshole for disappearing after my wife demanded half of everything in divorce after cheating with her ex? I had felt that the day couldn't get any worse, but I was mistaken. The entire week at work had been terrible, and to top it all off, my employer, the company president, summoned me to his office to chastise me for a mistake done by someone else. When I arrived home, I noticed that my sister-in-law's car had blocked my driveway, preventing me from parking in front of my house. The neighbor's adolescent son and his pals had clogged the street with parked automobiles, forcing me to park 3 doors away. As I entered the house, I wondered why I was even bothering. My connection with my wife's sister, Susan, has been difficult since we first met. I couldn't understand why, but she seemed to have an instinctive hate for me. Furthermore, I had little hope for an intimate evening with my wife Janice, because we hadn't been intimate in nearly a month, despite my best attempts. When I arrived at my driveway, I noticed an empty garbage can by the curb and hauled it around the side of the house through the side gate to place it near to the back door. As I entered the kitchen, I could hear music and the chatter of my wife and her sister in the living room. I grabbed a beer from the fridge and took a sip before stepping into the living room. However, a sentence I overheard at the entrance stopped me in my tracks. God, he fucked me 3 times today. It was not from my sister-in-law, but from my dear wife. Ever since Brandon came back last month, I just can't get enough of him. I told my wife. I recognized Brandon as my wife's ex-boyfriend, who had abandoned her and moved away. Curious, my wife's sister inquired. So what are you going to do now? Janice responded, Brandon wants me to move in with him, so I will hire a lawyer and file for divorce. This is a communal property state, thus I will get half of everything. I'd heard more than enough. Numbly, I walked to the rear door and retraced my steps to my car. Opening the door, I slumped into the driver's seat, comprehending why I'd been denied intimacy. My wife was sharing it with someone else, but now she wants half of everything. The worst aspect was that the state was likely to give it to her. Janice and I got married 3 years ago. She had left her job immediately after our vows, and when she was at home, she never moved. I hired a maid 3 times a week to clean the house and do the laundry, and she also cooked dinner. The rest of the time, I cooked or she got takeout. I know what you're thinking, but love puts blinders on me. She kept me satisfied by offering good sex till about a month ago. My mother died when I was 13, a heartbreaking loss for both my father and me. Dad did his utmost to raise me properly, and we grew quite close. Losing Dad to a drunk driver when I was 23 was a devastating blow, especially since I had just met Janice the previous year. Inheriting over $2.5 million from Dad, I properly invested the money under the supervision of a competent broker. Despite Janice's attempts to squander every penny I made, I had an additional $100,000 in savings. I had never touched the bequest, allowing it to grow despite the current economic climate. I had enough to live comfortably and did not need to waste it. My love for Janice prompted us to overlook a prenuptial agreement, which is a common error made by couples who believe their marriage will endure forever. This error meant she could possibly collect about $1.5 million from me for the privilege of spreading her legs. The state was all too eager to encourage this sanctioned kind of exploitation. She had discussed hiring a lawyer, indicating that she was not yet ready to serve me. I knew I had time to act. I sat in my car, devising a strategy, keeping an eye on the rearview mirror until I noticed my sister-in-law's car pull out and drive away. I started the car, did a U-turn, and walked back to my driveway. When I entered the house, Janice was nowhere to be found, so I went to the kitchen for another drink. After popping the lid and taking a long sip, I considered my next steps. "Oh, there you are, honey," Janice said as she entered the kitchen. "I didn't hear you come in." "Hello, sweetie, I have just gotten in." "Been a long day," I said with a warm smile, determined to play the part as convincingly as she did. "I didn't have time to order anything for dinner," she admitted with a small pout. Although I wanted to respond, "That's because you spent the day with your boyfriend, discussing all the details with your sister," I said. "That's fine, dear. I'll just reheat some leftovers from last night." She gave me a nice grin, kissed my cheek and said she was going to take a hot bath. I smiled and nodded, thinking, yeah, gotta wash all that away. When she went, I grabbed a plate of fried rice and ate it cold while drinking another 2 beers. After tossing the empty container, I returned to the den and sat on the chair, channel surfing. I decided on an old movie. Janice arrived about a half hour later and sat on the couch until the film concluded. Standing up, she stated she was sleepy and was going to bed. Yeah, tired of being unfaithful, I thought to myself. I informed her that I would watch the news and join her later. I hadn't paid much attention to the film, my mind was preoccupied with planning my next move. Knowing I couldn't do anything until Monday, I got through the following 3 days, working in the yard on Saturday and playing golf with friends on Sunday. On Monday, I contacted the broker who was handling my inheritance portfolio and requested that everything be liquidated. Being in senior management enabled me to take out my 401k quickly, penalty be darned. By Thursday, I was prepared to make my move. Returning home to my apparently loving wife, I informed her of an emergency crisis, explaining that I would be away for a week on corporate business. I packed only 2 suitcases. When we moved into this house, I kept everything significant to me. None of it suited her taste, therefore there was nothing else I wanted. The furnishings were her pick and I honestly couldn't care less about them. The bright lining in this situation was that we were renting the house, so I had no financial stake in it. After selling my condo, we were looking for the ideal house to buy. When I say right, I refer to her standards. So far, none of the houses we've looked at appeared to suit her criteria. On Friday morning, I kissed my wife on the cheek one final time before carrying my baggage out. I loaded them into my Lexus and drove away without looking back. My first trip was at an old friend's house, Jake, whom I trusted entirely. He was surprised when I suggested switching titles for his older but rebuilt 4-wheel drive vehicle. An hour after confiding in him about my condition, I was on my way west. I doubted anyone would associate me with this vehicle, and Jake promised to keep the automobile I traded him hidden in the garage for a while. For the next 4 days, I paid for everything with cash. I canceled all of our credit cards to avoid leaving a paper trail. My broker had ensured that the majority of my money was safely deposited in an offshore account. I have a system in place with him to handle fund transfers as needed. I had enough money hidden in the SUV to last a while. The nights alone in motels were the most difficult. For the preceding week, I had been too preoccupied with carrying out my plan to think about what had occurred to me personally. I had adored Janice. I would not have married her otherwise. I ran through several what-if situations in my head, but I eventually realized that there wasn't much I could have done differently. Even if I knew her ex-boyfriend had returned, I doubt I could have kept them away. I came to 2 conclusions. She had probably never truly loved me, and it was my own responsibility for marrying her. On my 5th day away from home, I found myself seated in a mom-and-pop cafe in a small Montana town. I wondered what my purportedly devoted wife was up to, as she must have found that all of her credit cards had been canceled and our bank account was empty. My thoughts were interrupted by an elderly couple at the adjacent table, whose hushed chat I couldn't help but listen. The man, who appeared to be in his late 50s, was telling his red-haired wife about his desire for additional help on their farm. Unfortunately, they could not afford to hire anyone until their present calves were market-ready. Even still, finding someone ready to work for a price they could afford was difficult. After finishing the final mouthful of my dinner, I rose up and approached their table, apologizing for eavesdropping but offering to help them. The elder man examined me, sizing me up. "I don't understand how you could do it. If you heard what we were discussing, you'd know I can't pay you anything. What if I just need a place to stay in exchange for my labor?" I proposed. His eyes narrowed. "Colleen, excuse us for a moment while I speak with this young man outside," he told his wife. He stood up and waited for me to follow him. He turned to face me once we were at the parking lot, where our chat would be private. I guessed him to be around my height, 6 feet, with broad shoulders and no fat. His once dark hair was mostly gray, and his face bore the rough lines of years spent laboring outside. "Who in the hell are you? Are you a part of that Wilson ranch?" he inquired, his tone hinting of mistrust. I lifted my hands defensively, saying, "Hold on, mister. I know nothing about any Wilson. I moved here from Texas 4 days ago and arrived this morning. I figured maybe we could help each other out." He said, "If what you claim is true, why would you want to help us? I cannot afford to pay you. What is in it for you? We don't need any difficulty if you're fleeing the police." I responded, "I'm probably on the run as you put it, but not like you may think." I went on to tell my story about my unfaithful wife wanting to take me to the cleaners and how I needed a place to stay for a time. "I have not robbed or killed anyone. I'm simply attempting to keep what is rightfully mine. If you have a location where I can remain, I will compensate you with my efforts. I'll pay my own way, and if you don't think I'm much assistance, let me know, and I'll be on my way with no hard feelings." He scrutinized my face and replied, "If what you're saying to me is true, I think I'd be a fool not to give you a chance. However, I must inform you that the Wilsons are attempting to convince me to sell them my land. They haven't done anything illegal yet, but I wouldn't put it past them. You might be taking on more than you can handle." I told him that was a risk I was willing to accept. He then asked about my ranching experience, and I was honest, stating that I had spent a few summers on my uncle's ranch in Texas, but I was not a cowboy. He extended his hand and we shook hands to confirm our agreement. He advised me to call him by his first name, Bill, and identify myself. We returned to the diner, where Colleen waited. He yelled out to her, "Colleen, this is Carson. He'll be working for us if he can handle it." She stood and extended her hand. I shook it and she greeted me cordially. "It's very nice to meet you, Carson." Her voice was clear, with possibly a tinge of Irish accent. She was as trim and fit as her husband. "It's nice to meet you too, ma'am," I commented. She said, "My last name is Buckman, but you can just call me Colleen. Formality isn't particularly useful in this section of the country." I was quickly drawn to this charming lady. Bill suggested we go back to the ranch. Before leaving town, he stopped up to a general store, where we both got out of our cars. He suggested I get some ranch-appropriate clothing. When he entered the store, the proprietor greeted him warmly, clearly recognizing him as a regular customer. I purchased a coat and a set of Western-style riding boots. It sufficed for a week. It took around 20 minutes to drive from the general store to the main gate, which was arched with the words Rocking Bee Ranch. Bill's brand name was Rocking Bee. Another mile of private road led to the main home, which was set on a rise. Their 2-story house was well kept and newly painted. Behind it, a barn and several outbuildings became visible. The pickup they drove was partially laden with grocery sacks, indicating a weekly trip into town for supplies. I pulled up behind them, loaded my arms with bags and followed the Buckmans inside the kitchen. In 2 trips, we emptied the vehicle. Bill directed me to drive around the back, where he showed me a little cabin for my stay. As I drove around, I noticed him standing in front of the cabin. When I got out, he pointed to the cabin and indicated that Sam used a similar one a few yards away, adding that Sam was out doing the rounds and I'd see him later. After unpacking my baggage, he waited while I settled into my cabin. It had a single spacious room with a bed against one wall, a table and 2 seats, a potbelly wood burner in one corner, and a bathroom with a single stone shower. It wasn't extravagant, but it was clean and provided me with a good place to remain for the time being, allowing me to hopefully escape being discovered by Janice. When I returned outside, he was sitting in his pickup, telling me to get in. He gave me a tour of the ranch, which included over 6,000 acres of grazing with a few hundred acres dedicated aside for planting winter feed. The ranch's back half, which was mountainous and covered in forest, led to mountains and a stream that ran through the property and was only accessible by horseback. He explained that he used to have 3 full-time employees, but Sam was the only one who remained during difficult times. Sam had been working at the ranch for about 30 years. They employed additional personnel during roundups to pick cattle for the market. He dropped me off at the small cabin. "By the way, I noticed you have a laptop. I have a satellite connection with a router, so you can use the internet wirelessly. Supper is in the main house, and we usually eat at 6, he explained before driving away. I was settled in less than 30 minutes, giving me enough time to load up my computer. As he had said, I was able to establish a Wi-Fi connection and rapidly check my emails. Jake sent one message claiming that Janice had reported me missing to the police, who were investigating my absence. It gave me something to think about. Jake was the only person I had told about leaving, and even he had no idea where I was heading. I mailed my resignation to my old company but did not inform them in person of my departure. Just before 6 p.m., I approached the main home and knocked on the door. Bill motioned for me to enter, and as I did, I noticed Colleen preparing lunch as Bill stood to the side, speaking to a man I believed was Sam. Bill motioned me over. "Hi Sam. This is Carson, the new hand I mentioned for today. We'll see how he feels about it tomorrow after a day's work," Bill added, smiling broadly. "Carson, meet Sam." Sam smiled warmly at me and offered his hand. A huge man, at least 6'3", who, like Bill, appeared to have worked hard his entire life and appeared to be about Bill's age. One important detail. He was African American. I shook his hand and felt the power in his grip. "Well, young fellow, we hope you enjoy it here." "I could use some help," he remarked. At 28, I was roughly half his age, so he considered me youthful. I responded, "I intend to give it my best shot." Colleen called us to sit down since supper was ready. Bill and his wife sat at opposite ends of the table, leaving Sam and myself sitting between them, across from each other. On the table was a large platter of pork chops, a large dish of mashed potatoes, another with fresh green beans, and a plate piled high with clearly baked biscuits. "We don't eat fancy here, Carson, but there's plenty, and it's filling," Colleen told him. "It looks great," I said. As we ate, I asked Bill if he had been here his entire life, and he said, "Yes, my grandpa started this ranch and passed it down to my father. It now belongs to both me and Colleen. However, when I was younger, I wasn't sure she'd be a part of it. I had to fight off every man to get her." He looked at his wife, and I could see the intensity of his feelings for her in his eyes. She replied, "Now Bill, you know you're the only man I've ever had feelings for. I just needed to make sure you wanted me enough." Bill subsequently stated, "My wife has been responsible for the 3 happiest days of my life. The day she agreed to marry me, the day she did marry me, and the day she gave birth to our daughter Caitlin. I hadn't seen any signs of a daughter, and Colleen must have seen my curiosity. Our daughter is away right now. She is completing her PhD degree in veterinary sciences at South Dakota State University. She has only been able to return home for the holidays and we are eagerly awaiting her graduation," Colleen explained. "She's supposed to be home in a couple of months," Bill told me. "It'll be nice to have a vet in the family, should cut down on some of the expenses." After supper, I tried to help clean the dishes, but Colleen maintained it was her responsibility and shooed me away. Bill indicated that breakfast was at 5:30 and work would start at 6 o'clock. As Sam and I were leaving, I saw a copy of today's New York Times on the counter, which had most likely been picked up by Bill while in town. I asked to borrow the front page, and he agreed. Once outdoors, I asked Bill to enter my cabin for a bit. Inside, I brought out my digital camera and demonstrated how to operate it. I asked him to snap a close-up of me holding the front page of the newspaper. I could see he was inquisitive, but he did not inquire. He asked about an alarm clock and I told him I had one. He said he'd see me in the morning and then went. I downloaded the image to my computer and composed an email, along with a note to the police in my previous hometown. The message indicated that I was alive and healthy and had left town on my own volition. Choosing a national newspaper over a local one left my whereabouts uncertain. I forwarded the email to Jake and told him to utilize one of the local coffee shops with free internet access. I gave him my password so he could send the original email and image to the police without leaving any trace. This manner, I intended to avoid being added to any FBI or national missing person databases. Assuming the police would not devote significant resources to the search for a wayward husband, I slept soundly that night. The next morning, I got up at 5 o'clock, showered, and dressed in time to walk Sam to the main house. After lunch, Bill told Sam to put me to work fixing fence posts in the hilly portion. Following Sam to the barn, he pointed out a horse and saddle that I would need. He appeared pleased with how I saddled the huge brown horse, drawing on my experience at my uncle's ranch. We then loaded 2 mules with saddle packs, fence posts and a post hole digger. Bill arrived at the barn with a Winchester Model 94 and a saddle scabbard, stating that it was mostly for the rare occasion when we would need to put down a sick cow. Sam and I mounted up and led a mule each, heading up the creek toward the hills. As Sam and I rode, we talked and got to know each other. I told him how I wound up in Montana, confident that he would not violate my trust. In reply, he shared his own experiences. He had married shortly after high school, only to find his ex-wife in bed with another man. In a moment of wrath, he nearly killed the guy, earning a 5-year prison sentence. When he was released, Bill was the only one ready to give him a chance, and that was how he had spent the previous 30 years. Sam praised Bill and Colleen, calling them the salt of the earth. We arrived at the fence that marked the property borders about half an hour later. Sam pointed out that not all of the posts needed to be replaced, but simply those that had decayed or were close to it, which was about every third one. He stayed with me as I replaced the first two to verify I was doing everything correctly. He proposed working until around 4 o'clock, giving me enough time to go home, care for the horse and mules and get to dinner at 6 o'clock. His parting advice was to follow the stream back down, so I wouldn't get lost. He went back, leaving me alone with my task. I continued along the line, replacing old posts with new ones. At noon, I took a break and collected the pork chop sandwiches Colleen had given me earlier from my saddlebag. I finished my sandwiches and went back to work. My watch's alarm went off at 4 p.m., and I realized I had set all but a few of the posts that the mules had carried up. Leading the mules, I went back down the fence line until I reached the stream and started descending, right before leaving the trees. I found a natural pool where the water ran in and out. I paused to take in the view, recognizing it as the most beautiful and quiet area on the ranch. Back at the barn, I was able to unsaddle the animals and get them fed on time. While I was looking at the horses, Sam came into bed. We rushed to shower and change before dinner, where we ate steaks. That night, weary, I made little contributions to the discourse and excused myself quickly after supper to go to bed. Sleep arrived fast, and I slept deeply. I woke up hurting all over. My hands ached from using the post-hole digger, and my arms, shoulders and legs throbbed. Despite my frequent workouts, there was a significant difference between a 2-hour gym session and a full day of fence post installation. Bill and Sam chuckled as I staggered into the kitchen and winced while sitting down. Even Colleen couldn't keep her grin hidden. Despite the stiffness, I was hungry and gladly consumed my breakfast. "Ready for another day of fencing?" Bill inquired as we rose from the table. I moaned and said, "Yes, sir," trying to sound more positive than I felt. Bill laughed. "I guess you can take it easy today. I would prefer you to ride the rounds with Sam." I nodded gratefully. The first step was to clean the stalls and restock the hay. After putting the horses and mules in the pasture and filling their feeders, we loaded into the pickup and began our ranch inspection. Our major goal was to keep no calves down or removed from their mothers. Sam's knowledge of the ranch appeared instinctive, as he effortlessly predicted where the cattle would be and roughly calculated their numbers. After 30 years, everything appeared to come effortlessly for him. As we approached the far end of the ranch, Sam paused the truck and looked around. Something on one of the hills piqued his interest, so he handed me his binoculars and pointed to a certain location. After a minute, I noticed 2 calves, presumably alone. I asked, "Where are their mothers?" He motioned to 2 cows along the tree line. "That's them over there. Their calves must have strayed into the trees, got lost and continued on. We'll need to pull them down." I inquired, "Are we hiking up there?" "No, it's too far. We'll go back and load up a few horses." The trucks had 2-way radios, so Sam called Bill and told him what we'd observed and that we were on our way to rescue the horses. When we returned to the stable, Bill had already saddled 2 horses and loaded them onto a trailer. All we needed to do was stock up and go. Sam guided us close to the forest line below where the calves were, and we unloaded the horses before riding up into the hills. Sam's 30 years on the ranch became clear once more, as he knew the land like the back of his hand. Half an hour later, we eased up behind the calves and gradually began pushing them back down the slopes. I couldn't help but grin when we cleared the trees and the mischievous kids spotted their mothers. They went wailing to their mothers and instantly found a teat to suckle on. The larger cows stood peacefully, letting their calves to eat. I was struck by how different it was from my childhood. That night's dinner was fried chicken, corn on the cob, and mashed potatoes. With renewed zest, I spoke more than the night before and learned more about Colleen. Her parents moved to the United States from Ireland when she was 5 years old. Her father, captivated by tales of the Old West, had brought the family to Montana, which explains the Irish accent in her speech. Growing up in America, she nevertheless felt the influence of her parents. The next day, feeling much better, I returned after breakfast to replace fence posts. Sam helped me load the mules, but this time I went out on my own. Following the stream took me directly to my objective. This day was easier than the first because I had learnt certain techniques to make the labor less stressful. Just before 4 o'clock, I finished the last post and returned to the barn. With some free time, I worked some of the stalls before cleaning up for dinner. On my fourth day, I assisted Sam in repairing some of the buildings, and the next day, I installed more fence posts. The next 2 months went by, and now it was my turn to ride the ranch and check on the cattle. I was in the best physical form of my life. We worked out a timetable in which Sam took Saturdays off, Bill took Sundays off, and I took Mondays off. I spent my day doing laundry and running into town when needed. I'd become fond of everyone on the property. Sam was kind and easygoing, and we frequently sat and talked after dinner. I had a lot of regard for Bill, who was honest and diligent. We got along well. Colleen was lovely to Sam and me, but I could tell she had some fire in her. She and Bill made a wonderful couple. Colleen and Bill were getting thrilled. Colleen informed me over breakfast on Friday that her daughter would be going home in 1 week. It was my job that day to ride a horse around the wooded area, looking for livestock that had wandered into the hills. A little after 4 o'clock, I made my way to the creek, turned to follow it down, and arrived at the pool below the waterfall. I came to a stop, dismounted, removed my shirt, and knelt beside the stream. I dipped my bandana into the cool water and began washing the perspiration and dust off my face and neck. A whinny from downstream drew my attention, and I turned to my right to see a horse and rider coming. At first, I assumed it was Colleen, but then realized it was a younger version of her. This stunning woman could only be Caitlin, who has the same crystal blue eyes and red hair as her mother. She rode up and came to a stop a few feet away from me. As I rose up to confront her, she replied in a chilly tone. "Who are you and what are you doing on this property?" I said, "The name's Carson, and I work here." She responded, "I do not believe you. My father said he couldn't afford to pay another hand." Despite her beauty, I was growing annoyed by her unpleasant demeanor, so I answered, "Yeah, I heard that too. I guess that's why I chuckle all the way to the bank on payday." She looked at me, reined her horse around and kicked it in the flanks. I chuckled to myself, pulled my shirt back on, remounted my horse and rode towards the barn. Later I discovered there had been a misunderstanding between Caitlin and her parents. They expected her to return the following week, but she arrived just a few hours after I left. She had spent the morning and early afternoon with her parents before expressing her desire to go for a ride, which she had not had time for at school but enjoyed doing. So she saddled up and headed to her favorite location, the waterfall and pool of water. I suppose after 2 months I was old news, and Bill and Colleen had forgotten about me. Just as I returned to the barn, I noticed the redhead's back vanish inside. I dismounted and left my horse inside. Caitlin must have been looking for her father and eventually located him in the barn. I could hear her loud voice as she inquired, "Who is that man that was up at the waterfall?" Bill paused for a moment and said, "That must have been Carson." She went on, "He said he works here, but last time I was here, you told me you couldn't afford to pay another hand." Bill responded, "Well, he's correct, he works here. I don't think it's your business how much he's paid. I'm still running this ranch, young woman." She grumbled, "But he said you pay him so much that he laughs all the way to the bank." By that time, I'd entered the barn. She had her back to me and did not notice me, whereas Bill did. He smiled and continued, "Is that true, Carson? If you believe you are overpaying, I can correct that." She turned around and locked eyes with me. I took off my cap with one hand. I removed my hat with one hand and scratched the back of my head with the other, adding, "Well, I wouldn't want to take advantage of you, Bill. How much are you planning to lower my wages?" At that, Bill and I both burst out laughing. Caitlin, on the other hand, continued to stare at both of us, unable to see the humor. "Sweetheart, just so you get that bee out of your bonnet, Carson gets to stay in the cabin next to Sam's," Bill told her. She answered, "And what else?" Bill replied, "That, and he gets to eat your mother's fine cooking." Caitlin persisted, "So you're claiming you're not paying him? Why should he work for nothing?" Bill said, "He has his reasons, and it's not my place to tell you." I continued, "Working to have a chance to taste your mother's cooking is worth a lot, and I don't think she would like to hear you say that it's nothing." She gave me one last sneer before storming out of the barn. Bill shook his head and commented, "She reminds me so much of her mother when she was younger. I never thought I would be able to tame Colleen." Caitlin joined us for supper that night. She sat next to Sam on the opposite side of the table as me. When I entered the kitchen, she shot me another piercing glare. Before speaking, I waited until everyone's plates were full. I remarked in a nice manner, "Your mother informed me that you have completed your doctorate in veterinary medicine." "Yeah," was her one-word response, delivered without looking up. I added, Sam claims there's only one other vet in the area, and he's well than 30 miles distant. I'm sure you'll be a valuable asset to the people in this area. She looked up at my compliment and I think I noticed her eyes soften slightly. Yes, that's Dr. Harrison. He has more business than he can handle and is frequently required to be in multiple locations at once. Colleen then said, I agree with you, Carson. Our Caitlin will be able to deliver excellent service. Caitlin spent the rest of the lunch talking with her parents and Sam, who had been on the ranch since before she was born. She did not address me directly, and I mostly kept quiet. This was her homecoming, and I knew her parents and Sam wanted to know what had happened in her life while she was gone. When I finished eating, I excused myself and went to bed. I returned to my cabin and checked my email, which showed that I had received one from Jake. He said that he had spoken with a friend on the police force and casually inquired whether they still regarded me as a missing person. His companion stated that everything was dropped once they received the email containing the image I had provided them. Brandon had supposedly dumped Janice as soon as he discovered I had vanished with all of the money, and it didn't look like Janice was going to get any of it. Of course, she couldn't afford the rent in the house where we were staying and was now working as a waitress in a city apartment. She did not have enough money to employ a lawyer to pursue me. I found it ironic. She had clearly married me for my money, and her boyfriend had desired her for the same reason. My money. I was still working on repairing the fence posts. I now only do it every third or fourth day. I had gotten off the hill and was able to drive my pickup to work. It was really easier to load the posts in the rear of the truck than on the mules. The morning after Caitlin got home, I filled the pickup with posts and returned to where I had left off. When it was time for lunch, I wandered to the vehicle and remembered I hadn't brought my food. If any of us were going to be working away from the main home all day, Colleen would make sure we had lunch, and I think I forgot to pick mine up. I could have driven back to the house, but I figured missing one supper wouldn't kill me. A half hour later, I had just put a pole and was attaching the wire when I heard a car approach. I looked back and noticed it was one of the ranch pickups. The truck came to a stop just as I completed writing that post. I turned around and was astonished to see Caitlin exit. She was holding a tiny sack, similar to the ones Colleen used for our lunches. Mama said you forgot your lunch, she remarked, pushing the bag at me. I leaned out to take it from her. Thank you, Caitlin. That was very nice of you, I said. I looked in the bag and saw 2 sandwiches, as usual. I took one out and gave her the other, but she declined. I shrugged my shoulders, sat on the truck's tailgate and began eating. She strolled up to where I was, about 5 feet to the side and simply stared. I ate silently, keeping my eyes focused in front of me. Why are you here? She inquired last. I turned to look at her and decided to tease her. Don't tell anyone, but I robbed a bank and hid the money. I'm hiding out here till the heat goes off and I can get the money. Her eyes widened briefly before glaring at me. You're a real clown, she muttered before turning to leave. I waited until she was halfway to her truck before calling her. She paused and slowly turned around and I continued. I married a lady who never loved me and simply wanted what I could provide for her. I came here because I wanted to be away from all I knew for a bit. She glanced at me again, and I believe she realized I was telling the truth this time. She nodded and departed without saying anything else. As she drove away, I remembered what her father had said about her mother being like her when she was that age. He claimed to have tamed her, but I suspected the real secret was their love for each other. It had been less than 24 hours since I first met Caitlin, and I couldn't fathom a guy taming that fiery redhead. That night's supper was almost identical to the previous nights. Caitlin had chats with both her parents and Sam. I didn't feel slighted because she didn't know me and we didn't have anything in common. We were just finishing dinner when there was a knock on the door, which Bill went to answer. He entered the kitchen, followed by a man of my age. He was what ladies would describe as tall, dark, and gorgeous. Caitlin eagerly screamed out his name, leaped out of her seat and hugged him. It was clear they knew each other. They were talking about how long it had been since they had seen one other. A few minutes later, there was another tap on the door, and Bill went to answer it, returning with another man, this time fair-haired but also attractive. Caitlin greeted him with similar warmth. I remembered Bill telling me that he had to fend off every male surrounding him in order to win his wife. Caitlin was every bit as attractive as her mother. I excused myself from the table and went back to my cabin, mentally wishing the 2 guys luck. Nonetheless, I envied them. If Caitlin turned out to be the lady her mother was, whoever gained her heart would be a fortunate guy. The next day, I drove the pickup around the ranch. By the time I finished my rounds, something didn't seem to add together. It was early enough that I returned to get Sam, and we had a quick tour of the property. There were a lot of cattle scattered over the ranch, but he agreed that something didn't seem right. It just seemed like we were missing a few herds. We decided to saddle up the following day and tackle the hilly parts. We discussed it with Bill at supper that night and he agreed with our approach. It poured that night, making finding traces more difficult. The next morning we placed our horses into a trailer and Bill drove us to one end of the property. I rode approximately a third of the way up the tree line, while Sam rode another third higher. We then traveled across the ranch, across the hills, and through the trees. It took a significant portion of the day to reach the far side. We counted 5 wandering herds. Bill greeted us as we emerged from the hills, and we loaded the horses into the trailer and proceeded back. We reviewed the situation and concluded that the only thing we could do was become more vigilant. Caitlin received a call from another suitor during dinner that night. I overheard her mother say something about it being the third one that day. Guys were coming out of the woodwork to get her attention as word spread that she had returned home. We spent the next 4 days observing the herd. Everything appeared to be fine, with the exception of the alleged original loss. Caitlin's suitors made repeated visits. She'd been home for a week and hadn't spoken to me since the day she delivered my lunch. On the 5th day following the cattle's apparent disappearance, I told Bill I wanted to ride the property line across the hills. We had already covered the fence lines throughout the grazing regions and found no evidence that the missing cattle had passed through them. Sam dropped me off on the west side of the ranch. This was where Bill's ranch met the Wilson ranch. About halfway to the southwest corner, I noticed 3 new sets of horse footprints. They crossed from Wilson's side of the fence to Bill's. The fact that the fence wire was still up seemed strange. I dismounted and examined the fence posts, discovering that the staples had loosened on 5 posts and were barely holding the wire up. Remove the staples and lower the wire so you may cross over. After reinstalling the wire and staples, everything appeared normal. I remounted and followed the traces. When I approached the stream, I noticed 3 horses tied to a tree a short distance above the waterfall. I was still approximately 30 yards distant. I hurriedly got down, hitched my horse to a tree and took the gun out of its sheath. When I neared the horses, I noticed boot prints leading downstream. I crept up to the waterfall's brink, peered down, and gasped. Caitlin was naked in the water, as if she had just been born. I was captivated by the scene. She was swimming across the water, her naked body clearly visible in the pure water. Damn. She had an adorable ass. A movement in the trees to her right brought me back to consciousness. I rapidly examined the area, noticing 1 guy on the right and 2 more near the pond on the left. I raised my firearm and fired. The bullet struck the guy on the right at his feet. 1 more fast pull on the trigger and the earth burst near the 2 people on the left. Caitlin let out a blood-curdling scream that resonated throughout the trees. I stood up where everyone could see me and said, "On your bellies immediately, I'm not going to miss the next shot. Caitlin, stay just where you are." She didn't notice the 3 men. All she saw was me standing over her, holding a rifle, and she scrambled to conceal herself. One of the men on the left flinched as if he was about to flee, but the bark on the tree next to him erupted as I pressed the trigger again. He was persuaded and dropped flat. Caitlin noticed the 2 men around the location of my shot. She screamed again. I began counting down, and before I could say 1, the other 2 dropped down. I instantly commanded them to place their hands behind their heads, which they did. I hurriedly begged Caitlin to go and get dressed. She tried to resist, but I hissed at her to do as I said. She was plainly terrified, and I could see her shivering from where I was, but she followed orders and walked out of the pool like Venus emerging from the sea. Even though she had her back to me, I couldn't take my gaze away from her. I'd never forget her alabaster skin and wonderfully rounded buttocks. She slipped on her jeans and blouse, swung up upon her horse and disappeared through the trees with a single kick. When she left, I told the men to get up, lie down, and put their hands behind their heads. Only when all 3 laid before me did I let out a sigh of relief. I thought it was time to bluff. "So, what will I do with you 3? I suppose I could just shoot you in the legs and watch you bleed to death." The 3 men began begging me to spare them. I continued. "Even if I spare you, Caitlin's father will assure justice when I inform him of your horrible plans for his daughter. Unless, of course, you have a more compelling confession for the sheriff, such as cattle rustling. It may result in jail time, but it will at least give you a chance at life." The tiniest of them cracked. "Yes, we accomplished it. Wilson claimed that breaking Buckman would safeguard his land. His colleague hushed him to silence up, but he shouted, "I ain't dying for no damn cows." I chose to purchase more time because I expected Caitlin to return soon and her father to conduct an investigation. As expected, 45 minutes later, Bill and Sam galloped into view. I signaled them down, and they dashed up to join me atop the rise. "What in the hell is happening?" Bill required. "It looks like some of Wilson's hands paid us an unexpected visit." I trailed them from the barrier to here. Caitlin was swimming when these three tried to creep up on her. I looked over and pushed the barrel of my rifle to the smaller man's neck. "I believe this one has something he wants to confess to you." When I prodded him again, he whimpered. "We did it. We took some of your cattle, but Wilson forced us." Bill tipped his cap back, smirking at Sam, and added, "You know, when my grandfather ran this ranch, they used to hang horse thieves and cattle rustlers. Sometimes justice appears simpler back then. Unfortunately, we have to be civilized these days." While Sam stood guard, Bill and I decided to lead the rustlers back down. With rifles in hand, we followed them, Sam tying their horses together and bringing up the rear. When we arrived at the buildings, we escorted the rustlers into the barn, separating them into stalls with open doors so we could keep an eye on them without seeing one another. Bill went into the home to summon the sheriff, while Sam and I stood guard. In less than 30 minutes, the sheriff rushed up the mile-long driveway. Bill met him and briefed him on the current occurrences. I suggested bringing out the lesser offender first for the sheriff to question, and he agreed. I instantly took my prisoner outside. Initially apprehensive, the small rustler appeared to reconsider his quiet and began speaking. The sheriff glanced at Bill and stated, "It appears we have a straightforward case of trespassing here. Honestly, it's a waste of my time, but I suppose I could leave them in your capable hands. Forget I saw them, and I'll let you handle the situation." The terrified rustler's eyes widened and he abruptly opened up. The sheriff soon discovered the truth and called for assistance. Soon, a convoy of sheriff cars rolled into Wilson's huge ranch. Despite its vast size, the sheriff pinpointed the spot provided by the rustler and discovered nearly 100 stolen cattle with the rocking bee mark. Wilson and his cohorts were jailed before the end of the day. We didn't get together for meals until after 9 p.m., despite the chaos. Caitlin, despite sitting at the table, kept her gaze fixated on her plate. "What were you doing out there?" Bill queried, addressing her, as he hadn't had much time to speak with her. "I was just swimming." "I didn't think anyone would come and spy on me," she said accusingly. I interjected, "First of all, Caitlin, I was not spying on you. I followed their horse trails to the water. Second, contemplate what would have happened if I had not been present. I doubt the three were planning a picnic when they spotted you swimming shirtless." Colleen said, "Thank goodness you arrived when you did, Carson." I shudder to think about what may have happened. The discussion changed, and we rapidly completed our lunch, cognizant of the early start the next day. Caitlin cried out to me as she exited the kitchen and headed toward my cabin. I came to a halt and waited as she rudely asked, "So did you enjoy the view today?" Expecting thanks proved too idealistic, so I said, "Let's just say I'd be dishonest if I claimed it wasn't breathtaking." She huffed and turned on her heels, heading towards the house. I stood there, shaking my head, admitting that there was something about me that always drew her in. The next day, Bill had to travel into town to submit formal charges against Wilson. Returning the stolen animals to their appropriate place would take many days because the prosecutor needed to fully document the case first. Sam and I spent the day renewing the paint on a few of the barns. We had lunch in the kitchen, but Caitlin elected not to join us, which suited me perfectly. Bill arrived in the early afternoon, but waited until dinner to discuss the developments. He stated that because this was not a capital case, Wilson and his accomplices will be released on bond. While he did not foresee any further trouble, he advised us to be cautious. He looked at his daughter, grinned mischievously and added, "If you're planning another naked swim anytime soon, maybe you should bring Carson along for protection." Her face flushed pink again, and she sputtered as she stood and dashed into the room. Bill and Sam burst out laughing, and Colleen couldn't help but giggle. I laughed along with them. After the laughter died down, we resumed our lunch. Bill continued his light-hearted mocking. "I sincerely want to thank you, Carson. Wilson might have gravely damaged the ranch's finances. You are worth every penny." We all had another round of laughter. 3 days later, Bill received word that he could retrieve his livestock. We loaded 3 horses into a trailer and traveled to Wilson's Flying Doll Ranch with a sheriff's escort. Colleen came along to drive the truck and trailer back after we unloaded the horses. Bill, Sam and I began pushing the cows back to his ranch. As we approached the Rocking Bee Ranch, I rode ahead and loosened a portion of the fence line, allowing the cattle to cross. After verifying that all of the cattle were back where they belonged, we secured the fencing and rode back to the main house, pleased with our day's labor. During this period, Caitlin applied for her veterinarian license. Because the licensing process generally took around 45 days, she could only care for the animals on her father's property for the time being. I'd see her throughout the property and, of course, around dinner. Despite her continued silence, if I managed to catch her eye, I'd give her a huge grin and wiggle my brows, which would always make her blush. 2 weeks after the waterfall event, we found ourselves in the barn together and I inquired, "Have you been swimming lately?" She approached just inches away and glared at me. "Why are you such an hole?" I shrugged, grinned and asked, "Why are you such a b***"? Her right hand aimed for my face, but I moved quickly, seizing her wrist before she could strike. Undeterred, she attempted with her left, but I caught it as well. I pushed both hands behind her back, trapping them and pressing her body against mine. I slowly dropped my face toward hers. She stared at me, making no attempt to break away. I continued. "If you were mine, I'd put you over my knee and spank your butt." She attempted to back away, saying, "You wouldn't dare." I loosened my grip and she went backward, resting on her buttocks. "I'm not saying I wouldn't dare, I just got rid of one woman who doesn't care about me, and I'm not going to waste my time with another one." Normally she was the one to storm out, but this time, it was my turn. I left the barn and left her sitting on the ground. I didn't see her again till supper. She didn't say anything to me, as expected, but the look she gave me was incomprehensible. Not that I ever claimed to understand women. My marriage to Janice showed this. The next day, I was in the barn caring for the stalls when Bill entered. Knowing it was his day off on Sunday, I assumed he wanted to talk. I wondered whether Caitlin had told him about the previous day's episode, and if he had come to urge me to leave. I paused my work as he approached. He continued. "I heard you and Caitlin had a little showdown yesterday." That addressed my query about whether Caitlin confided in her father, but I observed a twinkle in his eyes. "Well, I suppose you could say that." "Probably my fault," I said. He went on to say, "Maybe not. I believe her problem is that she doesn't know what to make of you. She believed you were here for something, but you ended up being the hero who saved her and the property. What she can't understand is why you aren't pursuing her like the other local young men. Caitlin, like her mother at her age, is used to having boys wrapped around her little finger. She's had several boyfriends, but none of them lasted. I don't believe she truly respected them. I hope you don't let her chase you away. In my opinion, you are welcome to stay here for as long as you wish." I said, "Thank you, Bill. That means a lot to me. As for Caitlin, I'll stop taunting her, and perhaps we can live and let live." He exited the barn, and I resumed my job. I had the rest of the day to think over Bill's statements. If Caitlin wanted to understand me, she should act civilly and engage in conversation rather than her current approach. Pursuing her like the others was simply not an option. She did not join us for supper that night, a topic no one brought up, and I did not investigate. The next day, I stuck to my schedule, waking up at 5 a.m., despite the fact that it was my day off. After breakfast, Sam and Bill left for work, and I went to get my laundry. Bill had invested in a large commercial washer and dryer, which allowed me to wash all of my clothes in one load. The laundry room was next to the kitchen, so I ate and talked with Colleen at the kitchen table while my clothes were being washed. Caitlin entered, which was unusual for breakfast as she generally ate later. Colleen inquired about my plans for the day and I informed her that I was thinking of traveling into town. I then inquired if she wanted me to pick up anything for her. She suggested that if I didn't mind, I could get a few things for her. I assured her that I didn't mind at all. Just then Caitlin said, "Cool, I'll bike into town with you." I had planned to go to the general store for a few items and it seems like a waste of petrol for both of us to go separately. I looked up in surprise and replied, "Sure, I'd be happy to give you a lift." After yesterday, I didn't expect her to talk to me, let alone want to go somewhere with. I responded, "I'll be leaving in about an hour and a half after my laundry is done and put away." She told me she'd be prepared. She finished preparing something to eat and sat at the table, sitting quiet as Colleen and I talked. As I stepped out of my cabin, she appeared from the back door, dressed in a turquoise sundress that complemented her red hair. It was clear she wanted me to notice her. I held the passenger side door open for her and watched as she slid into the car. We set out, and for the first half of the journey, she sat peacefully, admiring the scenery. Suddenly she said, "I thought you were going to kiss me yesterday." I looked at her, but she appeared to be staring out the side window, so I couldn't see her face. I responded, "Well, while that may not have been unpleasant, I do have a rule about not forcing unwanted affections upon unreceptive females." I noticed her head swivel around in the corner of my eye and knew she was looking at me. She sat silently, but I saw her occasional peek in my direction. We parked into the general shop and stepped inside. I needed to get a couple of new pairs of jeans and shirts, and she had a list of what her mother wanted. An hour later, we had everything loaded. I had one more stop at the hardware shop to get a few items for Bill, but it was midday and I was hungry. I suggested we stop for a bite to eat and she agreed. We parked into the same cafe where I'd originally met Bill and Colleen. We chose a table across from one other and ordered our meals. As we sat in silence, I began to wonder if I should have simply gone to the hardware shop and returned to the ranch. Just suddenly the door slid open and 3 men entered. I recognized 2 of them as the guys who had come to see Caitlin. They rushed to our table, with 2 taking seats on either side of her and a third standing behind me. They ignored me and began talking to her. I rose up and motioned for the third person to have a seat as I proceeded to the next table. When the waitress brought our meals, I motioned for her to place my dish in front of me. I ate quickly and paid no attention to the talk at Caitlin's table. I stood up after tossing some money on the table to cover our lunch. Caitlin had barely touched her lunch, yet her plate was still full. "I'm going to rush to the hardware shop. I can come back by later and see if you're ready to go," I added, interrupting their chat. She pushed her plate back, stood up and said, "It was nice seeing you guys again, but we have to go." The guys at the table attempted to protest, with one even offering her a lift home. She declined and accompanied me outside to my SUV. As we drove to the hardware shop, she remained in the car, looking to fume. The hushed tension remained as we drove back to the property. She turned off the highway onto the mile-long road and questioned, "Why did you do that?" "What?" I replied, unsure of what she was pointing out. "Moving to the other table," she said. "Oh, that. Well, I assumed you'd rather spend time with your buddies. Besides, I didn't want to be in the center of their battle for your attention." "You really are an *** hole," she exclaimed. I wisely chose to keep my mouth shut. I had no desire to avoid her slaps while driving. As we approached the main home, she grabbed whatever she could carry as soon as I opened the SUV's back door. I collected several more bags and followed her inside the house. As I walked in the back door, she put everything on the kitchen table without saying anything to her mother before storming out of the room. Colleen glanced at me quizzically. I shrugged and said, "I guess I'm an *** hole." Colleen laughed and stepped closer, placing her hand on my arm. "I have never seen anyone have the effect on Caitlin that you seem to have." "I guess I was born to just piss her off," I told her. "I'm not so sure about that," she said, confusing me. I returned to my cabin and stored my new clothes. I decided not to stay indoors and went to the barn to saddle a horse. Setting out, I ended up at the top of the waterfall. With the weather beautiful, I tied the horse to a tree and sat on the edge of the falls, staring down at the tranquil pool. Caitlin rode up underneath me after about a half hour, if not more. I got off her horse, not wanting to be accused of spying in case she went skinny dipping again, and flung a stone into the water, making a splash. She looked around for the source of the noise and found me. Anticipating her departure, she mounted her horse and rode up to where I was sitting. She hitched her horse next to mine and approached me. I rose up, moving a few steps away from the edge in case she intended to shove me off. "You're an *** hole," she exclaimed, stopping inches from me. "And you're still a B****, I replied. This time, I wasn't waiting for her slap. I grabbed her waist and kissed her. I quickly released her and attempted to proceed towards my horse, but she grabbed my arm and turned me back around. I was surprised when she reached behind my neck and drew me in for another kiss. We found ourselves in a passionate kiss again. As the passion mounted, our garments went, and we had a great time. Our breathing gradually returned to normal, and we lingered silently in each other's arms. We got dressed, mounted our horses and went back down. After stabling our mounts, she turned and headed to the main house without saying anything. In a fog, I returned to my cabin and slipped into the shower. One thing became clear. I had much deeper affections for this attractive woman than I had previously admitted to myself. I hardly had time to dress for dinner. When I entered the kitchen, Bill, Colleen and Sam were already there, but Caitlin was nowhere to be found. As we took our seats, she stepped in and chose the chair near mine rather than her customary spot next to Sam. Bill and Colleen exchanged glances, and Caitlin simply smiled charmingly in response. She talked animatedly during dinner. Despite their interest, her parents did not inquire as to why their daughter was in such a good mood. After supper, Jane helped her mother clean the kitchen as Sam and I returned to our cabins. Just as I was getting comfortable between the sheets, a quiet knock on my door rang out. I opened the door, wearing only my boxers, and Caitlin crept inside, finding her way into my arms. We exchanged a sweet kiss and she led me back to my bed, joining me after taking off her clothing. Again, we made love before falling asleep in one another's arms. The sudden arrival of 5 a.m. forced me to groggily reach over and deactivate the alarm. With much reluctance, I got out of bed. I illuminated the bathroom and dressed for the day, kissing her on the head before leaving the cabin. During breakfast, I couldn't avoid Bill and Colleen's scrutinizing eyes. I wondered if they were aware of their daughter's nighttime activities. Following the dinner, I loaded the pickup for another day of fence post installation. Working alone on a ranch provided plenty of time for thought. My mind strayed to my recent past, shocked that it had only been 3 months since I left my wife. It seemed like an eternity. I reflected on the relevance of Bill, Colleen and Sam in my life. Then my thoughts turned to the lovely Caitlin and the shared experiences from the previous day. I considered the idea of discovering the love her parents embodied. At lunch, I discovered I hadn't brought my dinner. As the thought crossed my head, I heard a pickup approaching quickly. Caitlin jumped out, racing toward me with a suitcase in her hand. She threw herself at me, commencing a passionate kiss before handing me the bag. I ignored the dinner and drew her in for another passionate kiss. Although I did not lay as many fence posts that day, I did place my post in her a few times. In between our passionate times, we found time to converse. I revealed information about my prior life, including how my ex-wife had betrayed me. "I'll only leave if you tell me to," I promised her. She ultimately returned home, and I finished the day's work. She was in the kitchen when I arrived, having just showered and changed, and she had chosen the seat next to mine once more. A knock on the front door interrupted our dinner. Bill answered it and returned with the same person who had first called Caitlin. Caitlin gazed at him with an unreadable face as soon as he sat down. "I was wondering if you'd like to go for a drive," he proposed. In this region of the country, where options were limited, taking a drive was effectively a euphemism for going on a date. "I appreciate the offer, but I don't think my boyfriend would like it," Caitlin said. She leaned down and kissed my cheek. Mr. Tall, dark and handsome reddened and stammered before hurrying out. With that exchange, our relationship was officially out in the open. I noticed Bill and Colleen smiling with satisfaction. One had a huge grin. We had officially formed a pair. In the days that followed, Caitlin received no further visits from local men. She made it obvious that she was unavailable. I found a way to help her with her ambitions. She was looking for a bank loan to buy equipment for her veterinarian practice. The bank was hesitant to make an unsecured loan, so the only option was for her father to pledge the ranch as security. She hesitated to question him. I advised waiting a few days. I could have a solution. I phoned my offshore bank and opened an account in the name of a bogus loan company. Caitlin completed a loan application on my computer, which I had set up to send to my email. After a few days, I notified her that her loan was accepted and that a wire transfer will be made to her account. She was overjoyed with the news, but she wondered why the loan had only a 2% yearly interest rate. I mentioned that they were a non-profit philanthropic organization that made loans to persons they believed would benefit the community. I might have just offered her the money, but I knew she was too proud to accept it. After obtaining her degree through hard effort, she was determined to achieve on her own terms. By the time her license was accepted, she had purchased a new van that had been converted into a mobile veterinarian office, equipped with all essential medical equipment. As word spread about her licensed position, local ranchers began requesting her services. Caitlin and I spent several nights together in my cabin. Although Bill and Colleen were aware, they appeared to have no objections. At 27, she was grown enough to make her own choices. It took 3 months for Wilson and his crew to stand trial. The case was rather easy. The tiniest man cooperated with the prosecution and was sentenced to 2 years probation with no prison time. Wilson's other 5 employees were sentenced to 5 years in jail each. Wilson, the mastermind behind the rustle, received the maximum 10-year sentence and a $50,000 fine. When he was transported to prison, I began an inquiry into him and his ranch, discovering that he was unmarried and had no family in the region. With all of his hands incarcerated, no one was left to administer the property. This prompted me to devise a fresh idea. However, before I could get started, I had some unfinished business to attend to. I needed to formalize my divorce. I couldn't accept Janice taking half of my money. To accomplish this, I went to my friend Jake for assistance once more. Instead of sending an email, I called and requested him to speak with Janice. I wanted him to know that I had sought out and offered a settlement in exchange for a divorce. The offer was straightforward, $50,000. If she declined, she would never hear from me again or receive any money. Initially acting innocent, she demanded to know why I had left and why I would not return. Jake disclosed that I was aware of her affair with Brandon and she intended to divorce me, bringing the charade to an end. With her game revealed, Janice, who was still working as a waitress and struggling financially, agreed to my offer. To proceed, I needed to return to Texas and hire a lawyer to prepare the divorce paperwork. Caitlin was not pleased when I informed her of my departure. I stated that I needed to end this chapter in my life and told her that I would return. She persisted in taking me and waiting for me when I returned, despite my initial plan to leave my vehicle in long-term parking at the airport. Leaving behind my SUV and most of my stuff, with the exception of what fit in one suitcase, appeared to alleviate her anxieties. I left on a Sunday, and when I arrived, Jake met me at the airport. I called Caitlin every night while I was staying with him and his family. By Friday, all of the paperwork was completed. Jake accompanied Janice to my lawyer and explained that she would receive a $10,000 check right away, with the rest $40,000 due 60 days after the divorce was finalized. She signed the paperwork, and my lawyer handed her the $10,000 payment. I never had to confront Janice. Then I realized I had personal goods in storage, including souvenirs and antiques from my parents, yearbooks and other sentimental belongings. I didn't want to return for them later, so I rented a moving van and loaded it up. Caitlin was surprised when I told her I wasn't flying back, but once I explained that I was bringing back everything significant to me, her joy rose. It took me 3 days of unrelenting driving to complete the distance. On Tuesday evening, as I arrived at the Rocking Bee Ranch, everyone greeted me enthusiastically. That night, Caitlin extended her warm greeting until early in the morning, when we finally fell asleep, fatigued. With the first part of my strategy completed, I was ready to put the rest into action. This required multiple journeys to the prison where Wilson was imprisoned. My goal was to persuade him to sell me the property. I persisted in presenting my point, despite my initial resistance. I explained that he would be imprisoned for at least 7 years, and that even if he behaved well, he would not be eligible for parole. With no one to care for his ranch, his house and buildings would surely decay, and his animals would perish without proper care in the winter. I also questioned if he would be welcome back following his conviction. Faced with the danger of ruin, he eventually accepted my offer, which gave him something to start over with upon release. The next stage was to secure money. I transferred my funds back into the nation, sure that Janice would not imperil her $40,000 by taking reckless steps. I negotiated a price of $5 million with Wilson, which was lower than the property's true value, making financing reasonably easy to obtain. I placed a $500,000 down payment and financed the remainder. Taking a month to perfect things, I kept my activities hidden from everyone except Caitlin and Bill. I mentioned to them that I had personal business with my possessions that required consideration. Although it only took 1 or 2 days out of my week, I formed a corporation and registered the land in its name. With summer finishing and fall approaching, I hired someone to harvest the hay on the property. Furthermore, I hired 4 people to reside on site and operate the ranch in the meantime. The most experienced worker was designated as interim foreman. I stressed that, despite my close proximity, I would be an absentee owner for some time. I assured him that he could always reach me via phone, and that I intended to visit the ranch frequently. My final concept included remodeling the main house, which was a 2-story 5-bedroom structure that needed to be modernized. Despite Caitlin's unhappiness with my opacity regarding my activities, our relationship thrived. Every day my feelings for her became stronger, and I sensed that she felt the same way about me. Meanwhile, her veterinary practice grew, requiring her to travel frequently, but she remained pleased and happy. I almost told her what I was doing. When she returned after checking on the remodeling, she surrounded me with questions. "What the hell's going on, Carson? Are you seeing anyone else?" I said, "God, no. I swear there's no one else. I only have a few things to get done. Please believe me." I promise to tell you everything soon. I'm asking you to trust me." She examined my face, looking for the truth, and said, "Okay, Carson. I do trust you, but you better tell me what's going on soon, or I'm going to kick your ass." I grabbed her and kissed her with all my affection. As spring arrived and the calving season began, the main house renovation was finished. It was time to carry out the final component of my strategy. One afternoon, when I had Caitlin alone, I asked her to go for a drive. "I've been thinking it's time for me to leave the Rocking Bee Ranch," I told the girl. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she replied, "But I promised I wouldn't leave." I had scheduled it so that we would arrive at the former Flying Doll Ranch entrance. I turned in and began driving down the quiet road. "I wasn't really planning on going far," I informed him. She looked about, bewildered. I was not sure if she had heard what I said. Then she said, "What are we doing on Wilson's land?" I waited until we were at the main home before responding. I invited her to come on, as I wanted to show her something. I got out of the truck and walked around to open her door. Taking her hand, I took her to the front door and opened it. She inquired again, "What the heck are you doing? We could be in danger for this." I encouraged her to relax, that Wilson no longer owned the ranch and that we should take a look around. I wanted to know what she thought about the house. I brought her upstairs, then we walked through the bedrooms and back down. There was a huge living room, a finely paneled den, 2 rooms used as home offices, and finally the kitchen. Her expression indicated that she adored the new kitchen. There was only one room with furnishings, which I wanted to use as my office. The rest of the house awaited her judgment on how to furnish it. I asked her what she thought of the house, and she responded it was really good. When I asked if she believed she could live there, she said, "What the hell?" I could see she was puzzled and upset. I fell on one knee and reached into my jacket pocket. I stated to her, "Wilson no longer owns the ranch, I do, and I'm asking if you could live there as my wife." She asked in a startled tone if I owned the house, and I nodded enthusiastically. She cried, "Yes!" I then removed the engagement ring from my pocket, held it up and proposed to her. Her face screwed up and her eyes welled with tears. I believed I had made a mistake until she tackled me to my back and kissed my face. She then offered me her finger so that I could place the ring on her. She surveyed the place with fresh eyes, running from room to room and inspecting everything. I waited anxiously for her to come running back into my arms. "The house is gorgeous. I love it," she exclaimed eagerly. I escorted her across the room to 2 doors that went into a hallway. "There are 2 offices, one for you to run your business from and one for me," I explained, earning me another long kiss. I walked her into the office with the desk and took out a large sheet of paper. It depicted a property gate and said, "Double C Ranch." She took a look at it and wondered what the double C indicated. I informed her that it stands for Carson and Caitlin Ranch. She cried and began tugging at my clothes, and I joined in stripping her naked. I set her on top of the desk and dedicated the workplace to her love. In fact, in the days ahead, we made love in every room of our new home. After we had recovered and dressed, I informed her it was time to inform her parents. She was so delighted I believe she floated out to the truck. We returned a few minutes after 6 and Bill, Colleen and Sam were already in the kitchen preparing supper. When we stepped in, Caitlin lifted out her left hand and squealed, "We're getting married!" Colleen sprang up and raced over to hug her kid, while Bill and Sam approached and pumped my hand and stroked my back. My future mother-in-law then grabbed me tightly, while Caitlin hugged her father and Sam. When everything settled down, we all sat down to eat. Caitlin waited until everyone had eaten. "Of course, this means we will be moving," she stated as casually as possible. "What?" shouted Bill, Colleen and Sam together. She stared at me and urged me to tell them, so I responded, "Well, Bill, you remember how Wilson wanted to combine his ranch with yours? I was thinking it may be a good idea." Bill got up, enraged, and exclaimed, "There's no way in hell the Flying Doll is going to get his ranch." I smiled and told him to relax. It was no longer the Flying Doll, but the Double C Ranch, and the new owners were sitting at his table right now. In confusion, he inquired, "What are you talking about?" I informed him I had bought out Wilson and that the ranch now belonged to Caitlin and me, Double C, Carson, and Caitlin. Colleen claimed she received it immediately away. I answered, "Bill, I thought we could run the 2 ranches together. We'd split the profits 50-50ths. He continued, "But the Double C Ranch is over twice the size of my ranch, and it brings in a lot more profit." I said, "You've done this your entire life, I need your assistance." I'd like us to be equal partners. You'd be in command of the operations and anything you say goes. Besides, it's also part of Caitlin's property. It will be keeping everything inside the family. He sat down and gazed at Colleen. She nodded her head. He shook hands with me across the table. Damn it, Carson, this is going to take some getting used to, but I accept your offer. I explained. This means we'll have additional hands to oversee and Sam will be the head foreman. And now I get to remove all of those fence posts I worked so hard to install on that side of the property. Everybody laughed at me. That night's supper was a noisy celebration. Caitlin spent the night in my cabin and exhausted me. We arrived late for breakfast the next morning, but no one had left the kitchen. They were waiting for us to eat so that we could all go over to the Double C Ranch, where Caitlin could show off our new home. Everyone was impressed, and I noticed Colleen looking enviously at the restored kitchen. Caitlin and her mother spent a month furnishing the house. It was ready to move in on our wedding night. We were married at the Double C Ranch. Bill and his family were respected and well-liked, and ranchers and their families from all over came to celebrate the occasion. As Caitlin's spouse, Bill's son-in-law, and the new owner of Double C Ranch, I was welcomed into their community. We finally made it to bed later that night and stayed there for the majority of the next day, making love. We would still be there, but on the third day of our marriage, I brought my bride to Fiji for a tropical honeymoon. Our first roundup that year was a success, as we sold a large number of cattle for a profit. A substantial amount went into repaying the debt, but with Caitlin's business, we were able to make a good living. We even bought Sam a wonderful new house, and he now has a girlfriend around his age who lives in town. We may have another wedding soon. Another year has passed and my lovely wife has just told me the most wonderful news. She is pregnant. We are going to have a baby. One last word before I leave. I know some may argue that I should have learned my lesson the first time and had Caitlin sign a prenuptial agreement. If that's the case, you really haven't met my Caitlin. She is not Janice. She works hard at her profession and cares for our home. She is her mother's daughter, and she expresses her affection to me every day. With only me. Every day I look into her blue Irish eyes and see that love. Cheated on my wife, now she's gone and pregnant with another man's baby. How can I get her back? I know, I'm aware of my faults, I know I screwed up. She and I had something beautiful. She is still the love of my life. We were together for 10 years, 2 dating and 8 married, but I made a huge mistake and cheated on her. It was just once, just one damn time. Somehow she found out, I never knew how because I haven't been able to talk to her since then. I guess she found something on my phone. I came home that afternoon as usual and everything felt weird, the house felt emptier. I quickly realized that her things were gone. I panicked, I started calling her over and over, but her phone didn't even ring. Suddenly I saw some papers on the table. She was divorcing me. Under the divorce papers, there was a note that said, "This is what you do with cheaters." That was the last thing I got from her, 2 years ago now. Of course I called the contact information for her lawyer, who has been the only bridge between us. But he just told me that he was her legal representative and that she didn't want to see me. I fought, I got angry, but in the end her lawyer just told me that it would be better if I got my own lawyer. I didn't want to. I absolutely refused to accept that 10 years of relationship would end like this. I know I have failed, but I always wanted to fix it. I know that if she gave me the chance, I could make that sweet and special girl I met more than 10 years ago fall in love with me again. I know that I can make her forgive me. After all, many couples go through similar things and get over it. Why can't we be one more couple in that statistic? Why after 8 years of marriage am I thrown away like garbage for a mistake? I don't deserve so much indifference. I haven't been able to see her or even hear her voice in 2 years. 2 years of not being able to see or talk to the person you love the most is too much of a punishment. This situation has destroyed me emotionally, mentally and even physically. I ended up consuming an unhealthy amount of alcohol, weeks of barely eating, not sleeping. I was a zombie for months. I was just functioning on automatic. I wanted to die, but I couldn't let myself die because I always held on to hope that she would come back. My therapist says it's really hard when you can't get closure from a relationship because your mind can't process that the relationship is over, so you're always thinking that person will knock on the door or that you'll wake up from sleep and they'll be there by your side. The divorce was finalized over a year ago. I'll be honest, I didn't make it easy. I didn't want to get divorced and I still don't understand how we can be divorced. I asked for couples therapy, but she refused. I know from my lawyer that her lawyer advised her to go at least once or twice. But she refused. It took quite a while, but finally the divorce happened. I can't even describe the feeling. I felt and still feel like if a piece of me had been cut out. I know I hurt her. I know I failed, but I think we all deserve a second chance. When I couldn't take the pain anymore, I decided to start therapy. My therapist doesn't give me advice to get her back, he only focuses on me moving on with my life, encouraging me to meet new people and go out on dates, but I don't want to. At this point I'm not even interested in sex anymore. A few days ago something happened that completely shattered me. I was having a few beers with my friend at my house, let's call him Nick, we were both pretty drunk. I started talking about my wife. And he said to me, "You should put more effort into getting over her, she's over you and is happy having a life away from you. You should do the same, you can't live in this self-pity all your life." Something in his words hit me, but not in the way he expected. He spoke with a lot of confidence that my wife is over me and is happy now. How does he know that? At this point, I got angry and started pressuring him to talk. He refused, I pressed as hard as I could, I cried, I begged him to tell me if he knew something. I needed to know something about her. Until he finally told me. His wife has been in contact with my wife for the last year. They were great friends and I remember Sabrina, my friend's wife, being very sad about losing contact with my wife. The thing is that my wife went to live in Norway, got married to a guy there and is about 7 months pregnant. I felt like dying. I literally felt like dying with this information. How could she do this to me? How could it be that while I was crying, getting drunk, missing her and wanting to die every day, she was happily on the other side of the world, getting married, fucking and getting pregnant by another guy? How could it be that she didn't have a child with me in many, many years, to the point that I thought she was infertile, but she got pregnant by this new guy so easily? Where did this guy come from? I have no answers for absolutely anything and I feel like I can't go on with my life without these answers. The only thing I can think of is that she had revenge sex with the first Norwegian guy she came across and got pregnant and decided to keep the baby. Maybe she got married because she wanted to stay in that country legally, and I guess like in most countries, getting married is a good option for that. I don't know. These thoughts are killing me. I refuse to think that she is in love with him. I need to contact her. I need to talk to her. I need to know what's going on, because she acts like our 10-year history and 8-year marriage is nothing to her. I need advice on how to act. I feel the impulse to travel to where she is and look for her, but how could I do that? I don't know what city she's in. I don't know where she lives, I don't have a number to contact her, she closed her social media, her family is small, they don't live in the same country as me and all of them blocked me. I'm totally lost. I don't know what to do at this point. I still want her back, yes, even pregnant. I feel like this is a nightmare and I need to wake up now. Edit. I read almost all the comments, and when I say almost all I really mean almost all. It's hard to process all the crap that's been said about me. I feel like you guys forget that you are talking to a person and not an inanimate object. I thought I might find more empathy by sharing my story here. Just 2 people feeling empathy towards me and their comments made me feel better. I'm not looking for validation or for anyone to say that what I did is okay. I know it's not and I have to live with that daily. I will try to respond, but of course I'll never be able to respond to all the comments over here. I guess none of you know what it's like to have a broken heart and not be able to get over a person. You don't decide who you love and you don't decide when you get over someone. It will happen when it has to. Those who doubt my story, unfortunately are real. I would love this to be fake, but sadly it is not, and I have to live with this mess every day. Everyone assumes she's happy now. I don't know. I mean, how do you know? I haven't seen her in 2 years, I can't have any idea if she's happier or not. Being pregnant doesn't necessarily mean happiness, and being married either. We don't really know the circumstances of this marriage. Maybe she got married because she got pregnant and felt alone in a country where she has no one and she just holds on to the other guy. Of course I blame myself for this. This wouldn't have happened if I had been a better person and a better husband to her. But unfortunately I can't change what I did wrong. The only thing I could do is try to make it up to her, but how do you make it up to someone who doesn't want to give you the chance to do so? Some people said that she doesn't owe me a second chance. That was hard to read, but I understand that maybe she doesn't have to. I never openly blamed her for the infertility issues. It was just a thought. We both went to the doctor and in both cases the tests revealed that everything was fine. I never understood why we couldn't conceive, and the thought that she was infertile did cross my mind, and of course the idea that I was too. But in most cases of infertility it is due to a female factor. Maybe that's why I thought that. Horrible things were said like I would hurt my ex-wife if she were here. I never physically hurt her and I never will. I am not an abusive person. I am not a monster. I know it's hard to empathize with me. I know I screwed up. I know I hurt her way beyond what I can say. But I am not a monster or a narcissist. Some people said that I never loved her, otherwise I wouldn't have cheated on her. This statement doesn't seem fair to me. You think you can kidnap the concept of love and tell another person what his real feelings are? You think you are inside my head or heart? Only then would you know what I feel. You can't tell me that I don't love her. There hasn't been a day since she left that I don't regret it. No one can tell me this isn't love. Lastly, humans are more complex than most people here think. Just because I cheated on her doesn't mean I don't love her or that I don't have feelings. I called what I did a mistake because how else would I call it? I thought part of accepting blame is accepting that it was my mistake. But everyone here takes those words as if I am trying to twist the situation when that's not the case. You've completely twisted my words. I know how much I hurt her. Maybe in my post I'm focusing on myself because I was never able to explain myself to her. Since then for me it's been one attempt after another to put together a story in my head that doesn't make sense. I lost everything from one moment to the next. I simply tried to be open with my feelings, but it doesn't seem to work here. Not for me at least. I know the damage I did to her. This woman left her life, the country she emigrated to, her friends, even her job. No one does that for a breakup unless you're going through some level of absolute pain. I understand that. I can see and feel the pain I put her through, and that makes me feel even more guilty. Honestly, I'm going to respond to some comments below and then log off of Reddit for a couple days until I feel in a better place. Relevant comments. Commenter, I want to know who you cheated on her with. That's pretty important information. OP, it was a radon woman that used to go to the same gym. Nothing important. It didn't mean anything, not even for a second. I was just being an idiot. Commenter, you don't seem to have any remorse for cheating, just mentioned she somehow found out. So you were not planning on telling her? It's been 2 years, you need to accept responsibility for your actions and let go. She's never coming back. There's billions of people out there, just heal and improve yourself with therapy and I'm sure you'll get a second chance with someone else. You're only 35. OP, I do feel remorse for cheating. I'm a big mess right now, but I do feel remorse. Commenter, you may still be in love. She is not, at least not with you. OP, so love just fade away? Just like this? At the end of the day this sometimes makes me feel like I'm actually more loyal than her to our relationship. Meaning, she left, remarried, got pregnant. Looks like she completely forgot about me and I'm here crying while I drink some wine and respond to some strangers on Reddit about our relationship. I still love her, but for her it was so easy for her over me. Commenter, if only half the people on Reddit had the self-respect your ex-wife has. OOP, I don't blame her. I understand the pain I caused her. But I also think there are many couples who go through this and move on, especially when it was just one time. I never had a side relationship for months. I didn't cheat on her with multiple women. I didn't get another woman pregnant. I didn't cheat on her with her friend. Cheating is wrong, but are you really going to put me on the same level as a guy who cheated on his wife for years or who cheated on his wife with her sister? It's not an excuse, but I'm asking for some coherency here. Update. Same post 2 days later. These days have been very strange. At times I feel numb and at others desperate. A lot of things have happened. I want to start by answering something and then I will update. Some people asked why Norway. I don't know exactly, but she is a polyglot. She speaks 6 languages. Many of these languages are connected to cultures that she always liked. Norwegian is just one of them. She has always been interested in Norwegian culture. She has been there before, but she is also interested in other cultures and speaks other languages, so for me that was never an indicator that she might have gone to this country. Regarding the update, the first thing I will say is that the post reached some people in my circle. Sabrina's sister is on Reddit. She knows the story and realized it was me. She told Sabrina. Sabrina is angry at Nick for revealing information. Nick is angry at me for posting on Reddit and because he says I pressured him to talk. I am angry at both of them for being two holes who watched me suffer for 2 years and decided not to help me. They didn't care about my marriage. Why should I care about their marriage? Sabrina could have given me my ex-wife's phone number a long time ago, but she decided to prioritize her friendship with my ex instead of helping 2 friends mend their marriage. Meanwhile, no one cared about my feelings. I'm done with them at this point. Regarding my ex-wife, I've been thinking a lot. She can't just disappear. I convinced myself that if I searched hard enough I could find something related to her. I follow some of her relatives from a fake Instagram account, but I never found anything related to her. I searched a lot, really a lot, and found a name that I had seen before, but that hadn't caught my attention until then. It was a lady with a name that is not typical in the United States or my wife's country. She is not American, and a very strange last name. I went to her Instagram profile and she had no pictures or anything, just a small profile picture that you can barely see. I decided to look her up on Facebook and found the same lady with the same profile picture. Only her Facebook profile is quite open. She is indeed a lady from Norway. I checked everything I could on this profile and I was convinced that it had something to do with my wife. How else would a relative of hers have this woman in their friends? I saw a lot of pictures, people, plants, mountains, gardens, lakes, flowers, typical things that an older lady posts. Until I came across a picture where my ex was dressed as a bride hugging a guy. I had to translate the text. The lady was congratulating her son on his wedding. There were a few more pictures, not many. There were even some members of my ex's family in the wedding pictures. The dates of the pictures were from a year ago. A year ago she married this guy. I don't understand. How could it happen so fast? When did she meet him? I honestly thought she got married after she got pregnant, not before. This baffles me even more. After that I found another picture. It was a group picture and she was far away, but of course I recognized her. The same guy was with his hands on her shoulders, hugging her. This picture was from February 2023. To be clear, she left in May 2022. How is she with someone in February 2023? Only 9 months and she's already in a stable enough relationship that he's introduced her to his family? What the hell is going on here? I feel like I have even more questions in my head now. I know I shouldn't be upset, but I am. I know I lost her because I was an idiot, but it's hard to get this feeling out of my head right now. Anyways, for those who had imagined this fantasy that my ex is with some kind of Norwegian Chris Hemsworth, let me tell you, it not like that. This guy is too tall, too blonde, too pale, hair too long and kind of chunky to be honest. He looks more like the old cartoon of Vikings and is definitely not a Chris Hemsworth. I managed to find his FB profile, but he has almost nothing there. His profile says he's an engineer. An engineer who wears metal band t-shirts at 38. I don't know how to take this because I'm an engineer myself, just in a different field. Why would she look for a man with the same profession as me? My wife has always liked heavy metal, which I always found nasty, but I never complained. After all, your partner doesn't have to have the same musical tastes as you. I mention this because maybe that was the way they connected. She used to connect easily with people who liked the same type of music. I don't know, but I honestly look at it and think, where did she get this guy from? I meant he can definitely do better than this. The pregnancy thing still messes with my head. I try not to think about it. I can't understand it. I'm not infertile like the comments suggest. I've been to the doctor and I know I'm not. But God, it kills me to think that she's going to have another man's child. I don't get it. I feel like this is beyond anything I ever imagined. And no, I'm not going to go to Norway. I'm not going to try to contact her. I still want to see her and talk to her. But I obviously can't force her to do that. I have too much to deal with right now and too much to talk about in therapy. If by any chance this post reaches my ex, I want you to know that I still love you. You know where to contact me. If by any chance this post reaches the new dude, I want you to know the only reason you have a chance with this woman is because a big idiot halfway across the world completely ruined it. You most probably met a woman who was probably very broken from her divorce. You took advantage of her situation and trapped her with a baby. You don't know how to play fair. Am I the asshole for charging my friend $700 after she demanded that my free wedding cake didn't count as a gift? Now everyone's furious. I, 34F, have a friend, who I'll call Mary, 33F, who is getting married in 2 weeks. She and I have been friends for several years, and I was excited when she asked me if I could make her cake. I don't normally do cakes anymore for people outside of family and friends, as I'm currently pregnant, have 1-year-old, and am currently pursuing another master's degree in education administration so I can be a school principal, because teaching is a dead end without an admin license, unfortunately. At the time when she asked, I was also teaching full-time and finishing up a different master's program. Anyway, I agreed to make this cake over a year ago. I told Mary when she offered to pay that I would do it for free as my wedding gift to her. I distinctly said wedding gift. She accepted, and we started planning the design. Mary wanted a 4-tier cake with each tier a different flavor: white, chocolate, yellow, lemon, and several sugar flowers and fondant decorations, as well as 3 different flavored buttercreams. It was a lot, but since she is having an August wedding, I had time because school would be out for summer, and I am actually taking a year off since finding out I was pregnant a few months ago. Saturday, I went to Mary's bachelorette party. The party itself was fine, nothing remarkable happened. I couldn't drink, but everyone had fun. One of Mary's bridesmaids asked what we all were getting her for her wedding. I said I was making the cake for free. The bridesmaid and other girls there said that was a good gift because cake is expensive and they wished they had gotten one for free. That's it, and I heard nothing else about it until today. Mary texted me and asked why I wasn't getting her a wedding gift. I told her I was, and that it was the cake, and reminded her that the cake was free. She said that wasn't a gift and that it's a favor. I told her it's a gift and that she can't tell me what I can gift her. I then asked why she was mentioning it, and she said the bridesmaid I spoke to Saturday told her that she was so lucky to get a free cake. She agreed, but then was upset when the bridesmaid said, "That's a good gift." I asked her if her own bridesmaid thinks it's a good gift, what's the problem? And she said it's not up to the bridesmaid to tell her what her gifts are. I told her this is her gift. She said that a gift needs to be something she can use in her marriage, not just the cake at the wedding. I told her with me going to school and not working right now that this is a major expense that I'm taking on by doing it for free, and she said that wasn't her problem and that a real friend would do both. I responded with "Fine, I'll get back to you," and she thanked me for understanding. About 30 minutes later, I sent her a bill for her cake. The bill was for $700 with a deposit of $350 due by this Friday and the rest 24 hours before the event start time. She asked me what that was for, and I told her since it's not a gift, she needs to pay for it. She said she couldn't afford it, and I told her I didn't care and this is what business looks like. I did promise to get her a gift off of her registry though. She told me no cake is worth $700, but in the bill breakdown, I pointed out where it was going from ingredients to transportation. Her venue is 45 minutes away. Additional labor, my husband helps me deliver cakes, so he's getting paid too. Last minute booking, time, and the size of the cake on top of the intricate decorations she wants. She said she shouldn't be charged for anything since I promised to do it for free, and it's too late to find another baker. I said, that sounds an awful lot like not my problem. Because it isn't. She then asked if I could just do the cake for free and forget the gift, but I said no, this is the new deal, and I have not responded to her text since. She and her fiancé were venting in a group message with the wedding party that I'm not in. One of the bridesmaids, who is a mutual friend, asked me what happened after telling me what was being said in the group text, and I sent her the messages of our exchange, and now apparently, the bridal party is now divided. Some are saying I should go back and do the cake for free like I originally promised, while others are telling Mary she was wrong, and apparently it's become a huge ordeal. Her fiancé is now mad at both of us for being petty and ridiculous. My husband is on the team, Mary can suck an egg, and doesn't think I should do the cake or get the gift. But he told me to remember this could cost me a friendship, but he'd support me either way, but he thinks I should stand my ground in this, and not let Mary push me around. However, my husband also doesn't really like Mary for unrelated reasons, so he may be biased. AITA for charging my friend for the cake and refusing to do it for free after she got mad at me. ETA, burner account because I'm pretty sure Mary has Reddit for the wedding subs. Update, I posted a new post with an update. It was too long to add to this one. It's in this sub though. I read as many comments as I could. TBH, I did not expect the amount of responses I got and responded to who I could. This post was originally going to be answering as many repeat questions as I could, but this morning, a mutual friend, my bridesmaid, I'll call Pam, messaged me today to give me an update. Mary and her fiancé, I'll call Frank, are currently not on speaking terms because they got into an argument last night. It wasn't directly because of the cake, but what the cake debacle revealed to Frank. Apparently, Mary has been spending a lot of his money on this wedding. Now, we all kind of already knew that. Mary told us Frank and his family would be footing the bill. He's an engineer and his family has a lot of money. I'm not exactly sure what their family wealth is from, but it was enough to pay out of pocket for him and his siblings to go to expensive universities debt-free. What we didn't know is that they've been arguing about the finances this entire time, and my cake was the last straw for Frank. Mary's budget for their wedding was $30,000 and she's apparently spent almost double that on intricate flowers, her wedding dress, decorations, engagement photos, catering, open bar, entertainment, and flying her family in and paying for their accommodations. The venue alone took a good chunk of their money because of the size and location, an hour away from where we all live. It's a large house, maybe considered a mansion, I can't remember, with several acres of land, horses, a lake and a field for wedding photos. The entire wedding party is supposedly staying there for a few days leading up to the wedding. I've not seen it in person, again, I'm not in the wedding party and never was. But the photos online make it obvious why it's so expensive. I had no idea they had spent that much and neither did anyone in the wedding party. As far as we all knew, the most expensive thing Mary had bought was her wedding dress to the tune of $5,000. I only know because I went with her to try some on with other friends and bridesmaids. Pam's fiancé is one of Frank's groomsmen and Frank's been venting to the groomsmen in texts about how much this is costing, and he's not sure he wants to do this anymore. However, he feels compelled to because the money has been spent and is non-refundable, but he said he didn't know Mary would be this way about a wedding because she typically sticks to budgets, which is true. Literally everyone is surprised by how much she is supposedly spending, including my husband and me. Mary is the person who gets everything off-brand at the store to save $1 even when she really doesn't need to. From what Pam told me, Mary asked him to just pay me so she could have the cake, and he said no, not because he couldn't afford it, but because he was tired of spending money on just one day. He told her to figure it out herself. So nobody knows what is going on anymore, or if there will even be a wedding. No one has reached out to me about making the cake either, and my husband, for those wondering, is still the team Mary can suck an egg. Before anyone asks, no, Mary did not grow up poor. She was very much middle class like I was, and she's never been broke or anything. She also never seemed like she wanted overly expensive stuff. She drives a 10-year-old sedan that, despite Frank saying she needs a new car, she won't get rid of because it runs fine and my dad taught me to drive my cars into the ground. So believe me when I say it really is out of character for her to be this nonchalant about money. I'm not sure if I'll have another update. If I do, it'll be after the wedding, if there is one. ETA. I know a lot of people are saying things about Mary just using Frank for his money, but at the same time, I want to remember that Pam only gave me Frank's side via what he's been telling the groomsmen. I have no idea what part he played and if this really actually bothered him up to this point or if he's ever mentioned the amount she's been spending to her. It's now 6 p.m. and I've not spoken to or heard from Mary since yesterday after giving her the quote, so I don't have anything else to add other than my perspective. It really does sound out of character for Mary to be doing this, but I remember when I got married that my husband said he wanted me to have what made me happy for our wedding. So if he's been telling her what my husband told me and still giving her money, then he's definitely not an innocent party IMO. Last update. So I didn't expect this to actually get read on Charlotte's channel, but since it did, I'll let everyone know what ended up happening. And yes, it's confusing. Long story short, the villain in this situation isn't Mary. It's Frank, and no, they did not get married. If you want to read the first two updates, they're the only other two posts in my profile. And this update is all the information I've gathered from bridesmaid Pam and her fiancé, so bear with me. Most of this is what Mary has told Pam, who then relayed it to me. Anyway, I mentioned before that Mary was, and still is, a frugal person. That's why we all thought the gift and cake thing was weird, as well as her spending a bunch of money for the wedding. It turns out that Mary has actually been trying to save money despite doubling their budget. Apparently, Frank's family always throws extravagant celebrations and parties. That includes birthdays, holidays, graduations and weddings. So Frank has been emphasizing to Mary that this wedding is supposed to be huge because that's just how his family is. I'm guessing it's a way to flaunt success, but that's just a guess. I don't actually know the real reason. But Frank has been hands off the entire time. I'm not surprised. My own husband only cared about the food, cake flavor and that the colors weren't pink. But Frank has been telling Mary to save money since that's what she's good at, and that he didn't want to spend a bunch of money on one day. So Mary picked out things that were cheaper but were not good enough for Frank. Like that mansion large house where everyone would be staying? Yeah, Frank's idea. Mary apparently wanted to do a hotel that hosted weddings because her family could stay there for less money and the hotel was just cheaper to host a wedding versus a literal mansion with horses. He would do this with everything and veto things like her choices of decorations and vendors because they weren't big enough or I'm guessing extravagant. He even told her how big her bouquet had to be and that her dress needed to have lots of bling. So basically, Mary has been trying to stick to the budget, but what was in the budget didn't match Frank's taste or expectations. So when I said she had to pay for the cake, Frank accused Mary of not saving them money despite her being so money conscious. And Mary wasn't the one who had the problem with the cake. It was Frank. I guess they both knew the cake was free, but Frank didn't know I was making it as a gift. Mary explained that I was, and he said that didn't count and to ask me about it. He said it didn't count because friends doing favors for an event like a wedding isn't a gift. On some level she must have agreed because she didn't mention Frank being the one with the problem at all in the messages, but whatever. Anyway, the cake was what Mary was really looking forward to because it was the only thing she felt she had 100% say in regarding the wedding. And when I charged her for it, Frank was upset that Mary was not saving them money like he was expecting. This resulted in a fight where they ended up not on speaking terms. When Frank was complaining to Pam's fiancé and the rest of the groomsmen, it was in text and, according to Pam, Mary found them and left Frank for making her seem like a greedy bitch to everyone when she was only getting things Frank wanted without Frank's help. And that if it were up to her, they wouldn't have most of the expensive things she bought for the wedding. The only contact I've had from Mary was an apology text message. When I told her it was okay and we were still friends, she didn't answer. In fact, she hasn't answered anyone other than to tell the wedding party that the wedding was off, apologize for the inconvenience, and since then, she's been quiet. She did post on her social media a long apology for canceling. She said postponed, but I noticed her relationship status is gone. But the location/check-in is in the hometown where her parents live, not where we live, so I think she went back to her parents' house after calling off the wedding. But that's all I know, and I heard it secondhand from Pam. But according to Pam, Frank is upset Mary left because all his money is tied up in vendors that he can't get back and has been trying to plead his case with the groomsmen. But only his brother is on his side. Pam's fiancé and the other groomsmen have stopped talking to him. Also, I heard Charlotte asking why Mary wasn't paying for the wedding too. I can't answer that, but Mary works as an STNA and doesn't make a lot. Her bachelor's was in psychology, and she never went on to get her doctorates, so getting employed in her field isn't very easy. I also don't know if they're still together. Mary didn't say they broke up, just that the wedding was postponed. Cancelled. I apologize if this confused anyone, but I'll try to answer anything I can in the comments. Just remember, I heard most of this secondhand besides the apology I got from Mary and the post she made online, so I may not have all the answers. Edit. Changed Pam's husband to Pam's fiancé. Sorry, I wrote this in a rush and was trying to keep up with the fake names for privacy. Relevant comments. Comment 1. I don't understand the connection between Mary wanting a gift and a free cake to Frank villainous. Like, isn't Mary still wrong for asking for a gift? OOP she is. But she apologized and I accepted it. The only part I'm not clear on is how it even came up as a conversation between her and Frank. It might have just been casual, but she may have also been talking on speakerphone. I do that with my husband in the room, so he hears my conversations sometimes even if he's not part of it. But it sounds like Frank was mad that they were now paying for the cake when he thought it would be free and the goal was to spend little money for nice stuff. I'm guessing that if I agreed to do the cake and gave them a bill from the beginning instead of volunteering to do it for free, I would be dealing with "that's too expensive for a cake," or "we're friends, I should get a discount." Like they would have been negotiating from the start regardless. And I've had people pull those lines on me before. That's another reason why I rarely make cakes for people even if they offer to pay, because they still want some type of discount and get mad when I don't give one. Comment 2. Arguably the best part about this is that she apologized to you. But it also answers some questions that your other posts left open. But the one you didn't answer: is your husband still team Mary can suck an egg? OP, no. My husband, despite not liking Mary, thought this was strange behavior from her too. So when he found out that Frank's been lying, or at least not wholly honest, about everything, his team Frank can kick rocks with no shoes on. My husband likes idioms. Dad gave the business to my brother-in-law instead of me at his retirement party. Now they're asking me for help after fraud charges. My father retired 2 years ago as the CEO of the lab equipment company he founded. He had assured me for nearly 7 years that I, 30M, would become the next CEO. But on the day of his retirement celebration, he announced that my brother-in-law would be the new CEO. It came as a tremendous surprise to me because I was the one who had planned the party, and I had no idea what was going to happen. I clapped along with everyone else as he delivered the announcement, but then I challenged him. He explained why he let me down. Apparently, my brother-in-law, Zach, 34M was more of a son to him than I was, as I had disappointed him. Let me tell you that Zach had only been in the business for approximately a year, whereas I had devoted 7 years of my life to it. We had known Zach for a long time, since he and my sister, 33F, had been dating for about 5 years and married for 2. When my father retired, I worked with Zach, and he seemed like a kind guy. Still, I couldn't accept the reality that my father thought Zach was more of a son than I was. When I asked my father to expand on how I had failed him, he answered the most ridiculous thing I could think of, and I lost all respect for him. He explained that it had been a difficult decision, but he had to do what was best for the company. He said that someone as mentally weak as I was could never be a competent leader. That's why he passed me aside in favor of Zach, who he thought had more attributes in common with him. He was alluding to my diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder, which I had mistakenly disclosed to my family a few months before my father retired. One night, while eating dinner with my parents, I accidentally dropped a little container of anti-anxiety medications that had been prescribed to me. I needed to explain everything to them. My mother was cool with it, but my father did not believe in the value of mental health. He thought that being tough was the answer to everything, and when I told him about my nervousness, he began to lose faith in me. I'd like to stress that my anxiety had never harmed the quality of my job, nor had I allowed it to impair my capacity to run the company. I'm sure many people in upper management deal with anxiousness without having it affect their work. But my father told me I had disappointed him by making excuses for my weakness and turning to medications. After much deliberation, he concluded that Zach was the ideal choice to take over the company instead of me. He told me I could quit if I wanted, but he didn't trust me to manage the company the way he did. He refused to give me the reins since I had demonstrated that I was not strong. It wasn't only what he said, it was also that he had encouraged me to assume I would be the next CEO, despite the fact that he had made his decision well before the retirement party. It was quite hurtful. That night, I left the celebration early and never spoke with my father again because he had deeply injured me. At the end of the day, it was his company, and he could hire anybody he believed was the greatest fit. If he felt that my nervousness would get in the way, I had to respect his decision. However, I didn't have to put up with that type of rudeness. So I decided to resign, and within a few weeks I began working elsewhere. My mother was the only family member I kept in touch with. When my sister learned that I was retiring because I was furious that my father had appointed Zach as CEO instead of me, she interpreted it as a personal attack. Instead of attempting to understand where I was coming from, she contacted me to defend my father, and we got into a fight. After that, we stopped speaking. I haven't spoken to my father or sister in 2 years, and I haven't had any touch with Zach. I occasionally speak with my mother to see how she's doing. We try to meet at least once a month, and each time we do, she attempts to persuade me to make amends with my father. But I'm simply not interested. My mother contacted me about a week ago, quite frantic. She informed me that Zach had been arrested for fraudulent actions, notably tax fraud. My father was also under scrutiny because of his former affiliation with the corporation. That upset me, but I had no idea what she expected me to do. She wanted me to speak with my father, smooth things out, and testify for him in court if required, because I had previously worked for the company. I was very clear with my mother that I was not going to get engaged in any way. I was confident that if my father was being examined, all of the company's upper management would be scrutinized as well. If Zach had committed fraud, it was a severe allegation, and I did not want to go into the specifics. All I knew was that the farther I got away from this disaster, the better off I would be. So I made it obvious to my mother that I was not going to stick my neck out for my father. They'd have to deal with it on their own because I didn't want any problems. Besides, if my father genuinely wanted my assistance, he should have approached me directly. He's the one who needs me, so why should I be the one to contact him first? My mother then told me that I was being childish and petty, and that I needed to speak with my father and clear the air since the family needed to keep together during this tough time. I felt she was being ridiculous, so I told her my decision was definite. I was not going to reach out to my father at any cost. She became enraged and accused me of being selfish and uncaring because, even though the family was going through a lot, all I cared about was what happened 2 years before. I thought it was very insensitive of her to say so. If she had been in my situation, she would have felt as betrayed as I did, and she would not have been able to move on as soon. She would not have forgiven my father if she had been passed up for a position for which she had worked hard for nearly 7 years due to circumstances beyond her control. It's unreasonable to ask me to forgive him, especially because my father has never even tried to apologize for what he did to me. I don't think anyone can forgive someone who doesn't apologize in the first place. So my mother and I argued for a time. Eventually, I informed her that this was definitely karma for screwing me over, and that whatever was going on with Zach and my father right now, they deserved it. My mother went silent and eventually hung up. I felt horrible for saying that, so I planned to call her back a few hours later. But then I discovered she'd blocked me. I now feel extremely bad about what I said. Am I an asshole for claiming that my father was definitely suffering retribution for passing me over for the CEO position? Update 1. Hello everybody. My mother blocked me 1 week ago, and I still haven't been able to contact her. I'm trying not to feel guilty about it, but there's really not much I can do. She was the only person who kept in touch with me during the last 2 years, and without her, I feel completely lost and alone. Of course, I have my friends to rely on, and they have all been there for me. But my mother was the one person in my family that looked out for me, and I no longer had her. It's difficult coming to terms with this, and I truly want to contact her. However, I still believe that I have done nothing wrong. I don't think I said anything out of line, and I believe this is karma for booting me out of the firm for something I had no influence over. Yes, I have an anxiety issue, but as I previously stated, it is not crushing. It has no bearing on my leadership skills or ability to work as well as everyone else. It did not make me a disappointment, as my father said. Whether people like it or not, words have meaning. What my father told me on the night of his retirement party has stayed with me for the past 2 years. His unsophisticated approach about mental health and its relevance severely harmed my self-esteem for several months. I continued doubting myself and questioning every decision I had made up to that moment. I felt like an imposter in my new work. It took a long time to get over that, and I'm still in treatment dealing with unresolved issues. However, my anxiousness has never impaired my capacity to work. In fact, I am one of the greatest employees at my current job, as my managers often tell me. They're even going to promote me soon. I genuinely believe my father made a significant mistake, and it is not my responsibility if my mother does not recognize this. It just sucks that she's choosing to side with him instead of telling him to fuck up and apologize to me. I don't understand why she believes I should make amends first. One thing is certain, I won't do anything for the family until they apologize for everything. And they must say it with sincerity. I refuse to be used again for selfish gain. Update 2. My sister stopped by to see me today, and it was stressful since she was emotional. She wants me to help her because her husband is in serious jeopardy, but I'm not sure what they expect me to do. My hands are tied here. This is a federal felony, and I don't think I can help them. She appeared to be in a bad situation, so I let her in. I tried to be as kind to her as possible because I am not a heartless person. I can't just slam the door when someone is in so much pain. She started crying on my shoulder, telling me she had no idea what was going on, and that if she had known, she would have stopped it right away. She's quite concerned about what will happen to him, and she wants me to use my connections to help him out. I informed her that, unfortunately, I do not have any such ties that would be relevant here. Then she stated that our father had told us that one of my employers at the company where I presently work is married to a federal judge, and they were hoping I could speak with him and help them. She even suggested that they were willing to pay whatever it needed, but they simply wanted me to put them in touch with my employer and, by extension, his wife. I thought it was rather out of line for her to ask, let alone expect me to do it. I immediately answered no, telling her that I would prefer it if she left me alone. I assumed she had come for emotional support, but this was not something I was going to promote or even discuss. I had several reasons for saying no, the primary one being that I did not want to bring this up with my supervisors and link myself with a family of fraudsters. More significantly, I follow a personal code of morality and ethics. While I don't want anything bad to happen to my sister, if Zach had committed tax fraud, I didn't want to get involved in a situation where I was attempting to aid him or influence the issue in his favor. At this time, it wasn't personal against him. I simply didn't want to become engaged. The most I could give them was emotional support, but for me to go to such lengths was ridiculous. When I said no and asked her to leave, my sister sulked and said she couldn't believe I was still angry at her husband for something that wasn't even his fault. I attempted to clarify that this was not about that. In fact, I had never truly blamed him for what happened to my father. My father decided to give him the position instead of me and allow him to take over the company. If I were in his shoes, I would probably have accepted the post without considering who genuinely deserved it. Maybe I despised him slightly, but I didn't bear a grudge. He just wasn't important enough for that. I tried to inform my sister, but she refused to listen, insisting that our mother had been correct. There was no sense in talking to me because I was still petty and selfish. We ended up fighting again, and I told her to leave my home. She couldn't just walk in and disrespect me after everything had happened, especially after I'd tried to console her, even if she never showed me the same courtesy when I was going through a difficult period. In fact, she argued with me back then because she saw it as a personal attack. She continued to do the same thing 2 years later. So if anyone was acting petty and selfishly, it was my family. Her remark about our mother being correct made me feel bad because, for the past 2 years, my mother had been the only person there for me. Now it felt as if she hadn't been there for me at all, and everything was all for show. I was already deeply offended, and my sister refused to leave. She remained standing there, uttering one nasty thing after another. It soon got to the point where both of us were yelling so loudly at each other that I couldn't hear what she was saying. We ended up yelling at each other before she finally left. I feel terrible about everything that is going on, but at the same time, I believe they deserve what is coming to them. I believe they deserve every negative thing that happens to them. I honestly believe that maintaining in touch with my mother during the last 2 years was a major mistake, and that I should have broken off my entire family when I had the opportunity. Even now, I regret wanting to be there for my sister when she was behaving crazy. They are clearly no longer deserving of my time or attention, as evidenced by their repeated demonstrations. But for some reason, I find it really difficult to completely remove them from my life totally. I keep thinking about our youth, how close we were, and it pains me to talk about it today. All of this is absolutely terrible. I wish it was all over soon. Update 3. It's been 4 days since my sister visited and we got into that argument. No one spoke to me for the following 4 days. I nearly thought they were going to leave me alone now. But today, my parents arrived, and this time I was determined not to let them in. I had already made the mistake of letting my sister in the previous time, and we all know how that went. I wasn't about to repeat my mistake. They were standing outside the door, and I ordered them to leave since I didn't think there was anything more to talk about. They couldn't possibly have anything new to say that hadn't previously been stated, so we could save each other's time and leave it at that. But my father stated he wasn't coming to ask for help. He truly came to apologize. He explained to me that after a long time, he understood he had done the wrong thing. He said that he had made the biggest mistake imaginable and that nothing he said would make it right. But the least he could do was talk to me and apologize for everything. I have to tell you, that actually surprised me since I was expecting him to walk up and start yelling at me or something. We hadn't spoken since the night of his retirement party, and I still remember him calling me a disappointment. I doubt I'll ever forget that. It was all I could think about while he apologized. When he was finished, I told him I was grateful that he had come all the way here to apologize, but it was difficult for me to forgive him. He couldn't just apologize and expect everything to be good, especially after 2 years of no communication and no effort on his part to contact me. I told him I needed time, and even then, I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to forgive him. It wasn't even the fact that he had screwed me over 2 years ago that worried me today, but rather the fact that it took him 2 years and so much hardship to realize he had done the wrong thing and eventually come and talk to me. That's what made me so sad. Even after that, I was expecting him to get angry and start yelling, but he simply stated that he was willing to wait for me to come around. He stated he'd be fine with it even if I never spoke to him again or forgive him. He admits that 2 years ago he made a poor decision. He didn't take my mental health lightly. He simply went too far. He added that in his family, all guys were raised to be rough. They thought that getting through life meant struggling through everything. Anyone who claimed to be anxious or depressed was perceived as weak and making excuses for oneself. When he learned I was using anti-anxiety medication, he began to doubt my ability to lead the company. He had started the business from beginning and couldn't afford to let it fail. His dread and paranoia got the best of him, and he made the worst option possible, which led to our current position. After we stopped talking, he revealed he was angry at me and had resented me for a few months. But then he started second-guessing himself, researching more about anxiety and its mechanisms. A few months ago, he began to suspect that he could be experiencing some symptoms and intended to contact me to resolve the situation. However, the entire episode with Zach came to light, and he was unable to do so. When my father finished describing everything, I felt weird about the scenario. I'm still not sure how I feel about it all, but at least he apologized. It may seem insignificant after 2 years, but it means a great deal to me. I don't know if I'll forgive him anytime soon, and I'm not sure if his apology was real, but I'm prepared to think about it and give it a try. For the time being, I told him to go home and that I would call him if I felt the need. He acknowledged that and departed. My mom and I didn't get to communicate much today. At first, she apologized to me, as did my father. Toward the end of our conversation, she expressed her willingness to wait for my forgiveness. She recognized that she had reacted too fast and rudely, rather than attempting to comprehend what I was going through. She also indicated that she had spoken with my sister, who wanted to repent for previously mistreating me. However, I don't consider that a true apology. My sister is an adult who can speak for herself. If she wants to apologize, she'll have to do so herself. I understand she is struggling with everything Zach related right now, but there is no justification for how she behaved the last time she visited. Anyway, most of my family members have apologized to me, and it is now up to me to determine whether or not to accept their apologies. I won't lie, it will be a difficult decision to make. I've gone 2 years without speaking to any of these individuals, with the exception of my mother, and even she's having some difficulties right now. On the one hand, I want to forgive everyone and move on with my life, since I don't believe animosity would help me go on. If I don't forgive them, these ideas will continue to haunt me, as they have for the past few years, and I don't want that. On the other hand, I'm not sure if forgiving them and leaving things in the past is the proper thing to do. I'm just perplexed on what to do right now. If I'm honest, I miss my family tremendously, and everything is messing with my mind. I understand that some of you may believe they are only doing this because they are in problems right now, but I've already stated unequivocally that I cannot help them. Even if I could, I wouldn't. It's a matter of principle for me, and I'm not about to change it for anyone. So if they are hoping for my assistance, they have already set themselves up for disappointment. However, if that is not on their thoughts and they are truly attempting to repent and restore our broken connections, it complicates matters even further. I guess I'll sleep on it for a few days and consider what I want to do. I'll keep you all updated. Update 4. Hello everyone, it has been 4 months since I last checked in here. I got incredibly busy in the meantime, which I'll explain later. Anyway, in my last report I said that my dad and sister both apologized to me. My parents did this in person, but my sister, who was preoccupied with Zach's condition, asked my mother to apologize on her behalf. A few weeks later, my sister came to see me in person and apologized. I told her the same thing I told my parents. I'd think about it and let her know. I thought about it. I took my time, and last month I informed them I wanted to restore our friendship, but at my own pace. I said I'd be willing to eat dinner with them once a month and see where it goes, because I'm still unsure whether mending our friendship is a good idea. They were ecstatic and stated it was fine as long as I was happy. So that is where we are currently. We ate supper together a few weeks ago. It was embarrassing enough, but I could see they were genuinely attempting to make amends for the past by being especially friendly to me. Zach was not at the dinner because my sister filed for divorce 2 months ago and he had already been dismissed from his job. My father offered to make me the CEO, but I declined. I suppose I need more time. My father is currently handling things at the company, and he is still waiting for a response from me. I will think about it for a few more months and make a decision later, but I may accept. For the time being, I'm simply trying to focus on what I enjoy doing, which includes spending time with my girlfriend. She's an old acquaintance of mine, and we began dating a few months ago. That's what's kept me so busy lately. My life now includes more than just job and family problems. In reality, she was the one who persuaded me to forgive my family and give them another chance. I'm so glad we're together. I had liked her for a long time but had never asked her out since I did not want to jeopardize our friendship. I am delighted she took the first step. Now that we're together, and I'm as happy as I can be, things are looking up for me. My stepdaughter helped my husband hide his affair, so I took her college fund. Now they're begging me to forgive them. Hello Reddit. I need your aid right now since I'm in a difficult situation with my stepdaughter and don't know what to do. For reference, I, 42F, have spent 15 years with my soon-to-be ex-husband David, 44M. We've been married for 10 of those 15 years, and I loved him more than anybody else in the world. He has a daughter, Stacy, 17F, from a prior relationship. He and Stacy's mother were never married. They had a brief fling for a few months, but she became pregnant and opted to keep the baby. They'd split up just a few weeks before she discovered she was pregnant. They chose to maintain a friendly relationship so that they could co-parent the baby. Unfortunately, Stacy's mother died in a vehicle accident when Stacy was only 6 months old, leaving only David and his daughter. He informed me at the start of our relationship that he wasn't just searching for a wife, but also someone who would be a wonderful mother to Stacy. I was willing to do it since I adored children, and Stacy was only 2 at the time. I honestly didn't mind that he had a daughter. I was prepared to accept her as my own and raise her accordingly. I took our relationship extremely seriously from the start. After 5 years together, we decided to marry. Our relationship had ups and downs, but at the end of the day I believed he loved me as much as I loved him. I had no cause to suspect he might be cheating on me. Even a few months ago, We were discussing commemorating our 10th wedding anniversary with a family trip to some exotic location, and he was really pleased about it. People who cheat on their wives don't seem to be enthused about a family trip, so I didn't expect this. I discovered 6 days ago that he had been cheating on me with a coworker for the past 7 months. I was at work, minding my own business, when I received an email from a coworker. It contained all of the specifics of their affair. She even supplied documentation of text exchanges, phone calls, and images of them together at locations on days when he claimed he was abroad on business, but those excursions were actually romantic getaways with her, which I had known about. I was stunned when I received the email. I instantly went home, unsure what else to do. Nobody was home at the time because Stacy was out with a friend and David was working. So I examined those emails carefully again because I didn't want to have a breakdown at work. I noticed she had also included her phone number in case I wished to call her. She explained that she was doing this because she knew David would never tell me, and she believed I deserved to know the truth. David had apparently been promising her for the last 6 months that he would tell me the truth and discontinue our relationship since she was uncomfortable having an affair with a married guy. I think her conscience had kicked in, or something, but David kept promising to tell me. I even saw screenshots of him indicating he was ending our marriage to be with her. She had initially believed him, but after nearly 3 months of waiting, she decided to inform me herself. After reading that email, I reflected on it for a time before calling her because the worst had already happened. I was still in denial, so I figured speaking with her would help me realize this wasn't a cruel prank, it was actually happening. When I spoke with her, she began by apologizing and explaining that she had no intention of hurting my marriage and had simply fallen in love with David. That was why she believed I deserved to know the truth. She went on to detail how the affair began, how long it had lasted, and all of the promises he had made to her, which were identical to those he had made to me at the outset of our relationship. My heart broke with each word she whispered to me. By the end of the conversation, I was certain there could be nothing more painful. But then she revealed that Stacy had been aware of everything and had been assisting him in concealing his activities. That really destroyed me since, in my opinion, I had always been Stacy's mom. I never thought of her as a stepdaughter. I had known that girl since she was 2 years old and raised her as my own. So the fact that she had also deceived me felt like the end of the world. His coworker informed me that whenever David needed to lie to me or cover up something, Stacy would make excuses for his absence and explain why he wasn't returning my calls. In exchange for her silence, he offered her expensive gifts. That explained a lot of recent events. David had been completely indulging her, which had never happened before, but I assumed he was doing well at work, so he was buying her lovely stuff. He had also bought me a lot of jewelry and clothes, so I assumed his new practice of giving us presents was due to his success at business, but apparently not. Knowing Stacy had been a part of this and had met her father's affair partner multiple times while keeping it a secret from me devastated my heart much more than realizing David had been cheating on me. After that phone call, I decided to pack my belongings and leave the house since I did not want to be there any longer, waiting for the two of them to return home. I felt terribly betrayed and could not stop crying. I didn't want David to have the satisfaction of seeing me like that, so I packed a few items and drove to a motel outside of town. I shut off my phone since I did not want to be called. I was upset that day and ended up drinking myself to sleep in my hotel room. The next morning, I had to switch my phone back on to report ill to work. That's when I discovered I had 1,000 unanswered texts and missed calls from David and Stacy, and I didn't want to respond to any of them. I also noticed a text message from a person at the auto dealership with whom I had been discussing purchasing a new vehicle. I had been putting off making the purchase since I wanted to save more money before buying it, which was pricey. I had also been saving for our anniversary trip and Stacy's 17th birthday, intending to give her a new automobile rather than buying one for myself. When I got that SMS, I remembered how I had planned to gift Stacy a car for her birthday, which made me angry. In a fit of rage, I decided to concentrate on making myself happy without regard for anyone else. The guy from the dealership had inquired if I was still intending on buying the car, and on a whim, I went down to the dealership and purchased a sparkling new luxury car. I hadn't planned to buy it because it was well out of my price range, but I didn't have to worry about it. Since I married David 10 years ago, I've been saving for Stacy's college education. I had intended to offer her access to that account as a surprise when she announced which college she would be attending. But now that I knew what had been going on for the past few months, I didn't want to surprise anyone except myself. I took money from that account to buy the fancy car, which I then drove to our house to face David and Stacy. When I arrived, they attempted to hug me and tell me how worried they were, but I didn't let them. I instantly revealed that David's coworker had contacted me, and I now knew the whole extent of what had been going on behind my back. I was quite unhappy with both of them. They both looked shocked. David, at least, had the foresight not to say anything because he knew the game was up. Stacy tried to speak with me, stating she was only trying to look out for her father and didn't know what to do. She I didn't tell my parents about my college money, then my dad stole it, causing an unforgivable betrayal that tore our family apart. Original. Am I the asshole for not telling my parents that I received My stepmom left my dad after I refused to let her walk me down the aisle.